The witch Prodigy, hailing from a convent, enters Slytherin. Possessing an intellect that surpasses the ordinary, she swiftly distinguishes herself within Slytherin, akin to a human scanning device. When Prodigy gazes at Harry, it is evident that he is a neglected young boy from an impoverished and unhappy Muggle household, starved of affection. As Prodigy observes Hermione, it becomes clear that she is a vivacious, extroverted girl from a well-to-do Muggle family, eager to showcase her brilliance. In her assessment of Draco, Prodigy perceives him as a pampered little rooster, raised in a blissful household. Draco, enraged, resembles a pufferfish. The North Star has historically guided ancient mariners. For centuries, lost ships have relied on it to navigate their way home, serving as an unwavering beacon of steadfast protection. O lost child, journey towards the North Star, for it shall lead you to the correct path. Chapter 1. The Orphan Prodigy. Sir, if you reside on Tulip Street, you would know that Prodigy is far from the best choice. The woman speaking is clad in a black and white nun's habit, her face gaunt and lacking flesh, with eyes shaped like narrow inverted triangles. Her lips are thin and taut, and when she speaks, the corners of her mouth droop, her tone reminiscent of a hen in a state of combat, poised to peck at any moment. Little Fiona, little Sophia, look here. These are diligent and capable girls from the orphanage who will save you considerable worry. The middle-aged nun gestured towards several girls beside her, who immediately squared their shoulders, resembling two proud little hens. The nun's words lacked any semblance of subtlety, treating the girls as commodities with inherent value only if they could labor. The girls seemed to take pride in their worth. Snape's gaze did not linger on the two girls for a moment. He slowly uttered, "Perhaps I am here to take my student, not to hire two nannies." Upon hearing Snape's remark, the nun appeared as if someone had tightened a noose around her neck, momentarily rendered speechless. The little hens also deflated, casting anxious glances at the nun. The embarrassed nun gathered her shattered confidence from the ground, dismissed the two girls, and led the dark-clad man towards the end of the corridor. Without knocking, the nun directly pushed open the door to this unlatched room. Rather than resembling a room, it bore more resemblance to a storage closet, flanked by wooden shelves laden with various boxes, stacked nearly to the ceiling. In the corner, brooms, mops, wooden buckets, and jars of all sizes lay scattered. Despite the abundance of items, surprisingly, everything was in meticulous order, devoid of chaos. In the corner of the storage closet, there was a small wooden bed, upon which sat a girl clad in a tattered black dress. She shared the common traits of convent girls, being thin and pale, as if she had never known a full meal. However, unlike Fiona and the others, her eyes bore a sharp vigilance, akin to a feral cat lurking by the roadside. "Prodigy, this is Mr. Snape," the nun exclaimed sharply. "He has come to select students and offer opportunities for free education. I hope you comprehend what you ought to say." Having finished, the nun nodded towards Snape. "You may test her as you wish, but I still insist on recommending Fiona and the others. You know, I would prefer to provide a pathway for deserving girls." Severus Snape paid no heed to the implications in the nun's words, instead focusing intently on Polaris, as he partially closed the door behind him with his hands clasped behind his back. "I presume you occasionally possess certain exceptional abilities?" Snape's countenance remained devoid of any expression as he inquired, such as inadvertently causing something to levitate. Polaris' gaze drifted upward, as though engaged in contemplation, before she retorted, "Are you referring to tossing beanbags? The convent hosts such activities in the spring." Snape emitted a dismissive grunt, allowing a segment of his wand to slip from his sleeve, directing it toward a jar upon the wooden shelf. The jar levitated gracefully, soaring towards Polaris. Polaris clumsily caught the jar, acutely aware of the repercussions of shattering it. Sister Mayne would ensure she experienced the pangs of hunger for several days. Snape remarked in the most mundane tone, delivering a statement that could prove fatal. "If you were to employ even a modicum of your diminutive intellect, you might recognize just how woefully inadequate your lies are. As you can see, unlike those mundane and ignorant muggles, we are endowed with extraordinary powers as wizards." The man clad in black, oh, he should be referred to as Professor Snape, imparted tales of a magical world inhabited by wizards to Polaris. All of this felt like a dream. Even after Professor Snape's departure, Polaris remained in a state of reverie, staring vacantly at the letter in her hand. I shall accompany you to Diagon Alley in 3 days to procure your school supplies, Snape declared as he prepared to leave. The discovery of new children at the Maria Convent is a commonplace occurrence. Some individuals bear children they cannot afford to raise, while others find themselves with children at ages deemed inappropriate. Discarding a child at the convent or the church entrance allows one to rid themselves of a burdensome encumbrance. A rather convenient solution. Polaris was different. She had been left at the convent's door at the age of 5 or 6, an age at which the convent would not typically accept such an older child. Regrettably, the police were unable to locate Polaris' parents, leading the convent to reluctantly take her in. Sister Mayne had always harbored reservations about Polaris, insisting upon her arrival. She will corrupt the Lord's children. Father Doran deemed Sister Mayne's fears unfounded, believing Polaris merely had a somewhat peculiar temperament. Yet, Sister Mayne's prophecy proved true. Strange occurrences began to surround Polaris, such as the plate she shattered and Fiona's inexplicable falls. Even more distressing for Sister Mayne was the revelation that Polaris had learned to lie. I did not throw the plate at Fiona, Polaris stated impassively. If I intended to harm her, I could devise 1,000 ways. Oh Lord, look at what this child is saying. You have 1,000 ways to harm Fiona. Sister Mayne's forehead throbbed. Are you implying that the plate levitated on its own and struck Fiona? I understand you may not believe me, but the truth is exactly as I have stated. Polaris found herself unable to explain such bizarre phenomena with her existing knowledge. Oh Lord, forgive me. I have failed to guide this girl properly, allowing her to utter such words. Everyone, there will be no laundry today. Let Polaris take on the labor. I hope she reflects on her actions during her toil and seeks the Lord's forgiveness. Sister Mayne was seething with rage. Polaris resolutely refused to accept punishment. I did not commit this act. I am not at fault, thus I should not be punished. Very well, Sister Mayne retorted angrily. Then you shall go without food. The circumstances proved more formidable than any protest, and Polaris found it impossible to prove her innocence, nor could she endure prolonged hunger. Ultimately, during the frigid winter, she found herself alone, washing all the girls' clothing. The nightmare was far from over. For an extended period, inexplicable events continued to occur around her, much like the plate that had suddenly taken flight. It seemed as though a devil had appeared beside her, akin to Mephistopheles accompanying Faust. They had wagered with God on whether Polaris would succumb to her trials. She was driven from the midst of the crowd into a corner, banished from the girls' dormitory to the storage room. Just as she had been abandoned by her parents, the community at Maria Convent seemed to forsake her as well. Polaris required no friendly treatment. She could thrive quite well on her own. Yet, she harbored an unwavering obsession to seize the devil, lurking beside her, refusing to submit to it. Were it not for the appearance of Severus Snape, she would have gained admission to a nearby public school the following year. Even in his absence, she gradually familiarized herself with and began to harness the burgeoning power within her body. The arrival of Professor Snape can be deemed a serendipitous blessing. Although she had long harbored intentions of departing from the convent, this fortuitous event would enable her to achieve her objective sooner, even allowing her to aspire to loftier goals, to dance with the devil residing within her. Polaris rose from her seat and approached the cluttered shelf, extracting a tome from the basket. 3 days later, Professor Snape arrived as promised, opening the door to an entirely new realm for Polaris. The leaky cauldron, Diagon Alley, owls and wands. These concepts transcended Polaris's understanding. She resembled a ravenous serpent, eager to consume a wealth of knowledge as vast as that of an elephant. You send messages via snow owls? Are there no postmen or postal carts? Polaris inquired. It is owls. Should you assume that Hogwarts is merely a residential area accessible to anyone? Professor Snape replied. It was evident that Professor Snape was not a patient instructor, unwilling to expend unnecessary words. Polaris quickly discerned the nature of this wizard. His expectations were high, his standards strict, his temperament irritable, and he possessed a disdain for foolishness. Polaris did not perceive anything wrong with this. She considered herself to be of a similar disposition. In fact, she believed that both she and Professor Snape were rather amenable individuals, provided one adhered to the rules and refrained from causing disturbances or repeatedly posing nonsensical questions. Thus, They would serve as a veritable repository of knowledge. Their final destination brought them back to the leaky cauldron, where the orphaned children were assigned by Snape to lodgings on the second floor, awaiting the commencement of the academic year. Despite Professor Snape's assurances, she had yet to encounter other orphans. Tom, the proprietor of the leaky cauldron, was a genial man who paid no heed to Polaris being labeled as a filthy wretch or subjected to other unflattering epithets. He addressed her as Miss Polaris. What a delightful appellation. Polaris acknowledged that she did not disdain it, even managing to overlook some of old Tom's tedious chatter. Professor Snape entrusted you to my care. You shall reside in room 11 on the second floor. Is that acceptable? Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, Tom said with a broad grin. Polaris cast a glance around the room. It was modestly furnished, yet equipped with all the essentials, resembling a room far more than her previous quarters. Of course, thank you. Polaris nodded in gratitude. Once Tom took his leave, she seated herself upon the bed, surveying the room from the doorway to the window. Rising, she opened the window to behold the bustling scene outside. In Diagon Alley, throngs of people traversed the street, many of whom were of a similar age to her. Though their companions appeared to be relatives, it seemed that she was the only orphan among this year's newcomers, which was a boon, sparing her the need to explain her origins to others. Professor Snape had provided her with a suitcase to hold her academic supplies. Within it lay numerous books, some experimental apparatus, magical robes, presumably her uniform, and a wand, a more aesthetically pleasing branch, one might say. As previously mentioned, Polaris had exerted considerable effort to escape the orphanage, with her most significant endeavor being her studies. This had equipped her with the knowledge necessary to secure admission to a public school. However, she was acutely aware that public schooling would not offer a promising future. Although she had begun to gain control over her magic, she found herself unable to acquire further knowledge relevant to her abilities within the realm of ordinary humanity. All knowledge had to be self-taught. This left her magic akin to a ticking time bomb within her, threatening to erupt at any moment. Should such an explosion occur while in school, she would instantly forfeit her hard-earned progress, much like at Maria Orphanage. Thus, she had not ceased her quest for knowledge until Snape's arrival. Polaris picked up a copy of Standard Spellbook for Beginners. She mused that Hogwarts would surely provide her with extraordinary surprises. Chapter 2. Most Peculiar. The first Earl of St. Albans, Francis, once proclaimed, "Knowledge is power." During her time at Maria Orphanage, Polaris was punished by Sister Mayne with laundry duties. The orphanage's uniform consisted of a white blouse paired with a black skirt, and the children were required to perform chores daily, inevitably resulting in stains. Regrettably, no one could witness Polaris's struggles. She utilized toothpaste and dish soap as cleaning agents, effortlessly banishing the grease. Polaris had long understood that to alter her circumstances, she could not rely on tears or brute force. She needed knowledge, vast, immeasurable knowledge. As she delved into Standard Spellbook for Beginners, she meticulously absorbed the unfamiliar concepts it presented. When her focus drifted from the textbook, dusk had already fallen, and Tom had come to knock on her door, calling her to dinner. Polaris had previously attempted to wield her powers, but as a magically unstable minor without a wand. Performing magic proved to be a challenge. However, the circumstances were now favorable. Her temporary guardian was absent, her wand lay nestled within her suitcase, and she was alone in her room with a copy of Standard Spellbook for Beginners. It was indeed a fortuitous confluence of time and circumstance. When Tom knocked, Polaris had boldly attempted several spells, even managing to levitate a candelabrum within the room. Unbeknownst to her, minors were prohibited from using magic outside of school. Fortunately, she had yet to enroll, and the Ministry of Magic could only ascertain where minors utilized magic. Polaris found herself in a location teeming with young witches and wizards, Diagon Alley, prior to the start of term. "Miss Polaris, it is time for dinner. Do you partake in buttered bread?" Tom inquired as he led her downstairs. "You may call me Polaris, and may I address you as Tom?" She waved her hand dismissively. "Certainly," Tom replied, perplexed by the curious pressure he felt from this girl brought forth by Professor Snape. He pondered that perhaps it was due to her serious demeanor, reminiscent of Snape, or, indeed, the professors themselves. Essentially, she bore the air of a teacher poised to reprimand. Polaris was unaware that Tom had already begun to compare her to the instructors at Hogwarts, as she received a complimentary buttered bread and a glass of milk. Snape had covered her lodging and meals from that day until the start of term, reportedly funded by the school, and had even given her some additional money. Polaris resolved to cultivate a fondness for Hogwarts. It was a remarkably humane institution, even providing financial assistance. As Polaris enjoyed her meal, Tom observed the girl brought by Severus Snape. Due to the Wizarding War a decade prior, there were indeed children who had lost their parents. Nevertheless, orphans were a rarity at Hogwarts. Distant relatives and friends of the children's parents typically assumed the responsibility of caring for them. Hence, Tom could not fathom that Polaris was an orphan poised to enroll in the school. All he knew was that Professor Snape had brought a girl of around 8 or 9 years of age, paid for her stay for a time, and instructed Tom to keep an eye on her before departing without a backward glance. Most peculiar, Tom mused. Yet there was something even stranger. This girl named Polaris had remained indoors all afternoon, not once stepping outside. One might assume the room was unoccupied. As Tom wiped down glasses, he surreptitiously observed her. The girl appeared quite slender, with her dark hair pinned up, her features sharp yet pallid, and her eyes occasionally gazing into the distance as if lost in thought. Indeed, Polaris was deep in contemplation. Not only was she reflecting, but she was also eavesdropping. The Leaky Cauldron was a gathering place for wizards, and the casual chatter among patrons served as a vital source of information for her. From her observations, it was clear that only wizards frequented this establishment. No ordinary individuals, muggles, could be seen. She speculated that some form of magic rendered the muggles incapable of perceiving or, in essence, ignoring the place. Nearby, children from muggle families were evidently preparing for school, and a bored wizard was enlightening them about the 4 houses, recommending Hogwarts, a history. It seemed a tome that would enhance their understanding of the magical world, far more useful than the history of magic textbooks that began with Merlin. She contemplated a return visit to Flourish and Blots. Surely, it was reasonable to spend her scholarship funds there? But how would Hogwarts determine which house she should join? Based on her grades? Would there be an examination? The new student eagerly inquired. A wizened, disheveled wizard flashed a yellow-toothed grin and replied, "My dear, I shan't divulge that to you. It is likely a rather arduous trial." The new student gasped in astonishment. As soon as the words left the old wizard's lips, laughter erupted throughout the Leaky Cauldron. Upon hearing the laughter, Polaris nearly rolled her eyes. She realized that the so-called trial would likely not be overly difficult. This phenomenon was a psychological projection. These individuals had previously been deceived by such words, and thus assumed that the new student would fall prey to the same trickery. As the male wizard teased the newcomer, they reveled in their ability to manipulate a child, finding amusement in the fact that the newcomer was as foolish as they had once been. What a delightfully wicked bunch of adults. Polaris took a bite of her bread. The boy, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "What should I do? Do I need to prepare anything? I have no knowledge of magic." "Oh, indeed, child." A bearded wizard replied, "You ought to read through all the preparatory books for enrollment. Otherwise, failing the exam could result in expulsion." The atmosphere in the Leaky Cauldron was once again filled with merriment. It seemed that these books were intended for use after the term commenced, and it was not critical to finish them all at this juncture, Polaris thought. Nonetheless, she did not intend to halt her quest for knowledge. Her life was a struggle against the devil, and only by perpetually moving forward could she escape the clutches of hell. Polaris finally turned her gaze back to Tom, whose penetrating stare seemed to burn a hole in her back. Finishing the last sip of milk, she approached the counter and placed her empty cup before him. "I wonder, are you quite curious about me?" "Ah, yes, you are curious about my relationship with Professor Snape?" Tom's pupils dilated slightly, indicating she had hit the mark. "Rest assured, aside from a student-teacher relationship, there is nothing else. It appears you have observed me for quite some time, but have found nothing. For there is little to observe in someone as ordinary as I. You should focus your attention on Professor Snape. He possesses far greater talents than I." With that, Polaris offered him a polite smile and ascended the stairs at a leisurely pace. Was this legitimacy? No. How could such a young child possibly engage in legitimacy? Yet, it was said that some were born with the gift. The proprietor's thoughts grew more intricate, making it increasingly difficult to disregard Polaris's presence. In her suitcase, Polaris found the wallet containing her allowance, and she placed both the wallet and her wand into the crossbody bag she had sewn herself, setting off for Flourish and Blots. In England, books were both a means of development and a luxury. Regardless of their genre, they came with a steep price. Thus, Flourish and Blots sold not only new tomes, but also second-hand ones. According to Polaris's observations, second-hand books were typically lightweight. The so-called second-hand tomes here had likely changed hands several times. Even so, these books were exorbitantly priced. Ultimately, Polaris purchased a tattered copy of Hogwarts, a history. Even this dilapidated volume had cost her a fair amount. Once again, she expressed gratitude to Hogwarts for covering her enrollment expenses. With a face full of resentment, Polaris returned to the Leaky Cauldron, resolving to thoroughly peruse a few textbooks alongside her worn copy of Hogwarts, a history, conceptually wearing them out rather than physically. History of magic, magical theory, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, and magical creatures and their habitats were purely memorization tasks, which Polaris managed to grasp through diligent reading. The spells were not particularly difficult to learn. Polaris could attempt them independently, much like the levitation charm. The more troublesome subjects were transfiguration, potions, and defense against the dark arts. The foundation of transfiguration was Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration, as noted in the textbook, which highlighted the dangers of the course. Polaris was no longer the naive and fearless child she had been just days prior. Hogwarts, a history mentioned instances of magical accidents resulting in injury or even death. This made her somewhat more cautious, leading her to first study the laws of transfiguration. The limitation in potions lay in the availability of ingredients. She had the equipment but lacked the materials, so she could only peruse the textbook for now. The same reasoning applied to defense against the dark arts. No dark magic had attacked her, nor had magical creatures assaulted her, so what was there to defend against? Even so, the amount she needed to learn was still overwhelming. Aside from her meals, she hardly left her room. Sometimes, even losing track of time and turning her supper into a late-night snack. What has she been up to? Snape finally recalled Polaris, whom he had abandoned at the leaky cauldron. Tom scratched his head, recalling the scene he had witnessed while cleaning the guest rooms. I suppose she's been reading? And what else? Eating. Snape's lips twitched slightly as he swept his cloak and ascended the stairs. This student was particularly unique, indeed. She was an orphan, possessed a pleasant appearance, seemed far from dim-witted, and could even be considered intelligent, coupled with a fervent pursuit of knowledge and a quiet demeanor. The last student who met such criteria had an imprint etched onto his arm. It appeared that Dumbledore could not overlook her presence either, and thus had entrusted this child to him. Knock, knock, knock. Polaris squinted her eyes. It was evident that the voice calling her name after the knock did not belong to Tom. The person outside could only be. Polaris hurried to the door and opened it to meet Snape's dark, penetrating gaze. Professor, please come in. Is it time for the term to commence? Indeed, replied the irresponsible professor, who had neglected to inform Polaris of the start date. Although she had resolved this matter herself, it still served as a suitable conversation starter. I trust you haven't been sleeping here all this time, oblivious to the outside world. Snape was adept at shifting blame. He had failed to notify her of the term's commencement, but could easily redirect the potential issue onto Polaris. Chapter 3, A Story on the Train. Polaris shook her head. Of course not, but I cannot think of another reason for your visit. You exude the scent of fresh herbs. I assume you just concluded an experiment. A busy individual like you would hardly squander precious time on trivial matters. As for me, I have only one pressing issue. Snape cast a glance around Polaris's room. It is quite tidy, albeit the kind of tidiness that comes with having nothing. Everything here remained unchanged from when she first arrived, save for the suitcase by the wall and the book on the table. Snape's face revealed little emotion. Tomorrow, Tom will take you to King's Cross Station. You will board the train at Platform 9. Polaris paused for a moment. She had never heard of a platform with a non-integer designation. But the magical world was distinctly different from the Muggle realm. Much like ordinary people could not perceive the leaky cauldron. Platform 9 was likely to have a concealed entrance similar to that of the leaky cauldron. Since Tom would escort her there, she had no doubt about gaining access. Especially since she would not be the only one commencing her studies. There were likely others who needed to enter Platform 9 as well. Very well, Polaris nodded. Snape regarded her intently. I trust you have no desire to return to the convent, and thus, you will not foolishly engage in any reckless behavior. Polaris disliked such threatening remarks, as if he presumed she would inevitably err. She could not help but wonder if Sister Maine's words had influenced her in some way. But under the roof of another, one must bow their head. She looked at Professor Snape and obediently nodded. Of course. I believe I have not caused you any trouble during this time. That is for the best, Snape replied, retracting his inscrutable gaze and turning to leave. As Snape departed, Polaris exhaled a long breath, feeling the weight of solitude settle upon her. She had long known that fate had never favored her. All moments of tranquility, happiness, and serenity were fleeting, like bubbles beneath the firmament, drifting until they silently burst. Polaris did not harbor animosity towards Snape, nor did she resent his vigilance. In truth, she bore no ill will towards anyone. Each individual tends to form judgments about others based on their own perspectives. Were Polaris to adopt severe Snape's viewpoint, she would undoubtedly pay closer attention to potential troublemakers, wary of the disruptions they might cause to her work. The following morning, Polaris, with her suitcase in tow, boarded the vehicle used by Tom for deliveries. Previously, Tom had harbored a slight fear of Polaris, but now he had utterly forgotten those sentiments. He was filled with nostalgia, rambling about trivial matters. Little Polaris, youth is so fleeting, and the innocent times vanish so easily. Looking back on my days at Hogwarts, I long to return to the past. I hope you can enjoy your youth like an ordinary child. Polaris took the owl cage from Tom's hands and replied dismissively. I don't understand your meaning. I am, of course, an ordinary child. As Tom settled into the driver's seat, he continued, Little Polaris. The pub is filled with all sorts of people. I have encountered them all. Trust me, when you grow up and look back, it won't seem significant. Polaris was at a loss for words. She recognized that Tom's words did not pertain to her life, yet she refrained from disclosing her past preferences to others. She could only muster a polite smile, an insubstantial response. Tom, of course, believed that everything was surmountable. He was of considerable age, his hair nearing total baldness, and only a few teeth remaining. When a person is confronted solely with the specter of life and death, all other matters appear trivial. Moreover, the leaky cauldron provided Tom not only with consistent long-term earnings, but also with a stable social life in his twilight years, an enviable situation for a wizard in the autumn of his life. King's Cross Station soon came into view. Polaris grasped her suitcase with her left hand and held the owl cage with her right as she disembarked. Tom opened his mouth, uncertain if his words were unwarranted, yet he said, "Platform 9 is situated between platforms 9 and 10. You simply need to bravely dash toward the barrier in the center." Polaris, possessing an intellect that surpassed the ordinary, yet Tom still perceived her as merely a little girl about to embark on her educational journey. Polaris paused for a moment and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Tom. By the way, your butterbeer is delightful. I shall return to the leaky cauldron during my holiday." She acknowledged that she had previously intended to intimidate Tom. She despised the way he scrutinized her. The thoughts of ordinary individuals were laid bare before her, and Tom was no exception. What she did not anticipate was that Tom, whom she had once frightened, would now proactively guide her on how to enter the station. Oh, how contradictory she was. She abhorred the malice of others, yet found it even more challenging to confront their goodwill. Is there truly someone else here as solitary as he? Mused Harry Potter, preparing to board the train. The atmosphere on Platform 9 was filled with the sounds of conversations, the clattering of luggage wheels, and the hoots of owls, all quickening his heartbeat. Perhaps it was not merely the noise that stirred his heart, but rather the thrill of anticipation. He was on the cusp of entering a wondrous magical realm. Yet, Harry could not overlook the fact that he seemed to be the only one who had arrived alone. Others were accompanied by friends and family, until his gaze fell upon a girl in a simple black dress, dragging her suitcase past him. She appeared utterly unfazed, neither thrilled nor sorrowful, as if she were merely strolling down the street. Perhaps she was not a newcomer? It could be that only he, as a first-year student, would feel such excitement. However, the realization that he was not alone in his experience somewhat eased Harry's heart. Polaris was unaware of Harry Potter's thoughts. She merely noticed a disheveled boy glancing her way several times. She thought to herself that his living conditions seemed quite ordinary. His broken glasses remained unfixed, and his clothing appeared oversized, as if they had been worn by someone else before being handed to him. Glasses could be repaired with magic, yet he wore the broken pair. His expression conveyed a mix of exhilaration and anxiety in the face of an unfamiliar environment, compounded by the absence of any family members. This indicated that he lacked wizarding relatives, likely having grown up in a Muggle household. The circumstances of that household were likely less than favorable. It was evident that he had not been treated well, given that, despite the ill-fitting nature of his clothes, the fabric and style were of good quality. In stark contrast, his owl was of a particularly expensive breed, and his large suitcase appeared cumbersome, suggesting it was filled with numerous belongings. This indicated that his financial situation had suddenly improved. Had he come into unexpected wealth? Perhaps someone had covered the cost of these items for him, or he had inherited a fortune. Polaris shook her head. It was sufficient to regard him as just another stranger passing by. Sister Mayne had another reason for her ire. Polaris had discovered Sister Mayne's sweet romance and had pinpointed it to Mr. Matthew, who was responsible for procurement. Inciting Sister Mayne's embarrassment, Polaris located an empty compartment, placing her suitcase in the corner. She sat by the window, observing the lively scene outside. She found it challenging to empathize with the feelings of these children. Perhaps their families were so wonderful that they were reluctant to part ways. Polaris felt a pang of bitterness. Had she once clutched her parents' hands, unwilling to separate from them at the age of 5 when her memories had slipped away? The train departed, leaving the students' families behind, gradually distancing itself from the station and London, casting Polaris past far into the distance. Rising early, Polaris felt a wave of fatigue and dozed off in the compartment, sleeping until noon. At midday, she was stirred awake by the voice of the train vendor. She waved her hand to decline the offer, then retrieved the egg sandwich that Tom had prepared from her crossbody bag for a quick meal. After finishing her meal, she found herself wide awake and took out a collection of poetry to read. The monastery housed many books, mostly consisting of poetry collections or the diaries of saints, along with various texts donated by worshippers. These works were written in French and English, with some of the older books and poetry composed in Latin. Polaris, of course, had no right to take the monastery's books, but this particular volume had been gifted to her by a worshipper who had seen her reading in the garden. The poetry collection belonged to a down-and-out poet, extolling concepts of beauty and love throughout its pages, proclaiming that love conquers all and can save everything. It was a pity that love had not saved this poet, who perished from the cold on a frigid winter night. The remaining manuscripts were deemed unlucky by his landlord, who burned them for warmth, leaving only fragments within the poetry collection, which were sold off cheaply to the editor who published the book. This poetry collection served the sole purpose of calming Polaris' tumultuous thoughts, allowing her to empty her mind and refrain from overanalyzing. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open. "Have you seen a toad?" Neville lost a toad. The intruder was a girl with a thick mane of brown hair, looking vibrant and healthy, suggesting a well-off background. She had donned her Hogwarts robes early and appeared eager to start school. Eager to assist her classmates, she spoke and acted somewhat recklessly, seemingly enjoying the spotlight. "What kind of toad?" Polaris placed her poetry collection on the table. "If you're referring to a golden-backed toad with a black belly and brown connections. I saw it by the door on the left side of the aisle in the third carriage, just 5 minutes before the train departed." The girl hesitated, turning to the round-faced boy behind her. "Oh, I don't know what a golden-backed toad looks like, but Trevor does resemble that," the boy replied awkwardly. The girl turned to Polaris, her voice brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Oh my, I hardly know how to thank you. It seems we've been heading in the wrong direction. We should have been looking ahead. My name is Hermione Granger, and this is Neville Longbottom. Your memory is remarkable. If only there were a chance for us to chat. But for now, I must accompany Neville to the third carriage." Chapter 4, The Sorting Ceremony. Polaris shook her head, realizing that the toad was likely no longer in its original spot, but what did that matter to her? When Polaris awoke again, the sky had transformed into a shade of violet, with distant mountains and dense forests looming in the background. She peeled off the book that had been covering her face and turned her head, taking a moment to adjust to the light of the train. It seemed she was roused by a voice amplified by a spell, reminding the students to disembark promptly. As Polaris walked among the crowd, she glanced back at the throng of little wizards, huddled together like a swarm of black specters against the night. The path ahead was slick, the darkness deep, and the way was narrow. The young wizards treaded carefully, yet still stumbled awkwardly. The only other path she could recall being more treacherous was the one leading to church on a winter's day. Every Christmas Eve, Sister Mayne would take them to pray at the church. At that time, the sky was pitch black, and snow would blanket the ground, causing them to tread unevenly through the drifts. By the time they reached the church, she could hardly feel her legs, regardless of the existence of God. The moment she beheld the church's illuminating glow, she felt as if she were on the verge of encountering the divine. In comparison to that Christmas Eve, the current path seemed devoid of challenge. They walked until they reached the end of the trail, where a majestic, ancient castle suddenly emerged in the distance, shrouded by a dark, bottomless lake, dotted with numerous small boats along its shore. Polaris boarded a boat with the crowd, her keen eyesight scanning all the visible architecture. The castle was encircled by dense woods, which she surmised might house the magical creatures class. The castle boasted numerous spires, its architectural style reminiscent of the early to mid-medieval period, though not clearly discernible in the darkness. Inside, the castle was ablaze with light, and the students accompanying her wore expressions of curiosity, suggesting that the older students had arrived by different means. Before long, they disembarked and stood before a colossal oak door. The leader was a giant of a man, towering above them, somewhere between an ordinary human and a giant. Polaris speculated he must be a half-giant. Hagrid knocked on the door, which swung open without anyone pushing it. Behind the door stood a tall witch clad in a green velvet robe. Her expression was stern, her gaze sharp, reminiscent of Sister Mayne, causing Polaris to momentarily misplace her thoughts. It was presumptuous of her to judge this, which based on her resemblance to Sister Mayne, and she silently lowered her head, suppressing her erroneous sentiments. The witch's serious demeanor bore no malice. She seemed to embody a character of uprightness, unlikely to exhibit the indignation that Sister Mayne would if her secrets were uncovered. If Polaris anticipated hostility from this witch, such a mental preconception would inevitably lead her down a path of opposition, rendering it utterly unnecessary. Professor McGonagall, entirely oblivious to the turmoil within Polaris, opened the grand entrance and led the students forward. They were ushered into a room smaller than the hallway, where she introduced the forthcoming proceedings. In essence, as Polaris had previously learned, they would undergo sorting, attending classes, resting, and engaging in activities with students from the same house. Their performance would reflect upon the house itself, intertwining their successes and failures with the house's score. Polaris found such regulations unappealing. Rather than feeling like a member of a collective, she perceived herself as a solitary wanderer. Under these rules, a single individual's mistake could jeopardize the entire house, even inviting reproach from peers with a strong sense of collective honor. Conversely, such regulations were not particularly amicable among the houses. Ordinary students focused on how to augment their house's points, while more cunning individuals might seek to succeed at the expense of others. It resembled a zero-sum game, where one party's triumph was derived from another's loss. As long as they could diminish the rival house's score, their own house would claim victory in the House Cup. "You don't seem the least bit nervous?" inquired the girl beside Polaris, curiosity lacing her tone. "Do you know something we don't?" The surrounding students were engrossed in discussions about the sorting, unaware that Polaris' thoughts had wandered far afield. Her calm demeanor led Millicent to assume she was already well-versed in the sorting process. Polaris offered a faint smile, replying, "There's no need to overthink it. We'll find out soon enough. It's probably an open secret, courtesy of the upperclassman's wicked sense of humor." The girl with black hair, appearing far healthier and sturdier than Polaris, nodded in agreement, as if endorsing her words. "When I become an upperclassman, I shall delight in teasing the newcomers." "Do you think I would mercifully reveal the truth to them?" "No," Polaris replied softly. "I mean to say, your idea is splendid. We've experienced such an amusing adventure. How could we selfishly allow the newcomers to bypass this step? It's a part of the initiation ceremony, isn't it?" Oh dear. She had not yet become an adult with a penchant for mischief, yet she was already contemplating wrongdoing. "Ha!" laughed the black-haired girl. "I like you. My name is Millicent Bulstrode." "Polaris Springs," she replied. Just as she finished speaking, a jarring scream pierced the air. Polaris turned to see a swarm of translucent entities emerging from the walls. They possessed human-like upper bodies, while their lower halves gradually faded into nothingness. They floated from one wall to another, uttering incomprehensible phrases. Polaris scrutinized them intently, unwilling to miss this invaluable opportunity for observation. She had previously encountered such beings in Hogwarts. A history, they were the school's ghosts. Bulstrode tugged at her. "What are you still looking at? It's time for the sorting." Millicent's grip was surprisingly strong, nearly toppling Polaris. The first years were instructed to form a single line, with Bulstrode in front of Polaris and two Indian girls behind her. Following the procession forward, they exited the small room, traversed the lobby they had just crossed, and finally arrived at a pair of grand double doors. The subsequent events unfolded precisely as described in Hogwarts, a history. She first beheld countless floating candles atop brass holders. Then, she noticed the raised platform at the end of the hall, several feet above the ground, where the professors, including the only one she recognized, Professor Snape, were seated. Next came the towering portraits above the seats and the enormous windows. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon the four long tables closest to her. No written account could compare to the awe of witnessing it firsthand. Despite knowing she would soon reside here, Polaris could not suppress her curiosity, glancing around in wonder. The students were led by Professor McGonagall to the space between the professor's seats and the students' long tables, facing the students while turning their backs to the teachers. Professor McGonagall placed a stool in front of them, then set a pointed wizard's hat atop the stool. The wizard's hat was not the common shade of black, but rather a worn and patched brown, exuding an aura of age and neglect. Now was the time for the sorting ceremony, and since Professor McGonagall had placed the hat here, it was presumably related to the sorting process. Perhaps it served as the test or the very apparatus employed in the division of houses. To her astonishment, the hat began to move, its creases resembling eyes, while the folds beneath formed a mouth that emitted a peculiar and discordant melody. It proclaimed itself as the sorting hat, tasked with determining the rightful house for each student. Gryffindor was characterized by bravery and chivalry, Hufflepuff by integrity and resilience, Ravenclaw by intellect and erudition, while Slytherin was home to sincere friends, albeit some among them were cunning and unscrupulous, willing to employ any means to achieve their ends. Polaris blinked, suspecting that the hat's former owner might have belonged to Gryffindor, as its bias against Slytherin was utterly transparent. Moreover, with its magical essence, Polaris boldly conjectured that it once belonged to Godric Gryffindor himself. Professor McGonagall then commenced the roll call, summoning each student to be sorted. "Prince," she wondered, could it be possible that someone might not be assigned to any house? Perhaps the requirements of the sorting song were beyond the reach of certain individuals. I mean, there must be some duds, right? Millicent nudged her. Just as Polaris shifted her gaze, she caught sight of a familiar boy abruptly looking their way. Was it the same boy she had seen before boarding the carriage? Yet, upon meeting her gaze, he quickly averted his eyes. "No," Polaris calmly remarked. Hagrid, who had brought them here, had already settled into the guest seat and was engaging in conversation. It appeared that his duties for the evening were complete. As soon as Polaris finished speaking, she noticed the boy immediately turning to look at Hagrid, visibly relieved upon seeing him. Polaris found it somewhat amusing. In truth, that was hardly the reason. The real assurance that the sorting would not hinder her attendance at Hogwarts stemmed from Professor Snape. After all, he had already taken care of her essentials as an orphan, covering her accommodation and tuition fees for some time. Was Hogwarts truly a charitable haven for the unwittingly wealthy? As Polaris waited, fatigue began to set in. Initially chatty Millicent, seated beside her, was soon called up to be sorted due to her surname starting with B. Left standing alone, Polaris found herself bored and began to speculate where each student would be placed. Suddenly, the dining hall buzzed with excitement as everyone raised their heads and craned their necks, as if anticipating something monumental. Chapter 5, Slytherin. Who was this celebrity of the magical world? Polaris recalled having heard of this individual at the Leaky Cauldron. That morning, she had practiced the spells Alohomora and Nox. As some incantations required a target, such as petrifying objects, she was not one to merely learn what was presented. This tendency often added unnecessary burdens to her spellcasting. For instance, prior to mastering Alohomora, people used the more rudimentary spell, Open the Door, which simply created a hole in the lock. Polaris had only attempted the spell on the room door at the Leaky Cauldron after mastering the Restoration spell. Subsequently, she learned the counter spell to Alohomora, designed to prevent wizard thieves from gaining entry. Along the way, she also explored the evolution of the unlocking charm and discovered its origins traced back to African wizards. After an exhaustive session of spell learning, she found herself in dire need of a pick-me-up. Thus, for the first time, she had not appeared at mealtime at the Leaky Cauldron. At that moment, wizards were engrossed in discussions about a certain Harry Potter, rumored to bear a lightning-shaped scar, a miracle child who had vanquished the formidable dark wizard, Voldemort. As an infant, Polaris internally exclaimed, "Wow," as she navigated through the crowd, addressing Tom, a cup of Ceylon tea, with a dash of milk and minimal sugar. "Why not just drink plain black tea?" Tom retorted, his British spirit aflame, momentarily forgetting that he had been startled by this child just days prior. "And this is a pub. Where would I acquire tea leaves?" The red jar on the left beneath the counter. Could it be that the tea was gifted by Madame Putafoot? Polaris feigned understanding. Tom, exasperated, retrieved the tea jar, grumbling, "I have no idea why I'm even talking to you. Less milk, less sugar, right?" It was baffling how this child had even noticed the tea Madame Putafoot had sent. He himself could hardly bear to drink it. Polaris smiled brightly and nodded, indeed. Why was everyone so engrossed in discussions about Harry Potter? In truth, she was not even aware of who Harry Potter was, but that hardly mattered. Polaris spoke as if she were well acquainted with Harry Potter. It was because he had made an appearance that morning, presumably set to enroll this year, and she had not been present at the time. Old Tom remarked, "You missed the spectacle. He.S. quite the talk of the town." "Thank you," Polaris replied nonchalantly, pondering how perplexing it was that an infant could defeat Voldemort. Moreover, everyone seemed to believe it was indeed he who had triumphed. Was there truly no other possibility? Well, the prophecy does state it. Tom shook his head. After all, the prophecy had foretold his existence, and his parents had perished in the incident, leaving only him alive. No one could fathom any further possibilities. Polaris inquired further, gradually piecing together the narrative surrounding the Harry Potter incident. It felt like a distant memory, yet it had merely flickered through her mind in an instant. To her surprise, the individual standing up was none other than the anxious boy who had eavesdropped, fearing he might not be able to enroll. Ah, indeed, Polaris felt a twinge of pity. Perhaps this fellow appeared too awkward and uncertain for her to connect him with the legendary savior boy. The boy of prophecy was sorted into Gryffindor. This was hardly surprising. The last individual to confront Voldemort, the illustrious Dumbledore, had also hailed from Gryffindor. Perhaps it was some sort of Gryffindor curse or destined fate. Polaris couldn't help but internally scoff at such coincidences. "Prince, Polaris." Polaris stepped forward, taking a seat upon the stool and donning the hat. "Why do you consider the confrontation with Voldemort a curse?" Polaris heard a voice resonate within her mind. She detested such magical intrusiveness, where one could speak into another's mind without consent, akin to an unwelcome intruder. "Oh, come on. You willingly placed the hat upon your head." The Sorting Hat retorted indignantly. "Fine, let's say I unwittingly opened the door. But isn't that a curse? Had the Dark Lord not known of his existence, his parents might have lived. I prefer to view prophecies as curses. Are you familiar with the Oedipus effect? Oedipus endeavored to escape the fate foretold by the oracle. Yet ultimately, he inadvertently walked into that very fate, slaying his father and marrying his mother. Voldemort knew that either he or the child born at the end of July would perish, leading him to attempt to kill Harry Potter, only to meet his own demise at the hands of Harry. Had he remained ignorant of the prophecy, it is conceivable that none of this would have transpired. Once he became aware of it, regardless of his desires, he could not ignore its presence and ultimately succumb to its fate. Yet, precisely because of this, he became a hero in everyone's eyes. He possessed ample courage within, unafraid to face such matters. Do you truly believe he is unafraid? Who has ever cared about whether he desires to be a hero? To become a hero entails bearing responsibility, and it exacts a price. His ascension to heroism, devoid of choice, is indeed a tragic circumstance. Well, abundant wisdom, your heart is not malevolent, and you possess profound empathy. Yet your unorthodox thoughts and the fervent ambition to alter your circumstances lead me to hope that one day you may adopt a different perspective. Slytherin. In the eyes of others, the Sorting Hat hesitated for a considerable duration, but in truth, it was engaged in a dialogue with Polaris. This is a rarity, typically. The Sorting Hat does not take long to decide on Slytherin, especially in the case of Draco Malfoy, who immediately became a Slytherin upon contact with the hat. Thus, Slytherin's curiosity about her was almost palpable. Bursted appeared quite pleased as she remarked to the girl beside her, "This is Polaris Springs, an intriguing individual. You shall find her delightful." Afterward, Bursted introduced Polaris to the nearby girls. "Polaris, this is Pansy Parkinson, this is Daphne Greengrass." And why did the Sorting Hat hesitate for so long? Pansy was a girl with short black hair, petite stature, and a rather sulky expression. Daphne, on the other hand, boasted long golden hair and a prominent nose, resting her chin on one hand, seemingly lost in thought. "It must be conversing with me." Perhaps it grew bored from a lack of discourse. Polaris shrugged, speaking absent-mindedly. Prefect Marcus paid no heed to Bursted's transgression, relishing the camaraderie among the students. After Bursted facilitated introductions among the girls, Marcus finally introduced himself to the new Slytherins. Soon thereafter, the sorting concluded, and Dumbledore announced that dinner could commence. Polaris stifled her habitual prayer before meals, glanced at the table, and ultimately, she restrained herself to a modest portion of beef and some vegetables. This was a habit instilled by the cloister. She was often in a state of perpetual hunger, neither starving nor satiated. Even during Christmas, when an abundance of food was available, they would not indulge excessively. The priest had said that overeating would induce drowsiness in children, rendering them incapable of maintaining a clear mind. This was one of the few sentiments Polaris agreed with. The boys engaged in discussions about Harry Potter, seemingly quite concerned about him. What could he possibly be so jubilant about? Does he truly believe Gryffindor is a commendable choice? He appears utterly naive. Draco Malfoy snorted through his nostrils. Polaris was reminded of the pigs on Sandra's farm, which made similar grunting noises. This individual, Draco Malfoy, shared her pallid complexion and light golden hair, speaking with an elevated chin, exuding an air of arrogance. The two large boys beside him regarded him with an almost servile admiration. "It appears that Blood Baron has constrained his capabilities," Bursted whispered to Polaris. Polaris recognized the Blood Baron as Slytherin's ghost, evidently the blood-stained specter opposite Malfoy. Is he frightened? Should he overhear, it would surely infuriate him. Bursted chuckled gleefully. He would never admit it. After dinner, following the headmaster's superfluous speech, Marcus led them to their dormitory. Unlike the other houses, Slytherin's dormitory resided underground. Marcus guided them downward. As the atmosphere grew progressively damp and chilly, they traversed shadowy corridors. Marcus halted before a stone wall, turning back to address the witches and wizards. "Beyond this door lies the common room. Entry requires a password, which this time is honor. The password will be updated on the common room notice board, so do remember to check before heading out each day." Marcus then brought them to a door, indicating that this was the girls' dormitory, before departing with the remaining boys. "I need to stoke the fire higher. Good heavens. It is freezing in here," Bursted remarked, rubbing her arms. Polaris lay in bed, the flickering firelight casting shadows on the curtains. She thought of little and, as per usual, drifted into a natural slumber. As the school year commenced, she became increasingly occupied, more specifically, with frequent visits to the Hogwarts library. Polaris lamented the expenditure of her funds, having actually purchased a tattered book, while in reality, Hogwarts possessed a veritable treasure trove of a library. What is heaven? This is heaven. Polaris, with a mindset of gaining knowledge, nearly resided within the library. Millicent complained at the dining table, "I have scarcely seen you. You hardly resemble a Slytherin. You seem more like a Ravenclaw or something." Polaris smirked. By such a standard, Professor Snape would surely be claimed by Ravenclaw, which would be quite regrettable. Even Pansy and Draco could not suppress their laughter, Draco thumping the table as he exclaimed, "You truly have a way with words." Chapter 6, Pureblood Supremacy. During breakfast, which coincided with the delivery of letters by owls, Draco's mother would send him handmade cookies, to which he would invariably display a disdainful expression, yet consume them entirely. He appeared to be a child from a blissful family, evoking envy in others. Pansy's family sent no parcels, only letters, while the majority of her packages contained clothing and jewelry purchased alongside Daphne. Even though they wore magical robes at school, Millicent rarely received letters from home, nor did she write often, existing as the most familiar stranger. Only Polaris received no correspondence, yet she appeared utterly unconcerned, engrossed in savoring her croissant. "Do you not receive letters from home?" Millicent blurted out, regretting her words instantly. "Of course not," Polaris replied defiantly, as if it were an entirely mundane matter, leaving Millicent momentarily speechless. Following this, she stuffed the remaining piece of her croissant into her mouth, We should prepare for class. Perhaps due to Polaris's early departure. The courses at Hogwarts posed no challenge for her. During Charms class, Professor Flitwick exhibited a rather flamboyant demeanor while teaching the spells, enunciating each syllable with great emphasis. Yet, when casting spells himself, he spoke as if in normal conversation. Polaris quickly discerned the key distinction. The difference lay in the mastery and comprehension of the spells. Slow enunciation and precise movements were employed to avoid errors, while exaggerated tones were intended to convey sufficient engagement. Much like learning theological knowledge at the cloister, where priests demanded children recite the Bible word for word. However, during personal communication with others, only general sentences would be conveyed. Thus, once the essential points of a spell were mastered, one could succinctly execute the necessary actions like an adult wizard. Polaris, disinterested in wasting time feigning ignorance, swiftly cast the spell, causing the feather to levitate, before delving into her book. Professor Flitwick commended her rapid learning, yet reminded her to solidify her foundation, ultimately awarding a point to Slytherin. Polaris, you learn remarkably quickly. It seems you hail from a wizarding family, he remarked at the conclusion of Charms class. Daphne, for the first time, initiated a conversation with her. Is that so? I find it rather manageable. Indeed, Polaris replied nonchalantly. These courses are not particularly challenging. I presume with your intellect, you could easily master them. Daphne seemed poised to say more, but Polaris, uninterested in engaging in trivialities, remarked, however, acquiring knowledge is easy. Truly intelligent individuals are a rare find, as most are heartbreakingly mediocre, such as Polaris adeptly shifted the subject, turning her gaze to the passing Gryffindors. Daphne was indeed quickly distracted, as Draco began mockingly taunting people in a peculiar tone. In the realm of Slytherin, an odd phenomenon manifests itself. Draco Malfoy, upon encountering Gryffindor and Harry Potter, appears to lose his wits and instinctively opposes them, allegedly incensed by Harry Potter's actions. At such moments, this peculiar mechanism proves its formidable capabilities. Seizing the opportunity while they are at odds with Gryffindor, Polaris discreetly slips away. Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts, harbored a deep mistrust of Muggle-born wizards, believing they would jeopardize the secrecy of their kind and become traitors. Thus, he was reluctant to admit students of Muggle lineage. His recruitment philosophy starkly contrasted with that of the other three founders. As tensions escalated among the founders, Slytherin ultimately departed. In modern times, a mysterious figure from Slytherin established an extremist organization advocating pureblood supremacy, its members known as Death Eaters, formerly the Knights of Walpurgis. They were fanatically obsessed with dark magic, ruthlessly pursuing the extermination of Muggles and Muggle-born wizards, fervently venerating their leader, the Dark Lord. Polaris raised an eyebrow, recalling Daphne Greengrass's probing inquiry. It was no wonder she had asked if Polaris hailed from a wizarding family, while Millicent expressed curiosity over the absence of letters sent to her. The Dark Lord, a graduate of Slytherin, had many Death Eaters among his ranks, predominantly students of Slytherin. According to socialization theory, children's values are easily mirrored from their parents. Hence, many offspring of Slytherin Death Eaters also belong to Slytherin. The pursuit of pureblood ideology among parents significantly influences these students. Viewed through this lens, Polaris herself becomes an enigma, the hesitation of the sorting hat, the absence of familial correspondence. Yet, she did not exhibit traits common to Muggle-born children. Her articulate confidence in the face of Millicent's bewilderment and her extensive knowledge of the wizarding world. Polaris dismissed such matters, recognizing that flaws can also serve as strengths. After all, a figure easily defeated by a mere infant hardly qualifies as a formidable adversary. Nevertheless, this incident served as a stark reminder that the wizarding world was far more complex than she had previously envisioned. Where there are people, there exists politics. And where there is politics, one must remain vigilant. Upon returning to the dormitory with a borrowed book, the darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. You are quite late, Millicent remarked with a frown. Nina has been vomiting up hairballs lately. We should procure some hairball remedy for her. Old Tom had imparted knowledge about cat care, mentioning that such potions were available in Diagon Alley. Hey, ladies, we have potions class tomorrow, Pansy exclaimed, glancing at the timetable. It certainly won't be dull. How so? Polaris queried, flipping through her potions textbook. Is the headmaster's class particularly engaging? Not at all. Potions sounds inherently tedious, but we will be sharing the class with Gryffindor, Pansy replied enthusiastically. Daphne, meanwhile, was combing her hair, appearing disinterested. I fail to comprehend why Malfoy constantly targets Harry Potter. He is evidently a child of a wizarding family. Does Slytherin require a reason to challenge Gryffindor? As long as Draco finds it entertaining, Pansy retorted without hesitation. Polaris began to pen a letter. Oh, then I wish him a delightful time. After all, joy is a valuable pursuit. You are rather dismissive, Polaris, Millicent remarked, cradling Nina and raising her small paw. Don't you agree, Nina? The potions classroom was not far from the Slytherin common room, so Polaris arrived early, her mind racing with the knowledge she had previously reviewed. Professor Snape was the first wizard she had encountered, and the only one who regarded her with the same vigilance as Sister Mayne. His warning to avoid trouble remained vividly etched in her memory. An inexplicable competitive spirit ignited within her, compelling her to prove herself to him. After class commenced, Professor Snape called the roll as other teachers did, but he possessed a distinct manner. Upon reaching Harry Potter's name, he hesitated momentarily. Ah, yes, Harry Potter. Our newly renowned figure. Malfoy and Crabbe could not suppress their laughter, relishing the moment. Polaris found little interest in this. Her focus lay on Snape's forthcoming words regarding potions, a precise and rigorous discipline capable of bestowing prestige, honor, and even the ability to stave off death. Polaris felt a surge of excitement, her body warming and breath quickening, her eyes wide as she fixated on the instruments before her. Potions could save lives or take them. No wizard could exist outside the realm of potions. Yes, this was precisely what she desired, an endeavor devoid of capricious emotions, requiring only intellect and diligence to hone her skills. Potter, what result do you obtain by adding powdered daffodil root to wormwood infusion? A draught of living death, and a piece of dung? A goat's stomach? The aconite and wolfsbane? Both are aconites. Professor Snape did not pose these questions to her, only to Potter, yet Polaris mentally answered them herself. She found little enthusiasm for such straightforward inquiries and yearned for Snape to permit them to commence their experiments. Finally, the tedious introductory segment concluded, and the experimental session began. Professor Snape instructed the students to concoct a potion for treating boils. She needed to weigh out dried nettles, crush venomous tentacula, boil a slug with tentacles, and then add an appropriate amount of porcupine quills, noting that the quills must be added after the cauldron was removed from the heat. Polaris mentally rehearsed the steps and precautions before getting to work. When Professor Snape approached from behind, she had already added the porcupine quills to the cauldron. Snape glanced at her workstation and remarked, "I am pleased to see you are not entirely foolish," before striding towards Malfoy. "My goodness," Millicent exclaimed. "I thought you were about to be reprimanded. Until now, only Malfoy had escaped censure." "What do you mean by escaped censure?" "Professor Snape just praised Draco," Pansy countered indignantly. As Polaris bottled her potion, she replied languidly, "Is that so? Then I must feel honored to be compared to the genius Malfoy." "Huh," Polaris scoffed. She did not regard Draco Malfoy as her superior. Her execution of the experiment was commendable, with both the process and the results aligning perfectly with the textbook requirements. Pansy nodded in satisfaction, oblivious to the sarcasm in Polaris' tone. Just as she was about to say something further, a cacophony erupted from the Gryffindor side. "Those fools," a familiar Slytherin girl remarked. "How could they make such a mistake? Do they not possess brains to conduct experiments?" Polaris felt compelled to disagree. She recalled that this individual had recently faced Snape's criticism for reducing the nettles to mush. An hour later, the class finally concluded. Polaris walked alongside the Slytherin girls as they exited. While she turned to listen to Millicent, she caught sight of Harry Potter. For the third time, Harry's gaze lingered on Polaris, and upon being caught, he appeared somewhat startled. His eyes flickered to Polaris' green collar, his mouth opening slightly before closing again. Chapter 7, The Flying Lesson. Polaris was uncertain of his intentions. Was he attempting to engage her in conversation? Unfortunately, she was a Slytherin and had no desire to be bothered by her fellow Slytherins like him at this moment. However, it was indeed pitiable Harry Potter. It seemed that not only Slytherin students targeted him, but even Slytherin teachers appeared to have taken a disliking to him. Among all the courses, the one that Polaris despises even before it has commenced is the flying class. Raised in a convent, she scarcely had the opportunity to engage in any athletic endeavors. Her only form of physical exertion was the arduous task of climbing up and down to maintain the artworks within the convent, such as portraits, alongside a plethora of household chores. Consequently, she is utterly oblivious to sports and cannot even begin to fathom them. Draco Malfoy, on the other hand, appears to harbor a profound passion for Quidditch. Over the course of several days, Polaris has been regaled with multiple versions of his flying anecdotes, most of which culminate in his thrilling escapes from Muggle aircraft. "Polaris, have you ever ridden a broom?" Millicent, for reasons unknown, insists on involving Polaris in every conversation, as if fearful that she might feel neglected. At the moment of inquiry, Polaris is deeply engrossed in savoring a Cornish pasty. Upon her arrival at Hogwarts, she had been certain that someone must be preparing the meals, for food cannot materialize out of thin air. Such a phenomenon contradicts the fundamental principles of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Thus, she swiftly discovered the kitchens and encountered the industrious house elves, ordering a dish for herself. However, she was astonished to learn that the labors of these house elves are performed without remuneration, a situation that echoes her own past at the convent, where she was taken in and had to contribute her efforts to remain there. This seemed entirely reasonable to Polaris, grateful for their hard work. She promised to visit them often, much like the adults at the convent would. In all honesty, during mealtimes at the convent, conversation was strictly prohibited except for the pre-meal prayers, so she has yet to acclimate to Millicent's frequent interjections. Polaris shook her head. No, I do not enjoy sports. My goodness, Prince, you have never ridden a broom. I truly feel sorry for you. Missing out on such joy, Malfoy exclaimed theatrically. He then proceeded to recount yet another variant of his flight stories. Polaris scrutinized the boy who spoke as though he were a train, taking deliberate bites of his pasty. She patiently waited for Malfoy to conclude his tale before sincerely inquiring, "Did your father perform a memory charm on the Muggles?" "What?" Malfoy stammered, taken aback. Maintaining a perfect smile akin to one she would offer to benevolent congregants in church, Polaris elaborated, "I mean, the memory charm. It is against Article 13 of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy to be observed using magic by Muggles. I have heard that the Malfoy family is quite supportive of the statute." Malfoy flushed crimson, stuttering, "Of course, my father handles everything perfectly. That is reassuring, otherwise I would genuinely worry for your family," Polaris replied with a friendly smile. With that, she slung her satchel over her shoulder and turned to leave the dining hall. Malfoy abruptly stood up, irate, exclaiming, "She certainly has a knack for making inappropriate remarks." Millicent hastily intervened. "Draco, you know how she is. She often struggles with her words. She genuinely cares about you. She even mentioned feeling honored to be compared to you." Malfoy's expression softened somewhat, and he soon departed the table. Daphne whistled. "How delightful. I wager she must be a pure-blood witch. Her peculiar demeanor is reminiscent of certain ministry officials from Slytherin, though I cannot quite pinpoint what is amiss." Pansy huffed. "I knew her previous compliment was insincere. Does she not have a disdain for Draco?" "She has never shown favor to anyone," Millicent said earnestly. "Do you really believe Polaris is warm toward us? Then why are you so warm toward her?" Pansy replied incredulously. Millicent shot her a look that conveyed a sense of understanding. "At the very least, she treats everyone equally. You should cherish this egalitarianism." As for Draco, it was evident that he had been rather talkative. Pansy suspected that Millicent had been spending too much time with Prince and was beginning to exhibit strange behavior. Oblivious to their discussion, Polaris made her way to the herbology classroom, a splendid glass greenhouse. The herbology instructor, Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, is remarkably friendly and knowledgeable. The greenhouse is filled with various magical plants she has cultivated, and it is exceedingly tranquil and warm when classes are not in session, far more pleasant than the chilly Slytherin common room and dormitory. Professor Sprout recognized Polaris' exceptional knowledge and practical skills, which surpassed that of an ordinary first-year student, and welcomed her to learn about the cultivation of herbs and bask in the sun there. Currently, Professor Sprout is nurturing some white ash for her fifth-year class, as the essence extracted from this herb has remarkable medicinal properties. However, it is uncommon for anyone to carry large bundles of white ash, primarily because a substantial bundle may not yield even a small vial of white ash essence, and also because the essence is potent, requiring only a minuscule amount for effective treatment. The former knowledge is derived from Polaris' own readings, while the latter comes from Professor Sprout's enlightening explanations. Together with Professor Sprout, Polaris lifted a bucket of an unidentified substance onto a small cart, rolling it into the greenhouse. Professor Sprout, smiling, remarked, "This is the dung of the mooncalf. It will make the plants grow rapidly and robustly." "Oh, so it's manure," Polaris thought to herself, somewhat taken aback, realizing why Professor Sprout had provided her with a pair of gloves. "I remember," they both said simultaneously, "we must collect it before dawn." Professor Sprout regarded her with admiration. "What a clever child you are. I believe Sylvanus will take a liking to you." Sylvanus Kettleburn, the instructor for care of magical creatures, is known for his wild teaching style. "Ah, thank you very much," Polaris murmured, focusing intently on nourishing the white ash, thinking to herself that it was hardly necessary. Before Polaris departed, Professor Sprout gifted her a copy of Magical Herbology Compendium and generously offered the use of her bathroom along with a small vial of perfume. "I know you young ladies care about such things." Hufflepuff is indeed fortunate, Polaris thought, feeling a twinge of envy. Upon her return to the dormitory, Millicent sprang up from her bed, exclaiming, "Polaris, you're back. You frightened me today. Did Draco Malfoy rough you up?" Polaris placed her books atop a stack on her nightstand and tucked the perfume into her drawer. "Not at all. Unless he had Crabbe or Goyle do his bidding. Otherwise, it would be I who would be striking him," Millicent said confidently regarding her own physique and strength. Polaris hung her satchel up. "Then what is the matter?" "He must be furious. Pansy is quite upset as well," Millicent replied. Polaris found herself a bit perplexed. "I merely spoke the truth. His anger indicates insecurity." Furthermore, what does this have to do with Pansy? Truth? No, can you not see? It is clear that Pansy has a crush on him, Millicent asserted. But we are only first years, Polaris responded, unable to comprehend the situation. Of course, it is the truth. Stella mentioned that underage wizards do not have good control over their powers. Generally, parents do not permit their children to ride brooms, at most. They may have toy versions. It is evident that toy versions cannot soar to the heights of Muggle aircraft, Polaris shrugged. Millicent paused for a moment. Stella? Stella Stewart. A fifth-year senior and former Slytherin Quidditch chaser, Polaris replied calmly. Stewart's lower-year textbooks went missing, and she needs them to prepare for her OWLs. So she had to seek help from Madame Pants. At that moment, Mrs. Pants was preoccupied with mending books, her mind simmering with irritation. Particularly incensed by Stewart's lack of regard for the books, rendering her indifferent to the girl's plight. Just as Stewart was on the verge of tears, Polaris, who was annoyed by her fidgeting in front of the bookshelf without selecting a single book, intervened to assist her in this dilemma. Stewart proposed to treat her to tea and generously offered to enlighten her about the intricacies of Quidditch. However, Polaris, disinterested in clarifying matters with Millicent, merely provided a cursory introduction to Stella. Boys, it seemed, had a penchant for embellishing their narratives, boasting of imaginary prowess. Millicent, feigning understanding, nodded in agreement. Regardless, it would be prudent for you to refrain from provoking him further. You are well aware of how bothersome he can be. Polaris nonchalantly acknowledged this with an okay gesture, her gaze still fixed downward. Unfortunately, the following day brought the Quidditch lesson. The instructor for the flying class, Madame Hooch, had chosen the expansive lawn before the castle as the venue. She instructed them to command their brooms as if the brooms could comprehend their words. Polaris, accustomed to observing others first, noted Malfoy arrogantly shouting at his broom, which promptly soared into his grasp, while the adjacent Neville, his voice quivering, found his broom unresponsive. Was it true that this phenomenon favored the bold? Up. Polaris employed Sister Maine's authoritative tone, startling Millicent. Indeed, the broom obediently took flight. Subsequently, Madame Hooch began correcting their riding postures. When she approached Malfoy, she found herself unable to extricate him from her critique, not with the praise akin to that of Professor Snape, but rather criticizing his improper stance. I wish I could contain my laughter, but it seems rather challenging, Polaris whispered, stifling a chuckle. Millicent hastily shushed her. For heaven's sake. You are a Slytherin. Only Gryffindors are laughing here. Besides, you promised me yesterday. Millicent referred to the rather tedious vow of not provoking Malfoy. Chapter 8. Malfoy's Humiliation. Well, the inexplicable unity of Slytherin. Polaris turned to Draco Malfoy. Hey, lower your broom head a bit. You know, the school teaches textbook techniques, which differ from what you practice at home. Of course I know. No need for your reminders. Malfoy retorted disdainfully. All these textbook maneuvers are outdated. But for the sake of grades, very well. Draco promptly complied with the guidance Polaris offered. Polaris felt a laugh bubbling up again, but restrained herself, knowing Millicent would become anxious. Come back. Madame Hooch suddenly shouted. It turned out that during Madame Hooch's instruction on takeoff, Neville Longbottom had somehow shot into the air and then crashed down with a thud. Ouch. Polaris winced at the sight. Did you all see him like that? That big oaf? Malfoy remarked, relishing the spectacle. Most of Slytherin erupted in gleeful laughter. Has he always been like this? Polaris inquired with a glance towards Malfoy. Doesn't anyone reprimand him? Millicent had just joined in the laughter, but upon hearing Polaris, she interjected. Hey, you foolish oaf, don't mock the giant. How is your laughter any different from his now? You've changed, Polaris remarked appreciatively. Your insults are approaching the caliber of Professor Snape's. By the way, how did Malfoy manage to take off? Can he actually ride? Millicent was perplexed. What are you saying? He'll get angry again. What is he holding? Is that a snitch? They sell those in Diagon Alley. I think it's the most useless item in the world, bar none. Polaris mused. Is this what talent looks like? Though his posture isn't quite right, he flies steadily. Polaris and Millicent had settled on the grass, propping themselves up on their hands, engrossed in the unfolding drama. Following Malfoy's untrained flight, Harry Potter also took to the skies, pursuing him, seemingly intent on seizing the snitch. Currently, Malfoy is in the lead, while Potter dives towards him, attempting to overtake, dodging deftly. What a maneuver. The two find themselves in a standoff, Millicent reported diligently. And Polaris mused that Millicent could certainly vie for a Quidditch commentary position. Millicent turned to Polaris, asking, who do you think will win? As you mentioned, unity is key. For the glory of Slytherin, Malfoy had better put forth some effort, Polaris replied, reclining fully. Millicent interpreted her tone as a sign of doubt in Malfoy's capabilities. Suddenly, a shriek erupted from the Gryffindor side, startling Polaris upright. It turned out Malfoy had flung the crystal ball, and Potter, ever the obstinate one, made a vertical dive. accelerating straight down to chase the snitch. Polaris's eyes widened in shock. Oh my, is this the courage of Gryffindor? No wonder the Sorting Hat didn't mention bravery related to Gryffindor when determining my fate. The crowd was nearly driven mad by Harry Potter's audacity. Even Polaris recalled the Quidditch accident cases Stewart had mentioned. Yet, the savior was indeed the savior, just a foot from the ground. He caught the snitch and tumbled onto the grass. Harry Potter. A familiar voice bellowed. It was Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor. Harry scrambled to his feet, appearing none the worse for wear. The Slytherins, observing this, were visibly disappointed, with Pansy muttering resentfully, "Why didn't Professor McGonagall's words come to fruition? Wouldn't it have been splendid if he had actually broken his neck?" Polaris chuckled lightly. "What are you thinking? Have you forgotten who instigated this? If Potter had actually broken his neck, do you think Malfoy would escape punishment?" Yet he emerged unscathed, which was indeed infuriating. Upon hearing that Polaris was considering Draco's well-being, Pansy's demeanor softened considerably. Polaris stood, brushing off her robes. This outcome is for the best. Professor Snape won't penalize Malfoy, and Professor McGonagall hasn't caught Malfoy in the act of wrongdoing. Moreover, she is likely to give Potter a bit of a reprimand, at the very least. He seems much more fearful now than when chasing the snitch. Draco Malfoy returned, looking exceedingly pleased, as if he genuinely believed that Professor McGonagall would deliver a substantial punishment to Harry Potter. "Do you remember what Madame Hooch said? Otherwise, if you're not careful and mention Quidditch, you'll be expelled from Hogwarts." I can't wait to see that scene. This lad was overjoyed, as if he could already envision Harry Potter being thrown out by his own house as head. Daphne suddenly interjected. "Polaris, what do you think?" The Slytherins turned their attention towards her, and Polaris looked at her. "Me? Do you think Potter will be expelled?" Daphne smiled sweetly. "No," Polaris replied firmly, unwilling to feign ignorance for the sake of others' feelings. "Just as Professor Snape would defend us, wouldn't Professor McGonagall do the same for Potter?" Rather than anger, she felt a mix of worry and fear, fearing for Potter's safety. The Slytherins began to murmur among themselves, the atmosphere less exuberant than before. Draco Malfoy strutted over, broom in hand, exuding arrogance. "I wouldn't be so sure. Just wait. Tonight's dinner might very well be Potter's last at Hogwarts." Polaris suddenly laughed, her smile genuine. "Is that so? Then I hope your wish comes true." With that, she turned and walked away. Millicent glanced at Malfoy, then at Polaris, hesitating for a moment before following Polaris. The Slytherins quickly dispersed, leaving only Pansy, Daphne, and Malfoy in their trio. Draco clenched his fists and exclaimed angrily, "She does this every time." Daphne twirled a strand of her hair with her finger. "Draco, you are being too hasty. Polaris wasn't targeting you. She was merely responding to my inquiry. I find her deductions quite reasonable. Perhaps you should consider alternative approaches." Frustrated, Draco stormed off. After he left, Pansy remarked, "You don't seem like someone who takes the initiative. This is the second time, isn't it?" "Well, yes," Daphne nodded, acknowledging her own intelligence, given her value. What does her attitude matter? Draco is too impulsive, always placing his personal feelings first. Suddenly, Daphne recalled Polaris's words to Millicent. "You know, men mature later than women. While we contemplate the future, they remain as immature as little boys." Once again, Daphne affirmed her appreciation for Polaris. Meanwhile, Millicent curiously inquired, "What do you think Professor McGonagall will do? Perhaps a light punishment?" It seems she took Potter away to handle it herself, gently lifting and then setting down the matter. Did you not notice her favoritism towards Potter? Polaris had witnessed such occurrences before. Sister Mayne treated Fiona similarly. The same mistakes committed by others were handed over to Father Dorian for impartial judgment, while Fiona's errors were dealt with by Sister Mayne, trivializing significant issues. After flying lessons concluded, with no evening classes, Polaris habitually retreated to the library for further study, returning only before curfew. Upon stepping through the common room door, she spotted Malfoy posing on the sofa. Immature, Polaris chose to ignore him and walked directly to the left. "Hey, your eyes are for seeing. Did you not notice me at all?" Malfoy exclaimed as he sprang to his feet upon seeing her walk away. Polaris, maintaining her composure, remarked with feigned surprise, "Oh, so you are here." Her demeanor reeked of insincerity, a mere performance. Malfoy tightened his fists but then admonished himself, relaxing his grip. "Just wait. By tomorrow morning, you will hear the news of Potter's misconduct and Gryffindor losing points." "It seems Potter was not expelled," Polaris replied with a blink and a soft voice. Malfoy, incensed, exclaimed, "Has anyone ever told you that you are truly insufferable? Isn't that precisely the case? Time for bed, Malfoy. Staying up late will only hinder your growth, leading to hair loss and diminishing your looks and wit," Polaris retorted, leaving Malfoy to stew in his frustration. The following day at the Hogwarts dining table, Polaris savored the carrot cake she had ordered the previous day. This delicacy, which she had only read about in her convent books as a common medieval treat, was a first for her. Gratefully, she finished it slowly, resolving to visit the house elves today to express her gratitude for their generosity. Isn't it a bit quiet today? How strange, Millicent mused, tilting her head as if something were amiss. Of course, it was the absence of Malfoy-esque grandstanding. Last night, he had confidently proclaimed that Potter would face consequences, yet here was Potter at the Gryffindor table, laughing with Weasley. Polaris feigned ignorance of Malfoy's embarrassment to prevent him from becoming irate once more. Clearly, Malfoy had been embarrassed enough to take a break and focus on his studies. Among Slytherins, the strongest learners were undoubtedly Malfoy and Polaris. Polaris had come to understand that it was not her shortcomings, but rather Snape's favoritism for Malfoy that skewed perceptions. Even when her results were more commendable, her methods more precise and streamlined, they would not receive the acknowledgement they deserved. Of course, except in Quidditch, where Polaris had no athletic talent whatsoever, she would certainly not achieve an O or even an E, though an A was within reach. But could a teacher's assessment truly reflect her abilities? No. To limit objective capability with subjective opinions is folly. It is far more meaningful to compare one's current self with their past self than to measure oneself against Malfoy. Thus, Polaris continued her diligent research, determined to extract every ounce of value from the Hogwarts library. Another day of breakfast unfolded. As usual, it was the mail collection period, which Polaris had little connection with, continuing to relish her meal with gratitude. Millicent, however, received a letter that soured her mood. I am so annoyed with my mother. She says I'm too fat and should lose weight. She might as well not have sent the letter. At least then, I wouldn't be upset. Why lose weight? Polaris questioned, perplexed. Is having muscles a bad thing? Just think about it. If someone challenged you to a duel and both of you were disarmed, you could rush in and land a few punches, knocking them out and achieving victory. Cool. Rude, Malfoy muttered under his breath. Polaris leisurely sliced a piece of sausage. Skinny monkey. Who are you referring to? Whoever fits, she replied. Malfoy, caught off guard, was reluctant to admit he was indeed the skinny monkey, sulking as he took a seat. Meanwhile, on the Gryffindor side, George Weasley whispered, I admire her. Fred chimed in, absolutely refreshing. Polaris, blissfully unaware of her newfound praise from her Gryffindor peers, found it curious that her rivalry with Malfoy was confined solely to verbal sparring, never escalating to physical confrontations or involving teachers. At times, Polaris felt a twinge of regret for Malfoy. He was undoubtedly gifted. Yet he squandered time on frivolities rather than dedicating himself to serious study, thus allowing Polaris to surpass him. Witnessing his talent wasted was disheartening. Had he devoted himself to his studies, Polaris was uncertain if she would encounter a worthy opponent deserving of her full attention. However, her current benchmark was no longer Draco, but rather Hermione Granger of Gryffindor, the girl in search of toads. Beyond her initial impression aboard the Hogwarts Express, Granger revealed herself to be an intelligent, though Polaris believed herself to be more astute, perhaps a trait of Slytherin arrogance, and diligent girl, a formidable adversary deserving of respect. As Polaris absently chewed on her sausage, lost in thought, she failed to notice the commotion on the Gryffindor side. She later learned that Potter had remarkably become a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, sending Malfoy into another fit of rage. Yet, such trivial matters hardly piqued her interest. More intriguing was their defense against the dark arts instructor, Quirinus Quirrell. He was timid, stammering, and somewhat eccentric, markedly inferior to the other professors within the school. After all, the teachers of other subjects, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, Professor Sinistra, and Professor Kettleburn, were all truly skilled, even if the latter few were not heads of houses. From what Polaris gathered, Professor Quirrell had once been a Ravenclaw student, reputed to be bright and accomplished in his youth, though she wondered what had transpired to lead him to his current state. This revelation piqued Polaris's curiosity, leading her to uncover tales of the curse on the defense against the dark arts position, linked to a mysterious figure who sought to assume the role, but, in his humiliation, placed a curse upon it. Such a lack of decorum. Now every wizard is aware that Dumbledore has declined to extend an offer to him. Chapter 9, Halloween Night. With Halloween fast approaching, Polaris is already eagerly anticipating the festive delicacies. However, prior to indulging, they must attend class. Professor Flitwick has assigned the students to practice the levitation charm in pairs, a spell that Polaris has already mastered. Thus, regardless of who becomes Polaris's partner, it is a guaranteed win. Conversely, Polaris remains indifferent to her partner's identity. Yet, her partner does not share this sentiment. Draco Malfoy scowls at her, his expression dark. Polaris, with a playful smile, rests her chin on her hand. Can't you do it? Amusingly, Malfoy becomes flustered. He swiftly raises his wand and exclaims, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather remains utterly still. Wingardium Leviosa. The indifferent feather lies quietly, as if mocking Draco Malfoy. Initially, Malfoy was simply vexed by Polaris's taunt, But now he is determined to conquer this feather, persistently casting the spell with varying tones and speeds. Polaris slowly stifles a yawn. With a mere remark, she has allowed her partner to engage in independent practice. Before long, the feather wobbles and ascends, prompting Malfoy to huff in Polaris's direction. Polaris, wearing an exaggerated expression, lightly applauds. Wow, truly impressive. You learned so quickly. Malfoy feels both flattered and slighted. This Polaris Springs is as insufferable as Harry Potter. When class concludes, Millicent hurriedly navigates through the crowd, clutching her books, and sidles up to Polaris, poking her arm. Have you provoked him again? You must have done it on purpose. Oh, have I been found out? Polaris feigns innocence, then winks at Millicent. Don't you find his frustrated expression amusing? If only you directed that attitude towards Gryffindors. Everyone would be quite pleased, Millicent remarks, representing the Slytherin students with a somber tone. Polaris's extreme disposition is indeed a product of the monastery, suppressing her true nature. Initially, Polaris was diligently performing her tasks, never bullying Fiona. However, following the incident with the plate, Fiona became convinced that Polaris was deliberately tormenting her, frequently attempting to sabotage her. Unfazed, Polaris retaliated in private, which deepened the rift between her and Fiona. Although no such animosity exists between Polaris and Malfoy, his perpetual pretentiousness in her presence provokes her to expose him. In this process of revelation, Polaris gradually discovers the joy of teasing this little blonde. Hogwarts has truly liberated her spirit. As night falls, Hogwarts celebrates Halloween in traditional fashion, adorned with jack-o'-lanterns and the sweet aroma of pumpkins. In the Hogwarts kitchen, Polaris requests, "May I have a portion of roasted pumpkin?" The soft, sweet kind. The house elf, with a high-pitched voice, exclaims, "Of course, Miss Prince. Barney will prepare it right away." Miss Prince is always so kind. Barney loves Miss Prince. "I love you too." Polaris cheerfully replies, "Happy Halloween, Barney." In the kitchen, Polaris meanders, observing the preparations for pumpkin pastries, cookies shaped like jack-o'-lanterns, toffee apples, and Halloween pizzas. The Halloween pizza appears quite sinister, with a base of thick, dark chocolate syrup, topped with various ingredients. Evil, a chocolate-flavored pizza. Polaris shakes her head. Another rather gruesome treat is the eyeball chocolate truffle, resembling a real bloodshot eyeball. However, its exterior is merely an edible coating, with a hard chocolate shell inside, followed by a layer of cookie and a filling of chocolate syrup, surprisingly delightful. Bursting with flavor at the bite, perfect with red tea. Polaris also encounters witch-finger cookies, vampire coffin cookies, owl chocolates, and bat chocolates. Barney reminds her that the pumpkin is ready, prompting Polaris to exit the kitchen. Within the confines of the monastery, Father Dorian would never permit them to join the townsfolk in celebrating the holiday. He deemed his decision quite prescient, considering the raucous Londoners. They reenact past executions during Halloween, with some even gleefully pretending to experience decapitation. The monastery only partakes in a vigil at the church on October 31st, joining the faithful, followed by a mass on November 1st for All Saints' Day. The vigil resembles a typical service, but lasts the entire night. Thus, this marks Polaris's first opportunity to wander freely on the evening of October 31st. The kitchen is not far from the hall. A shortcut can lead her through the back door of the chapel. Upon pushing open the chapel's back door, Polaris is momentarily stunned. Inside the chapel, there is not a soul in sight. The empty chapel is illuminated solely by floating jack-o'-lanterns, with a lavish feast partially consumed on the tables. Polaris shakes off the tales of Celtic Halloween specters recounted by Father Dorian and scrutinizes the scene. The chairs are mostly askew, indicating that her classmates did not vanish from their seats in a ridiculous manner, but rather left of their own accord. If a mass exodus occurred, yet the tables remained undisturbed, it is clear that this was not an organized departure by the students, but rather a directive from the faculty. Evidently, an unexpected situation has arisen. If she were a teacher facing such an incident, how would she ensure the students' safety? Naturally, she would instruct the prefects to guide the students back to their respective common rooms and account for attendance. Polaris closes the back door and heads toward the dungeons. As she passes the potions classroom on her way to the Slytherin common room, she nearly collides with a wall. "Ah!" Marcus exclaims, startled. "You, Prince, where have you been? Draco said you didn't return to the common room, so I came looking for you." Malfoy noticed her absence. Was that in English? As Marcus guides her back, he explains the situation. Shortly after they began dining, Professor Quirrell burst in, announcing that a troll had been discovered in the dungeon classroom. "What? A troll?" Polaris exclaims incredulously. "You mean a troll?" Her inquiries this evening exceed her usual weekly quota. A troll, a creature of little intelligence, native to Scandinavia, exists in varieties such as mountain trolls, forest trolls, and river trolls. Although Hogwarts is situated in the Scottish Highlands near the Forbidden Forest, it is certainly not a troll's habitat, let alone one successfully infiltrating Hogwarts Castle and descending to the dungeons near the potions classroom without anyone, aside from Quirrell, witnessing it. Marcus is equally perplexed, so he continues his explanation as they walk. Professor McGonagall instructed them to organize the students to return to their dormitories. But Marcus feels this decision is somewhat ill-advised. After all, Slytherin resides in the dungeons, mere steps away from the classroom. It's practically inviting trouble. Are we being targeted simply because we are Slytherins? Marcus exclaims indignantly, yet Professor Snape agreed and escorted them back, leaving little room for further discussion. Aside from Hufflepuff, Slytherin is the closest house to the hall, allowing them to retreat swiftly. Upon returning to the common room, Marcus was preoccupied with maintaining order and taking attendance when Malfoy suddenly exclaimed, "Buster, at your age, is your brain merely a decoration?" "Hey, Marcus, Prince is not here." Startled, Marcus shouted, "Has anyone seen Polaris Prince?" The Slytherins exchanged glances, clearly none had. Millicent, in tears, lamented, "I don't know. I thought she came back first. She seldom informs anyone of her whereabouts. If she hasn't seen us, she will surely come back for us. What if she encounters a troll?" Marcus felt overwhelmed, asking, "Is there anyone who hasn't seen their roommate or companion?" Everyone shook their heads. He patted Malfoy on the shoulder. "For now, heed Draco's words. I shall seek Professor Snape to locate Prince." Unexpectedly, before Marcus could reach the Great Hall, he encountered Prince. "I wasn't in the hall when you were dining." Polaris said somewhat sheepishly, "I've arrived back at the common room." Ambition. In the Slytherin common room, only Malfoy and Millicent remained, as Malfoy had sent the others away. He rolled his eyes, covering his ears. Does crying help? If tears were of any use, cowards would all be wealthy. You should have informed Marcus as soon as you noticed she was missing. What good is weeping now? Shall we cry at her grave? Stop frightening her, Polaris interjected. Play. Millicent suddenly stood and rushed towards Polaris. Are you all right? I'm fine. I returned after realizing you weren't there, and I ran into Marcus on the way. Polaris reassured her with an embrace. Sorry to worry you. Marcus yawned. I shall take my leave now. Thank you, and good night, Polaris replied. Once Marcus departed, only the three remained. Polaris turned to Malfoy, expressing sincerely, thank you. Malfoy paused, then, with a flustered demeanor, retreated. What do you thank me for? Who instructed you to be a Slytherin? With that, he swiftly departed, almost faster than running. Following this, Millicent inexplicably grew particularly attached to her, accompanying Polaris to the library and elsewhere. I doubt the library is a place where trolls appear, Polaris remarked helplessly. Millicent, engrossed in the brave Jefferson, asked, is it common for trolls to show up in the dungeon classroom? Thus, Millicent also discovered that Polaris had a nook in the glass house, which belonged to Professor Sprout, where she had cleared space for her gloves, overalls, and boots. As the weather turned colder, the glass house felt much warmer. Look, Polaris pointed out her overalls to Millicent. Professor Sprout sewed on a flower for me. In reality, it was simply a painted flower cut out and sewn along the edges. I never expected that, Millicent exclaimed. This is completely different from your usual self. What am I like? Polaris inquired with curiosity. Millicent crossed her arms in contemplation. Very clever. Even Professor Snape thinks so. You are quite knowledgeable and diligent. I often feel transparent around you. Aren't you afraid? Polaris recalled the furious sister mains. Millicent shook her head. If that is the case, I can be more casual around you. After all, you already know what kind of person I am. Millicent was correct. Polaris had known from the very start why Millicent gravitated towards her. When Granger had inquired about her toad, Millicent had passed by the corridor and overheard their conversation. In the small room, it was evident from Millicent's gaze that she recognized her, which is why she had asked Polaris if she knew anything. Her thoughts mirrored Daphne's. Polaris was intelligent and capable, and that was the reason they were trying to befriend her. Millicent merely got there first. However, Polaris felt indifferent about it. Human relationships are inherently reciprocal. She too required someone like Millicent, robust and well-informed, to compensate for her social laziness and physical shortcomings. Malfoy likely thought the same when he sought two bodyguards. Moreover, everyone perceived her as cold and arrogant, with a sharp tongue, truly a quintessential Slytherin, Millicent remarked. Polaris looked puzzled. Am I arrogant? What of it? Aren't we all like that? You, however, are like Professor Snape. You look down on everyone. Thus, it makes no difference who stands before you. Well, except for Malfoy, of course. Millicent shrugged. What does that count as? Same-sex repelling? Who is comparable to Malfoy? Polaris exclaimed incredulously. Equating herself with Malfoy was utterly insulting. Wait, she had sworn to herself last time not to bully him. Millicent laughed. See, I told you that you're quite arrogant. Polaris licked her teeth, turned, and handed her a pot of catnip. Shut up. Millicent gleefully accepted the catnip, and from afar, Professor Sprout, watering the flowers, observed the playful duo with a kind smile. Of course, not everything was favorable. Headmaster Snape seemed to have injured his leg and had been in a foul mood lately, making the Slytherins much more subdued, lest they provoke his ire. Professor Sprout had asked her to deliver herbs to the professor several times, claiming they were for potion making, but Polaris had seen a large bundle of white hemlock. Since Professor Sprout had said nothing, Polaris was not one to be overly curious at all times. She respected others' privacy, much like how she often observed many things without voicing them. Chapter 10, The Quidditch Match. Bang! Polaris was knocked to the ground. Millicent hurriedly helped her up, angrily shouting, "Harry Potter, are you blind?" Harry appeared utterly flustered, running while turning back to apologize. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Polaris ignored his apology, reaching down to pick up a basket of herbs that had fallen, lamenting, "Look, this bladderwort has been trampled. You should worry about yourself." Millicent scolded, running so fast. "Is there a dog chasing after that, Potter?" "Miss Buster, I presume you are referring to me?" Professor Snape's deep, stern voice resounded. Millicent quickly yanked Polaris aside, forcing her to stand against the wall, attempting to make Professor Snape overlook her presence. Polaris raised the basket. "Professor Snape, this is from Professor Sprout for you." Snape, with a stern face, snatched the basket. "Go find Pomfrey for the salve." With that, he turned and left. Once Snape was gone, Millicent immediately placed her hands on Polaris's shoulders, twisting her around to scrutinize her. "Phew, you scared me. Did you see the headmaster's expression? That Harry Potter fellow." When Polaris fell, she had tumbled backward, but since she held the basket, she could not brace herself to mitigate the impact, resulting in a scraped elbow. "Isn't it strange?" Polaris murmured. "That Snape's office ahead. What could Potter be doing there?" His expression was so frantic. Did he commit a wrongdoing or witness something he shouldn't have, and Snape discovered him? But the professor is injured and cannot pursue him. How detestable those Gryffindors are. Miriam exclaimed. "Do you know what he intends to do?" "No, essential information is evidently lacking. But it is clear that it won't be in the professor's favor," Polaris whispered. Although she disapproved of Professor Snape's favoritism, as a Slytherin, she felt well regarded by her peers. Miriam had consistently stood by her side. And even though Malfoy harbored a dislike for her, he had nonetheless urged Marcus to seek her out, with Marcus risking his life to find her. When faced with the choice between the unfamiliar Harry Potter and her loyal friends, the decision was unmistakable. Polaris suddenly pondered whether Snape's bias reflected a broader truth. The heart resides on the left. Thus human inclinations are inherently skewed. Just as Professor McGonagall lightly glossed over Harry Potter's mistakes, Snape's praise was not as gracious as that bestowed upon her own Malfoy. Miriam decisively proclaimed, "Let us first head to the infirmary. As for Potter, I believe Malfoy would be most intrigued." She wished fervently that it were she who collided with Potter, so that it would be Potter himself who would be sent flying. Polaris chuckled joyously. Miriam was truly dependable. During dinner, Polaris savored a shepherd's pie, a delightful concoction of mashed potatoes and lamb. The shepherd's pie at Hogwarts boasted a crisp layer of mashed potatoes generously topped with cheese, enveloping a rich and savory lamb filling, an exquisite treat. Miriam was animatedly chattering away while holding onto Malfoy, her other hand gesticulating wildly. Pansy patted Polaris on the shoulder. "What are they whispering about that we can't hear?" "No, it's Gryffindor that cannot listen." Polaris paused her meal. "We are not Gryffindors," Pansy remarked, her expression slightly displeased. Raising an eyebrow, Polaris glanced at her, then at Malfoy, suddenly enlightened. If Malfoy deemed it necessary, he would inform you. At the Gryffindor table, Ron asserted. "They must be plotting something. That Slytherin girl just cast a glance at you and Malfoy." Harry, poking at his sausage, murmured, "Could it be she was merely speaking ill of me?" "Why would you think that?" "It's rather typical for Slytherins to speak unfavorably of you," Ron replied, perplexed. "I encountered a situation earlier today while fetching my books. I knocked Prince over when I rushed out," Harry admitted, a tinge of guilt evident. "Prince is that girl?" Ron inquired. "No, it's the one beside her with the curly hair." "Then why her?" Ron's confusion was palpable. "Because she was present at the scene." As Ron chewed, he mumbled, "I have a feeling she might cause trouble for you," courtesy of Malfoy. Ron was indeed correct. The following day marked Harry's first Quidditch match. Slytherin had hastily prepared banners proclaiming Potter's imminent defeat, which were placed beneath the banner of Slytherin's victory, the letters larger than those on Gryffindor's "Gryffindor must win." As the Gryffindor team emerged, Slytherins erupted in a synchronized chorus of boos. Stella had saved seats for Polaris and Miriam near the teacher's area. Engaging in conversation with Professor Sinistra, "I wager a galleon that Slytherin will triumph." "Oh, that's a most unfortunate sentiment, Stuart." "Look, Professor Snape is glaring at us," Sinistra laughed, directing her gaze towards Snape in the stance. "Severus, trust me, I have not agreed to her wager." When Snape turned his attention to the field, Sinistra whispered, "You bet on Slytherin. What shall I wager?" "You could wager on Gryffindor." Stuart cheekily winked. Sinistra sighed, "But Slytherin has already won so many times." "Very well. 1 galleon on Gryffindor. Polaris, Miriam, will you join us?" Stuart inquired. Polaris shook her head. I shall pass. Miriam pondered for a moment. I will wager on Gryffindor. By the stars, you are betraying the organization. Stuart exclaimed, astonished. Miriam countered, no, Polaris previously mentioned a concept called risk hedging. If Slytherin wins, I shall be pleased for everyone and incur no loss. Should Gryffindor, against all odds, secure victory, I might earn a bit to soothe my wounded spirit. Sinistra chuckled, her voice momentarily rising. Prince and Miriam, you two are utterly delightful. Oh heavens, Professor Snape is glaring at me. Are you not a teacher? Why then be afraid of Professor Snape? Miriam found it rather incredulous. Polaris raised her binoculars, stating, teachers were once students too. Sinistra conceded, Polaris is correct. Hogwarts is a remarkable place. It often reminds me of my own student days, causing me to forget that I am now a teacher. Now you lot. Cease your chatter and focus on the match. Stella redirected the group's attention back to the field. Professor Sinistra poked Stella, disdainfully remarking, you are the one who talks the most, yet you also demand our seriousness. It was curious. Polaris continued to peer through her binoculars, contemplating that Potter's broom appeared rather erratic. Initially, she had been observing Marcus, their head boy. However, as her gaze shifted to Potter, his broom suddenly seemed to misbehave, nearly throwing him off several times. Yet, this did not resemble a broom going rogue, according to the cases studied. A broom gone astray would typically propel its rider in a specific direction or cause a direct fall, rather than repeatedly attempt to unseat Potter. She ought to inform a teacher, but he was a Gryffindor, and this was a Slytherin versus Gryffindor match. If her compassion led her to rescue Potter, it could adversely affect Marcus's chances of winning. Conversely, if she feigned ignorance, what if Potter fell and sustained grave injuries? Polaris felt incapable of making such a decision. She stood up, intending to approach Professor Snape, the true head of Slytherin, to seek his judgment. Hermione and Ron also noticed Harry's unusual behavior. Hermione suspected that Snape was casting a hex to manipulate the broom, and she resolved to resolve the issue by setting fire to Snape's robes. The stands were crowded, and Hermione, in her haste, inadvertently knocked Professor Quirrell to the ground in the front row, failing to even utter an apology. As Hermione crouched next to Professor Snape, successfully igniting his robes, she turned to take a few steps away when a wand suddenly pointed at her, halting her in her tracks. I believed you to be a kind-hearted individual, but you have truly astonished me. Is this your conspiracy with Potter? To take advantage of his misfortune and harm our headmaster? Looking up, Hermione saw that it was Polaris Prince, the Slytherin girl who had assisted her and Neville in finding toads. As they faced each other, a sudden cheer erupted from the sky as Harry Potter exclaimed, I've caught the golden snitch. In the Slytherin common room, the mood was decidedly somber. Miriam clutched her one galleon, despondently stating, this is utterly uncomforting. Meanwhile, Polaris, cradling Miriam's kitten, Nina, repeatedly stroked its fur, her mind replaying the events that transpired on the field. As Polaris descended a couple of steps, preparing to seek out Professor Snape to rescue Harry Potter, she caught sight of a furtive figure. Someone crouched beside Professor Snape, casting a spell to ignite something before attempting to flee. Polaris quickly surveyed the terrain, maneuvering a few steps to block the escape route of the would-be assailant. To her astonishment, the little thief turned out to be none other than Hermione Granger from Gryffindor. Without hesitation, Polaris aimed her wand at her and issued a pointed inquiry. Hermione, slightly flustered and fearing Snape would discover her actions, implored, no, I have my reasons. Just let me go, and I promise to explain later. Polaris, of course, refused her request, yet Hermione vowed she would provide Polaris with an explanation. Under Hermione's beseeching gaze, Polaris reassured herself, I merely wish to hear what she intends to say. However, it was not long before Malfoy had already indirectly avenged Professor Snape and Polaris. He taunted Potter, and during their altercation, he knocked over a flower pot, scattering dirt everywhere, before making a hasty exit. Before Harry could fully comprehend the situation, he was met with Philip's furious countenance and received a punishment of cleaning toilets. This is the only good news recently, Millicent remarked gleefully. Well done, Malfoy. Since Potter had last sent Polaris flying, Millicent had swiftly adopted Malfoy's demeanor, especially following Slytherin's defeat in Quidditch. She had become a staunch anti-Potter advocate. Ironically, it was Polaris, the one directly involved, who displayed little reaction. Millie, Polaris shook her head. Tit for tat. Harry collided with me, but Draco has helped me return the favor. Let us consider this matter resolved. Millicent incredulously replied, I am standing up for you. Indeed, but that is sufficient, Polaris replied, placing the watering can down. Ultimately, we have far more pressing matters to attend to than fixating on those we despise. I have been engrossed in my studies, and I will achieve an O. What will I gain from targeting Potter? A medal perhaps? The Order of Anti-Potter? Moreover, Harry had not acted with malice. At least not in the incident where he had knocked Polaris aside. As night descended, Polaris informed Millicent that she had matters to attend to alone, allowing her to return to the dormitory first. Hermione Granger, true to her word, awaited her on the terrace of the astronomy tower. Polaris, Hermione called back. Polaris emerged from the shadows. It is I. Harry asked me to apologize on his behalf. He did not mean to bump into you, Hermione prefaced. Polaris showed little reaction. Very well, and then what? What I am about to say may be hard for you to believe, but it is the truth. Perhaps you did not see, but at the moment I acted, Harry's broom was losing control, Hermione stammered. Polaris appeared unfazed. Yes, and what do you wish to convey? You cannot possibly suggest that Potter's broom was under Professor Snape's control, and that you set the professor ablaze to save Harry? You truly are astute. Hermione recalled the events in the carriage, and found it surprisingly easy to explain the situation to Polaris. I believe I understand your thoughts, but I must clarify that you are mistaken, Polaris replied coldly. If Professor Snape intended for Harry to perish, he would not need to cast a spell in front of so many witnesses. He has ample means to ensure Harry's demise without anyone being the wiser. Then how do you account for the fact that shortly after Snape discovered the fire, Harry was able to regain control of the broom? Hermione retorted angrily. Could it be mere coincidence? Polaris shook her head. I do not know who influenced the broom, but it was not Professor Snape. I observed the match. When Potter's broom was out of control, Professor Sinistra remarked that Snape glared at her, for she had joined in Stuart's little wager. Hermione paused. But you are a Slytherin. Surely you would defend Snape. Is Professor Sinistra also a Slytherin? Perhaps what you claim did occur, but not simultaneously. Polaris realized she could not persuade Hermione. You simply do not believe me. In that case, anything I say is futile. Chapter 11. The professor's care. Polaris and Hermione's conversation ended on an unsatisfactory note, as they both held their respective views, unable to sway one another. Yet, they tacitly agreed not to mention the matter to anyone else. The weather grew increasingly chilly. The surface of the Black Lake thickly frozen, and the subterranean Slytherin common room was so cold it made one shiver. Marcus had the foresight to ignite the fireplace early, and the Slytherins gathered in the common room to brew tea and converse. This is splendid, Millicent exclaimed. Polaris placed magical fire into a potion storage bottle. When set aside, it emitted a gentle warmth, ensuring that even seats farther from the fireplace remained comfortable. This magical fire, known as the Gallant Lily Flame, was invented by a wizard from Southeast Asia. They possess a plant called the flame lily, also known as the gallant lily. The flowers of the gallant lily are a vibrant red, with a yellow-green base, serving as the prototype for this magic. Of course, like the gallant lily, this flame is toxic. Upon contact, it inflicts burns accompanied by a slight numbness in the limbs. However, it is not a true gallant lily, and thus its effects last only a few minutes. Yet, without contact, the gallant lily flame can burn for a minimum of 4 hours, depending on the skill of the spellcaster. Due to its propensity for igniting fires and the difficulty of mastering it, it is seldom utilized. Nonetheless, this very characteristic was aptly employed by Polaris to warm Slytherin. Daphne exhaled a puff of breath. Come on, we are not snakes. In such cold weather, do we really have to hibernate? This frigid world requires Polaris, Millicent said, her hands cradling the cauldron. Interestingly, a young Slytherin wizard who grew up along the Mediterranean coast had never witnessed a snowy winter. Naively, upon seeing a sunny day, he decided to sunbathe his bedding on the grass, only to have the blankets freeze solid. I do not understand. How could you think to sunbathe your bedding? We are wizards, Marcus exclaimed incredulously. The young wizard replied, bedding that has been sun-dried smells of sunshine. I thought it would be warm. The Slytherins erupted in laughter. Consequently, Marcus procured an extra blanket from an elder Slytherin for him to use. Malfoy, shaking his head, patted him on the shoulder. When you go out, do not claim to be a Slytherin. The young wizard appeared shocked, and Polaris quickly translated to comfort him. What he means is he disdains you. Not that you should truly refrain from identifying as a Slytherin. The young wizard was far from consoled. Polaris' relationship with Malfoy had improved considerably. She no longer provoked him, and he refrained from turning into a pufferfish out of anger. Winter had arrived, and Professor Sprout had replaced her herbs with cold-resistant varieties. However, due to the scarcity of such plants, Polaris was not needed to assist. Consequently, her diligence and intelligence, combined with her obedient demeanor, led Professor Snape to enlist her as an assistant. If you had witnessed Professor Snape at work, you would understand his temper, no matter how irascible it may be. Unlike other houses, Slytherin seldom encountered Professor Snape. As Gryffindors had remarked, he resembled a bat. He only appeared flapping his wings when disturbed. Do you think it is because Professor Snape is unwilling? No, it is because he is exceedingly busy. Throughout Hogwarts, there exists but one potions master. Yet every student must attend potions class before the OWL's examination. What a staggering workload. On this foundation, each potions class requires meticulous preparation. Determining the content of the next lesson, as well as gathering the necessary ingredients and materials for experimentation. Not to mention the supply of potions from Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. Naturally, these tasks do not all accumulate at the last moment. Professor Snape has already made provisions during the winter and summer breaks. However, certain aspects cannot be completed in advance, resulting in additional workload after class. It is rather naive to think that a teacher's sole responsibility lies in delivering lectures. Professor Snape is frequently summoned by the headmaster or other instructors, receives visits from unidentified individuals, answers calls from raw material suppliers, and addresses complaints from the caretaker, along with managing disputes between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Other miscellaneous tasks, such as night patrols, have become almost trivial. It is exceedingly challenging for Polaris to shoulder so many responsibilities at once. She often focuses intently on a single task to ensure nothing is overlooked. You must learn to develop your mind, rather than treat it as a rare gem to be hoarded, Snape intoned, his voice grave. If it cannot juggle 2 or more tasks simultaneously, then there is little point in overthinking. This indicates that your intellect has yet to reach the level required for such undertakings. In truth, Polaris's mind was perpetually engaged. She subconsciously observed her surroundings and stored the results of her analyses for future use. This was a testament to her intelligence. However, the operation of one's mind should have its limits. When some of her thoughts were scattered elsewhere, it inevitably diminished her core processing capacity. If she could consolidate those dispersed thoughts to manage a second task, might she not achieve a harmonious advancement in her endeavors? Polaris began to experiment in Professor Snape's office, simultaneously preparing the potion at hand while contemplating the procedures and considerations for the next task, seeking ways to streamline the preparation process. You took 7 minutes to brew this potion. Unless your mind was suddenly struck by a troll's club, I can only conclude that you were not listening to my instruction, Snape remarked, his gaze reminiscent of witnessing Polaris possessed by Neville. Aware of the reason for her slowed pace, Polaris did not argue. I apologize, Professor, but the next experiment will be executed differently. During the subsequent experiment, her speed did indeed improve, though not by much. At best, she had transformed from Neville into Ron. Yet, this state did not persist for long. She soon found her rhythm, her actions becoming increasingly flawless, fluid, and rapid. As the sky turned cobalt blue, Polaris began to clean the instruments, preparing to leave. The box in the upper right corner behind you. Retrieve it, Snape instructed suddenly. Polaris set the last crucible aside and turned to find the leather box. Open it. It is a gift from Sprout, Snape continued without lifting his gaze. Inside was a pouch. Is this a Christmas gift? Polaris felt her lips dry, unable to resist a small bite. Snape still did not look up. Who knows? Polaris departed, leaving Severus Snape alone in his office. I believe she is a fine girl, diligent, sincere, and kind, Sprout remarked. She is entirely different from what you might assume. We should not presume someone to be wicked before they have committed a wrong. I believe Professor Snape would concur with my perspective. Snape remained silent. Dumbledore pressed his hands down. Pomona, I certainly would not think that. It is merely that we sometimes need to nurture a solitary child's growth, much like Harry and Polaris. They are special enough that we must invest some of our energy in them, don't you agree? Severus, what are your thoughts? I have too much work on my hands and require an assistant, Snape replied, his expression inscrutable, though Polaris's performance in potions class had been satisfactory. Then I shall assign her to you. Sprout would undoubtedly view Polaris as flawless since she only witnessed her obedient demeanor. However, the Sorting Hat held a different opinion. The girl concealed a certain cynicism within her heart, not devoid of peculiar thoughts. She appeared awkward in social interactions, yet possessed formidable strategies, easily winning the favor of others. As a Slytherin, the Gryffindors did not harbor animosity towards her. Even the Weasley twins remarked that she was pretty cool. Harry Potter felt embarrassed about his mistakes and seemingly did not regard her as a Slytherin. Ravenclaw-born Sinistra had commented to Dumbledore that Polaris was intelligent and adept at understanding others. Hufflepuff Sprout found her sincere and kind-hearted. Within Slytherin, she had friends like Millicent. She effortlessly compelled Draco, who initially disliked her, to seek revenge on Harry by tricking him into cleaning toilets. Of course, Dumbledore would not share such insights with others. He was reluctant to hastily judge a child's future, yet needed more time to observe her. Sprout waited in the corridor and smiled upon seeing Snape emerge. Christmas is approaching, and I cannot imagine what she might desire. I think all children grow up wanting their own possessions. Please ensure she receives this pocket money. Snape paused as if in contemplation, and when the pouch reached the shelf in his office, it had swollen slightly, almost bursting. I find potions class rather enjoyable, Millicent suddenly declared. Pansy rolled her eyes in disdain. What madness are you spouting? Don't you find writing potions essays to be a torment? Even if the teacher is our headmaster? That's not what I mean. Don't you feel the warmth of the cauldron? It's quite comforting, Millicent chuckled. Pansy scoffed. I should have known you harbored no complex thoughts. I truly feel sorry for some individuals who cannot escape Hogwarts for Christmas because their families do not want them. Draco Malfoy's voice suddenly rang out. Uft. Millicent looked at Polaris in horror. This is bad. Millicent, of course, was unaware that Polaris was an orphan, yet Polaris had long ceased communication with her family, indicating severe familial discord. She had mentioned to Millicent just the previous night that she would be staying at school for Christmas. Polaris's actions momentarily faltered. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad, Millicent's mind echoed. To further unsettle Millicent, Crabbe and Goyle snickered nearby. Millicent, your expression resembles that of someone who has seen a ghost. Daphne remarked curiously. Not at all, Millicent replied dryly. Polaris softly warned, if you continue to speak, Professor Snape will show you what a ghost truly is. The Slytherins instantly busied themselves. When class concluded, Millicent leaned toward Polaris. Dear, to be honest, I would quite like to stay at school for Christmas. Home is such a hassle, and if I go back, I will only have to endure constant reprimands. Staying here feels so much freer. Millie, you really don't have to feel that way, Polaris said with a hint of exasperation. Some truths were undeniable, and she did not feel sadness or anger because of them. Do you really see me as something fragile, like a glass teapot, ready to scald others with a puff of steam? Of course not. Millicent shook her head vigorously. In fact, you are the strongest person I have ever encountered, not only in strength, but also in spirit. Millicent had never seen Polaris falter. She seemed like a fortress, impervious to any weapon. Let us not dwell on this. I need to speak with Professor Snape. Polaris waved her hand at her. Yesterday, Polaris expressed her gratitude to Professor Sprout for her generous gift, yet she felt overwhelmed and hesitant to accept it. Oh dear. It is merely a half bag of pocket money, Professor Sprout quipped, winking playfully. Clearly, the other half of the gift had originated from the taciturn headmaster who had welcomed her upon her admission. Polaris did not encounter Professor Snape in the corridor. Instead, she was greeted by a carpet of fallen fir needles, while Filch appeared exceedingly irate. That Hagrid, turned the corridor into such a mess with a tree. Do you require my assistance? Polaris waved her wand, causing the fir needles to swirl upwards and swiftly form a neat pile in Filch's dustpan. Prince of Slytherin. I remember you, Professor Snape's diligent assistant. Thank you. Filch's weathered visage broke into an unseemly grin. Polaris abandoned her search for Professor Snape, knowing that with his temperament, he would never acknowledge her. What she truly needed was to remember this moment to repay her mentors, Professor Sprout and Professor Snape, in the future. However, with Christmas approaching, Professor Snape had graciously granted her a respite, sparing her from assisting in the office. Thus, Polaris resolved to visit the library to pursue her reading and continue her money-making scheme. Ah yes, the mental victory plan of earning a book's worth for each book read. You might also inquire with your parents if they are familiar with a certain Lamel. Polaris was reluctant to listen, yet she was compelled to overhear the three Gryffindors whispering furtively. Shoo, it's Slytherin, Weasley nudged Potter. She wouldn't snitch on us. Would she? Weasley whispered to Potter. Polaris scoffed softly. Am I mistaken? You three are conversing in the corridor by the library about matters you wish to keep secret. And then you unjustly accuse an innocent passerby of being informant? Chapter 12, Christmas Conundrum. Polaris, you know we didn't mean it that way. Ron merely hopes our secret remains safe, Hermione hastily clarified. Ron struggled to comprehend. What do you expect her to understand? Do you really think a Slytherin would refrain from causing us trouble? Or that she could offer us any assistance? Enough. Silence your mouth. Hermione articulated each word with precision. Polaris felt provoked. Hermione's tongue was sharp, yet Polaris was not one to concede defeat. Ah, yes, you three are unable to even locate someone named Flammel. Yet you presume I am equally ignorant. If you possessed a modicum of knowledge about alchemy, you would surely be aware of its pinnacle, Nicholas Flamel. He is a renowned wizard and shares a cordial relationship with Dumbledore. If you have even a slight understanding of French, you would know that Flamel is a French surname. And no other wizard bearing that name in France is more famous than he. Your attempts to seek Flamel through the library indicate he is far from being an obscure figure. Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood frozen, unable to believe their ears. Ultimately, you ought to thank Draco. He possesses a vast collection of books on alchemy, a rather quaint hobby of his. Polaris turned on her heel and walked away without a backward glance. What? Are you suggesting that such inquiries might aid Gryffindor? Pray, they are at school. What could they possibly accomplish related to Nicholas Flamel? Even if they could, with their limited intellect, Polaris doubted they could stir any significant trouble. As Christmas approached, Hogwarts began its holiday break. Students typically indulged in a few days of leisure before returning home to celebrate with their families. Pansy visited the common room to support Malfoy, who was plotting how to vex Potter. Daphne and Millicent engaged in a game called Gobstones, where each side possessed 15 stones. A designated area was marked before the match, and any stones knocked out of bounds belonged to the opponent. The game concluded when one side lost all their stones. After the game, the victorious stones would eject a foul-smelling liquid at the defeated side. Millicent, despite her strength, often sent her own stones flying out of bounds, leading to her swift defeat. "Oh Merlin, I'm done. This lacks any sense of engagement. Polaris, dear, you must help me win back my stones." Millicent extended her hand toward Polaris. Daphne quickly interjected. "No, I refuse to play with Polaris. I would surely lose." "Polaris, what are you observing?" "The snowman. Christmas and snowmen are a perfect match. There exists a creature known as a snowman, standing 15 feet tall, with long white fur, which attacks and devours any creature it encounters," Polaris whispered. "It's snowing, Daphne." "Ah," Daphne gasped. "Ha ha ha ha." Polaris laughed wickedly, clutching her sides. "Fear not. They reside in Tibet, China, not in Scotland." Daphne shot her a glare. "You're full of mischief. Christmas is the day of the Lord's birth, a grand celebration in the convent, where Mass is held at midnight, followed by various festivities such as the Nativity Parade." Polaris found herself unable to sleep. Of course, she could not. This was not due to her habit of staying awake on Christmas Eve, but because she had been abandoned by her parents on that very day. It is difficult to articulate, despite being 5 years old when she was left behind. Polaris could recall nothing of what had transpired prior. It is said that Mr. Matthew, who had a vague affection for Sister Mayne, discovered her left in a corner and hurriedly summoned Father Dorian. The kind priest provided her with some warm water and cold medicine. And only after the Christmas festivities had concluded did he seek the police. Unfortunately, there were no reports of lost children on Tulip Street. The convent's inhabitants believed her parents had taken advantage of the Christmas crowd to abandon her amidst the chaos. Father Dorian pondered for a long while before declaring, "She arrived here on Christmas, and we happen to be the Convent of Mary. Perhaps this is a gift from the Lord, allowing her to stay with us." Her parents left her with virtually nothing, save for 2 words embroidered on her clothing, "Polaris Springs." This became one of the reasons for her ostracism, as everyone else in the convent bore the surname Joseph, while she was a prince. Did my parents ever love me? Why did they abandon me? Did they ever regret their decision? Each Christmas Eve, little Polaris would become lost in these thoughts during Mass, until she grew older and ceased to ponder them. It was futile, she thought as an adult. The past is immutable, and after enduring so much, she could never return to those moments of being loved. The following morning, Polaris awoke late to find Pansy and the others unwrapping gifts. To her surprise, she discovered a present tucked in the corner of her bed. She swept her disheveled hair behind her ear and crouched down to inspect it. The most understanding Millicent had gifted her a book, while Daphne presented her with a bottle of magical perfume, which produced different colors and shapes with each press. Pansy gifted her a luxurious cashmere shawl. Malfoy sent her an American magical whistle candy, which, when placed in the mouth and blown, emitted the sounds of various magical creatures. And Stella provided a Portuguese cork bag enchanted to hold more and larger items than its own size. There were also various scattered gifts from other teachers and classmates, too numerous to recount. Polaris is indeed a source of ease, for she is genuinely devoid of funds. The nuns at the convent impart the art of sewing to the young girls, and thus she distributes the small purses, headbands, and handkerchiefs she crafted in previous years. The nuns teach the girls sewing not only for their own use within the convent, but also to equip them with a skill that will serve them well in the future. Furthermore, these creations are intended for charity sales, with the proceeds aiding the impoverished and supporting the children of the convent. The latter is, of course, a mere secondary benefit. Those items fetch only a meager sum, yet it serves as a means of interaction with the faithful. "This is something you made with your own hands," exclaimed Millicent in astonishment. "How am I supposed to use it? I've never worn a headband before." Polaris smiled and replied, "You should ask it. Hey Jenny, what hairstyle should Millicent wear today?" The scarf, transformed by Polaris, took flight, playfully weaving through Millicent's hair until it intertwined itself within. "Oh, this is marvelous." Millicent beamed at her reflection, utterly satisfied. "This way, I won't have to fuss over my hair in the mornings. You'll still need to comb it. If it's too messy, Jenny will be displeased," Polaris interjected, curbing Millicent's complacency. "Have you finished unwrapping your gifts?" Millicent inquired. Polaris shook her head. "Not yet. There's one here without a signature. To Miss Prince, may you have a joyous Christmas. The Half-Blood Prince." This was the only letter Polaris had received over the years, always accompanied by a few pounds. The envelope bore no markings, just plain white paper, and the typewritten note was devoid of any personal touch. In her childhood, Polaris had fantasized that the sender might be a relative or someone significant. After all, the sender was a prince, and she too was a prince. The term half-blood prince could also imply that she bore the blood of a prince. Regrettably, no one could answer her questions, much like this letter, which had remained a mysterious constant throughout the years. This year, The pounds had transformed into galleons, and the cinder seemed well acquainted with her circumstances. Alas, Draco has sent me an entire box of chocolates. I cannot possibly consume them all, Pansy said, cradling her face. The act of gifting chocolates between genders often carries a different connotation. Even though Malfoy was merely a first-year boy, Pansy gradually revealed her affection for Draco Malfoy, though she herself could not articulate why. As the first girl in their dormitory to experience such feelings, albeit rather prematurely, she was inevitably teased by her roommates. I can help you eat them, Millicent declared, hands on her hips. I've always been one to lend a helping hand. If you're worried about finishing them, I would gladly assist you. Pansy's expression immediately soured, and she turned away from Millicent. Daphne, Draco has sent me chocolates. Isn't that because you like chocolate? Millicent queried, perplexed. Pansy sighed dramatically. Millicent burst. Must you emulate Prince in this regard? Polaris, taken aback by the sudden jab, turned in confusion. Emulate me in what? Millicent burst into laughter. Honesty, a precious honesty, ha ha ha. Daphne joined in the laughter. Pansy, she's teasing you. In the Slytherin girls' dormitory, chaos ensued, with Polaris observing as Pansy playfully swatted at Millicent. Both engaged in a light-hearted tussle. Polaris found herself beginning to appreciate Christmas during this time. She no longer needed to rely solely on observation to feel the affection others held for her, whether through gifts or that typewritten letter. During the Christmas holiday at Hogwarts, the girls returned home, leaving only Polaris behind in the dungeons. However, some teachers remained as well. Most Hogwarts instructors were solitary, lacking marital ties. Is this some sort of curse akin to the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, causing Hogwarts teachers to remain unwed? Millicent had once mused. Oh, it seems that might indeed be the case. However, wizarding marriages were often quite loose, free from legal constraints. They would come together when in love and part ways when the affection waned, rendering the phenomenon at Hogwarts not particularly rare. For instance, Madame Putafoot had 3 husbands. Each love affair fervent enough that she still believed in love and supported young couples in her tea house. Polaris's Christmas holiday was fulfilling. The Slytherin common room boasted a long black leather sofa, and the cupboard housed a collection of silver tea sets, alongside tea leaves, coffee beans, sugar cubes, and white granulated sugar that students brought back as holiday treats. In terms of leisure and enjoyment, Slytherin was unparalleled. Brewing a pot of tea allowed Slytherins to linger in the common room for an entire day. Yet, Polaris did not indulge in such leisurely pursuits. Instead, she ventured to the library to complete her unfinished tasks. The magical world boasted 11 schools, with Hogwarts in Britain, Durmstrang in Scandinavia, and Beauxbatons in France being the closest to London. According to the extensive research Polaris had conducted, schools admitted young wizards residing in their vicinity. With Hogwarts encompassing the British Isles, abandoned in London, Polaris reasoned that few would venture far to abandon a child. And the half-blood prince's awareness of her circumstances suggested that her parents or relatives were likely students of one of those 3 schools. The library held books bearing the marks of students' past engagements, such as the history of the Hogwarts Quidditch teams, featuring the names of players and records of student gatherings. Like the Hogwarts Historical Society and the Hogwarts Wizard Chess Club, Polaris sought individuals bearing the surname Prince, particularly within the last 50 years. Previously, she had unearthed several names: Eileen Prince, Lion Prince, Sylvia Prince, and Anna Prince. Eileen was the earliest, a Slytherin student and president of the Gobstone Club, Lion. A few years her junior, was a Ravenclaw and a member of the Wizard Chess Club. Sylvia, who had appeared a decade prior, was a Gryffindor and president of the Muggle Studies Association, while Anna, a student from 4 years ago, was a Ravenclaw and a Quidditch beater. This time, Polaris was there to gather additional information. The name Half-Blood Prince seemed more masculine, yet Lion Prince's name had surfaced in an obituary in the Daily Prophet, confirming his death at the hands of Death Eaters over a decade ago. This obituary also revealed Sylvia's relationship with him. She was Lion's daughter. For years prior, Anna had been a sports journalist for the South American Sports Journal. Anna Prince in South America was now ruled out, as were the elderly Lion and Eileen. More suspiciously, there was Sylvia. A day later, Polaris finally located Sylvia, whose arrest was reported by the Magical Law Enforcement Squad. Sylvia had been imprisoned in Azkaban for attacking Muggles. While Death Eaters targeted Muggles and Muggle-born wizards, Lion had perished at the hands of Death Eaters, yet Sylvia had committed a similar act by attacking Muggles. Polaris viewed these historical accounts through a foggy lens, indistinct and unclear, unable to discern their true nature. Chapter 13. The Cruel Truth. The Slytherin common room was aglow with a crackling fire, radiating warmth. Beneath the dim glow of the flickering flames, Polaris' visage was half illuminated, half ensconced in shadow. The lounge, situated underground, obscured any view of the snow outside, yet Polaris felt an intense chill, as though the snow of Scotland had fallen directly upon her. No child from an orphanage is devoid of beautiful fantasies regarding their family, yearning for kind and loving parents, only to relinquish their dreams due to circumstances beyond their control. What other choice do they have? To abandon their fantasies? Should I be made to believe they are nothing but malevolent fiends devoid of humanity? Fiona once expressed this sentiment to Sophia. In Night, Galxon proclaimed that the most egregious lie in existence is the self-deception we inflict upon ourselves. Yet, the orphans have no alternative. Devoid of dreams, they are left to confront the stark, brutal reality. How then shall they persevere? Even before her entrance into Hogwarts, Polaris was aware that this place could offer her an answer. However, not everyone can bear the weight of the truth, and the closer she drew to it, the more she felt an unfamiliar fear. She compelled herself to engage in various activities, assisting teachers, and stirring the pot with some of her peers. I have much to accomplish, thus I cannot embark on an investigation, Polaris reassured herself, even if the truth appeared to her as merely veiled behind a thin layer of glass. Yet, the Christmas holiday arrived, leaving no one in need of her assistance. Her reservoir of knowledge had surpassed that of most of her contemporaries, leaving her with little to occupy her time. The letter from the half-blood prince became an unwelcome alarm, rousing her from her stupor. Sylvia Prince, who had murdered her muggle husband in January, just a month after Polaris had become an orphan at the tender age of 5. This was Polaris Prince's mother, a woman as dark-haired, slender, and unhinged as herself. Fast forward to a fortnight prior. This is too cruel for her, Mrs. Sprout remarked to Dumbledore. She is still but a child, and a kind one at that. There is no need for us to expose everything to the light of day. Pomona, nothing can remain concealed beneath the surface forever. We must have faith in Polaris. She is capable, Dumbledore replied, casting a glance at the taciturn Snape beside him. Dumbledore intentionally focused on certain students, a list that included Gryffindor's Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, as well as Hufflepuff's Cedric and Susan, Ravenclaw's Cho, and Slytherin's Draco and Polaris. Undoubtedly, each possessed unique qualities and abilities. That night, Polaris' dinner consisted of a bread boat, a large loaf with a hollowed center filled with a generous portion of cheese, sprinkled with rosemary. Rarely did Polaris indulge to such an extent, yet she devoured the entire bread boat, leaving Draco, who had yet to return home, utterly astonished. You look like a giant ogre in the throes of a feeding frenzy, Draco remarked, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Polaris shot him a sidelong glance. If your intelligence hasn't been devoured by this ogre, you would realize that my mood is far from pleasant. And you ought to know that the best way to avoid an impending explosion is to steer clear of the cauldron. No. The best way to avoid an explosion is to extinguish the fire beneath the cauldron. Halting its reaction, Draco instinctively countered. Polaris averted her gaze, feeling utterly fatigued. Very well then, foolish Barnabas, if you are willing to dance with an ogre. Draco let out a scoff. Prince, I have never encountered someone who insults others while simultaneously insulting herself. Then you should be grateful for the enlightenment I have provided, Polaris retorted, striding towards Marcus. You haven't tasted this, have you? It belongs to me now. No. Hey, no. Prince, minors should not drink alcohol, Marcus exclaimed, lifting his gaze in alarm. Before he could finish, Polaris had already downed the drink. Marcus, you are not of age either. Oh please, I just had my birthday, I'm 17, Marcus replied, taking the goblet back. No second chances. Polaris waved her hand dismissively. Malfoy drank wine in the lounge last time. Hey, what does that have to do with you? I mean, drinking a little isn't such a big deal, right? My dad has let me drink before. Marcus's voice faded as Polaris dismissed him. Following that day, the Slytherin students returned home to reunite with their families, leaving Polaris all alone. Well, isn't that peculiar? Harry pondered. Despite his recent fascination with the Mirror of Ariste, he could not ignore the fact that, apart from him and Ron, the only first year remaining at school during Christmas was that Slytherin girl. Harry initially considered visiting her during the day, but the presence of a Slytherin in the library rendered it less than safe. Harry and his friends had managed to glean information about Nicholas Flamel due to Polaris, yet they had yet to unravel the mystery surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. As the materials were too vague, and the three-headed dog was not easily bypassed, Hermione decided they should continue researching, promising to return after the holiday with a plan. There must be a way, but I need to gather more information about the three-headed dog and the Philosopher's Stone. Damn. If only I had Polaris' photographic memory, she lamented. What good would that do? Ron shrugged. I think there isn't that much we need to know. Her head is likely filled with useless information. You shouldn't underestimate her. We need to keep our distance, Hermione warned. She's clever, and the more we interact with her, the more likely she'll discover what we're up to. What are you doing? A soft voice inquired from behind them in the library corridor. Harry jumped, turning to find Polaris Prince. I'm just, preparing to head to the library to read. We're recently interested in Nicholas Flamel, he stammered, his nerves getting the better of him. Polaris blinked, swallowing, shrugging. You are lying. I don't think wanting to enter the library is something to ponder. Did I swallow? Harry paused, completely oblivious to it. No, how did she know I swallowed? I saw your Adam's apple move, Polaris stated, as if she could hear his thoughts. Harry took 2 steps back. I don't know what you're talking about. To the left? Polaris suddenly declared. No, wait, it's to the right. The right is the direction Harry fled when Filch caught him at night. Harry felt as if he might go insane. Was she even human? I think, the Philosopher's Stone. Ah, it seems that is indeed correct. I was careless last time, Polaris admitted, a twinge of regret washing over her for her previous impulsiveness. When one lies, they often intertwine truth with falsehood, as most believe this approach garners trust more readily. Thus, Polaris sensed a kernel of truth in the first statement Potter had made. Consequently, she employed distraction to divert his attention, exhausting him in the effort to mask his physiological response related to her ulterior motive, ultimately choosing a plausible target to confront him. Indeed, with all his focus on the leftward target, when Polaris suddenly exclaimed Philosopher's Stone, Harry was left utterly astonished, unable to conceal his reaction. He exhaled. What exactly do you want? I don't think I've provoked you. That is indeed the case, Polaris replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. But I did inform you about Nicholas Flamel, did I not? If you unearth anything, I do not wish to be held accountable. Rest assured, I will not hold you responsible. Harry found himself momentarily at a loss for words. She was indeed speaking the truth. Polaris smiled. I hope so. For I have no desire to be in the same boat as you. Harry glanced around, avoiding Polaris' gaze. He found her somewhat intimidating. Fearing she might see right through his past, he would rather contend with a giant or some other beast than face such a person. I feel the same. Under these circumstances, there is little left to say, and we shall not meet again. Harry hurriedly fled, as if something were pursuing him. This was decidedly peculiar, Polaris mused. It was evident that the matter pertained to the Philosopher's Stone, but how could the stone be at Hogwarts? Did Dumbledore bring it? To introduce such a perilous object into Hogwarts? The greatest white wizard of this century would surely not commit such a foolish act, unless he had ulterior motives. Harry's physiological response could not be feigned. He was indeed involved in matters concerning the stone. Where, then, could the stone be? Dumbledore's office? Beyond that? Polaris recalled the mention of the corridor at the end of the 4th floor at the beginning of term. The headmaster's tone had been quite deliberate, which was rather intriguing. It sounded less like a warning of stay away, and more like an invitation to come and discover the secret. Was it a trap, or perhaps a test? Was Dumbledore attempting to ensnare certain adversaries, assess his colleagues, or challenge his students? Or perhaps, a trifecta of intentions? Polaris felt a thrill of excitement. Oh, the intrigue of uncovering another's secrets was far more captivating than delving into her own sordid lineage. So what was it that Harry sought to conceal, beyond Nicholas Flamel? Harry Potter stood at the entrance of the library, searching for direction, indicating that he had departed from here last time. He knew to begin walking to the right. Yet he was uncertain how to proceed further. Why had he forgotten? What circumstances might lead to such forgetfulness? Perhaps during moments of anxiety or fear, when clarity eludes one. The prime example fitting all the criteria was when he was discovered during a nighttime escapade. Harry had been roaming the library at night, engaged in some activity, only to be startled by Mrs. Norris, Filch, or some patrolling teacher, and in his panic, he dashed to the right and stumbled upon something unrelated to the stone, yet immensely significant to him, warranting a return visit in daylight. Indeed, one cannot fixate solely on one matter, lest their emotions be swayed by it. Engaging in a variety of tasks is far more beneficial, at least to avoid becoming ensnared in one's feelings. As for Potter's thoughts, they were of little consequence. The mysterious and significant object belonging to Harry Potter remained beyond deciphering, yet the corridor on the 4th floor stood resolutely in place. Polaris proceeded towards the 4th floor, where at the end of the corridor on the right lay a wooden door. Pressing her ear against the door, she heard heavy breathing. Taking a deep breath, her mind began to whirl with thoughts Astolfo. Her eyes ignited with fervor, and the wooden door vanished from her sight, revealing a 3-headed dog lying in wait behind it. Astolfo was one of the 12 paladins, endowed with the gift of perception. After his demise, his companion, the wizard Malagigi, was inspired to create an insight spell named after Astolfo. Although it could not rival Astolfo's ability to discern enemies from afar, it allowed the caster to perceive many unseen things. Subsequently, this insight spell was mastered by several wizards, in conjunction with various unlocking charms, yielding a formidable prowess in thievery. Perhaps Astolfo himself never anticipated becoming an object of reverence among thieves. In any case, Polaris utilized the insight spell to glimpse the 3-headed dog behind the wooden door. Exhaling in relief, it appeared that for the time being, there was no need to worry about Harry Potter or anyone else attempting to breach the formidable guardian. Polaris felt a disconcerting familiarity in this newfound sense of relief, which unsettled her. Yet, unable to decipher the cause, she relegated the matter for the time being. As for Harry Potter's little secret, it seemed her previous fright had caused him to avoid her altogether, except during mealtimes, leaving her with no opportunity to further her exploration. With the Christmas holidays behind them, some matters would never quite fade away. Yet, time, relentless and indifferent, carried all things away. One holiday had passed, and Draco Malfoy no longer sought to confront her. It seemed he had found some distraction during the break, learning a leg-locking curse to test on others. Draco, you should find a Gryffindor to experiment on. It would certainly be amusing, suggested Pansy, surprisingly gaining Draco's approval as he prepared to set out. Millicent frowned. Should we bring Polaris? She could freeze them in their tracks. I mean, we ought to avoid stirring up trouble. Millicent, you are a Slytherin. Why fear this or that? Honestly, why would we need to lift curses on Gryffindors? Pansy scoffed. Millicent tugged at Polaris. Polaris, what do you think? Polaris lowered her newspaper, glancing at Malfoy. Professor Snape is not at school today. You may do as you please, as long as no one complains to him upon his return. I doubt it will be a significant issue. Draco whistled. Thanks. I just need to find a coward. He adopted a nonchalant demeanor and turned to leave, followed closely by Crabbe and Goyle. Polaris, are you feeling all right? Millicent inquired with concern. I can't shake the feeling that something about you has changed. Oh, really? Perhaps I've simply grown a year older, Polaris replied, unfazed. Marcus, shall we create a banner for Hufflepuff? Stella also began to suggest a questionable idea. Chapter 14. The misfortunate herbology. Speaking of which, Marcus had also been enduring a rough patch lately. In Slytherin, Marcus was considered an exemplary prefect, caring for the younger students and also serving as the Quidditch captain. However, he had lost the trophy for Slytherin's 7-year winning streak, which was truly a disgrace. Of course, publicly, the Slytherins expressed outrage towards Gryffindor, feigning indignation. Yet internally, Marcus's authority had taken a hit. Many no longer held him in the same regard as before. For instance, former Quidditch player Stella had even suggested supporting Hufflepuff. This is certainly better than supporting Gryffindor. She raised an eyebrow. After all, we have no choice but to support Slytherin this time. Marcus was somewhat irked. Are you mocking me? When I was on the team, Slytherin never lost. With that, Stella provocatively tilted her head and stood to leave. Pansy patted Marcus on the shoulder. Draco is off to toy with the Gryffindors. Perhaps he can avenge us. When everyone had departed, only Polaris and Marcus remained. Polaris suddenly remarked, is this the unity of Slytherin? I expected her to comfort you. Failure is failure. I must accept that. What good is comfort? Marcus clasped his hands together, leaning forward and burying his head in his arms. Yes, it is always like this. Among the older Slytherins, things seemed markedly different from the younger years. Perhaps as they neared the threshold of adulthood, relationships between individuals were no longer as simplistic as they once were. When Marcus led the team to victory, Stella had readily placed her bets in support of him, even deeming Millicent's choice a betrayal. Yet when Marcus lost, she could easily espouse support for Hufflepuff to undermine him. Indeed, Marcus's style of play in Quidditch was undeniably aggressive, often skirting the edge of rules. However, this was intimately tied to Slytherin's 7 years of triumph. He hoped the trophy would not slip from his grasp. Yet fate had other designs. Will you still watch the matches? Polaris inquired. Marcus shook his head. No, but Gemma will attend. She will be watching you all. Gemma Farley, the female head of Slytherin. Are you not going to lend us your support? Polaris neatly folded the newspaper and placed it back on the shelf. I believe Gemma will keep an eye on things. If you say more, I might start to hesitate, Marcus replied with resignation, but I really need to take a break. So please spare me. In the common room, Marcus appeared quite different from the Marcus facing Gryffindor. Towering and imposing, he seemed less aggressive. Though on the pitch, he always looked as if he wanted to send someone flying. Well, fine. The red wine that Draco has hidden is in the cabinet beneath the glass jar of tea. Wishing you a delightful evening, Polaris said before darting away. The next day, the final Quidditch match at Hogwarts arrived. Polaris felt an inkling of prophetic ability as the match had yet to commence, and Malfoy had already begun to provoke Weasley. Gemma Farley, however, acted as if she were oblivious. Why hasn't the match started? My goodness, Dumbledore is here too. Polaris remarked with curiosity. I thought you would assist Malfoy, or at least put a stop to him. I see Percy Weasley over there growing increasingly anxious. Farley chuckled. Prince? My dear, a little trick of being the head of Slytherin. When your peers are in a position of strength or instigating, you must pretend not to see, allowing them to act freely. When your peers are at a disadvantage or being provoked, that is when you should step in to uphold justice. With a dismissive gesture, Farley added, Marcus is simply too meddlesome. He favors his own when in a position of strength and seeks retribution when at a disadvantage. It appears rather unbecoming. Millicent suddenly exclaimed, Miss Farley, look. Before Farley could conclude her little lesson on leadership, chaos erupted as Weasley, Longbottom, and Draco, along with Crabbe and Goyle, became embroiled in a brawl. Weasley landed a hard punch on Draco's eye, revealing just how much he despised Malfoy's face. Weasley merely needed to unleash his fury on Malfoy, while Crabbe and Goyle had to navigate the tight spot of both protecting Draco and retaliating. Longbottom joined the fray, contributing to the reckless abandon of offense without defense. Both Polaris and Farley sought a spell to bring an end to the melee, but it proved exceedingly difficult. As they wrestled, their spells risked striking unintended targets. Gemma Farley raised her hand, wishing to intervene, but ultimately gave in. Let them fight. Damn it. An hour later. Is there truly no better way? Malfoy shouted. Polaris replied earnestly. You bear no wounds, only bruises. Healing will restore you. Trust Madame Pomfrey to mend you. Farley was entirely unconcerned with their injuries, feeling only embarrassment. You three, unable to best a single Weasley or Longbottom. Draco is too slender. He lacks an advantage in hand-to-hand combat. If it were a duel of magic, Draco would undoubtedly triumph. Pansy contended on Draco's behalf. Her intention was to defend him, but it sounded too much like an excuse for their defeat. Children, Madame Pomfrey entered. His injury is not severe. His companions have protected him well. I believe you should not disturb his rest here. All of you, return now. Gemma led the girls out, while Pansy grumbled as they walked. Despicable Gryffindors. Gemma shook her head, walking ahead of Polaris. I think Marcus was right. I should have stepped in from the start. At least we wouldn't be the ones at a loss. Polaris patted her shoulder. Farley, I truly believe it is not as such. You are not like Marcus. He jumps in to assist with the fighting while you would only be on the receiving end. Since you are inherently different, your methods will not be the same. Slytherin requires a strong and responsible Marcus to charge ahead, as well as a clever and adaptable you to stand back. Polaris mused that this was likely why Professor Snape chose Farley and Marcus. As the second semester progressed, the weather gradually warmed, and the professors became increasingly busy. Madame Sprout had purchased new seeds during the winter, placing them in the glass greenhouse for cultivation. Some seeds endured the frigid winter, sprouting in the warmth of spring. Climbing the wooden branches. Little Polaris, we must first categorize our seedlings, identifying those that can survive the winter and should be planted before the onset of winter. Those that cannot endure should only be sown after the snow melts, Madame Sprout chattered on, emphasizing the importance of warmth for winter seedlings, lest they perish from the cold. Herbs are vastly different from one another, Polaris remarked, for those capable of withstanding winter must endure its chill. Had they lacked such resilience, they might have merely basked in the warmth of spring. Madame Sprout paused, turning to Polaris with a gentle smile. Little Polaris, some herbs can survive winter, allowing them to thrive in harsher environments. However, not all herbs can flourish within the glass greenhouse. In the wild, it is the hardy herbs that ultimately endure. Polaris shook her head. The more one has, the more one must give, and that which has been lost should also be taken away. Yet, in truth, they are merely flowers within the glass greenhouse, are they not? Those capable of enduring more will only encounter increasing challenges to overcome, while others need only to live in happiness and joy. It is an inherent unfairness of the world. No, some herbs that can endure winter, if not tempered by its trials, will lose their strength, unable to become as formidable as their kin. The glass greenhouse is rare, far more often. One encounters the frigid wilderness. Madame Sprout spoke slowly, as if striving to clarify her point. She continued, Little Polaris, we shall never glorify suffering. If it were possible, I would wish for everyone to be happy. However, we must acknowledge that some hardships are unavoidable, if we continually evade them, unwilling to confront them. When we inevitably face the unavoidable, we shall lose the strength and courage to combat them. Polaris blinked. I think I understand. If one possesses the power to conquer all, they can face and overcome whatever arises. In the future, regardless of the calamities encountered, one will always be able to rise again afterward. Madame Sprout set down the watering can and opened her arms to embrace her. No matter what you encounter, if you wish, you can confide in me. I do not mind being your confidant. Madame Sprout, what do you think of me as a person? Polaris inquired softly. Madame Sprout replied earnestly, I am very pleased to have a student like you. Polaris was momentarily taken aback, covering her face with her hands. Laughing, I too am delighted to have you as my teacher. I thought you might mind that I am a Slytherin. Polaris spoke with a light-hearted tone, seemingly unaware of the seriousness of her words. Madame Sprout shook her head. No, every student here is a student of Hogwarts, and I am the herbology professor of Hogwarts. Hogwarts, what a marvelous place. The two teachers with whom she shared the closest bonds were one of the most equitable, Madame Sprout, who showed no favoritism even towards Hufflepuff, and the most unjust, Professor Snape, who, regardless, allocated points to Slytherin. Polaris relished Professor Snape's unreasonable favoritism, for she was a Slytherin. Polaris also relished the gentle equality that Professor Sprout extended, a sentiment largely due to her affiliation with Slytherin. Such is human nature. Polaris, too, is an ordinary individual. Upon her departure, a white figure took her place. Indeed, she is a clever child, is she not? There is no need for us to contrive lessons for her. She possesses the capacity for self-discovery. Yet, excessive wisdom can sometimes be a cruel burden. Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles. Sprout gazed at the distant silhouette of Polaris as she walked away. She might think that, at times, it is inevitable to resent a harsh fate. Yet she still harbors a kind and resilient heart. Would Severus reveal the truth to her? Pomona mused that she did not require anyone to disclose it. She would unearth it herself. Dumbledore winked with his left eye, suggesting that at present, she simply wished to refrain from further exploration. Polaris had already dashed back to the castle, where she cast a cleansing charm at the entrance, ridding herself of the mud and grime. Hey, where have you been? Draco Malfoy leaned against the wall, a glint of mischief in his eyes. I've stumbled upon an intriguing secret. You would never guess. Polaris raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His shoes were caked with damp earth. Had he ventured outside? The glass house was ruled out. Perhaps the lawn? The forbidden forest? The hunting grounds? The Quidditch pitch? Given his giddy demeanor, it was likely something clandestine yet profoundly engaging, either connected to Gryffindor or Quidditch, or perhaps both. The lawn was an open expanse devoid of secrets. If it pertained to Quidditch, it would lead to the pitch, yet he had not brought his broom. This left matters involving Gryffindor, possibly unfolding in the forbidden forest or the hunting grounds. Polaris was uncertain. What mischief had Potter and his friends concocted? You know something, don't you? It's utterly dull talking to you. Malfoy sighed before suddenly perking up. I saw that half-giant nurturing a dragon egg. I suspect it's a fire dragon. Potter and his lot are aware. They're shielding that half-giant. He has broken the law. We could have him sentenced. He was previously expelled from Hogwarts, and now he could be expelled again in court. A fire dragon egg. Polaris was genuinely astonished. Do you know the author of that textbook on magical creatures? He conducted an experiment with a murtlap, endangering his classmates' lives, and was expelled. Has Hagrid lost his mind? Is he raising a fire dragon at school, intending to roast us all? Malfoy laughed heartily. You've given me a splendid idea. Let us hope he hatches that fire dragon and somehow sets one of our classmates ablaze. Polaris shook her head. You've lost your mind. How long has it been since your injury healed? What if you were the one to get burned? Wait, young fire dragons grow rapidly. Once hatched, their size will soon become uncontainable. And if it truly is a fire dragon, it might even incinerate his hut without you needing to lift a finger. I chose the right person to confide in. Prince. Malfoy clenched his fist. You make a valid point. I shall await Potter and his friends to play with fire. At that point, all I need to do is report it, and the problem will be resolved. Chapter 15. The Fate of the Sparrow. Polaris shook her head internally, always harboring doubts about Malfoy's likelihood of success. Has this fellow ever truly succeeded? She found herself pondering, beginning to question her own memory. In stark contrast to Polaris's skepticism, Malfoy wore an air of ambition, as though he could expel Harry Potter from Hogwarts with a mere flick of his wrist. Then I can only wish you luck. Polaris shook her head. I must seek out Professor Snape. In truth, Professor Snape was not in his office. He had left a note outlining what tasks Polaris should undertake. Oh, Professor Snape, are you in? Polaris inquired, peering up as she stirred ginger on a gentle flame. During the transition from winter to spring, many young witches and wizards are prone to colds. Roasting ginger wrapped in herbs until its surface is charred, then slicing it to brew potions, can create a potion known as the sniffle potion. The downside is that after consuming the potion, one's nose may emit steam akin to the Hogwarts Express. However, once that passes, the nasal passage is clear and the cold recedes swiftly. The greater drawback is that simmering ginger is indeed quite troublesome. Polaris had spent several hours here. Fortunately, Snape's office contained not only potions, but also a selection of books he enjoyed reading. Curiously, these tomes were not standard potion textbooks like 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, but rather works accessible to muggles, such as Shakespeare's Hamlet. The fate of a sparrow is predestined by fortune. If it is to occur today, it shall not occur tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then today. Polaris noted that Snape had drawn a line beneath this statement. He did not appear to be a believer in fate, she mused. Yet he seemed to resonate with those words. Closing Hamlet, she returned it to its place. The books one reads reflect their inner world. Yet, the texts that Snape perused seemed worlds apart from his persona. He was the head of the most disdainful house towards muggles, yet here he was, engaging with the works of a muggle playwright, seemingly devoid of belief in fate. Yet he emphasized that particular phrase. As Polaris pondered over the ginger, a sudden knock echoed at the office door, followed by a timid voice. Professor Snape, are you in? Ah, that is a pertinent question. Surely, Professor Snape is not present. But ought she to be? After a moment's hesitation, Polaris stood and opened the door. Professor Quirrell? Polaris held a modicum of respect for her teacher. A sentiment ode to Sprout and Snape. Professor Snape is out. How may I assist you? He is not here? Oh, my apologies, if he is unavailable. I shall take my leave, Quirrell stammered. Polaris blinked. You may leave a note for Professor Snape. What matters do you wish to discuss with him? Ah, Professor Quirrell. Polaris watched as he hurriedly departed, as though pursued by a ferocious, three-headed hellhound. Oh, by the way, Polaris' remarkable memory and rapid reading skills came into play. She swiftly located information regarding three-headed dogs. They are easily entranced by music, often falling asleep to its melodies. This magical zoologist also posited that the three-headed dog might be a descendant of Cerberus, as the ferryman of the river Styx, Sharon, was lulled to sleep by Orpheus' music. Yet, this was of little consequence. Polaris observed Quirrell's hasty retreat and silently stepped back to close the door. She opened a drawer, retrieved a sheet of paper, and noted the incident along with Quirrell's reaction. Polaris' intuition informed her that Quirrell's response was far from ordinary. Though she could not pinpoint the reason at that moment, she believed this information would prove valuable to Professor Snape. Later that night, Professor Snape returned. In the warm, golden light of Hogwarts, he resembled a bat with outstretched wings. He took Polaris' note, glanced at it, and quirked an eyebrow. Miss Prince, you expend far too much energy on trivial matters. This is a common ailment among your kind, always believing you can accomplish everything, thus desiring to undertake it all. Polaris had thought this might assist him. She had made the effort, expecting at least a modicum of praise rather than criticism. Unable to suppress her gaze, she lowered her head, her ears aflame. You are a student, Miss Prince. Perhaps you long for the recognition of others, or some glory. It is quite understandable. Severus Snape spoke with the venomous eloquence of a serpent, even when addressing the most distinguished students of Slytherin. Yet, I would not wish for you to become a reckless and vain student like Potter or Granger. After all, you must understand that from the very beginning, you were entirely different from them. Polaris walked alone on her way back to the Slytherin common room, her mind replaying the words of Professor Snape. Indeed, there was not a shred of error in his statements. The ease of the past 6 months had lulled her spirit into a state of complacency, leaving her somewhat intoxicated by her own achievements. Was there any student who possessed her remarkable memory? Was there any student as knowledgeable as she? Was there any student capable of gleaning others' pasts from the slightest clues as she could? No, there was not. Yet, in equal measure, who else was as solitary as she? Who else harbored the suspicion of having a mother who was a murderer? Who else, amidst Slytherin, was a half-blood? No one, indeed. A sordid and barren past was her burden. Her extraordinary talent was her present. Should she choose to forget her sorrowful history and bask solely in her radiant present, it would not be long before her own arrogance consumed her. The following day, Polaris returned to Snape's office as if nothing had transpired, yet this time, her attention was fervently fixated on the objects in her hands, as though they were rare treasures. Malfoy plopped down beside her, turning to her with a conspiratorial whisper. Where did you run off to again? Polaris shot him a sideways glance, a hint of mockery in her tone. It seems I ought to inform you of my whereabouts. That way, you could conveniently seek my counsel whenever you please, right? It appeared that even Malfoy had moments of cleverness. That's about the gist of it. He completely missed her underlying implication. I suppose you have some knowledge regarding the Norwegian Ridgeback, do you not? I seem to be akin to a library in your eyes. Perhaps an automated one. Polaris rolled her eyes. Is this because of Potter? I knew that would not be a difficult deduction. Malfoy snapped his fingers in acknowledgement. Polaris glared at him. They are playing with fire, quite literally. This creature can learn to breathe fire in just a week. By 3 months, it could incinerate a person in one breath. She gestured. It can grow to this size in just a week, and they are venomous. A single bite could swell your hand to the size of a blood pudding. Blood pudding, a type of British sausage, is as dark as its name suggests and carries a somewhat gamey taste. Malfoy scoffed. I believe I can show them a thing or two this time. I wager I can send Potter scurrying back to his filthy muggle home. Polaris withdrew her gaze. Well then, I shall await your exploits. Now, you ought to commence your plans and leave me some time for myself. Perhaps the previous incident led Professor Snape to believe she had an excess of energy. He assigned her a mountain of homework, some of which was even from the upper years. Additionally, there was a plethora of books, each requiring an essay upon completion. More daunting still was the stipulation that should Polaris fail to achieve at least an E in any subject, Snape would ominously declare, Miss, you would not wish to discover the consequences. Polaris felt herself on the brink of madness. She had intended to abandon flying lessons, confident that she could secure an E in all her other courses, even an O. Yet now, she found herself seeking Marcus for broomstick tutoring, for which she would also have to assist him with other subjects. At this juncture, one might wonder how a first year like Polaris could tutor Marcus. Pray, Marcus was merely physically adept. Academically, he was quite lacking. Marcus lamented, I hope I won't be the first head boy unable to graduate. Polaris wore a stiff expression. I hope I won't incur Professor Snape's wrath. The two kindred spirits found a shared resonance within, weighed down by dark clouds, as they buried themselves in their studies. Speaking of flying lessons, Polaris felt a surge of frustration. At the start of the term, she could at least guide Malfoy on his takeoff technique using her theoretical knowledge. Now, she could barely ensure she wouldn't plummet during her own flight. It is worth noting that she had never even been on an airplane. And the broom was far from a comfortable seat. She always felt she might slide off. You fly too cautiously, Marcus diplomatically remarked. Polaris shrugged, but isn't that safe? At least I haven't fallen. No accomplished Quidditch player has ever avoided falling off their broom. Marcus attempted to correct her perception. Polaris sighed. Well then, what should I do? Ride the broom with reckless abandon? It does require a certain audacity, but not to the point of courting death, Marcus replied helplessly. Falling off a broom won't kill you. Polaris regarded him intently. Marcus, you know I have read many books. Marcus waved his hand dismissively. All right. I'll keep an eye on you, like Madame Hooch. If you fall, I'll promptly summon Madame Pomfrey to ensure you'll be bouncing back by tomorrow. Deal? That would be splendid. Polaris punched his shoulder lightly. I trust you. Despite her bravado, Polaris spent the entire afternoon on the broom, barely earning a nod of approval from Marcus. Given our relationship, I grant you permission to aim for an A. I must devise a way to avoid being obliterated by Professor Snape, Polaris exhaled. Chapter 16, Mutual Torment. By the time Polaris returned to the dormitory, Millicent was nearly in fits of laughter. Darling, this is utterly absurd. Everyone is memorizing spells and wand movements while you are burning the midnight oil on a broom. After the exams, I never want to see a broom again. Not even Quidditch, Polaris declared wearily as she collapsed onto her bed, her gaze unfocused. Although the broomsticks come with invisible seats, to sit securely, she had to grip tightly with her legs. This caused the insides of her thighs to chafe and ache. Was there truly no way to fly without riding a broom? Look at Hermes with his flying boots, and Icarus with his wings of wax and feathers. Could the pioneers of the magical world not exhibit a touch of creativity? Regrettably, the predecessors could not hear Polaris' suggestions, and so she was left to continue her battle with the broomstick. During her search for family, the first candidate she eliminated was the Quidditch player, Anna. This clearly indicated her disconnect from the sport. Fortunately, flying lessons spanned only a single term, and by next year, she could rid herself of that accursed broom. You are correct. Malfoy interjected, elongating his tone. I never anticipated you would wish to join the Quidditch team. It seems you are not entirely devoid of taste as a witch. Polaris ignored him, turning to bid Marcus farewell. Marcus, see you in the 4th floor classroom tonight. What are you two up to? Are you going on a date? He is 5 or 6 years older than you. Malfoy exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide like a moonstruck beast. Polaris cast him a disdainful glance. Malfoy, if your mind is cluttered with such useless drivel, you ought to concede to Potter sooner. At least that way, you could save a bit of face. Malfoy shuddered internally. He couldn't shake the feeling that Polaris' tone and expression were increasingly reminiscent of Professor Snape. Can you blame me? Malfoy recoiled. Wasn't it you who said? Enough chatter, what do you want? The library retrieval service is 5 sickles a session. Polaris crossed her arms, her face reflecting her weariness. Alas, she still had 5 more books to read, corresponding to 5 essays, and once those were completed, she would need to prepare for any potential inquiries from Professor Snape. In order to evade the derision of the headmaster from the 360, she had to prepare far more than the thesis itself. Snape seldom resorted to direct analogies, such as likening individuals to trolls. Prudence had encountered such a situation only once. It was evident that was a protective phase for novices, and she would rather endure such accusations. Most of the time, he would pinpoint her flaws directly, highlighting her errors with a sardonic tone, remarking, surely, individuals of your caliber aren't incapable of grasping these invaluable insights, but rather unwilling to showcase them before your pitiable professor? After each critique from Snape, Prudence would descend into profound self-doubt. Am I truly so ignorant? Am I really that immature? Why hadn't I noticed such glaring mistakes before? I never intended it that way. Curse it, Professor Snape is evidently not the same with other Slytherins. Just look at how he speaks to Malfoy. Listen to me. You've done reasonably well. Sit down. This is hardly a momentous affair. Prudence cast a lingering gaze at Malfoy, her dark eyes swirling like black whirlpools, unsettling him. Prince, look what I've discovered. Malfoy hurriedly shifted the subject. You were right. Weasley was bitten by that dragon, and his finger is terribly swollen. I found an excuse to enter and obtain this. He produced a letter wedged within a book, a correspondence indicating their preparations to send off the Norwegian Ridgeback on Saturday. Malfoy declared triumphantly, you must concede. I can accomplish tasks you cannot. It looks promising. I won't charge you, Prudence observed with a hint of interest, slowly inquiring. What are you planning to do? Why haven't you brought Crabbe and Goyle lately? You know, their injuries have barely healed. You see, If I could catch Potter in the act, Malfoy said excitedly. Prudence snapped her book shut with a clap. Look at what our young Master Malfoy is proposing. Catching someone in the act? Midnight on Saturday? If my comprehension hasn't deteriorated, you intend to go out at night? Otherwise, they could simply deny it. Malfoy frowned, replying. I wouldn't admit it either. I suppose you want to see the dragon? Prudence chuckled incredulously. If you wish to avoid Slytherin losing points, abandon your foolish plan. If you capture Potter, it merely indicates you were out at night as well. If Potter loses points, so do you. Are we competing to see who loses more? Malfoy displayed a vexed expression, as if she had hit a nerve. Prince, I came to discuss a method for dealing with Potter. Not to listen to your school rule propaganda. Such a good little Slytherin you are. Thank you for the compliment. I indeed am a well-behaved Slytherin. In any case, abandon this scheme. On Saturday night, you shall not set foot outside the common room. Prince is watching you. Prudence pointed to her eyes, and then to him. Malfoy, filled with ire, retorted, I will prove the feasibility of my plan to you. Prudence couldn't fathom why Malfoy persistently squandered time trying to catch the Gryffindor trio. Did he have nothing else to occupy himself with? A thought crossed her mind about Malfoy's recent inquiry regarding whether she intended to date Marcus. Could it be that Malfoy harbored some twisted feelings for Potter? Prudence was not entirely ignorant of such matters. After all, the Book of Romans mentioned these topics, albeit with a disapproving stance. She quickly shook her head, dismissing such strange notions from her mind. Was she losing her sanity? That was far more repulsive than the rubbish in Malfoy's head. In any case, Malfoy strutted away with his head held high, while Prudence, disinterested, returned to her dormitory to retrieve her notebook and ascended to the 4th floor, where a rather dim-witted Marcus awaited her. To be frank, Prudence and this senior, Marcus, had entered a stage of mutual torment. Marcus seemed utterly clueless, while Prudence oscillated between a state of cowardice and reckless bravado. Prudence had always known that teaching the academically challenged was arduous, yet she had not anticipated it would be this exasperating. Marcus's knowledge base could be described as follows. When instructed to place a cup in the cupboard, he would inquire if the cupboard had a door. After explaining the concept of a cupboard door, he would ask how to open it. When told to extend his hand, grasp the doorknob, and pull, he would question what the doorknob entailed. Prudence felt like a creator, laboring to fill Marcus's barren knowledge reservoir from day one. She began to doubt whether seeking Marcus's assistance for passing flying class was a grave misjudgment. Perhaps she should seek Stella. Albeit Stella had recently been embroiled in a breakup with her boyfriend. Teaching must indeed be a torturous endeavor. It was no wonder Snape perpetually wore a stern expression. If she struggled with just one Marcus, the thought of 4 houses producing 4 Marcus-like students for her to instruct was enough to make her contemplate blowing up Hogwarts. When the tutoring session finally concluded, Marcus wore a profoundly moved expression. If I manage to graduate, I shall forever be grateful to you, Prudence. Prudence's coiffure had become somewhat disheveled, having tugged at her hair numerous times, her eyes misty. Believe me, I desire your successful graduation even more than you do. The sole consolation was that Marcus had given her all his pocket money as payment for the tutoring. Prudence firmly believed this was compensation for emotional distress. Unbeknownst to her, Marcus would continue to test her patience for quite some time. Even when her flying class grades reached an E, Marcus's journey of supplementary lessons was far from over. On Saturday night, Prudence, draped in her long hair and clad in a black nightgown under her school cloak, sat on the sofa in the Slytherin common room. Prince, Malfoy exclaimed with a mix of frustration and amusement, do you not think you are rather barbaric? Of course, thank you for your compliment. I believe barbarism is a tribute to feminine dominance. When men find themselves at a loss against us, they resort to calling us barbaric, Prudence replied, reclining on the sofa, twirling her wand. If Potter or Weasley were the ones restraining you, you would merely label them despicable. Letting Potter and his dragon escape. What better opportunity do we have to expel him from the school? Let me go? Malfoy struggled vehemently. Prudence yawned, of course. I shall release you, but it requires waiting for the right moment. Would you like to hear a story? Let me find something to read to you. I don't want to. Would you prefer a comedy or a tragedy? On a late evening, one should indulge in something cheerful. How about A Midsummer Night's Dream? Prudence, like a dictator, refused to release Malfoy, regardless of his protests. Soon after, Malfoy furrowed his brow, stating, this muggle's father is rather unsatisfactory. My father would never force me to do something against my will. A short while later, Malfoy angrily exclaimed, that foolish muggle, forgetting his goals over a mere potion. Prudence, feeling somewhat drowsy, murmured, this bears a resemblance to a love potion, yet, akin to such potions, the affection it induces is not genuine love. Even if one has experienced fleeting happiness, those who have enjoyed false love will yearn for authentic love. Those under the influence of a love potion, even when entranced by love, will live in fear that their partner might suddenly awaken. This is profoundly unfair to Demetrius. Malfoy appeared poised to utter something more. But the door to Slytherin swung open, the wind stirring the flames of the fireplace with a crackling sound. Polaris straightened up, casting her gaze towards the entrance. Where Snape stood, his cloak billowing like a roiling cloud of darkness as he swept into the Slytherin common room. Chapter 17, Muggle Talia. I am pleased you have not engaged in any foolishness, Snape remarked, glancing at her and Malfoy, to spare me further troubles. I share in that sentiment, Polaris replied, shaking off the cloak draped over her shoulders. It is late. You ought to retire early. Sweet dreams to you. Wait, I'm still here. Malfoy exclaimed in a panic, fearing Polaris might overlook the spell still affixed to him. Yet, upon rising, he discovered that the enchantment had long since been lifted. Polaris flashed him a mischievous smile. Mr. Malfoy, I believe you are quite capable of returning to your dormitory unaccompanied. Draco coughed a couple of times, mumbling incoherently as he shuffled towards the boys' dormitory, fidgeting with his hands and feet, unsure of where to put them. The toll of a late night weighed heavily on Polaris. She felt drowsy, though not in pain, just with heavy eyelids. She sat at the dining table in a trance, mechanically ladling porridge until Pansy elbowed her. Well done, Prince. Did you see the expression on Gryffindor's faces? Pansy scoffed. Polaris retrieved a handkerchief to clean the porridge smeared on her face, while Pansy jostled her spoon askew, splattering porridge across her visage. What expression? Polaris inquired in a low voice. After a day of broomstick lessons, evening tutoring with Marcus, and midnight grappling with a sprightly Malfoy, she was utterly exhausted. Her health had never been robust. The monastery's meals often merely ensured the children's survival, neglecting their well-being. Let me share, Millicent chuckled. The version circulating now is that Potter concocted a lie involving a dragon to lure Draco out at night. Draco's words were overheard by Longbottom, who attempted to thwart him. And what happened? 2 Gryffindors were caught by Professor Snape on the stairs, and McGonagall apprehended Longbottom. 50 points for each. Polaris blinked slowly. She pondered, why was it so? Why had Professor Snape not apprehended Potter's dragon? Yes, it was Polaris who had hinted to Professor Snape about the dragon affair. It was quite understandable. She was a Slytherin. Snape had guided her, academically and in life. Marcus and she supported each other, risking their lives to seek assistance for her. Malfoy was insufferable. Yet he had articulated her absence, treating her as a strategist, placing trust in her words. Millicent cared for her safety, remaining by her side, all yearning for a victory. Slytherin desired, and Slytherin achieved. Rupert Hagrid had inadvertently created this opportunity. He had erred, and the Gryffindors sought to shield him. Polaris merely capitalized on this chance, which was beyond reproach. Even the dragon had escaped detection. Draco, it is fortunate you did not go, Pansy muttered. Her words garbled, as if she had not swallowed something in her mouth. Draco Malfoy glanced around, his gaze wandering, ultimately refraining from disclosing the truth of the dragon's existence. So Gryffindor lost 150 points? And they faced detention? The Slytherins erupted in laughter. Suddenly, Polaris felt a wave of nausea. She set down her spoon and said to Millicent, I'm full, I shall take my leave. She ought to have felt elated. She had relayed information, enabling Professor Snape to apprehend Gryffindor and impose a significant point deduction. She had restrained Malfoy, leaving Slytherin's score unscathed. Her objective had been achieved, yet this sensation was discomforting. Polaris wandered aimlessly, eventually finding herself at the end of a corridor. There hung a portrait of 2 women embracing, the figures appearing more akin to Muggle art than that of wizards, as they remained motionless. Gazing at the painting, she inexplicably began to speculate about Sylvia's appearance. Surely Sylvia had reached this age by now. When she gave birth to her, would she have harbored any expectations? Would she have merely wished for her safety? Or hoped she would become an exceptional individual? Certainly, she would not wish for her to be a traitor. Polaris suddenly comprehended that it was her presumed non-existent conscience stirring within her. She did not feel guilt for betraying. Rather, she felt remorse because, in her act of betrayal, she had indeed entertained a fleeting thought of whether they might be expelled due to the dragon. Yet even after contemplating such a possibility, she still chose to inform. Draco believed she merely wished to prevent him from leaving, fearing a loss of points for Slytherin, yet she had indeed entertained malevolent thoughts. Although the most dreadful outcome had not transpired, she had still unleashed her malice. Perhaps that does not strictly qualify as betrayal in the common sense, in practical terms. She merely hinted at Gryffindor's nocturnal escapades, yet she was acutely aware of her true intentions. I thought it was only us old folks who appreciated artwork. I did not realize students had an interest as well. Polaris was initially startled, then slowly turned to see the figure before her was none other than the headmaster, Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled kindly as he surveyed the painting. This is a muggle named Talia. Her neighbor was a witch. Talia's town initiated a witch hunt. Although the witch had done her no harm, at that time, if one did not point to someone as a witch, they could easily be deemed one themselves. Polaris began to understand. So thus, Talia had accused her neighbor. She thought, after all, the neighbor was indeed a witch. She had not wronged her neighbor. Furthermore, if she truly were a witch, perhaps she would not fear the flames. At least, she would be far stronger than an ordinary person, Dumbledore said slowly. And so the neighbor was tied to a pyre and burned. I presume the witch was unharmed? Polaris ventured, following Dumbledore's narrative. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Days passed, and the witch did not return. Talia began to doubt herself, questioning whether she had wronged her neighbor, whether she had unjustly harmed someone. Did the neighbor deserve to be burned simply for being a witch? Polaris could not suppress a frown. Dumbledore turned to her. Youth is always so eager, rushing to find an answer. Yet before that, we must patiently savor the beauty of the storytelling process, mustn't we? Talia was deeply troubled, her heart tormented by profound anxiety and guilt, which eventually led to her severe illness. Dumbledore inhaled deeply. Talia's daughter, aware of her mother's plight, approached the witch's door, leaving a letter of apology on her mother's behalf, hoping that if the witch were alive, she might return to spare Talia. Polaris shook her head. It was not that the witch refused to forgive Talia, but rather that Talia was unwilling to forgive herself. At her daughter's plea, the witch truly returned to the town. However, Talia was already on the brink of death. Although the witch bore no ill will, Talia's guilt ultimately engulfed her, and she still perished. Yet in her final moments, she smiled, embracing her daughter. This is the scene captured in the painting. Is this your lesson for me? Polaris said without hesitation. Do you believe I am Talia? No. My dear, Dumbledore replied, removing his glasses to wipe them with his sleeve. I have heard the unrest within your heart. But why? Polaris pondered for a moment. Everyone acts according to what they believe to be right, yet the right actions do not always stem from righteous intentions. Polaris cast a glance at Talia and inquired of Dumbledore. The witch's survival does not absolve Talia of her transgressions. In truth, I believe Talia's actions were misguided. However, Talia is a muggle, and muggles harbor fears of wizards. Perhaps her behavior was appropriate within her context, yet it does not excuse her faults. Nor does it imply she was devoid of erroneous thoughts. Every individual possesses a shadowy aspect within their psyche, to varying degrees. Dumbledore's gaze softened slightly as he reflected. In my youth, I too committed grave mistakes, far more severe than those of Talia. Your witch, he sighed, but Polaris, do you perceive me as a villain? I believe you are respected by nearly all wizards, Polaris replied. Dumbledore chuckled heartily. I fear I may become complacent. Child, he smiled. The choices we made in the past are not paramount, though at times they hold significance. Yet we must not drown in our history. What truly matters is the kind of person you choose to become in the future. Likewise, possessing a heart of gold is essential. Yet equally important is the reality of our choices. Polaris departed, mulling over Dumbledore's tale. He looked up at Talia and sighed deeply. Isn't this world wondrous? He had intended to speak of different matters, but Polaris's prior guilt compelled Dumbledore to alter his course. Polaris was not akin to the Slytherins of recent years, nor was Snape like Sylvia. Indeed, Sylvia was no Slytherin. She was a contradiction, complex, both mature and naive, intelligent yet self-imprisoned. Harry had been feeling quite unwell lately. Or rather, no one could feel at ease after losing 150 points. Snape appeared on the Gryffindor Tower staircase like a seer, while Harry had completely forgotten his invisibility cloak atop the astronomy tower. Everything seemed lost. He wagered the Gryffindors despised him thoroughly. Even more daunting was the looming threat of detention with Filch. Heaven knows how Filch would treat him. At that moment, Hedwig swooped down, dropping a small parcel. Harry could not fathom who would send him something at this time. Could it be that someone could no longer tolerate him and had sent a prank gift? You need not know who it is from. The note read. Evidently, I have committed acts that weigh heavily on my conscience. This is my recompense to you, so that I may find peace in slumber. Chapter 18, The Dreamcatcher. Harry was utterly bewildered, yet he had so many adversaries that he could not ascertain the sender's identity. He cautiously opened the box, wary that it might be a prank from a classmate. After all, aside from the Slytherins who already loathed him, the other three houses had also turned against him. Nevertheless, if given another chance, Harry would still choose to assist Hagrid. Yet, he couldn't help but imagine that if he could indeed relive the moment, he would remember to bring the invisibility cloak. Some had always despised him, and their disdain had become inconsequential over time. However, many had once been kind to him, even cheering for his arrival. Their abrupt animosity was far more difficult for Harry to accept. Finally, he opened the box to reveal a circular web made of branches, adorned with various animal feathers. Unsure of its purpose, he took it carefully to Hermione. Hermione immediately recognized it as a dream catcher, but it was no ordinary one. It was a classic Native American dream catcher. The feathers are from magical creatures. I can identify one as belonging to the Avifex, she explained. Hanging it may bring you pleasant dreams. Harry found it hard to believe. I doubt any of my enemies would craft such a thing for me. Most of them would wish for my immediate demise. Perhaps you do not truly despise him, Hermione suggested. Everyone's moral compass varies. Actions deemed atrocious by the virtuous may seem trivial to the wicked. Yet, Harry still struggled to comprehend the lack of guilt in the sender's note. Hermione, somewhat exasperated, pressed, "Will you accept it?" Harry gazed down at the mysterious gift. "Very well. I shall accept it." However, despite his words, he did not hang the Dreamcatcher. Even after spending time in the magical realm, he could not bring himself to believe in such things as filtering out nightmares. Ron laughed heartily. "I imagine such things would appear in those quirky magazines like The Quibbler. I have yet to hear of anything that aids dreaming. Otherwise, my mum would have filled every room in our house with dreamcatchers." Nevertheless, since Polaris had offered her gift of apology, she did not mind whether it was accepted, as it was a unilateral gesture. The branches for the dreamcatcher were gathered from near the Forbidden Forest, entwined with mistletoe. The feathers were bartered from Professor Kettleburn, who had exchanged them for her only poetry book. The Avifex was a descendant of the feathered serpent from Native American mythology. Most cared only for their silver eggshells. But Polaris understood that their feathers were ideal for crafting dreamcatchers. Fortunately, the tumultuous events had finally subsided, in every sense. Marcus and Polaris had both experienced epiphanies and hoped to succeed in their exams. The examinations in the magical world were stringent. Written tests even required anti-cheating feather quills. As if cheating were effective, Polaris exerted little effort in her exams, and nearly all professors expressed satisfaction with her performance. "If you had an impeccable memory, you could achieve the same," Pansy remarked, somewhat discontented. She trailed a rat's tail behind her snuffbox, while Professor McGonagall's brow was furrowed, her expression one of disapproval. Millicent, however, was quite pleased, but Polaris's execution was impressive. The only exam that truly caused Polaris anxiety was the flying test. She was extremely nervous, preoccupied with Professor Snape's demands and Marcus's counsel. Fortunately, when her turn arrived, all those worries dissipated, allowing her movements to become instinctive, devoid of conscious thought. Upon her descent, Madame Hooch patted her shoulder. "You've made significant progress." Upon hearing those words, Polaris felt as though she might soar. The sense of achieving something difficult through hard work was exhilarating. While Polaris reveled in her joy, Harry was not faring well. Ever since returning from the Forbidden Forest, he had been plagued by a persistent headache. He reassured himself it was merely due to the exams, yet he knew better. Perhaps he should hang the Dreamcatcher, he mused. Ron restrained him from doing so, asserting, "You said that person apologized out of guilt. How can you trust they won't betray their conscience once more? Instead of the Dreamcatcher, you ought to seek Madame Pomfrey for treatment." Despite Ron's words, Harry still hung the Dreamcatcher. The feathered Dreamcatcher fluttered in the wind, as if it were genuinely filtering something. The following day, when Harry awoke, he felt remarkably well. At last, the discomfort had subsided. He was uncertain whether it was merely a psychological effect or if the Dreamcatcher was truly effective, yet it remained perched at his bedside. The exams had concluded, and the weather was splendid, with a cobalt blue sky devoid of clouds. The Slytherins were far from well-behaved. Malfoy had concealed a bottle of honey whiskey beneath his robes, intent on treating them to a drink. Miriam furrowed her brow. "This drink is both sweet and spicy. Heaven knows how the Slytherins managed to bring a bunch of thumb-sized silver cups." Malfoy poured a little for everyone. "We had an absolutely splendid party. Guess who wasn't he invited?" Daphne burst into laughter. Polaris tilted her head. "Who?" "Marcus." The Slytherins erupted into laughter. Polaris suddenly realized that such an event would indeed be ill-suited for Marcus, who would lecture them in a paternal tone. "Girls and boys, you're not of drinking age yet." Crabbe mimicked in a bizarre voice. "You're not of drinking age yet." Goyle chimed in. "What? I'm already 17. Malfoy, perched upon a tree root, nearly toppled over in laughter. However, the bottle of wine that Malfoy had chosen was quite agreeable. The alcohol was mild, the spiciness subdued, and the honey flavor was pronounced. The Slytherin girls were thoroughly pleased, though the boys found themselves wanting more. In Britain, the regulations regarding drinking age were not particularly strict. It was merely that taverns would not serve alcohol to minors. But just as one wouldn't allow preschoolers to ride flying broomsticks, children always found ways to experiment, such as sneaking rides on their older siblings' brooms. With exams concluded, Slytherin was far ahead in points, and everything seemed perfect. Even Marcus's exam performance was surprisingly smooth. Yet, this very smoothness made Polaris feel somewhat uneasy. "Can't sleep?" Miriam remarked, hearing Polaris tossing and turning in bed. Pansy laughed, saying, "Our genius is so excited at the prospect of getting 8 WLS that she can't sleep." Polaris retorted, "Can't I be excited that Slytherin might win the House Cup?" Daphne stifled a laugh in the darkness. "That is indeed worth celebrating." "Not at all," Polaris replied, gazing at the shadows cast by magical creatures swimming in the Black Lake. Don't you think everything is a bit too smooth? Has Slytherin ever had such an easy year? Is smoothness not desirable? Do you prefer obstacles? Pansy turned over. We 1T wake up one day only to find someone has been out at night and lost us 150 points. Daphne and Miriam couldn't help but chuckle. That certainly 1T happened, Polaris mused, perhaps because she was to return to the convent. Professor Snape had requested her to return to the convent over the summer, and Polaris had immediately refused. No, I absolutely will not go back. But he had walked away without a backward glance, leaving no room for persuasion. His dark silhouette seemed to convey, I don't care what you think. You will go back to the convent. But what if she didn't go back? Ultimately, she could not wander alone in London. If discovered, she would be sent to an institution, which was far more terrifying than the convent. She would rather go to the Leaky Cauldron, where she had spent her happiest moments outside of Hogwarts. With these thoughts, Polaris gradually lost consciousness, slipping into slumber. The following morning, Polaris unusually woke up late. She had not styled her hair, instead casually tying it into a low ponytail with a silk scarf, which fell over her left shoulder. A year had not added a single ounce to her cheeks. She remained slender, though she had grown a bit taller. Her face still wore that perpetual melancholic expression of deep contemplation. Just as Polaris pulled out a chair to sit, she noticed the lively atmosphere of Gryffindor across from her. What the devil? Pansy bit into an apple viciously. Polaris spread her napkin over her lap and quietly inquired, what is all this commotion? Pansy was startled, not expecting Polaris to ask her. She glanced around and noticed that Miriam and Marcus were absent, which only fueled her irritation. She couldn't believe it was because no one asked her that she had to ask herself. Heaven knows. Weren't we told not to go down the right corridor on the 4th floor? Who knew they had the Philosopher's Stone there? Now they say Potter protected the stone. He is hardly more capable than you, Pansy seethed. Polaris, for a moment, was unsure whether Pansy was complimenting her or not. Nevertheless, she felt a dawning realization. Oh, it's finally happening. Polaris knew things would never be this simple. It was surprising that Potter was actually quite capable. Was it Hermione who found out about the three-headed dog? The naive Polaris could hardly fathom that it was the very caretaker of the three-headed dog who had leaked the secret like a sieve. In the common room, Malfoy was already throwing a tantrum over Harry Potter's notoriety. What do you think? Malfoy suddenly turned to her. Polaris, sitting by the window watching the giant squid swim, turned back only upon hearing the question, what about Potter? Who else? She half lowered her eyes and asked, what kind of person do you think Dumbledore is? Polaris recalled the conversation by the portrait of Talia, and though it was spring, a chilling sensation gripped her heart. Are you expecting me to say something nice? Malfoy propped his feet up on the table. Chapter 19, The Papier-Mâché Dignity. Polaris swore she had no expectation of hearing anything of substance from Malfoy's lips. A mere flick of her wrist, and Dumbledore would easily detect her actions. She simply could not believe that Harry Potter's reckless little escapade to save the Philosopher's Stone could be so discreet. Everything at Hogwarts was under Dumbledore's control, and Harry Potter's tiny adventure was surely no different. Polaris, Gemma Farley patted her shoulder. Professor Snape is looking for you. Polaris did not want to go. Snape was determined to send her back to the convent, and her going now would be akin to walking into a trap. Polaris? Farley looked at her in confusion. What is the matter? Nothing, I'm going now. Polaris shook her head more times that morning than she had all semester. Before the door to Snape's potion office, Polaris stared at the wooden door, for the first time feeling a reluctance to enter. Yet, this was not something she could avoid simply by not wanting to face it. Before Polaris could even reach out to push the door, it swung open by itself, startling her. Miss Polaris, is the latch broken, preventing you from entering? Surely. It's not that you're unwilling to see your professor? Snape said coldly. With a flick of his cloak, he turned and walked back to his desk. And Polaris dutifully followed him inside. Polaris wondered if others became lost in thought when they were nervous. She certainly did. She had always found it puzzling that Professor Snape never referred to her by her surname. Initially, he addressed her as you, later transitioning to Miss Polaris. Yet, when speaking to others, although Snape would use you, he never used Miss Parkinson or Miss Greengrass, only Miss Pansy and Miss Daphne. Miriam thought she was overthinking it. Perhaps the professor simply disliked calling her Miss Polaris? It sounded too much like princess, didn't he? I mean, Polaris suggests princely connotations. Does it not? Miss Polaris. Just as she thought it, Snape addressed her again. He said in a low voice, you will obediently return to the convent over the summer. Without giving me any trouble, correct? Even in daylight, with 2 candles lit, the potion office remained dim, with certain rare ingredients emitting an eerie blue-green glow. For the first time, Polaris felt a surge of bravery. She dared to utter a word of refusal to the most formidable teacher in the school. No. I will not go back. As she uttered those words, her tongue stumbled slightly, her teeth chattering in nervous anticipation. If your mind has not failed you, you must recall that you have yet to reach the tender age of 17. If I am not mistaken, You intend to run amok. Only to be apprehended by the authorities and dispatched to an orphanage, yes? Snape's voice was rapid, akin to the hissing of a venomous serpent. Polaris summoned her courage and articulated the thoughts she had meticulously prepared, speaking in a flustered yet coherent manner. I could return to the leaky cauldron. Just as I did before the term commenced. I thrived there. Tom would look after me. And during that fortnight, I caused you not a single inconvenience, did I? Tom can bear witness to the fact that I never strayed from Diagon Alley. I scarcely ventured downstairs. Snape regarded her coldly. Has my indulgence led you to believe that such arrangements are replicable? No. Polaris implored him, attempting to evoke a semblance of sympathy within him. Professor, I am unaware of my existence prior to the age of 5. However, since that time, my singular wish has been to escape the Maria convent. When I labored in the frigid waters to wash clothes on winter nights, when I was punished by hunger, left to lie in bed, clutching my stomach. Polaris understood that no rational argument could persuade Professor Snape to grant her reprieve from returning. Thus, she was left to strip away the makeshift veneer of dignity she had constructed over the past months, revealing her humble, fragile self in a bid for compassion. Professor, I often remind myself that the cleric is correct. We should not indulge excessively, as hunger sharpens the senses. Yet, I am acutely aware that this is mere self-deception. I yearn to eat, desperately so, longing for the relief of satiation. But I simply cannot stomach it. It is not that I wish to abstain. Once I consume a modicum, I expel it all. Professor, I truly do not wish to return, I beseech you. Snape remained silent, gazing deeply at her. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions, yet Polaris found herself incapable of further analysis. Her mind was a tempest, devoid of coherent thought, relying solely on instinct for self-preservation. She fixated on Professor Snape, her dark eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight illuminating his rigid countenance. An eternity seemed to pass, and eventually, Professor Snape spoke. I trust you understand what you must do. Stay in Diagon Alley, and should I ever catch you wandering, even once? I swear I shall not. Polaris interjected eagerly. As she exited the office, she became acutely aware of the sweat drenching her. Her limbs weak and trembling as if they might collapse. She leaned against the wall, breathing rhythmically to regain her composure. Ha, 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 ha. Polaris crouched down, covering her face, unable to discern whether she was crying or laughing. Some Slytherins would remark on her arrogance, often dismissing others as if they were beneath her, while others would claim that is simply the nature of the intelligent. In truth, she was indeed a proud individual. How audacious she was to perform her little charade before the renowned genius Snape, seeking to elicit his sympathy. The most formidable of lies is the one we tell ourselves. In reality, she had long ceased to care about her experiences at the Maria convent, despite the profound physiological scars they left. She would never allow herself to languish in the tragedies of the past. Yet she had to convince herself to believe that she still feared all that had transpired, that she was still that little girl lost in the snowy night, praying for divine mercy. Only by persuading herself could she deceive Snape. Since the moment she completed her exams, she had been scheming. Polaris knew Snape would send her back to the convent, yet she dared not dwell on the thought. As if by ignoring it, it might cease to exist. Polaris had once envisioned earning Snape's approval, having completed all the tasks he set forth, even securing 7 O's and 1 E. Yet in the end, she found herself bartering her pride, exposing her vulnerabilities to elicit but a shred of sympathy, pleading for freedom. Ultimately, Polaris had flawlessly embodied her role, achieving her objective. This battle had taken an immense toll. Polaris drifted back to Slytherin like a lost soul, lying in bed for an entire afternoon, scarcely moving. At the Slytherin table, someone inquired, "Who?" Malfoy suddenly asked. Crabbe, perplexed, responded, "Who?" "One Miss Viscous." Malfoy replied with a sarcastic tone. Millicent rolled her eyes. "Please, she simply finds you insufferable." Malfoy scoffed. "Oh, Buster, you haven't lost her again, have you? We ought to find Marcus to fish her out." Millicent finally comprehended why Polaris found Malfoy bothersome, who would dwell on past grievances daily. Malfoy was like a housewife of 10 years, still lamenting that her husband had forgotten to bring her chocolates on Valentine's Day. Millicent, disinterested in further discourse, remarked, "She's unwell, resting in the dormitory. Rest assured, no monstrous creature will emerge from there." After packing some bread, Millicent returned to the dormitory only to find Polaris in the same state as earlier, unmoved. Concern etched on her face, Millicent asked, "Plor, are you all right? I brought you pound cake and milk. Would you care for a bit?" Polaris, just awakening, found her head heavy and aching, her face feeling parched. The aftermath had been overwhelming. She had perhaps overacted. It seemed she had cried, though the memory eluded her. "I don't want to eat," Polaris paused, wary of causing Millicent further worry. "Just give me the milk." After finishing the milk, Polaris drifted back into a hazy slumber. 2 days later, the year-end feast arrived. Marcus was in high spirits, as Potter had not participated in the final Quidditch match, and Ravenclaw had thoroughly trounced Gryffindor, additionally deducting 150 points. Currently, Slytherin held a commanding lead over the last-place Gryffindor by a staggering 180 points. The hall was adorned with Slytherin banners and decorations. "This is what Slytherin deserves," Malfoy declared, chin raised. "Even if Potter had played, even if Gryffindor had triumphed over Ravenclaw, we would not have faltered. Besides, he may not even win. I must say, his previous success was sheer luck." Pansy concurred. "Draco is right. Our victory is inevitable. Prince, could you possibly refrain from wearing that morose expression, as though we have lost?" Polaris paid little mind to their banter, or rather, she disregarded most of what was said. At present, aside from those aware of her identity, no one could inflict harm upon her. Had Professor Snape harmed her? Perhaps not, though that day, during her performance, she had felt a wretched nausea threatening to consume her. She truly despised revealing her past before anyone. It felt akin to having her skin stripped away, her heart laid bare for all to see. Indeed, she was an orphan, burdened with anguish and unpleasant memories, yet those events belonged to a bygone era. She could even leverage the existence of those experiences to aid her escape from the convent. Everything that had transpired should, or could, serve to benefit her present. Suddenly, the hall fell silent, all eyes directed toward one singular point. It was Harry Potter. He appeared as though he stood beneath the spotlight on an operatic stage. The Slytherins fell momentarily quiet before resuming their boisterous discussions regarding the legends surrounding Potter. "How enviable. He stands there as a living legend," Millicent mused. Chapter 20. The year-end banquet. "Have you lost your mind, Buster?" Malfoy exclaimed with evident disdain, incredulous at the idea of praising Potter in front of that crowd of Gryffindors. Surely, it would have them in stitches. Daphne tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and remarked, "Dumbledore has arrived." Indeed, the headmaster had made his entrance, announcing the scores of the 4 houses, with Gryffindor surpassing the lowest score by a staggering 178 points. The Slytherins erupted in cheers, as if the gloom of the semester had been lifted. Goyle clapped with excitement. Malfoy rapped his wine glass against the table, while Daphne and Pansy embraced, and Farley and Marcus exchanged joyful high-fives. Even Polaris and Millicent grasped each other's hands tightly. This year, it seemed, had been tolerably good. "Looks like it's not too shabby," remarked a tall, lanky boy seated diagonally across from Polaris. Noticing Polaris' confusion, Millicent leaned in and whispered, "That's Theodore Nott, a bit of a recluse. But he gets along well with Malfoy." In stark contrast to the jubilant Slytherins, the other 3 houses, particularly Gryffindor, wore markedly different expressions. Crabbe leaned toward Malfoy and said, "I bet that guy is glaring at you with pure hatred." Malfoy scoffed in derision. "Oh, should I feel honored to have the attention of the so-called savior?" His tone echoed Marcus's words. The savior in question was, of course, Harry Potter. Polaris, feeling singled out, waved dismissively with her other hand. However, Dumbledore's speech was far from over. He shifted his tone, stating, "Nevertheless, several recent events cannot be overlooked." Goyle and Malfoy's movements froze, even though Malfoy still clutched his wine glass. Daphne released her hold on Pansy, while Farley and Marcus exchanged apprehensive glances. Millicent, on the other hand, gripped Polaris' hand more firmly. Every Slytherin present shared the same pallor as their smiles vanished. It was evident that no one naively believed Dumbledore's subsequent words would not tarnish Slytherin's reputation. The ensuing minutes were undoubtedly a nightmare for Slytherin. In the first minute, Weasley earned 50 points for a nonsensical game of chess. In the third minute, Granger received 50 points for her logical reasoning. By the 5th minute, Potter had garnered 60 points for his extraordinary bravery. At this point, every Slytherin was tense, and Polaris could feel Millicent's grip tightening painfully around her hand. The gap between them and Gryffindor had diminished to a mere 20 points. Millicent's eyes glistened with tears. "That's it, right? There can't possibly be more? They've all been accounted for." Polaris longed to assure her that there was nothing left, especially since the banners had already been hung. To have Slytherin's first place overturned at this juncture would be a grave blow to the students' spirits. Yet, upon seeing Dumbledore's expression, Polaris understood that he would not stop there. This was utterly absurd. If he wished for Gryffindor to secure first place, he could have easily added points to their hourglass before any decorations were arranged. Instead, he chose to slap Slytherin in the face at their moment of triumph. Or perhaps, he relished in rejuvenating Gryffindor when they were at their lowest. It felt as though he was saying, "For every 150 points deducted from Polaris, I shall return them one by one, and perhaps even more." Polaris cursed her ability to read a person's thoughts. It made her torment far greater than that of those around her. Indeed, Dumbledore ultimately awarded Longbottom an additional 20 points. precisely allowing Gryffindor to surpass Slytherin by 2 points. The cheers from Gryffindor nearly threatened to lift the ceiling off, while the faces of the Slytherins turned ashen, blending almost seamlessly with the ghosts. In stark contrast to Gryffindor's exuberance, the Slytherins remained in a profound silence, and even upon returning to their common room, no one could muster a word. Marcus patted Farley's shoulder. The girl had been crying throughout. Standing amidst the crowd, he raised his hands. Everyone. All the Slytherins turned their attention to Marcus, who cleared his throat and continued. Thank you all for your efforts this year. Whether you've been striving to earn points in class or battling it out on the Quidditch pitch, you all embody the glory of the Slytherin badge. As your prefect this year, I feel I have not done enough. Had I won that Quidditch match, perhaps Slytherin would have triumphed. I am sorry. Stella scoffed. Marcus, we only lost by 2 points. Don't be so hard on yourself. This isn't solely about your performance. Exactly. None of you blame me. In that case, you shouldn't blame yourselves either. Marcus took Farley's hand and raised it, declaring that Slytherin would not be defeated by a single loss. Farley wiped her face with one hand and exclaimed, "We will reclaim our victory." Before long, the Slytherins dispersed, and their demeanor appeared less disheartened than at the beginning. However, Malfoy remained brooding. Look, even if you penalize me for stepping out, that old coot still managed to award Longbottom 20 points. He actually gave points to Longbottom. Malfoy had been seething for half an hour. It was impressive to see his ability to sustain his anger. Polaris pondered absent-mindedly. Are you even listening to me? Malfoy confronted her, blocking the candlelight. Polaris snapped back to reality, blinking. Oh right, that's true. But what can we do? Dumbledore has hidden treasures in the school, and they protected those things, so they earn points. What can we do? Should we go protect Dumbledore's Philosopher's Stone? You know that isn't possible. Professor Snape favors Slytherin, awarding us points and deducting from Gryffindor. Dumbledore favors Gryffindor. After all, he is a former member, so it is only natural for him to grant them points. Malfoy, you should realize that we need not concern ourselves with the House Cup any longer. If the headmaster wishes for Gryffindor to win, then even if they were to be deducted to 0 points, Dumbledore could still find 5 individuals to award 100 points each. Malfoy's expression darkened further, and he seethed, I must tell my father. He altered the outcome of the House Cup. This is unfair. Polaris picked up the passing kitten, Nina, scratching its chin. Telling your entire family is futile. The headmaster did not alter the results of the House Cup. Didn't you notice? When he first announced the scores of the 4 houses, he deliberately withheld the outcome of the House Cup. By that time, we had already lost. Malfoy was still indignant, but he had calmed down. After all, no one could remain furious after being doused with cold water twice. He snatched Nina from her, stroking her fur against the grain, causing her to puff up and yowl. Polaris turned her head in disdain. You brute. Afterward, she quickly embraced the fluffed-up Nina, soothing her and scratching her chin. Hey, leave me in a dress. Malfoy's gaze wandered, pointedly avoiding Polaris. My family is going to Spain for vacation. I'll send you some local specialties. Polaris halted her soothing motion for a few seconds, and after a moment, replied, just give it to me when school starts. Do you think I'm desperate to know where you live? Everyone deserves a gift. I'm not afraid you'll think I have a problem with you. Malfoy suddenly adopted a sulky demeanor. If you don't want me to know, then so be it. Having spoken, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving her perplexed about the source of his sudden ire. Hadn't he just moments ago been devoid of anger? Polaris watched his retreating figure, her mind awash with questions. Were the emotions of boys always so volatile? When had she ever sensed that Malfoy harbored any ill feelings towards her? Was it not she who persistently poked at his vulnerabilities? Confounded, Polaris resolved to dismiss the matter. After the year-end banquet, the professors announced the results of the final examinations. Polaris, with her prodigious memory and intellect, secured the top position, while the second place was claimed by Hermione Granger of Gryffindor. Polaris was acutely aware of the inherent unfairness. Granger was not of the same caliber, as she had to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone alongside Potter, and she certainly lacked Polaris's extraordinary ability to remember everything at a glance. Thus, Polaris held a deep admiration for the girl. As the holiday commenced, the dormitory seemed to empty in an instant. Glancing back at her room, Polaris recalled the anxiety she felt upon her arrival. It felt like ages ago, yet as fresh as yesterday. Moreover, Marcus had issued a notice. Magic was prohibited during the break. What a surprise, Polaris exclaimed. As Marcus, who was tallying the students, heard her words, he nodded without hesitation. Of course, it's always been this way. Polaris reminisced about her exploits at the Leaky Cauldron last summer, feeling fortunate that she had not been discovered. Soon enough, everyone boarded the Hogwarts Express, changing into their attire. Polaris still donned that same black dress, though it had been altered long ago, adorned with a frilled collar, lantern sleeves, and pleats on the bodice. Much like her life, it had transformed from a dreary, shadowy childhood into something embellished with vibrant touches. She remained herself. Yet she bore little resemblance to her former self. At last, the train halted at the familiar platform, where a figure awaited, instructing students to pass through in small groups. Millicent struggled with an abundance of luggage, and Polaris assisted her. "What is up with Malfoy today, avoiding you?" Millicent's eyes brimmed with curiosity. Polaris shook her head. "Isn't he always like this? Occasionally getting worked up over nothing. Never mind him. How will I send you letters? I will miss you." Millicent pouted, playfully seeking her attention. Chapter 21, Miss Winnie. Polaris sincerely hoped no one discovered her residence in Diagon Alley. Consider it. How could a child with a home spend their holidays away, residing in Diagon Alley? However, she could postpone receiving gifts until school resumed. But she couldn't refuse the letters. After a moment's contemplation, she suggested, "Send them to the Owl Post in Diagon Alley. I will collect them in due time." Millicent released her grip on the luggage and embraced Polaris, declaring, "I will definitely write to you." Diagon Alley, the Leaky Cauldron. This marked the first week of Polaris's return. Indeed, she preferred to refer to it as her return to the Leaky Cauldron. For Polaris, a place that brought her joy constituted a home, transcending mere physicality. Even if she merely paid rent at the Leaky Cauldron, it felt far more comforting than residing in the convent. There, she often envisioned a home filled with a warm hearth, abundant food, cozy blankets, and caring individuals. Eventually, she realized that such a place resembled the Slytherin dormitory at Hogwarts. Prior to that, it was the Leaky Cauldron. Tom showed no surprise at her arrival, suggesting that Professor Snape had orchestrated everything. "Of course, I knew you would return. You mentioned wanting to taste my butterbeer." Upon seeing Polaris, Tom welcomed her as one would an old friend. "Hogwarts is a splendid place. I trust you feel the same." Polaris cradled her teacup, nodding in agreement. Indeed, she had never felt so content. "So, you have become a Slytherin?" Tom expressed mild astonishment, quickly shifting to a look of understanding. "That does seem like a fitting choice for you." Polaris replied, "I assumed you would find it distasteful. After all, no one from the other three houses seems to have any fondness for us." Tom lowered his gaze, polishing a glass as he reminisced. "That may be true now, but it wasn't always the case." "Little Polaris, do you believe a house defines a person as character?" Without hesitation, Polaris asserted, "I do not." Professor Quirrell was once a Ravenclaw student, yet you must have heard of the mistakes he made this term. Although most are unaware of the true circumstances surrounding the Philosopher's Stone incident, as students return home, the general situation has become somewhat known. If Slytherin is inherently bad, then are the other three houses purely virtuous? How would Quirrell justify his actions? Surely, he cannot be excused as merely a momentary lapse. While Slytherin is branded as a den of malice, Polaris concluded, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "You still refer to him as Professor Quirrell?" Tom inquired, steering the conversation in an unexpected direction. Polaris nodded. "Sir, I call him Professor out of respect for his profession, as he once taught me in class. Not because I admire him." Tom squinted and smiled. "That is commendable. You possess your principles, unshaken by external factors. I am quite aged, much like this bar. I have encountered both terrifying and respectable Slytherins. Ultimately, it is not the house that defines who you are, but rather the person you aspire to become." "I do not consider myself wholly good," Polaris stated calmly, "but I am not entirely wicked either. I believe most people exist in this gray area. Before experiencing a cataclysmic day or encountering a joy so profound that it renders them immune to corruption." Tom had intended to ruffle the child's hair, but refrained, not wanting to disrupt her hairstyle. Instead, he crouched down and retrieved a box of cookies to offer her. "Good girl, I think this will suffice for now. Consider this. Old Tom, despite his age, still experiences fear. Last year, you quite startled me. Adults are thus, so how can we expect a minor to ponder so deeply?" Conversing with Tom altered some of Polaris's thoughts, though not significantly. Who does not care about the perceptions of others? Slytherin students were no exception. Yet, it seemed to have become an unspoken agreement. Even though Polaris had not wronged Gryffindor, Weasley would point at her and declare, "She is a Slytherin." Tom's words did not provide her with clarity, yet her reflections throughout the process persuaded her. There was no necessity. Others' opinions of her could not alter her intrinsic nature. If she were to succumb to anger and revenge due to others' provocations, thinking, "Since you all say so, I would be remiss not to oblige," then Polaris might fall into the trap of the Pygmalion effect imposed by others. "Thank you, Tom." Polaris raised her teacup and smiled at him. She remained an eager learner, yet this time, she did not seclude herself on the second floor. Diagon Alley was indeed a splendid place. The Leaky Cauldron is perpetually bustling with a throng of patrons, where Polaris can glean tidings from wizards hailing from distant lands. Among them are aurors, who engage in spirited discussions about past wars, referring to the dark wizard as Voldemort, though the majority of wizards dare not echo his name. Some wizards are mere dabblers in alchemy, claiming to have heard whispers of Nicodemus' whereabouts and seeking the secrets of the Philosopher's Stone. Others exist amongst muggles, drawing inspiration from their mundane lives to invent various household enchantments. Polaris finds herself particularly intrigued by a witch named Winnie, who generously shares her innovative creation with Polaris, a laundry charm. My dear, are you familiar with washing machines? They are muggle contraptions used for laundering clothes. My initial inspiration was the washing machine. We can conjure water, like this. With a flick of her wand, water in a goblet begins to swirl, transforming into an ethereal river. I intended to use it for rinsing clothes, but it proved rather impractical. You see, a single rinse leaves much to be desired. Winnie cheerfully remarks. Hence, I conceived the idea of having it whirl like a tornado to cleanse garments, akin to the flow of water within a washing machine. Yet, as far as I know, muggles often add laundry detergents. Polaris interjects, discerning a flaw in the concept. If that is the case, encountering grease stains might render your method ineffective. With remarkable expertise in laundering, Polaris quickly identifies the issue. Indeed, it seems you possess quite an understanding of muggles. Winnie exclaims in surprise. Therefore, I thought of adding detergent directly to the water, allowing it to cleanse the garments efficiently. Why not utilize a Scourgify charm? Polaris inquires humbly. Winnie shakes her head. My dear, that is not quite the same. The Scourgify charm merely cleanses superficial grime, while certain grease stains fall beyond its purview. You know, there is also the Whirlwind Sweep charm, but it too fails to address grease stains. However, with this water washing spell, one can achieve the desired effect by incorporating any preferred detergents. I could even alternate between various scented detergents, imparting delightful fragrances to the laundered garments. Polaris experiences a moment of enlightenment. Winnie is indeed a remarkably talented witch, albeit her aspirations lie within the realm of domesticity. I contribute to the Wizarding Household Journal, sharing my domestic spells. Winnie beams with pride. Polaris receives a copy of the Wizarding Household Journal, graciously gifted by Miss Winnie. Polaris marvels. You are truly an extraordinary witch. In fact, your magic is quite powerful. With a slight modification, your water washing charm could evolve into a formidable water vortex spell. With sufficient magical strength, it could even alter the weather. Winnie shakes her head. You may have a point, but that is not my intention. Miss Polaris, I have worked at the Ministry of Magic and pursued my own career. Some deem my focus on domestic magic as a decline, but I find joy in nurturing my own life and ensuring my happiness. Every wizard possesses the right to choose the life they desire. This is a truth I grasped when making my decisions. My strength lies in my ability to courageously relinquish my past at any moment and dare to start anew. Polaris is immensely grateful to the generous witch, Miss Winnie, who teaches her the art of inventing magic from scratch, discerning the efficacy and nuances of different spells, submitting contributions to the journal, and choosing her own path in life. In the bustling leaky cauldron, some seemingly ordinary wizards possess unique qualities of their own. Furthermore, Polaris discovers various avenues for financial gain. In Diagon Alley, there exists Madame Pimpernel's beauty potion shop, where Polaris finds it effortless to assist Madame Pimpernel with potion making, as she is far less stringent than Professor Snape. She also contributes to the journal. Initially, she intended to write serious content, but that proved unmarketable. Consequently, she decided to let go and unearth some obscure tales from dusty old tomes in the library, focusing on the eerie and unsettling. She herself doubted whether anyone would read them, especially as she intertwined elements from biblical, Greek, and Norse legends into a veritable hodgepodge. To her astonishment, these articles were published, and the journal even sent her copies in payment. It appears that both muggles and wizards alike are drawn to such mysterious and inexplicable tales. Polaris joyfully collected her payment and indulged in 2 flavors of ice cream at Florian's ice cream parlor, ultimately leading to a bout of indigestion. Upon learning of her plight, Tom chuckled heartily. It is only in moments like this that I am reminded of your youth. Little Polaris, children ought not to indulge in too many cold treats. Chapter 22. The Most Charming Witch. Polaris descended the stairs with a yawn. The previous night, a witch had borrowed her copy of the Slytherin Chronicles, and she found herself unable to resist, staying up late to finish it. Well, she had previously remarked that wizards enjoy such fabricated tales, and now she too was captivated by them. The Slytherin Chronicles narrates the tale of Slytherin and the muggle-born witch, Vera. The book is rife with embellishments, devoid of any truth, save for the 4 founders. All other characters are fictitious. The great wizard Slytherin, in his youth, encounters the formidable muggle-born witch, Miss Vera. He is powerful, proud, and tempestuous. Yet, Vera, with her remarkable strength and loving spirit, enchants him, drawing him into the depths of love. Vera unveils a different world to him, one where belief, love, and change are possible. Eventually, Vera inadvertently reveals her identity before muggle relatives. She is poisoned by her family. And a priest, armed with holy water, delivers the fatal blow. In a critical moment, Slytherin rescues Vera, but her life hangs by a thread. She cradles Slytherin's face, imploring him not to persecute muggles in her name. The ones who harm me are muggles, but not because they are muggles. Slytherin is left with no choice but to entomb Vera in an ice cavern, seeking a means to prolong her life. From that point on, he harbors a deep-seated hatred of betrayal, rejecting muggle-born students. Polaris anxiously flips to the next page, convinced the story cannot conclude in such a manner. If it does, it would be nothing short of a travesty. Surely there should be a narrative wherein Slytherin resurrects Vera? One cannot help but admire the wizarding world. Yet this despicable author concludes the tale with the line, "Love compels one to live, love compels one to die, love leads one toward the light." While love can also plunge one into darkness. Do readers believe that Slytherin's choice aligns with what Vera would have wished to see? Stay tuned for the next installment. The Gryffindor Secret Chronicles. The end. Polaris is left aghast. The abrupt conclusion is profoundly unsatisfying. Gazing out at the dawn's early light, she feels as though the entirety of her night was in vain. "Little Polaris, why do you appear so weary?" Tom inquires, astonished. Polaris bites into her bread with frustration. Tossing the Slytherin Chronicles onto the table. "I have been swindled. I shall spend a sickle to sue the author of this book." "Ha!" A familiar voice chimes in. It is the witch who borrowed her book. The witch winks at her. "I happen to possess the subsequent trilogy and 6 stories featuring combinations of the 4 founders. Would you care to read them?" "No wonder I sensed a hint of mischief in your smile yesterday," Polaris muses, realizing she still has much to learn. Miss Witch dramatically covered her mouth. "Merlin, am I not virtuous?" "Oh no, you've uncovered me. I suppose I must resort to silencing you." Tom shook his head disapprovingly. "Every year, you trick a child. Heidi, really. But isn't that out of fashion now? Didn't the newspaper mention that author yesterday? Gilderoy Lockhart." Heidi scoffed lightly. "All my sisters are infatuated with him. In my opinion, Mr. Fox's books are far superior, even though they date back to my childhood." Heidi emitted a sound of adoration. "Fox." Polaris recalled, the author's name was indeed Fox, though his surname was omitted. It appeared more like a pseudonym than a true name. However, there are indeed individuals with the surname Fox. "Tell me about Lockhart," Polaris inquired with curiosity. "What does he write about?" Heidi struggled to remember. "Some works on combating dark magical creatures? If you ask me, if he had such abilities, he was truly born in the wrong era. Had he been born 10 or 20 years earlier, the mysterious man would have encountered a worthy adversary." Tom shook his head. "That is all in the past. Little Polaris, if you're interested, you might want to check with Blandley. He seems to have received a shipment of Lockhart's books." A wizard author who could rival Voldemort? Polaris felt a flicker of interest. However, she still had to prepare beauty potions in the afternoon, so after lunch, she headed towards the apothecary. On the way, she passed by the Leaky Cauldron and noticed the shop was bustling with people, an uncommon sight indeed. Mrs. Pimpernel, whom Polaris affectionately called Mrs. Pre, was enjoying great success. A single bottle of beauty potion fetched no less than a gallon. Miss Winnie was a close friend of Mrs. Pre, and they often engaged in discussions of matters pertinent to women. "Oh, little Polaris. Thank you. I adore this." Mrs. Pre gently accepted the afternoon tea Polaris had brought. "Dear, did you see the crowd at the bookstore? My friends say Mr. Lockhart is exceedingly handsome." Polaris nodded. "The bookstore is indeed crowded, though I hear he has several more events like this coming up. Have you seen my gloves? I took them for cleaning. Please use mine for now." Mrs. Pre opened a box, setting the afternoon tea on the table, inviting Winnie to partake. "Winnie dear, it is rumored that Mr. Lockhart is also a Ravenclaw. Have you met him?" Mrs. Pre inquired. Winnie pondered, resting her chin on her hand. "You truly put me in a difficult position. How many years has it been since my graduation? I believe I've heard of him. You know, I'm acquainted with other authors, though I merely consider myself a contributor. He seems to have some title." "What title?" Polaris stirred. "Something akin to Professor Snape, the acknowledged master of potions?" No, no, no," Winnie exclaimed, her complexion paling. "Absolutely not." After a considerable time spent discussing new nail dyes, Winnie suddenly looked up. "I've remembered. No wonder he seemed familiar. He has a book titled Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Pest Control in your home." Winnie exclaimed with realization. Polaris was busy cleaning the equipment. Mrs. Pre had modest expectations, yet she insisted that every instrument must be immaculate. After each concoction, everything must be thoroughly washed before starting anew, even if the potions were identical. This pertains to the girls' appearances. This was Mrs. Pre's principle and bottom line. Polaris nearly chuckled. "So what is his title, the housewife's friend?" Mrs. Pre and Miss Winnie could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha, that sounds delightful, little Polaris." It took Winnie a while to compose herself, shaking her head. No, I scheduled a basic beauty treatment, basic." After the lunch break, Mrs. Pre's clients began to arrive one after another. She usually prepared the potions in advance. But some clients had special requests, which required her to adapt in the apothecary. Such instances were rare, allowing Polaris to leisurely occupy herself in the apothecary, completing her homework. All in all, it was a rather comfortable job, requiring some technical skill, yet not overly demanding. Mrs. Pre was a witch who truly relished life. Evident from her relationship with Winnie, these two women, both with a keen pursuit of quality in life, became inseparable companions. Mrs. Pre closed the door, hanging the closed sign, and led Polaris outside. She placed her hand on Polaris' waist. Dear, since my graduation from Hogwarts, I have lived alone, of course, with the witches I meet daily. You understand? When your life is filled with lovely girls, happiness ensues. I lived with many girls in my youth, yet I was not content. Polaris couldn't help but interject. Mrs. Pre laughed, gently tapping her forehead. Dear, that indicates that your surroundings were not devoid of undesirable men. Indeed, Mrs. Pre was such an extreme witch. Polaris did not wholly agree with her views, but she respected Mrs. Pre's way of life. After all, she genuinely seemed happy, which was truly commendable. Polaris bid farewell to Mrs. Pre in front of Madame Putafoot's tea house and turned towards the leaky cauldron. Everyone possesses the right to choose their own path in life. Much like Miss Winnie, Mrs. Pre, and herself. Miss Winnie's decision to forego a respectable job was perplexing. Mrs. Pre's shop only serving witches drew criticism. And Polaris' departure from the convent did not earn Professor Snape's full support. Yet they all walked a path in pursuit of their own happiness, despite the challenges it posed. As Polaris passed the owl post office, she collected her letters, one from Millicent, one from Hogwarts, and one from Professor Snape. Polaris sat on her bed and began to open the letters. Millicent had quarreled with her mother again due to her unsatisfactory final grades. I wish I could inherit half your intelligence, Millicent wrote in her letter. Polaris scoffed. Abandon. The Hogwarts letter contained the textbooks for the upcoming semester. Standard spellbook level 2. That seems reasonable. What she did not expect was the subsequent list of Gilderoy Lockhart's works. Damn it. Why didn't they include Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Pest Control in your home as well? Polaris pounded her neatly folded quilt with one hand while holding the letter in the other. All right, calm down, let us count my savings. Such a bestseller would certainly not come cheap. 5 minutes later. Damn it, I might as well sell myself. No money. Polaris' mind raced as she began contemplating whether to shamelessly ask blandly to borrow the book or simply read Millicent's copy. After all, she could memorize it after a single read. What use were these textbooks? 5 minutes later. Damn it, she might as well assassinate the teacher when school starts. Chapter 23. Miss Winnie's Past. Assassination is utterly impossible and will remain so for the entirety of this lifetime. All she can do is diligently work to support her education. Polaris buried her head beneath the covers in a self-imposed cocoon. One cannot help but concede that perhaps Madame Pre's words held some truth. After all, her emotional fluctuations had significantly intensified during the holiday, and she had begun to comfort herself. Well then, the last letter, let us see what it contains. Indeed, it is a letter from Professor Snape. This stern mentor urges Polaris, who is akin to a kite, to rein in her exuberance lest she truly be launched into the sky when school commences. Additionally, there is a supplemental assignment and a reading list. Oh Merlin, how considerate of him. He even included the books in the parcel, entirely eliminating any excuse Polaris might have had regarding her inability to purchase them. Once more, she buried her head in the blankets, pretending to be an ostrich, avoiding the reality of the supplementary assignments. Half an hour later, Polaris sat at her desk, murmuring to herself, to add the legs of a toad, yes, skinned. An ostrich, however, remains out of the question. The books delivered during the holiday are, after all, complimentary. Today, she must express her gratitude to Professor Snape. His thoughtfulness far exceeds that of the unknown defense against the dark arts instructor who assigned her 7 best-selling novels. If only there were no accompanying essays. The next day, at Madame Prim's beauty salon. Darling, what are you daydreaming about? Madame Pre gently ruffled Polaris's hair. Polaris was grateful she hadn't styled her hair today. I was pondering how to become overnight wealthy. Polaris replied earnestly. Madame Pre lightly patted her cheek. Just get to bed early, dear. Dreams hold all possibilities. Polaris forced a smile. Well, I was actually contemplating my assignments. I have several potions essays to complete. Oh dear, that sounds dreadful, Madame Pre gasped, covering her mouth. I should keep my distance. What if you explode? Rest assured, if I were to explode, I would certainly do so outside. Polaris said wearily. Having finished concocting her beauty elixir for the day, she retrieved a piece of parchment and began her essay. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. She managed to complete her papers 2 weeks before school commenced. Using the wages Madame Pre had given her to purchase her books, money she and even had time to warm in her hands. Of course, she wasn't completely drained. Every working individual knows the sensation of extracting their hard-earned money from their pockets feels akin to murder. As the school term drew nearer, Polaris's working hours dwindled, allowing her only to brew potions before departing. After all, one must relish the remnants of their fleeting holiday, mustn't they? Miss Winnie invited her for a shopping spree, which essentially meant she would serve as a bag carrier. What do you think of this dress? Winnie twirled around. Polaris reached out to feel the fabric, tracing the seams with her eyes before stepping back to assess it. It's quite nice, Polaris nodded seriously. Winnie couldn't help but laugh. You are so meticulous. Polaris, being adept at sewing, naturally had her own standards regarding clothing. However, she soon found herself unable to maintain such scrutiny. Winnie changed into another dress. What about this one? Then another. Is this one pretty? And yet another. How about this? Initially, Polaris could provide detailed feedback, but she eventually became a relentless machine of praise. Very good. Truly splendid. You look lovely in anything. By the time Polaris exited the boutique, her arms were laden with bags. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, Miss Winnie, do you really intend to wear all those dresses? Of course not. Winnie replied with amusement. But I have the money. With money, one can procure anything. As long as I'm happy, that's all that matters. Prince. Polaris instinctively turned towards the source of the voice. To her surprise, it was Draco Malfoy. Was this fellow truly one to initiate greetings? Oh, long time no see. Is this your father? Polaris lamented that she had no more hands available to greet this classmate's father. Mr. Malfoy's hair was identical to Draco's, yet they bore little resemblance to one another. It seemed Mrs. Malfoy had played a significant role. Draco introduced Polaris to his father. Father, this is Polaris Prince. She is also a Slytherin. I've heard of you, Prince. A remarkably talented witch, Mr. Malfoy remarked, though his expression conveyed a rather dismissive demeanor. Winnie adjusted her hat. Lucius Malfoy? Winnie Brown. Mr. Malfoy frowned almost instantly. Winnie lowered her hat further. Malfoy, please send my regards to Narcissa. Off we go, little Polaris. It wasn't until they had walked a bit further that Polaris tugged at Winnie's sleeve. Do you know Mr. Malfoy? Winnie's expression soured. Of course. But it's not a pleasant memory. I was once part of the same group as him and others. I was 17 at the time, convinced of my invincibility, aspiring to change the world. And then, Polaris surmised. Then our leader met an untimely demise, and the group disbanded. Winnie shrugged. Just like that, I matured a bit. Realizing our leader had been a fool, luckily, I hadn't had the chance to do anything drastic. In any case, I resigned from the ministry after that, becoming my own leader. Polaris was truly taken aback to learn that Winnie had been a Death Eater. However, her gaze dropped. Indeed, regardless of the heat. Winnie always wore long sleeves. With a touch of nostalgia, Winnie remarked, Polaris, I was quite young then, unaware of the things one should not pursue. I merely sought greater knowledge and power. Fortunately, fate was merciful, granting me the chance to start anew. It seemed that Winnie's departure from the ministry was not a trivial matter. Her experiences as a Death Eater were a direct cause. Thus, when Polaris suggested Winnie transform the laundry spell into a tornado spell, she politely declined. Polaris wrapped her arms around Winnie. Miss Winnie, all that is behind us. In my eyes, you are a truly wonderful friend. Winnie reciprocated the embrace. It seems your classmates might grow to dislike you. You'd best inform him that I'm not significant to you. Lucius Malfoy would certainly disapprove of me. Of course, your connection to me is undeniable. You are my friend. Whether Lucius Malfoy disapproves of you or not is irrelevant, and Draco Malfoy's opinion of me is of no consequence either. What matters is that I like you, and that is the only thing that pertains to me. Winnie paused, seemingly taken aback by Polaris's declaration. Typically, Polaris exuded maturity, which led Winnie to regard her as more than just a child. Yet, in that moment, she truly sensed Polaris's distinctiveness. Winnie finally unveiled her first genuine smile of the day. Let us go. I'll treat you to ice cream. The summer holiday has swiftly come to an end. During the break, Polaris felt as though the days stretched on indefinitely, as if she had an eternity to squander. Yet, with the conclusion of the holiday, she found it all too brief, lamenting the countless activities left undone. Regardless, human emotions and the passage of time are forever misaligned. This year, however, the number of people bidding farewell to Polaris had increased. Miss Winnie, Mrs. Pre, and even Mr. Florin from the ice cream shop were reluctant to see her go. As the train whistle blew, she boarded the Hogwarts Express once more, where Millicent awaited her in the rear carriage, as per their arrangement. Polaris, I haven't finished my homework yet. Let me see yours. Millicent exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as if she had found a lifeline. You and Daphne must be the only ones looking forward to the start of term. Daphne, with an expression of disdain, interjected, You're right. I truly do look forward to it. You can't imagine how much I loathe my sister. Oh, she-s gentle, she-s kind, she-s the best. While I am merely the overbearing elder sister. Polaris waved her hand dismissively. You're mistaken. I do not look forward to the new term at all. I believe your family has misconceptions about you, Daphne. If they had met Pansy and Millicent, they would understand what it means to be well-rounded. Pansy embodies the literary, her tongue forever sharp, while Millicent represents the martial, capable of toppling several opponents on her own. Millicent proudly flexed her arms, striking a few poses. Look at my muscles. But what of Pansy? Polaris finally noticed her absence. Daphne raised an eyebrow knowingly. With Draco, Polaris voiced a question that had long puzzled her. What does she see in Malfoy? Is it immaturity or impulsiveness? Polaris. Daphne smiled softly. I too am at a loss regarding Pansy's affections for him. Yet, much like my name, why did Apollo fancy Daphne? Apollo, in his infatuation, seemed indifferent to Daphne's own feelings, such as the nature of love at times. This year, they were no longer first years, and thus did not need to traverse the Black Lake in a small boat, allowing them to arrive at the Great Hall ahead of schedule. Marcus was delighted to see Polaris. I truly do not know how to thank you. This is the first year my mother hasn't erupted upon my return home. She believes I have finally grasped the concept of studying. Polaris replied, you ought to be thanking me. Look, I managed to obtain an E in flying class, thus avoiding Professor Snape's ire. Speaking of which, where is Professor Snape? Who is that grinning blonde up there? Chapter 24, Pride and Prejudice. Farley nearby could not help but chuckle. That's the new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. Polaris squinted, initially thinking that the new professor was merely a fan of Lockhart, much like Miss Heidi was an admirer of Fawkes. To her surprise, he turned out to be a simple narcissist. How unexpected, Polaris mused slowly, not quite as I had imagined. Having read Lockhart's works, she found the prose somewhat extravagant, yet the content credible. Perhaps every capable individual possesses a peculiar character. Polaris tried to convince herself of this, though some details dancing in her mind did not conform to such reasoning. The sorting ceremony was about to commence, and Farley urged her to return to her seat. Having engaged in conversation with the two prefects, she had failed to take her place in time. She had thought she would be seated beside the blood trader, but fortunately, with the presence of first years, Polaris managed to occupy the very end of the second-year table. Perhaps last year's upperclassmen thought the same, which is why Malfoy had to dine next to the blood trader. What were you just discussing with Marcus? Malfoy leaned in. Do you know what the professors are up to? Polaris scanned the scene. Look over there, by the Great Hall's entrance. Gryffindor, Potter and Weasley appeared to be rolling on the floor, while Professor Snape stood behind them, his gaze sharp. They're in trouble, Malfoy exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Polaris pressed her hand on his shoulder, pushing him back down. If you get any more excited, you might find yourself in trouble as well. Professor Snape escorted the two away, leaving Malfoy looking regretful that he could not witness Gryffindor's misfortune further. Pansy whispered, Draco, look, another red-haired Weasley. Malfoy merely lifted his gaze slightly. What's so remarkable? I saw them at the Leaky Cauldron already. This bunch of Weasleys multiplies like rabbits. Having said that, he turned to Polaris. Hey, what is your connection with that brown fellow? My father mentioned. Polaris interrupted him with applause, realizing that a new student had joined Slytherin. Once the clapping ceased, seeing Malfoy still unwilling to relent, Polaris sought to divert his attention. She disliked others prying into her past, especially not wanting to bring up Winnie's connections with Death Eaters. At the very least, Winnie did not appreciate such discussions. Treating others' dark pasts as trivial matters was beyond her. Look, the professor summoned McGonagall. I'm certain Potter and the others are fine. Polaris understood how to make Malfoy forget his previous inquiry. Sure enough, Malfoy's attention swiftly shifted to Gryffindor. What do you think they did? Hard to say, Polaris blinked. They were late, arriving just as the sorting ceremony began. Either they missed the train, or something went awry upon disembarking. They have luggage, which indicates they never boarded. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have missed even seeing Professor Snape. Malfoy stared, astonished. Polaris continued, indeed, they never boarded. However, Professor McGonagall still needs to be informed by Professor Snape. Something unfortunate happened to those two who missed the train, and they didn't even notify their professor. They have some branches with few leaves, which looked quite familiar. Polaris paused for effect. The Whomping Willow. Last winter, Professor Sprout intended to wrap it in canvas for warmth. They are late, and they provoked the Whomping Willow. I believe we need not worry. Tomorrow, their tale will be all over the school. You know, the treatment of the Savior. Malfoy muttered something under his breath before sneering. Yes, that's the treatment of the Savior. Let us see what kind of spectacle he can create this time. After welcoming the new students, Marcus and Farley led the newcomers down slowly, introducing them to various aspects of the school. Meanwhile, the older Slytherins strolled back together, arms slung over each other's shoulders. Prince, was that intentional? Pansy suddenly tugged at her sleeve. Polaris looked at her in confusion. What? I was speaking with Draco. Why are you interjecting? Aren't you tired of him? Shouldn't you keep your distance? Pansy maintained her chin-up demeanor. Polaris furrowed her brow, replaying their earlier conversation in her mind. The scene of her speaking with Malfoy unfolded at an accelerated pace. Indeed, it was Malfoy who had initiated the conversation, not she. Polaris was baffled by Pansy's statement. Pansy, I didn't interrupt. I distinctly remember he was the one who wanted to ask me something. I can't say I'm annoyed with him. But if you have feelings for him, perhaps you should find a way to communicate with him, considering I was merely responding. Pansy fell silent, pondering for a long moment before replying. Do you think I wouldn't want to? Is your reproach towards me merely a projection of your own inadequacy? Polaris's tone remained unchanged. Pansy inhaled deeply, her frustration palpable, yet she struggled to articulate a rebuttal. Polaris reiterated her inquiry. What is it that you admire about him? I don't know, Pansy replied, her voice laced with defeat. I cannot fathom why I am drawn to him. Is he particularly intelligent? Perhaps. But he pales in comparison to you. He is hardly courageous, nor is he particularly successful, often infuriating the Gryffindors. Yet, I inexplicably adore him. Is love truly like this? Even when he possesses no discernible strengths in your eyes. Polaris softly remarked. You seem quite unlike yourself at the moment. The old you would not display such vulnerability. What sort of expression? Pansy retorted. Her usual haughtiness evaporated, revealing a visage of anxiety and confusion. She wrapped her arms around herself. I suppose I have yet to grasp the essence of love, yet my gaze remains fixated upon him, unable to divert. He notices Harry Potter, recognizes you, and even sees Crabbe, Goyle, and Weasley, yet I remain invisible to him. Polaris found herself at a loss for her own emotions, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Pansy. Pansy's premature blossoming of love seemed to occur before the other party had even conceived of such a notion. Your affection appears to bring you little joy, Polaris observed, adjusting Pansy's collar. Why not relinquish it? Sometimes, you are excessively astute, and at other times, remarkably foolish, Prince, Pansy replied, rolling her eyes. If it were something I could easily abandon, would it torment me so? You know, I occasionally envy you. You are the sole Slytherin girl with whom he engages in conversation. I recognize that, given your prowess, this is quite natural. Yet I cannot help but covet what you possess. Why can you so effortlessly enjoy what I cannot attain? Polaris shook her head. Pansy, you are already remarkable in your own right. Why must you envy me? You hail from a happy family, excel academically, and have your companion, Daphne. To be candid, I admire your short hair. I have contemplated whether to cut mine similarly, as styling it daily proves quite cumbersome. You also possess a keen understanding of perfumes, discerning top notes and base notes. Are you observing me? Why? Pansy exclaimed incredulously. Polaris candidly replied. Some things simply intrude upon my consciousness without my volition, creating a burden. Is it painful? At times, yes. Therefore, I often compel myself to empty my mind, yet unwelcome thoughts still infiltrate my ears. Pansy's expression grew complex. It seems everyone bears their own burdens. Perhaps, Polaris chuckled wryly. Pansy exhaled with exasperation. God knows how I ended up confiding in you. I almost regret it. Do you find me peculiar? You know that Stella you are acquainted with? I heard she only began dating in 4th year, while I am here uttering these bizarre sentiments. Pansy stared blankly ahead. Polaris shook her head. No two leaves are identical, and others are not Pansy Parkinson. Why measure your feelings against someone else's experiences? Pansy regarded Polaris intently. I sometimes detest you, at times envy you, yet I cannot truly bring myself to hate you. Very well, I can only strive to ignore you. Pansy clattered away in her little shoes into the Slytherin common room. They had conversed for so long, yet Polaris remained perplexed by Pansy's words. The intricacies of emotions seemed elusive to her, more complex than mere physiological and psychological responses. The following morning, Polaris proceeded to the Great Hall for breakfast, as usual. Indeed, discussions concerning Harry Potter eclipsed all else, as non-emotional matters often proved more predictable. The Slytherins recounted the previous day's events with remarkable detail, as though they had been eavesdropping atop Potter's vehicle. Weasley's father covertly modified a Ford Anglia car. Honestly, he is still banned from using Muggle items. Then Potter and Weasley took to the skies in the vehicle, much to the astonishment of numerous Muggles. He must have yearned for glory. Congratulations to him. He succeeded. Yet we must not forget to commend Arthur Weasley. He is surely in for some punishment, and nothing delights me more. Polaris paid little heed to the commotion, focusing intently on spreading butter on her toast. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted, akin to an explosion, startling Polaris and causing her to send her toast flying onto Zabine's plate. Polaris, look. It seems our esteemed Slytherin princess is eagerly preparing breakfast for me. Blaise Zabine remarked with a sidelong grin, his self-absorbed arrogance inciting within Polaris a desire to douse his insufferable face with a jet of water. Polaris's expression darkened. Zabine, I'm quite certain you wouldn't wish to know how many curses I am capable of casting upon you, or how many potions could be brewed to incapacitate that insufferable Gryffindor. Look at that. The longer Slytherin lingers, the more they all seem the same, Malfoy jeered. Behold, how proud Mrs. Weasley must be of her son. She couldn't resist sending a congratulatory letter. The sounds of Mrs. Weasley's curses echoed from the Gryffindor table. Polaris lost all appetite and set her knife down, rising to leave. Yet she had not anticipated the additional revulsion awaiting her. Slytherin had only one herbology class that day, which delighted Polaris as she longed to see Professor Sprout. She missed the friendly and gentle witch immensely. Without parents of her own, the nurturing presence of Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey somewhat filled the void of maternal affection in Polaris's life. What is happening? Daphne frowned. Are we now to have 2 teachers for 1 class? Isn't he the defense against the dark arts instructor? Why is he here spouting nonsense? Pansy attempted to dismiss her, yet found herself poking Polaris when confusion set in. Polaris casually picked up a pair of earmuffs. Clearly, the defense against the dark arts class does not allow him to showcase his full potential. This gentleman seeks to assert his presence. Put on the earmuffs. And you won't have to hear his incessant prattling. Why do you say that? Millicent suddenly appeared displeased. You've also mentioned that you cannot find flaws in his book, indicating that he possesses some merit. Why not acknowledge it? Perhaps he merely wishes to apply his knowledge to assist a colleague in teaching. What is so strange about mutual learning? Professor Sprout ought to graciously accept suggestions. Polaris raised an eyebrow, surprised by Millicent's stance. Millie, whether he possesses merit is uncertain, but his abilities and his desire for attention are 2 distinct matters. Even Professor Snape would concede that Granger has talent, yet he has also remarked on her penchant for seeking the limelight. It's the same principle. Polaris endeavored to clarify her perspective, often exhibiting a touch more patience with Millicent. Millicent donned the earmuffs, seemingly unwilling to accept Polaris's viewpoint. Aren't you the same? If you possess talent, why conceal it? You always say, I wonder what this person is thinking. Clearly, they've done something prior. All you need to do is this or that. Don't you have a desire for recognition? Such arrogance is rather unbecoming of you. With that, she turned away, refusing to look at Polaris. Polaris opened her mouth, entirely unaware of her own demeanor. To her, it was merely a straightforward assertion, but to others, it was far more significant. Mrs. Sprout commenced her lesson, leaving Polaris no choice but to attend, yet her mind incessantly replayed Millicent's words. Chapter 25. The Melancholy of Millicent. Polaris was not one to take the initiative. She would not write to others about her life unless prompted by them. Millicent had sent her 3 letters over the summer. The first expressed her joy at the holiday, as her family planned outings. The second lamented her mother's dissatisfaction with her grades, and the third complained about the tedium of makeup assignments. Polaris could not discern the cause of Millicent's sudden anger from these letters. She busily uprooted young mandrake seedlings, placing them into pots and diligently adding compost, then casually swatted at a nearby lively venomous tentacle. Throughout the entire process, the mandrake had yet to utter a sound before being silenced, while the venomous tentacle sulked, retracting its budding shoots. The Slytherins around them began to experience phantom pains. Polaris's actions were undeniably correct. However, others should refrain from imitating her treatment of the venomous tentacle. As the risk of being pricked by its thorns was considerable, just be cautious to avoid them. 5 points to Slytherin, Mrs. Sprout announced, when class concluded. Aside from the regulars like Polaris, everyone else was covered in mud and sweat. I need to go wash up, Daphne exclaimed, her face contorted in disgust. I smell of dirt and fertilizer. Polaris sprinted a few steps, finally catching up to Millicent. Millie, we need to talk. I believe there is some misunderstanding between us. Perhaps I have erred, and you could directly inform me. Though I may not change my ways or even acknowledge it, if you truly intend to condemn me, you must at least provide a reason, right? Pansy nudged Daphne, her expression one of disbelief. I am starting to question what I was jealous of. Is this her way of apologizing? Polaris did not perceive herself as having done anything wrong, did she? She simply wished to understand the reason behind Millicent's anger. Daphne shrugged. Millicent nearly laughed in exasperation. Look, our first certainly cannot be at fault. The wrong party must be me, whose fault it was mattered little. Perhaps they were both at fault, or perhaps neither was. The crux of the matter lay in understanding why. You have known me long enough, haven't you? You are well aware of the kind of person I am. I do not believe this is a valid reason for our quarrel. In truth, Polaris felt that Millicent understood her more deeply than anyone else, be it her abilities or her perspective on life. Don't you know everything? Then how could you not know what I am thinking? Millicent retorted before hastening away. Polaris stood there, bewildered. Not only was Pansy's love life complicated, but Millicent's friendship was equally intricate. Polaris mused that even concocting a potion would not be more convoluted than this. Polaris chose not to return to the Slytherin common room, sensing that Millicent did not wish to see her at that moment. Mrs. Sprout had sustained minor injuries while tending to the striking willow, which impeded her usual agility among the plants. Consequently, Polaris willingly assumed some of her responsibilities. Friendship? That indeed posed a challenging dilemma, Mrs. Sprout remarked. I believe not everyone can accept the disparities that exist between themselves and their friends. Yet Millie and I have always been this way. There has not been much alteration between us. Polaris wielded her trowel, loosening the soil around the herbs. Yes, that is true. However, Miss Bester is quite concerned about her mother, is she not? You mentioned she often argues with her mother, and they had disputes over grades during the summer, Mrs. Sprout said, her tone steady. Polaris blinked rapidly, recalling Millicent's words. Thus, it was possible that Millicent harbored some distance from her due to her mother's influence. Alternatively, she might not truly harbor resentment towards Polaris. Rather, her inability to meet her mother's expectations might cause her distress. In Slytherin, Polaris was a standout individual, which meant that those around her would be overshadowed by her brilliance, though this was not her intention. Mrs. Sprout gently placed her arm around Polaris's shoulders. In youth, we often lack a stable understanding of ourselves, sufficient ability, or a clear direction. This is entirely normal. Give your friendship some time. Polaris nodded resolutely. I understand. The following morning's lessons included transfiguration and charms. Professor McGonagall tasked them with transforming beetles into buttons. The structure of Professor McGonagall's lessons was notably progressive. They began with transfiguring inanimate objects into living ones, and now they were tasked with the reverse. However, beetles were not as docile as pins. Waiting for the spell to be cast, Pansy's transfiguration spells repeatedly fell short. Every time she moved, the beetle scurried away, infuriating her. Must I first learn a spell to immobilize the beetle? Pansy ground her teeth in frustration. Malfoy smugly remarked, watch closely. You must cast the spell with remarkable speed. Like this. Or anticipate where the beetle will move. Draco, you are simply marvelous. Pansy exclaimed, glancing at Polaris. Huh, Prince, why haven't you succeeded yet? Pansy swore she was not mocking. She was genuinely astonished. Who could have imagined Polaris would lag behind in her studies? Polaris was playfully engaging the beetle with her arm propped up when she finally raised her wand slowly towards it. Predictably, the beetle scurried away, and her transfiguration spell missed its mark. Prince, has your mind been muddled by Brown's household charms? Malfoy frowned, his expression one of disdain. Polaris shot him a glare before aiming her wand once more at the beetle, which promptly transformed into a splendid emerald cufflink. Despite Mrs. Sprout elucidating the reasons behind Millicent's sulking, Polaris remained uncertain about how to resolve their issues. Should she let the matter lie, fearing that Millicent would perpetually harbor dislike for her? Or should she confront it, despite having no clear idea of how to proceed? Did she wish for Millicent to become more like herself? Yet that seemed an unreasonable expectation. Perhaps she ought to teach Millicent how to construct a memory palace in her mind, so she could retrieve what she needed? But Millicent often forgot what she had eaten for her last meal. Perhaps she should elevate herself to Millicent's level, ensuring no imbalance existed between them. Yet such an approach might imply condescension towards Millicent, and she could not forsake her own identity. In any relationship, whether friendship or love, any sacrifice inevitably leads to imbalance. She could not continue to feign ignorance, nor could Millicent simply become more astute. In the midst of such turmoil, Polaris's transfiguration spell went awry. Millicent could not deny her inner insecurities. If one had a friend like Polaris Prince, one would understand the sensation of standing beside a luminary. She suspected Ron Weasley might share similar feelings. From the moment the Hogwarts Express departed, Millicent had known that Polaris would be an extraordinary witch. Who could possess such talent? Dumbledore? Or perhaps the Dark Lord? Initially, Millicent did not envy Polaris. The girl appeared pale and frail, resembling a little vampire. Meanwhile, Millicent was robust and healthy. Polaris had once expressed a desire to be like that. However, Mrs. Burstead held an entirely different perspective. The Death Eaters were often driven by peculiar desires. Some sought opulence. Others craved immense power. Some aspired to noble status, while a few merely yearned for self-preservation. Mrs. Burstead's longing was for formidable strength, limited by her innate abilities. She hoped the mysterious figure could bestow upon her the power she so desperately desired, even though she was far from being a priority in his eyes. Miriam's aunt remarked that when the mysterious figure vanished, Mrs. Burstead seemed as if she had lost her husband. Consequently, Mrs. Burstead placed her hopes on her daughter, Miriam. By the time Miriam reached the age of 8 without displaying any signs of magical prowess, Mrs. Burstead began to descend into madness, even resorting to throwing her from the attic. Fortunately, Miriam was not one to be silenced. Had she been, Mrs. Burstead would have lost her sanity entirely. Miriam was indeed not mute, yet her magical aptitude was disappointingly mediocre. She was several weeks behind her peers in mastering her first spell, which happened to be the levitation charm. In stark contrast to Polaris, Miriam had scarcely witnessed her friend struggle with any spell, nor failed to remember any incantation, except for the flying broomstick. During that time, Miriam could only feel awe. By Merlin, the disparity between individuals was more pronounced than that between a person and a troll. Of course, Professor Snape held her in high regard, even though he never publicly praised Polaris. Yet who else could possibly qualify as Professor Snape's assistant? The thoughts of adults diverged significantly from those of children. Initially, Mrs. Burstead was elated that Miriam was on break, as it had been quite some time since she had seen her daughter. However, this excitement was fleeting, and soon she reached out to Miriam for her report card. Upon reviewing it, Mrs. Burstead smashed a teapot and 2 cups, covering her face in self-pity. How could my daughter be so foolish like you? Had it not been for your birth, I would not be the person I am today. I would still be a free-spirited witch. I have sacrificed so much. Is it truly so difficult? Others manage to achieve 7 OS and 1 E. What are you doing each day? Has the food you consume turned into flesh upon your body? Miriam stood there, allowing Mrs. Burstead to hurl various objects at her, crashing around her feet. One day Mrs. Burstead ceased her weeping and, seated on the leather sofa, inquired of Miriam, I have heard that you are quite close with that Polaris? Polaris Malfoy. You should have gravitated towards such individuals sooner. Let them teach you how to wield magic instead of merely indulging in food all day. In my youth, I briefly followed that great man, who imparted many lessons I never dared to imagine. You, too, should learn to associate with those worthy of your attention, rather than remaining empty-headed each day. Miriam felt a wave of nausea wash over her, her stomach churning violently. To associate Polaris with the mysterious figure? The mere thought made her feel ill. Mrs. Burstead urged her to write a letter to Polaris, but after much hesitation, she could only pile on a few meaningless phrases. I can't finish my homework, it's so annoying. She had hoped that once school resumed, everything would improve, and she awaited this eagerly. Yet, she soon realized that she was unable to accomplish this. The instant she laid eyes on Polaris, her thoughts were consumed by the gruesome reports surrounding the mysterious figure and the distorted visage of Mrs. Burstead. I must be the only Slytherin who despises that mysterious figure, Miriam thought. Mrs. Burstead insisted she cultivate a friendship with Polaris, a task Miriam found utterly insurmountable. To her, Polaris was a remarkable person. When Miriam aimed to shed some weight, Polaris praised her muscular physique. While nearly all of Slytherin clashed with Gryffindor, Miriam never witnessed Polaris bullying anyone. I am already a wretched person. How could I burden Polaris further? She deserves a better friend, not one who befriends her merely at the behest of her mother. When Polaris expressed disdain for Lockhart, Miriam recognized an opportunity. Many witches admired Lockhart, although Miriam felt indifferent towards the professor. Yet, it served as a splendid excuse. Did it not? Miriam blurted out her thoughts. Once she finished speaking, she was startled to realize that jealousy still lingered in her heart towards Polaris. Nevertheless, she had articulated her true feelings. There was no way Polaris would perceive it as insincere. Let it be known that she had severed ties with Polaris out of jealousy. Polaris, has your mind been muddled by the domestic magic of the Browns? Miriam froze upon hearing Malfoy's words. Polaris Malfoy would fail? Could it be that she had not yet learned to transfigure a beetle into a button? Miriam could not believe it. No one could. Her heart was a chaotic storm, as if a ghoul were banging on the floor within. It is because of you that she is in this state. A voice in Miriam's mind cried out sharply. She discerned that it was Mrs. Burstead's voice. Mrs. Burstead screamed within her mind. It is you. You have disrupted her thoughts and clouded her judgment. Another voice of Mrs. Burstead echoed in her mind. It is you. You are envious of her, which is why she dares not be as formidable as she once was for the sake of your friendship. You are despicable, lacking in ability, yet dragging others down with you. You are shameless, without talent, yet affecting the success of others. Amidst these piercing voices, Miriam heard her own voice. Miriam, you are worried about her, are you not? What does your mother say matter? You did not become friends because of her. Polaris glanced at her schedule. There was a defense against the dark arts class at 3 o'clock, allowing her to eat and then take a nap before attending. Feeling unwell, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick assumed she was struggling academically and made a point to speak with her. Polaris had never considered that the professors genuinely cared for her. She could not help but feel grateful that there was no potions class today. Otherwise, she would have received sharp criticism rather than affection. By the time Polaris entered the dining hall, many students had already finished their meals. Chapter 26, The Dark Arts. Fortunately, Hogwarts was not like the convent. One would not go hungry merely for arriving a little late. Though lunchtime was rather rushed, Polaris still ordered a small bowl of Scottish fish soup with toasted bread. The fish soup at Hogwarts was made from cod, rich and hearty, a favorite of Stella's. It bore some resemblance to Italian cream of mushroom soup, but with the added flavor of fish, as Stella passionately recommended. According to a devotee who gifted her a collection of poems, British cuisine was rather unremarkable. Yet, alas, she was British, having eaten British food her entire life. Polaris sometimes yearned for the day she could travel or work in other countries, thereby experiencing a greater variety of foods, much like the Anna prints she had researched. Everyone line up. Potter is about to distribute signed photos. Upon finishing her meal, Polaris heard Malfoy's loud voice as he leaned over the corridor railing to look down. What signed photos? Polaris thought such things were only for Muggle concerts, like George Michael or something. Hey, Prince, do you want a signed photo of Potter too? Malfoy shouted. Then you better hurry down, or you won't be able to compete with Potter's fans. I don't. Harry's face turned red. Malfoy, shut up. A small boy next to Potter shouted. You're jealous. You're jealous of Harry. Polaris stood with her arms crossed over her chest. Her gaze lowered to observe the farcical scene unfolding below. She found it perplexing that those closest to her remained inscrutable, while others were all too transparent. Draco Malfoy was indeed envious of Harry Potter. This Slytherin boy, both arrogant and imperious, could hardly tolerate anyone eclipsing his notoriety. Yet, beneath that haughty facade lay a fragile vulnerability. When his insecurities were exposed, he would flounder in panic. Thus, Malfoy reveled in provoking and belittling Potter, but alas, Potter seemed oblivious to the nuances, merely standing there to retort. Such rebuttals were futile. Potter, engaging in verbal sparring, was Malfoy's forte. Should you unleash your ire now? Malfoy would likely cower in disarray, perhaps even tripping over his own feet in fright. Polaris narrowed her eyes as she noticed Weasley brandishing his wand, her own hand instinctively reaching for hers. Is he contemplating a confrontation? She began to rummage through her repertoire of spells, despite her disdain for Malfoy. She could not stand idly by while a Slytherin was bullied under her watchful gaze. What was transpiring? A loud voice cut through the air, demanding to know who was taking a signed photograph. Polaris quietly stowed away her wand, her heart sinking. She was reluctant to engage. Yet if the arriving teacher happened to be Lockhart, her resolve to intervene would be rekindled. Polaris acknowledged that her grievances were misplaced. Her discord with Millicent was directly ignited by this most charming wizard. Heaven knows he was already making a spectacle of himself in Professor Sprout's class. Did he truly believe he was conducting his defense against the dark arts lesson? Lockhart flashed his most dazzling smile, trapping Harry under his arm. A perfect opportunity for a duo photo. As for Potter, wedged beneath Lockhart's embrace, he appeared as though he had just ingested the singularly repugnant jelly bean flavor. Polaris sensed that Potter had no desire for the photograph, yet it was beyond his control now. She could not suppress a laugh. There was a certain dignity about him. He wished to remain inconspicuous, yet circumstances had thrust him into the limelight. By the time Polaris descended the stairs, several Gryffindors had already departed, as their first class of the afternoon was defense against the dark arts. Prince, you've missed the chance for a photo with Potter. Malfoy guffawed. Did you see the look on his face? Well, now he can bask in newfound fame. Since the previous term, Malfoy had taken to boasting before her at every opportunity, as if to say, behold, am I not impressive? With an astute understanding of child psychology, Polaris continued her trek to the common room, playing the part of a merciless foil. He must be exceedingly irked. After all, he thrives on the spotlight. Malfoy persisted. I must concede that Lockhart has some utility. At the very least, he keeps Potter perpetually uncomfortable. Indeed, that was not an exaggeration. Malfoy rambled on, and Polaris could no longer contain herself, casting a glance at Pansy. Your crush, you manage. Pansy shot back. I just wish he would listen to me. Polaris retorted. You may disregard him, but you must care for my well-being, sister. Polaris, Pansy exclaimed, let us hurry back. I need your opinion on which of the new skirts looks best. Malfoy appeared taken aback. You're actually seeking her counsel on this matter? What SMS? Polaris furrowed her brow. Malfoy continued. I cannot fathom you discussing such trivialities. Prince and skirts? What a ludicrous stereotype. Polaris sighed. Pansy stifled a laugh. Draco, that hairband Millicent wears was crafted by Polaris herself. She is quite knowledgeable in these matters, even adept at sewing. As they departed, Polaris caught a glimpse of Malfoy's incredulity. What did he mean? Do I truly seem ill-suited for such affairs? Polaris could not help but inquire of Pansy. Pansy shook her head, a smirk adorning her lips. Someone once suggested you were the female version of the professor. In Slytherin, the only individual addressed as professor without formality was Severus Snape. Really? Am I so vastly different from a professor? Polaris was taken aback. Her nose was quite straight, not at all resembling the hawkish profile of the professor. She possessed naturally thick brows and deep-set eyes, which, due to malnutrition, appeared even more pronounced. The professor's complexion leaned towards yellow, while Polaris's was pale and devoid of color. Regardless, Polaris believed she bore no resemblance to Professor Snape. Pansy seemed to reminisce, not in appearance, but in demeanor. Look in the mirror. When you're glaring or lost in thought, there's a certain resemblance to Professor Snape. Besides, aside from Draco and Millicent, no one dares provoke you in those moments. Furthermore, both of you share dark hair and eyes, do you not? My dark locks are on the verge of turning blonde. Polaris's malnutrition had also affected her hair, which had begun to take on a yellowish hue at the tips. However, Hogwarts had nurtured her well. The newly grown strands were dark. Pansy waved her hands dismissively. Perhaps that's indicative of your intellect being on par with the professor's. Around 3 in the afternoon. It was time for Slytherin's defense against the dark arts class. The Gryffindors in the corridor wore peculiar expressions, their clothing somewhat disheveled, many adorned with dust, and some boring stains. Merlin, Pansy gasped, was this class so, exhilarating? Were they brawling in the classroom? Polaris found it hard to believe her analysis. They appeared as though they had been embroiled in a scuffle, perhaps even rolling on the floor, using ink bottles as weapons. Did anyone else think Longbottom's attire resembled that of someone displayed for ridicule? One Gryffindor girl regarded her as if she were a ghost. What was her expression? Polaris wondered. She recalled that the girl's name was Parvati, of Indian descent. Malfoy seemed to emerge from nowhere. Prince, we must forgive some individuals. Their intellect is of a different breed. However, the Slytherins ultimately did not attend this defense against the dark arts class. The classroom door remained shut, and after a prolonged wait, Lockhart finally emerged, his attire somewhat disheveled, his smile a touch strained, announcing the class's temporary cancellation. Since she was already outside, Polaris had no intention of returning. She simply retrieved the professor's assigned essay from her satchel and made her way to the office. Miss Prince, I am delighted to see that after so many days into the term, you still remember you have a professor. I was beginning to suspect my letter had failed to reach you. Polaris had grown accustomed to such remarks from the professor. If one endured such comments for an entire semester, they would become rather insipid. She seated herself at the far end of the table and commenced scrubbing cauldrons and stirring rods with a sense of duty. Professor Snape, at the opposite end, continued to sift through papers while posing acerbic inquiries. As the sky transitioned to a vibrant orange, it became evident, though Snape's office offered no view of the sky's hues, that this nitpicking session was finally drawing to a close. Miss, if I am not mistaken, the second-year Slytherins have a class at 3 o'clock, Snape suddenly interjected, his tone cutting through the air. Polaris sealed the potion bottle, hesitating slightly. Yes, indeed. It's defense against the dark arts. There was a slight incident during the last class, and Professor Lockhart announced the temporary cancellation of the lesson. Oh. Snape's face wore an expression of derision, as expected. I am loath to speak ill of my colleagues. But we must acknowledge that not everyone is suited to teach defense against the dark arts. While it cannot be denied, might you be engaging in disparaging remarks about your colleagues? With a sharp gesture, several tomes were unceremoniously thrust before Polaris. Rather than relying on Lockhart, it would be more prudent to peruse these texts. At the very least, you shall not be reduced to a fool who merely grins vacuously. Polaris extended her hand and turned a couple of pages, her lips twitching slightly. These professors? You will take good care of them, won't you? I would rather not see them in the hands of others. Snape, with a flick of his wrist, rolled up Polaris's assignment and tossed it to her. A note tucked within your work. After you've perused it, return it to the library. As Polaris exited, she felt dazed. For Snape had bestowed upon her 3 volumes on the dark arts. Indeed, these were tomes of dark magic, not those pertaining to the defense against the dark arts. Although they appeared to be introductory texts, it was glaringly evident that they were indeed books on the dark arts. Had she, perchance, secured a favored position in the professor's eyes? Polaris resolved to cover these 3 books with protective jackets, just in case unforeseen circumstances arose. After a moment's reflection, she suddenly realized that perhaps her academic prowess had garnered Snape's approval. He deemed her worthy of delving into more advanced subjects. Polaris is here. Theodore, could you repeat that? Pansy exclaimed with excitement. Not seemed reluctant to reiterate, yet Pansy was fervent. All right. That incompetent professor captured a cage full of Cornish pixies, presumably hoping to showcase his prowess. Who knows? In the end, the pixies wreaked havoc in his classroom, gave the Gryffindors a thorough beating, and even hung Longbottom from the chandelier. Not raised an eyebrow, and let out a derisive chuckle. Pansy delivered a playful thump to Polaris's shoulder, just as you said. The Gryffindors endured a melee. Ha. I must admit, I am beginning to appreciate him. Polaris noticed Millicent was also observing her, and realizing something, she whispered, It's merely a coincidence. Was the steak good today? Quite delectable, especially when paired with buttery mashed potatoes and black pepper. It took mere seconds to divert Pansy's attention, as she promptly forgot the previous topic. Polaris acquiesced to Pansy's suggestion and ordered the same dinner as her. She had to concede that both Pansy and Stella possessed a remarkable appreciation for fine cuisine. Today a steak was exceptionally delightful, with the bread crisp to perfection and the meat tender and succulent. Polaris found her appetite greatly enhanced, indulging in a bit more than usual, though it was merely a steak and half a portion of mashed potatoes. Having satisfied her hunger, Polaris intended to retreat to the library for self-study, to delve into the books that Professor Snape had assigned her. Soon enough, She became immersed in her reading, as was her custom. Yet she began to harbor a growing irritation toward her own thoughts. While studying, she could not help but recall Millicent. In recent days, she had made several attempts to converse with Millicent, but the latter had consistently evaded her. Polaris realized that Millicent did not wish to see her. Yet, that seemed utterly implausible. They shared a dormitory, dined at the same table, and attended the same classes. Polaris could not forsake her true self. She would not allow anyone to confine her to a label, the first female student version of Snape as Slytherin. Those were merely others' definitions of her. She was simply herself, making all decisions based on her rational judgments. Did she love Millicent? Perhaps, within the bounds of reason, she would willingly invest more for Millicent's sake. Yet, perhaps emotions were her greatest adversary. She could only harness her feelings, never fully possess them. If she had to choose between Millicent and being true to herself, she would have to say, "I'm sorry." She still needed to study and continually enhance her capabilities. If she had yielded anything for Millicent, it could only be said that, in the absence of inquiries, she endeavored to suppress her analytical thoughts from escaping her lips. Although sometimes she found it challenging to restrain herself, as many things were too evident to ignore. By the time Polaris returned to her dormitory, it was nearly curfew. The structure of the dark arts divided into two categories, dark creatures and curses, with the introductory level primarily focusing on dark creatures and featuring only a handful of curses. For Polaris, dark magic resembled a more potent form of magic, characterized by its formidable offensive capabilities. Yet this did not imply that light magic was weak. After all, it was well known that Dumbledore had triumphed over Grindelwald. When wielded adeptly, light magic could rival dark magic in efficacy. Chapter 27, Dark Magic and Mudbloods. Dark magic escalates rapidly, with a low entry threshold. Consider this. How many years must a light wizard toil to gain strength, and not everyone can become a Dumbledore. Conversely, a dark wizard, provided with sufficient malevolence, can readily master the killing curse. This is a path that is far easier to traverse. In just one evening, Polaris came to this realization. She sighed, recalling Robert Frost's poem about the two roads in a wood. Now, two paths lay before her, one illuminated and at least not rejected by society, and the other overgrown with weeds, its future uncertain. However, does dark magic inherently symbolize evil? At least for Polaris at this moment, she did not hold such a belief. Power is akin to a muggle's firearm. It is the wizard who wields the weapon. Whether that firearm is employed for terror or for self-defense is determined by its master. Possessing a weapon itself instills a sense of confidence and deterrence. Only with a firearm can one have the choice to shoot when the moment demands it. Have you and Millicent not reconciled yet? I see no harm in liking Lockhart. It is quite normal. Many witches admire him, Stella remarked. Stella passed her OWLs last year and is now preparing for the nude examinations. Although Polaris has yet to reach that level, with a professor giving her special attention, she is already able to discuss certain aspects of potions from the Newt syllabus with Stella. Stella mused, "No wonder Professor Snape chose you. If I were a teacher, I too would favor exceptionally intelligent students. Not all instructors are like that. For instance, Lockhart seems to prefer those who seek his approval and flatter him." After a couple of weeks, it became evident to all what Lockhart was truly like. He was vain, attention-seeking, and utterly devoid of boundaries. Professor Snape and Madame Sprout had recently lost an assistant, as Polaris would dash in and out of the office at lightning speed, never lingering. If you find that spending too much time in the office leads to encounters with Lockhart, you would also hasten your departure, Polaris remarked. This person has become so deranged that he is now instructing Professor Snape on how to better brew potions. Teaching Professor Snape potions. It is akin to flaunting magic before Merlin, dancing upon Satan's head. His classes were equally bizarre. Subsequently, Lockhart found time to make up for a missed lesson, and upon starting the class, he distributed a quiz to the Slytherins. Polaris glanced at the content, which consisted of peculiar questions about Lockhart's favorite color and the date of his birthday. She felt perplexed, but nonetheless retrieved her memories to fill in the answers. The result? Polaris wished to forget that day entirely. She even began to loathe her exceptional memory. Sometimes, forgetting itself can be a form of redemption. No, she could not possibly forget. That insufferable Draco Malfoy laughed at her for days. Prince, didn't he realize how much you idolized Lockhart? Prince, your idol has arrived. After several iterations, Polaris could no longer endure it and transformed his waxed golden head into a kaleidoscope of colors. One afternoon, Malfoy dared not venture out of the dormitory. It was not until dinner time that he donned a hat to feign bravado. "How dare you? I shall inform my father. Listen here, Malfoy. If I ever hear you utter my name in conjunction with Lockhart's again, I shall transform every hair on your body into a rainbow hue, and let your father revel in the splendor of a vividly colorful sun." Ultimately, Polaris spared the lad before Professor Snape could lay eyes on him. Malfoy evaded her for several days as a result. It was perhaps noted that Polaris had regained her emotional composure that prompted him to re-emerge and cause mischief once more. Upon mentioning Lockhart, Stella was reminded of Millicent. She had heard that Polaris and Millicent had quarreled, seemingly over Lockhart during her biology class. Of course, she did not believe that Polaris idolized Lockhart. The look in Polaris' eyes when she heard Lockhart's name mirrored the gaze Professor Snape directed at Longbottom, both eyes emblazoned with the unmistakable mark of folly. He possesses a handsome visage and knows how to maintain his appearance. With all his accolades, now a professor, and his wealth of experiences, he appears somewhat capable, Stella mused. As for the authenticity of these attributes, we need not delve into that. The ability to feign such qualities is, in itself, a talent, would you not agree? False prowess and status are akin to castles in the air. They may bask in temporary adoration, yet inevitably shall crumble to dust. Polaris raised her gaze. Stella shook her head. Prince, you are indeed a capable individual, having earned the professor's endorsement. Thus, you would naturally hold that belief. However, many prominent figures lack genuine ability. Take the current Minister of Magic, for instance. Does he truly possess extraordinary wizarding talent? Does he excel in any particular domain? Polaris offered no affirmation nor denial, merely shaking her head. Look, as long as one can be exploited to achieve a goal, does it matter whether they possess true skill? Whether they ultimately shatter into pieces is of no consequence to us, Stella remarked with a chuckle, resting her chin on her hand. I must say, I greatly admire Potter. Despite his evident disdain for Lockhart, he manages to maintain a facade of civility and has even taken several photographs with him. You actually commend a Gryffindor? Polaris expressed her astonishment. Stella shifted her posture, her expression unfazed. In school, they are Gryffindors, and we are Slytherins, yet outside, we are all Hogwarts. When the need arises, it matters not which house or school we belong to, we are friends. Only eternal interests exist, not eternal friendships. Polaris paused, momentarily taken aback. Stella suddenly had a thought, her smile returning. Of course, with a genius like you, I believe we shall share long-lasting interests. You are a part of Hogwarts, a Slytherin, and more importantly, my friend. We are on the same team. Polaris found no aversion to such a sentiment, compared to the ephemeral nature of emotions that could be rescinded at any moment. Stella's pragmatic approach offered her a sense of stability, albeit somewhat superficial. Thus, she nodded in agreement. As for Buster, Stella rolled her eyes. You need not be overly rigid. Friendship entails finding common ground while embracing differences. She may very well be waiting for you to relent. Stuart, it is not as simple as that, Polaris replied. Lowering her gaze, my relationship with Millicent depends on her. I have signaled my willingness to reconcile more than once, yet she remains unwilling to accept. I never would have imagined, Stella mused, surprised, as she struggled to envision Polaris repeatedly bowing in submission for reconciliation. Lockhart is merely one of the reasons. I do not even believe she truly fancies him, Polaris continued. She has her own justifications. Enough of that. You have not been paying much attention to the happenings in the house lately, have you? Draco has joined the Quidditch team. Polaris furrowed her brow. Him? Did the professor approve? His father donated some new brooms. I envy Marcus for having the chance to ride a new broom, being born 2 years earlier than I. Stella remarked with a tinge of jealousy. As Polaris returned to the common room, carrying the snack Stella had given her, she chanced upon the returning Quidditch team members. The others were all tall, while Malfoy appeared diminutive among them. They are bound to be penalized, Prince. Malfoy had been speaking loudly when he suddenly fell silent upon seeing Polaris. Polaris raised the bag in her hand. Marcus, you are indeed fortunate. This is a gift from Miss Stewart. Marcus laughed heartily, inviting everyone to partake in a midnight snack. Stella, and please treat us. You would not believe it. We encountered Gryffindor this morning, and that wretched Weasley attempted to curse Draco, only to end up vomiting all over himself, a spectacle of slime. That was merely a malfunction with his wand, Polaris replied. Who knows? His wand was even taped together. Marcus and the team burst into laughter. Polaris turned to Malfoy. You truly have a conflict with Weasley. He was the one who thrashed you last year. Last year was because Longbottom went mad. Malfoy huffed. Easily provoked. I merely spoke a few words to that mudblood. Was I not speaking the truth? The Slytherin players laughed heartily once more. Who are you referring to? Polaris inquired, curious about the term mudblood. Malfoy replied matter-of-factly. That Granger, both her parents are muggles. Are those with muggle parents considered mudbloods? Polaris instinctively sensed that this was not a term of endearment. She had long been aware that Slytherin held certain blood prejudices, but her understanding was limited to the pure-bloodist literature she had previously read. After engaging in casual conversation, she returned to the dormitory. Millicent and Daphne were absent, leaving only Pansy, who was painting her nails. Pansy, Polaris pondered her words carefully. Malfoy nearly fell victim to Weasley's curse today. What? Pansy immediately halted her actions. What happened? I just encountered our Quidditch team members, Polaris explained, Marcus said Malfoy insulted Granger, and Weasley went mad. Is Draco all right? Pansy asked, concern etched on her face. Absolutely fine. Weasley's wand malfunctioned, resulting in him cursing himself. Ha ha ha, that's a relief. Polaris chuckled, adding, I must say, Weasley seems quite protective of Granger. Perhaps he harbors feelings for her. Pansy resumed painting her nails. What do you mean? What did Draco say to Granger that made Weasley so furious? Mudblood, Polaris replied. Pansy switched to a different nail polish. It is rather harsh, but quite common. Daphne often insults those muggle-born wizards. To be honest, the way Daphne speaks these words does not strike me as particularly insulting. She always carries an air of entitlement. Polaris gently probed. Their pure blood ideology holds that muggle blood is tainted while wizarding blood is pure, that muggle-born wizards are left with dirty blood. Yet, truth be told, whose blood is not red? Polaris had not anticipated that Pansy would not be a pure bloodist. Oh right, she is merely infatuated with love, Polaris realized. To her, blood status held no significance. You can hardly tell. Polaris remarked, I thought you were quite disdainful when you insulted Gryffindor. As long as Draco likes it, Pansy mumbled. I am not a pure bloodist. I am a pragmatist. Look at my nails, aren't they lovely? Do you think Draco would like them? They are beautiful. But I doubt he would notice, Polaris replied earnestly. Your honesty shatters my heart. Pansy raised her hand, examining it closely. Are we not being pragmatic anymore? Laughed Polaris. Beautiful nails delight my spirit. They're quite practical. Pansy giggled. Polaris suppressed the tumultuous waves within her. Until now, she had scarcely felt the weight of blood purity ideology within Slytherin. After all, she was the most exceptional young witch and a favored student of Professor Snape, navigating the wizarding world with ease. Perhaps it was due to her utter discretion regarding her connections to the Muggle world that no one had ever questioned her identity. Yet, she was acutely aware of her mixed heritage. There were no surprises. Her mother was a witch, her father a Muggle. Her witch mother had slain her Muggle father and sent her to a Muggle convent, where she lived for 7 or 8 years. If it weren't for that derogatory term mudblood, Polaris might have nearly forgotten her past. But what did it matter? Voldemort had long been reduced to ashes by Baby Potter. Wizards clinging to the distinctions of pure blood and half-blood were akin to those antiquated relics of monarchy, who should have long since been buried. In Polaris's view, even if Voldemort had lived, he would have stirred no significant unrest. Grindelwald had at least fallen to the hands of the greatest white wizard of his time. And now he languished in Nurmengard. And Voldemort? He perished at the hands of an infant. He was even less formidable than Grindelwald. Reflecting on this, Polaris found the notion of blood purity to be nothing more than a political tether, a rationale for forging connections, a banner under which wars could be waged. Consider this. Potter's mother was also a Muggle-born witch, and the staunchest supporters of blood purity fell to the son of a Muggle-born witch. If blood purity were truly of significance, Malfoy should be far more intelligent than she. Salazar Slytherin's disdain for half-bloods and Muggle-borns stemmed from a fear of exposing wizarding secrets, not from a belief in the superiority of purebloods. With this thought, Polaris found pure-blood supremacy to be utterly ludicrous. As October descended upon the Scottish Highlands, the rain began to fall in a gentle drizzle, and in the distance, the forbidden forest appeared lush and verdant. Rainy days were hardly favorable for Slytherin. The dungeons were perpetually damp, necessitating regular drying spells and the lighting of fireplaces. Once it began to rain, the students coming in and out would track water from outside, leaving everything damp and chilly. The Quidditch players returned from the outside, their clothes drenched and their brooms equally soaked, shaking their heads and scattering raindrops everywhere. Miss Farley erupted in fury. Are you all mangy dogs? Get out. Dry yourselves off before you come back in. Chapter 28, Reconciliation. A bewildered Marcus, the large first year, was chastised by Farley as he led the team outside, head bowed. Before Malfoy could enter, he was yanked out, exclaiming, Why aren't you going in? Marcus whistled. I've suddenly thought of a new tactic. At least we should change into dry clothes first, shouldn't we? Malfoy replied. Freshly cleaned and dried. Polaris raised her wand towards them. Excuse me, you're blocking the way. Marcus cheerfully slung his arm around Polaris's shoulder. Polaris, you truly are a dependable friend. Polaris shrugged off his arm. You're heavy. Draco glared at the retreating figures of Marcus and Polaris, arms crossed over his chest, lips pursed in discontent. The keeper, Myers, patted him on the shoulder. Aren't you going? Just moments ago, Draco had been the most eager to enter, yet now he stood still. Draco Malfoy huffed, still wearing a disgruntled expression. But he quickly made his way inside. Recently, Draco had joined the Slytherin Quidditch team through sponsorship. In truth, he had pestered his mother for quite some time, who had initially refused. Ultimately, it was his father who said, It's just Quidditch. If Draco enjoys it, let him give it a try. Did Potter think he was special? Draco scoffed to himself. Anything he desired was within his grasp. Quidditch training was intense, and with the recent rain, Draco had yet to complain of fatigue. Instead, he felt exhilarated. The sport invigorated his senses, allowing him to release the pent-up negative emotions. As he soared on his broom, the wind whipping around him, he could scarcely hear anything other than the thunderous beating of his own heart. The members of the Slytherin Quidditch team were predominantly upperclassmen, and the captain was the sixth-year Marcus Flint. Yes, the very same Flint who had led the team to defeat the previous year, also known as the head boy Flint. Draco secretly held disdain for Flint, yet he concealed it well. His father had advised him that while Flint may not be the brightest, he was currently a necessary asset. Or rather, it was precisely Flint's lack of intelligence that allowed Draco to gradually learn to assume control over what he currently possessed. The Slytherin Quidditch team was mostly male, and the boys often discussed sports, rivalries, and the girls in the house. Many of these upperclassmen had either dated or had flirtations with Stella Stewart. Draco, you haven't seen her ride a broom, have you? If you did, you'd like her too. Myers licked his lips. She's incredible. Stella had been a former beater, a position requiring immense upper body strength. Apart from Holyhead Harpies captain Gwenog Jones, there were no other female beaters. But Stella Stewart was different. Beneath her robes lay muscle. During one match, a bludger struck Slytherin's Seeker, and Stella sent it flying away. That bludger struck the opposing Seeker moments later. Such prowess made her the unrivaled female star of Slytherin, and she was also quite beautiful with a charming personality. Had she been willing, she could have easily become head girl or even the president of the student council. No one disliked Stewart, except for Marcus Flint. Flint was a large, brawny figure, but his lack of intelligence seemed to affect his romantic prospects. In any case, he was the only boy who wouldn't give Stewart the time of day. However, now the team members were whispering while Flint spoke with Snape, speculating. Does Marcus fancy that second-year prince? Draco, you're a second year. Do you know Prince? Draco wore a look of disbelief. Prince? Polaris Prince, the one who's been studying with Stewart lately? Myers whispered. You know, Marcus's grades are terrible. Yet he passed all his classes last semester. He said it was Prince who tutored him for a month. Dorian exclaimed dramatically, with Marcus's level. She managed to get him passing. Draco's expression darkened as he interrupted Dorian. She doesn't like Marcus. How do you know? Several team members turned to him. Draco wanted to say, of course, she mentioned it herself last semester. But he felt he couldn't say that. If they asked why, would he reveal the question he had asked at the time? Moreover, Polaris hadn't explicitly stated she disliked Marcus. She merely berated Draco for having rubbish in his head. Malfoy held his head high, defiantly stating, I just know. She is 4 or 5 years younger than Flint. What's wrong with that? Dorian replied. But Prince is indeed quite young. Could it be that Marcus likes younger girls, which is why he has no interest in Stewart? The conversation among the team members swiftly transformed into a speculation about whether Marcus harbored feelings for someone younger than himself. Poor Marcus remained oblivious to the fact that his reputation was precariously perched on the edge of a cliff. Malfoy, somewhat bewildered, stood to the side, broom in hand. Lost in thought, could it be that he had been driven mad by that insufferable Prince? Why should he care whom Prince fancied, or who fancied Prince? It would be far more productive to concoct some trouble for Potter. Yes, Potter. In an instant, Malfoy felt a surge of relief. The unusual emotions that had overwhelmed him just moments ago were too foreign, leaving him momentarily disoriented. He instinctively sought to evade the source of such feelings and turned back to the familiar territory of vexing the Paragon, Potter. Halloween had arrived. Polaris recalled last year as Halloween when that onion-headed Professor Quirrell had unleashed a troll upon them. Millie and Malfoy, realizing they were absent, had sent Marcus to find her. Polaris could scarcely believe that the seemingly timid Professor Quirrell had dared to pilfer from Dumbledore. Perhaps some individuals were indeed not to be judged by appearances. Nevertheless, this year's Halloween appeared to be blissfully calm. Polaris refrained from ordering food from the kitchen and chose instead to dine with the larger group. This way, even if a troll should attack, she wouldn't have to drag the prefect into danger to seek out anyone. This year featured a new dish, skull-shaped tomato meat sauce pizza, with the skull crafted from white mushrooms and the teeth carved from mushroom stems. The presentation was strikingly similar, yet excessively innovative. Thankfully, Slytherin had no ancestors who hailed from Italy. In truth, it was quite delectable. Daphne mentioned that it was not your pizza I was referring to, but rather the pumpkin pudding. Upon learning of Daphne's extreme pureblood beliefs, Polaris found her feelings towards her to be rather complex. She could only accept that Daphne would henceforth be merely an ordinary classmate. The pizza is quite good as well, Polaris replied dismissively. Until the banquet concluded, nothing of note transpired, though Malfoy continually regarded her with an odd gaze. Polaris nudged Pansy. He looks at me as if I were some kind of magical creature. What have I done to provoke him? Pansy, equally perplexed, replied. You haven't seen Draco much lately, have you? He has been training. I haven't seen him much either. Well, do you not find tonight to be rather strange? Polaris shifted the topic. Pansy inquired, strange in what way? Nothing unusual has occurred tonight. Surely there can't be another troll this year, right? You'd better stick close to us then. Haha. Pansy couldn't help but laugh. A splendid method for girls to bond is through the sharing of secrets. Since Pansy had confided her feelings for Draco to Polaris, her demeanor towards Polaris had improved markedly. After satisfying their hunger, the professors declared the feast at an end, and Polaris followed the throng as they exited. I believe I may have overeaten. I feel rather drowsy, Polaris yawned. Just as Pansy was about to speak, a sudden hush fell over the crowd. Polaris noticed a cat suspended from the torch bracket in the corridor, its limbs rigid and its eyes bulging wide open, staring ahead. It seemed she heard Malfoy utter something, but she paid it no mind, quickly rising on her toes to search for Millicent amidst the crowd. Millicent stood among the Slytherins, her face ashen and trembling, like a leaf in the wind. Polaris parted the throng, gripping her arm tightly, yet Millicent continued to shake, her teeth chattering. Millicent, that is not Nina, that is Madame Loris. Polaris exclaimed. Polaris. Millicent cried out, clinging to Polaris' hand in despair. We must return at once. Without hesitation, Polaris nodded. They abandoned the other students still present and dashed towards the Slytherin common room. The door swung open to reveal Nina curled up on a small mat before the fireplace, sleeping more soundly than anyone else. Upon seeing Nina, Millicent immediately crumpled to the floor, leaning weakly against Polaris. After a while, she buried her face in Polaris' legs and wept. Polaris had always known that Millicent's family dynamics were far from ideal. Nina was the only family Millicent had chosen for herself, whom she cherished as if she were her own daughter. Polaris gently patted her back. It's all right. Nina is fine. She dined even more tidily than you. Millicent carried Nina into their dormitory, with Polaris trailing behind. Suddenly, Millicent remarked, You know, I'm envious of you. Pardon? Polaris replied, Why should you apologize to me? Shouldn't I be the one expressing regret for my envy towards you? Millicent turned away. That's irrelevant. The reason I became friends with you is not entirely pure. That's acceptable, Polaris responded. I irrationally vented my frustrations on you. That's also all right. I despised you at times. Truly, that's of no consequence. Do you genuinely consider me a friend? How can you tolerate so many of my flaws? Millicent's voice trembled with despair. Polaris felt momentarily perplexed. To be honest, you are my first friend. Even beyond you. Those I met later did not become friends with me out of pure fondness. Some have expressed envy towards me. Some became my friends because I was useful to them. And others believed I would become impressive in the future, even though I was uncertain of what I would become. However, if you were to ask me, if I were to relive that moment in the Great Hall, I would still answer your questions and accept you as my friend. Why? Millicent turned around, tears streaking down her face. Polaris shook her head. Perhaps it is akin to Pansy's affection. She adores Malfoy without reason. And I cherish you as a friend for no particular reason either. Perhaps emotion is the nemesis of reason. I cannot comprehend it, no matter how I analyze it. I cannot fathom why I made such a decision, yet I would still choose to accept you as my friend. She had thought she might abandon Millicent, contemplating the choice between being herself and being with Millicent. Yet when standing before Millicent, emotion triumphed over her rational thoughts, compelling her to choose Millicent once more. If you require it, I shall endeavor to express my analyses less often in the future, Polaris whispered. Millicent wiped her face. No, I have no such demands. These past 2 months have been my fault. I might not be able to articulate why, but you can continue to be as you were before. Is it because of your mother? You just said no analyzing. Apologies. Polaris felt somewhat uneasy, but you also said I could remain as I was before. Polaris. Millicent laughed in exasperation. After a moment, she sighed. I'm sorry, I'm back. Welcome back. Polaris opened her arms to embrace her, leaning in to whisper, So, do you truly idolize Lockhart? I do not. Millicent erupted in indignation. Polaris released her embrace, nodding in agreement. Excellent. I feel the same way. Thus, when Pansy and Daphne returned, they found Polaris grooming Nina while Millicent perused Polaris' poetry collection. You two have reconciled? Pansy exclaimed in surprise. Millicent rolled her eyes. When did we ever have a falling out? As long as you're happy, Pansy shrugged nonchalantly. Daphne's face radiated excitement. Do you suppose the heir of Slytherin has truly returned? What heir? Polaris and Millicent exchanged bewildered glances. The fervor on Daphne's face was unmistakable. Just now, when you two ran off, I knew you had seen the cat, but Polaris must have noticed that message. Beware of those who oppose the heir. Millicent furrowed her brow. Heir? What does that even mean? You don't know? Legend has it that Slytherin left behind a hidden chamber, accessible only to the heir who can find and open it. When the chamber is unsealed, the heir will eradicate those unworthy of remaining at the school. Daphne's cheeks flushed, her excitement palpable. Clearly, those to be purged would undoubtedly be the Muggle-borns or half-bloods. Chapter 29, The Mystery of the Heir. Half-blooded Polaris remarked. Ah, what? Daphne recounted the events in detail. mentioning how the trio had appeared in that location, mysterious writing on the wall, and the unfortunate demise of Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. Why Filch? Millicent inquired. Has he opposed the heir? Polaris, gathering her fallen hair into a bun, mused. There are countless individuals who despise that wretched Filch. Just among her acquaintances, I could count at least 2 hands worth, not to mention those she could recall. Daphne concurred. Why would the heir only kill a cat? If I were the heir, I would surely follow Slytherin's will and drive all those people out. Perhaps the heir has just begun to master their mysterious powers and started by practicing on a cat. Pansy's tone suggested the heir had simply squashed a mosquito, despite the lack of fundamental differences between a mosquito and a cat. Millicent could no longer contain herself. You lot, can you refrain from discussing this in front of Nina? She is still but a little cat. Polaris cradled the cat. Her brow furrowed as she instinctively began to analyze her situation. Although she was not born into a Muggle family, she was still a half-blood. In this incident, only purebloods could feel secure. Fortunately, apart from herself, no one knew of her mixed heritage. If there truly is an heir, how would they determine whether someone is pureblood? If one's parents are wizards but their ancestors were Muggles, does that count as half-blood? Or is it sufficient that both parents are wizards? According to the former, Harry Potter could also be considered half-blood, while according to the latter, Polaris would unequivocally be half-blood. Also, why would the heir want to kill Filch's cat? Is it because Filch is half-blood or Muggle-born? Does this serve as a warning? Or is it a threat? Polaris rummaged through her memories, recalling that she had never seen Filch use magic, nor had she heard him mention his lineage. Could it be that Filch is a squib? Hence, he never uses magic. Polaris resolved to observe further before reaching any conclusions. The following morning, she returned to the corridor. First, she learned from Millicent that Mrs. Norris had been rigid but was not dead. This indicated that, as Pansy suggested, the heir had not yet fully mastered their abilities, or that there were limitations to this power. Last night, she noticed reflections on the wall and the floor, which now appeared to be writing on the wall and a small puddle of water that had yet to be cleaned up. The writing on the wall was enchanted and exceedingly stubborn, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary student. There were scorch marks on the floor, and some spiders on the wall, the nearest of which was a girl's restroom. That was the extent of the peculiarities. What are you doing here? Filch's furious voice erupted from behind her. Polaris felt no panic of being caught. She slowly turned to face him. Mr. Filch, you know, Millicent has a little cat too. She was distraught upon seeing Mrs. Norris yesterday and has been in tears. I came to find a way to remove the writing from the wall. Filch's expression softened considerably, and he muttered, I don't know. Oh, I can understand her feelings. My heart shattered when I saw Mrs. Norris. I truly don't know what to do. After managing to extricate herself from Filch, Polaris began to organize the information she had gathered. The trio had not attended the feast, reportedly having gone to a ghostly memorial event. After the event concluded, Potter did not return to the feast, but instead ventured into this out-of-the-way corridor, accompanied by his 2 friends. What had they discovered? What had captured their attention and compelled them to alter their path, making such an irrational choice? Clearly, Polaris did not suspect Potter was the mastermind, for his closest companion, Granger, was a witch born into a Muggle family. If Potter had truly committed such an act, Granger's identity and sense of justice would prevent her from remaining silent. Granger had been with Potter the entire time, which ruled out the possibility of Potter acting behind her back. People had been milling about before the feast, and after the feast, everyone had emerged. Only the time in between the feast could be exploited. However, during that interval, Granger and Weasley had remained by his side, leaving Potter no time to inscribe words on the wall. It was also foolish to consider the 3 of them as co-conspirators. Once again, Granger was a witch from a Muggle background. Thus, it was evident that someone had orchestrated this incident, and unfortunate Potter had stumbled upon something that drew him in. He had not been particularly fortunate, had he? Moreover, Polaris glanced at the puddle beside her. Where had it come from? Despite the overcast days recently, it had not rained. Yet there was a puddle here. The nearest location was a girl's restroom, where a girl had mentioned a ghost named Moaning Myrtle. Perhaps she could have witnessed the scene of the incident, and that puddle pointed towards the nearby restroom. Woohoo woohoo. Hello, Myrtle. Polaris ventured cautiously. A ghost, a bespectacled girl, appeared. She looked quite young, and Polaris felt she was about her age. Myrtle turned her back to Polaris and wept. No, I'm not okay. Myrtle cried sorrowfully. Everyone looks down on me, even after I'm dead. Polaris felt a bit at a loss. Myrtle's combativeness was far superior to Millicent's. With a sigh, Polaris suddenly covered her face and began to sob. Well, she pretended to cry. Otherwise, there would be no need to conceal her face. As Polaris feigned her tears, she noticed Myrtle's sobbing had ceased. She pretended to wipe her face, saying, No, don't look at me. I don't want others to see me cry. Now it was Myrtle's turn to feel anxious, and she sought to comfort Polaris. What are you upset about? Are you as pitiful as I am? No one likes me. Even after I'm dead, Peeves bullies me. Seeing Myrtle on the verge of sinking into her own tale of sorrow, Polaris interjected, "Oh, you don't understand. I'm a Slytherin, and no one likes Slytherins, but that's not by choice. Now, Slytherin doesn't even like me. My friend Millicent thinks I'm arrogant, but I'm just afraid of losing friends. Daphne is Pansy's friend, and Pansy likes Malfoy. Everyone is busy with their own affairs, while I am utterly alone." Polaris continued to weave her elaborate tale. "Professor Snape assigns me more homework than others and makes me assist him. Heaven knows, I am indeed not the brightest. And each time I find myself trembling with trepidation. Do you comprehend the sensation of laboring before a teacher for an entire day? I am utterly at a loss as to what to do." Moaning, Myrtle stood frozen. I do not know. I have heard of you, Prince. I heard someone mention that the head of Slytherin has an affection for you, and I thought you might have." Marcus? What an absurd pairing," Polaris interjected, weeping and wailing. "Look, now there are even rumors being spun about me. I merely desire a friend. How could anyone claim that I harbor feelings for the head? I cannot go on living." "No." Myrtle reached out to stop her, but Polaris passed right through her. Polaris felt a chill wash over her. The atmosphere growing heavier. "Let me just perish. I have been at Hogwarts for 2 years, and yet not a single friend." "I can be your friend," Myrtle blurted out. "If you don't mind me. You know, I often linger here, in the restroom. Peeves ridicules my acne, and the students mock me for my tears." Polaris, moved, replied, "Am I not a weeper myself? We are alike. I am truly elated. I have never been so joyous since my demise, for I have gained a friend." Myrtle twirled in the air. "What were you doing here?" "I know, because of my presence, no one dares to come. I have angered Millicent." Polaris lowered her head. "You know she does not like me. Now that Madame Loris is in trouble, she is greatly concerned for her Nina. I wish I could fathom the reason, for then she might forgive me." Upon saying this, Polaris raised her gaze to Myrtle. "But now it matters not. I already have a friend. It is you, Myrtle." Polaris felt a pang of guilt, for she was deceiving a lonely girl. Initially, she had intended to inquire directly, but Myrtle had been weeping, unable to respond to her questions. Now that Myrtle could articulate, Polaris no longer wished to pry. She would rather seek the answers herself than inflict further pain on this unfortunate girl. She vowed to visit Myrtle more frequently, for her loneliness. Yet Myrtle uttered something unexpected. "No, Prince, may I call you Polaris? Ghostly friends differ from true companions. I can be your ghostly friend, but you ought to have your own human friends." "Of course, you may call me Ply," Polaris replied. Myrtle sobbed. "Ply, ask away. If this useless weeper can offer you even a modicum of help." Polaris's conscience ached more profoundly. "Did you see who came nearby?" "Last night. Madame Loris met with misfortune right at the door," Polaris said. Myrtle immediately burst into tears. "I do not know. I saw nothing. Peeves mocked me. I could not endure it. I ran back here to end it all, but she was already dead." Polaris murmured, "Perhaps you wish for me to teach Peeves a lesson. You know, I am a Slytherin. I possess knowledge of some rather unsavory spells." "No, I cannot. Please don't." Myrtle wailed again, turning to flee back into the toilet. Polaris quickly halted her. "Myrtle, my friend, I still have a few questions." Polaris endeavored to frame her inquiries in a more palatable manner to ease Myrtle's discomfort. "Myrtle, were you born into a wizarding family? I am no blood purist, but you see, I am genuinely concerned for you. There are murmurs regarding the heir of Slytherin, and I fear for your safety." Myrtle broke down in tears. "Why must it be that I am only cared for and loved in death? Ply, why did you wait until now to befriend me? Myrtle is a Muggle-born child, and so many look down upon me. Is it because I am Muggle-born?" Before Myrtle could finish her thought, she leaped into the toilet with a splash, the water surging forth wildly, a manifestation of her sorrowful tears. Polaris called out, "I shall return to seek you out, Myrtle." Fortunately, she was swift enough to escape the deluge of the restroom's water. As Polaris exited the lavatory, she shook off her wet shoes, contemplating as she walked. Myrtle, a witch from a Muggle family, was surely no mere coincidence. Yet Myrtle had perished over 40 years ago. If the previous heir had wreaked havoc at the school during that time, that heir would now be in their 50s or 60s. While it is not out of the question that the current heir could be a grandchild of the last heir, one must wonder why the children of the last heir have not taken action, or why nothing transpired last year. Unless, perhaps, the descendants of Slytherin have always existed. But becoming the heir requires certain circumstances. Not every descendant of Slytherin is destined to become an heir. Furthermore, that puddle was simply too peculiar. Polaris's shoes left damp footprints along the corridor. The water was insufficient. It did not overflow from the lavatory, nor was it excessive. It was not the kind of water one would carry out from the restroom. Moreover, if the heir had slain Myrtle, why not target Muggle-borns and half-bloods instead of a mere cat? Polaris abruptly turned around, racing in a specific direction. A red-haired girl dashed away like the wind, and Polaris could not keep up with her. Gasping for breath, Polaris mused. Red hair? Weasley? Ginny Weasley? What brings her here? Is she worried about her brother? It is well known that criminals often return to the scene of their crimes. Some wish to relish their accomplishments, others seek to cover their tracks, and some wish to ascertain whether anyone has discovered their culpability. However, Ginny Weasley is a Gryffindor. Consider how absurd it is that the heir of Slytherin is a little Gryffindor girl. Yet one cannot entirely dismiss the notion that her youth may have made her hesitant to act decisively. Hence, Madame Loris did not perish. This only complicates matters. If the heir were Ginny, what of her many brothers? Why would Slytherin select a little girl over her more mature siblings? Polaris mused that Percy Weasley would surely be eager for power. He is not foolish. Yet the Weasley parents are likely only in their 40s. They probably had not yet been born when Myrtle died. Polaris steadied her racing heart and turned to head back to the dormitory. This exploration had not yielded answers. Instead, it had deepened the mystery. More importantly, she remained uncertain whether the heir was targeting solely Muggle-borns and mute wizards or also half-bloods. It seemed her 3 tomes on dark magic might prove somewhat useful. She needed to bolster her capacity for resistance. Chapter 30, Eavesdropping and Notes. Polaris spent several days poring over these 3 books, not merely skimming them, but thoroughly assimilating the knowledge contained within, preparing herself against the malice lurking in the shadows. Only when the perilous shadows loomed over her did she realize how reluctant she was to confront death. There were so many things she had yet to accomplish. She had never met Sylvia Prince, nor understood why she had abandoned her and caused her husband's demise. She had not yet graduated, nor seen the world beyond England. There were countless books she had yet to read, vast knowledge yet to acquire, and her friends Millicent, Pansy, Miss Winnie from Diagon Alley, Tom, the caring Madam Sprout, and Professor Snape, though he may not perceive it thus, awaited her attention. Malfoy possessed a hodgepodge of tomes, some of which contained knowledge of alchemy. Though he did not truly study alchemy, he relished collecting books related to it. Throughout history, numerous illustrious wizards and alchemists have been maddeningly desperate for the power of the Philosopher's Stone, yearning for immortality. Polaris had once scoffed at this notion, questioning whether a wizard's lifespan of over a century was not ample enough. Yet now, she comprehends her youthful naivety. A century feels like an eternity. Hence her lack of fear regarding death. However, the truth remains that not every wizard reaches the age of 100, and countless perils could lead her to her demise long before then. Turning to the final page of the last dark magic tome, Polaris discovered a note from Professor Snape nestled within. She raised an eyebrow. Returning a book hardly warranted a note, did it? Polaris. Daphne bounded into the room. Why are you still reading? What has you so elated? Polaris refrained from answering her question, instead countering. The Gryffindors in Professor Bin's class inquired about the Chamber of Secrets. Apparently, it conceals something terrifying that only the heir can control. When the time comes, the heir will unleash it, purging all those unworthy of remaining here. Daphne exclaimed excitedly. Polaris sighed inwardly. She should have anticipated that a pureblood girl would find such matters thrilling, particularly when it involved expelling those she deemed inferior from Hogwarts. Suddenly, Daphne turned to her. Do you not find this exhilarating? Polaris clenched her hands beneath her robes, her expression unwavering. Ah, that is the heir's affair, is it not? The heir merely needs to rid the place of the undesirables, while I have far more to contemplate. Polaris continued with a weary tone. For instance, the professor requires me to finish 3 voluminous books and compose an essay. Until I complete these tasks, I shan't find any joy. Remaining at Hogwarts necessitated a significant improvement in her acting skills. Daphne gasped. These 3 tomes are far thicker than our textbooks. Merlin, that is quite an undertaking. I shall not disturb you further. I will seek Pansy. As Daphne spoke, she backed out of the dormitory. Once she exited, Polaris removed the book from her view. Oh, in truth, she need not write an essay. Who writes essays for studying dark magic? However, she had wrapped the book, concealing its title from Daphne, who could only discern its thickness. Nevertheless, Daphne had disrupted her thoughts, rendering it impossible to continue reading. She resolved to visit Moaning Myrtle, as she had previously intended to check on her. Clutching the 3 tomes, Polaris prepared to return them. She had completed her reading, had she not? Of course. The note must remain. Ron. Percy Weasley's astonished voice echoed nearby, prompting Polaris to quickly press herself against the wall. That is the girls' restroom. Percy seemed on the verge of exasperation with his brother. What on earth are you 2 doing? Ron Weasley appeared unconcerned, his tone casual, as if he had merely strolled through the library, just looking around, searching for clues, you know. Percy Weasley, now quite agitated, commanded them to leave immediately. Ron Weasley retorted, feeling unjustly accused by his brother, vehemently asserting that he had not touched a single hair on Moaning Myrtle. Percy, of course, did not believe his brother capable of such mischief, yet his next words piqued Polaris's interest. Percy remarked, but she, Ginny, still believes you will be expelled. I have never seen her so distraught. She was in tears. You ought to consider her feelings. Ron Weasley snapped back. convinced that his brother was not genuinely concerned for him and his sister, but rather worried about his own future. The 4 Gryffindors finally departed, nearly causing Polaris to chuckle aloud. There was nothing more amusing than an argument between 2 Weasleys, both eternally Gryffindors, resulting in one of them deducting points from their own house. If Gryffindor were to accumulate more students of such caliber, Slytherin would have no cause for concern regarding the championship. Polaris pushed open the restroom door, softly calling, "Myrtle, it is I, Polaris." Unbeknownst to her, the Gryffindors must have also come to inquire about Myrtle's incident that day. Myrtle was sobbing profusely in the toilet, seemingly on the verge of flooding the place. "I don't know. I didn't notice anything. Why are you all asking these questions?" Myrtle cried in utter despair. Polaris blinked, realizing they too had come to question Myrtle. "Myrtle, I am not here to interrogate you. I merely wish to see you. You promised to be my friend. Did you not? Are you not welcoming me?" After which, Polaris feigned tears, expertly coaxing Myrtle. As long as she could outcry Myrtle, the latter would come to console her. "No, that is not how I feel," Myrtle stammered. "I didn't expect you would actually come to see me. You do not believe in me." Polaris wailed. "You doubt my friendship. Do you think my heart is made of lead? Do you think I would not uphold our promise?" "Oh," Myrtle ceased her tears, her voice softening. "Polaris, I never thought that. I am merely very sad. I am truly sorry. My heart feels like it is made of lead." Polaris pretended to wipe her face. "That is reassuring. I feared you no longer considered me a friend." Following this, Polaris began to share snippets of her recent experiences, discussing classes, the rumors Daphne had mentioned regarding the Chamber of Secrets, and so forth. "You won't find me tedious, will you? My life is so uneventful," Polaris remarked. Myrtle clasped her hands to her chest. "Of course not. No student shares their recent happenings with me. You are the first. You will keep my secrets, will you? These matters I have only confided in you." In truth, these issues were trivial, yet they allowed Myrtle to feel the trust Polaris placed in her. Of course," Myrtle exclaimed, her spirit visibly lifted as she soared to the ceiling. As Polaris exited the restroom, her emotions were tumultuous. If a relationship were entirely built on deception, could it truly be deemed a relationship? She was dishonest with Myrtle concerning the professors, as she required these individuals. She had not been forthcoming with Millicent, Winnie, Madame Proust, or Professor Sprout either. If they were to encounter a complete and authentic version of herself, they would likely flee. Yet her feelings were genuine. She empathized with Myrtle and sincerely wished for her happiness. Lacking familial warmth, she sought maternal affection from Madame Proust and Professor Sprout, and stern guidance from Professor Snape. Do benevolent lies constitute lies? Undoubtedly, yet Polaris felt compelled to utter them to preserve her current happiness. Polaris was perpetually aware of her own baseness. However, discussing lofty ideals after emerging from the mire seemed laughable. Clutching the 3 tomes, Polaris made her way to Madame Pants to return them. Madame Pants was well acquainted with her. She often immersed herself in reading, devouring numerous books and treating them with care. "Oh yes, Professor Snape did indeed borrow these 3 books. He even sent you to return them?" Madame Pants questioned skeptically. Polaris smiled calmly. "Yes, the professor is rather busy, as you know. He has had quite a few matters to attend to recently." Madame Pants casually flipped through the pages, nodding in acknowledgement. "It has not been easy for him. Indeed. These books are well preserved. I would much prefer to entrust them to students and teachers like you. Those mischievous children never seem to cherish books." Polaris successfully returned the book and left behind a borrowing slip, believing that it might prove useful in the future. As Polaris walked along the corridor, she recalled the words of Percy Weasley. His younger sister, Ginny, was perpetually in tears, fretting over trivial matters. Why was that? Ginny Weasley. If she was frightened to such an extent, she ought not to have come to the lavatory at all. Instead, she should seek out her brother to confirm his safety or find solace in the embrace of another brother, weeping uncontrollably. Yet here she was, hiding in the corridor. And at the first sight of Polaris, she dashed away with remarkable agility, escaping before Polaris could catch her. Millicent had recently avoided this area, hastily retreating to the dormitory to keep watch over Nina, fearing that Nina might become the next victim. She sighed and shook her head. Compared to Ginny, many more suspected the heir to be either Potter or Malfoy. Indeed, Gryffindor suspected Malfoy, while the other 2 houses leaned towards Potter. The Slytherins would prefer Malfoy. Yet everyone knew that this was implausible. Consider this. With Malfoy's character, had he truly been the heir, he would certainly have boasted loudly about it throughout the school. First eliminating Potter, whom he despised. Speaking of Malfoy, he made his entrance with his 2 cronies swaggering behind him just as Polaris approached the door. Crabbe exclaimed, "Prince, you must come support Draco on Saturday. It's his first match." "Support her?" Malfoy scoffed. "Come if you wish. I shall win regardless." Polaris found it somewhat amusing. "Whether I want to go or not, I have to. Pansy insists we all support you, including Nina." "I suspect you are merely there to cheer for Marcus." Malfoy muttered something incomprehensible, prompting Polaris to inquire, "What did you say? Watch closely. I will make Potter cry." Malfoy suddenly declared loudly, startling Polaris. All right. You win. You win. No need to shout so loudly. Who are you trying to scare? Potter isn't even here." The investigation had made no progress, unless the heir struck again. Under such circumstances, Polaris would prefer the investigation to remain stagnant, as that would mean there would be no next victim. More pressing than the heir, Polaris now faced the vexation of Gilderoy Lockhart. She could not indefinitely avoid Professor Snape's office. Following the heir's matter, Professor Snape had become busier than ever and was in dire need of an assistant. Lockhart was not like Quirrell. He would not depart simply because Professor Snape was absent. He seemed even more delighted at Snape's absence, as if he felt the professor had made room for him, and began lecturing Polaris on his vacuous topics. "Students of your intellect require the guidance of a good teacher." "Ah, yes, that teacher must surely be Professor Snape," Polaris replied flatly. "Indeed, thank you, good teacher. Do take care. Behind you is the professor's potion shelf." Polaris felt she ought to pretend that no one was in the office. Why should she open the door to see who was knocking? It was no wonder Professor Snape had been so irate last year. Parents absent. How could one simply open the door? "Oh, I certainly know. I once concocted a potion that cured a Himalayan yeti of a nasal cold. Quite impressive, wasn't it? I imagine you would desire an autograph from Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Given my renown, that would be splendid. I shall sign here." "No, that won't do." Polaris widened her eyes and hurriedly interposed. "Please sign this instead." She hastily produced a blank piece of parchment. "Prince, you are exceedingly enthusiastic. I had no idea you held me in such high regard, preparing a separate parchment for me." Polaris wiped her brow. Lockhart would never know the calamity he had narrowly escaped, a burden only she would bear. She nearly allowed his flamboyant signature to mar Professor Snape's experimental records. Thinking quickly, Polaris said, "Ah, thank you for your autograph. Oh, I am so sorry to have taken up so much of your time. The next class is Hufflepuff's defense against the dark arts. Shouldn't you be preparing?" "You reminded me." Lockhart beamed. "I imagine my students are quite eager." In truth, Hufflepuff's class was still an hour away. Yet Polaris could only apologize to the Hufflepuffs. For the sake of the professor's office, she had to sacrifice her classmates. Chapter 31. Cleverly navigating the restricted section. Polaris gazed at the parchment bearing Lockhart's signature. Her emotions in turmoil. She had exerted considerable effort to obtain Professor Snape's note, yet acquiring Lockhart's signature had been effortless. And it was merely a blank parchment. She could inscribe whatever she wished upon it without needing his personal confirmation. On a Saturday at Hogwarts, the overcast clouds obscured the sun, rendering the weather stifling and humid. Stirring a sense of irritation within, Polaris sat at the end of the Slytherin table, leisurely spreading butter on her bread, while her hands busied themselves. Her gaze drifted past the crowd discussing the upcoming Quidditch match, landing on the suspicious figure of Ginny, the youngest Weasley. Over the past 3 days, Ginny Weasley's condition had deteriorated markedly. Polaris could still recall her rosy-cheeked, joyful countenance on sorting day, but now her complexion had grown pallid, with faint dark circles under her eyes. Undoubtedly, her brothers believed she was worried about Harry Potter and his companions, given the rumors surrounding the Chamber of Secrets. However, Polaris's attention shifted to the worn notebook at the edge of Ginny's plate. Despite the Weasley family's poverty, parchment and exercise books were not easily discarded. This notebook did not conform to the aesthetic sensibilities of a girl her age, yet Ginny carried it with her wherever she went. Don't ask how she knew it was incongruous. She was surrounded by girls of the same age. Suddenly, Ginny sprang to her feet. The chair she pushed aside screeching against the floor. Percy, seated beside her in an attempt to comfort his distraught sister, was startled. He stood, whispering something to her and gently patting her shoulder. Ginny met Polaris's gaze across Percy's shoulder for a fleeting moment before quickly averting her eyes. It seemed Percy's consolation had been of little use. Ginny shook her head, hastily stuffing the notebook into her bag and hurriedly exiting the hall. Polaris lowered her gaze to her bread, sighing inwardly. Such a pity, the bread. I must follow up on this. From the side, Malfoy called out to her. You've been spreading butter for ages. Are you creating a work of art? If so, this masterpiece is yours to keep. No need for thanks. Polaris grabbed her satchel and briskly pursued Ginny's departing figure. Upon exiting the hall, she quickly spotted Ginny's silhouette, but she knew better than to approach too closely, opting instead to follow at a distance. This girl was still too young to conceal the anomalies that plagued her. Ginny finally came to a halt at the end of a corridor, clutching her backpack tightly and glancing around. Polaris halted her steps, spinning to conceal herself behind a statue of an armored figure at the corner, holding her breath. She heard the voice of Ginny Weasley. The little girl was sobbing softly, her voice somewhat hoarse. No, I cannot go on. She must have discovered me. I cannot do this. Please, I beg you. Polaris listened for a while longer, but Ginny Weasley revealed no more information. only repeating her desperate pleas through her tears. With her gaze cast downwards, Polaris blinked and cautiously stepped back, retreating silently from beside the statue. Things had become intriguing. Ginny Weasley was not the heir. That tattered notebook possessed qualities akin to the portraits of wizards, capable of engaging in communication. However, unlike the portraits, it was a dark magical object. The notebook had coerced or influenced Ginny Weasley's mind, compelling her to act against Mrs. Loris. Yet Ginny was merely a child. She could not commit murder, thus Mrs. Loris remained unharmed. The sinister actions and Polaris's investigation tormented Ginny Weasley's spirit. She was unwilling to cause harm and feared being discovered. Now, clarity was gradually emerging. She merely needed to ascertain the true nature of that notebook. Polaris placed Professor Snape's note and Lockhart's signature side by side, closing her eyes in deep contemplation. Miss Prince, are you suggesting that Professor Snape permitted you to enter the restricted section to borrow books? Mrs. Pance's gaze, sharp as a hyena's upon discovering a corpse, bore down on her. Polaris tightened her grip on her sleeves, yet her expression remained serene. Indeed. Regarding extracurricular studies and potions, as you are aware, I possess a certain aptitude in that area. Mrs. Pance continued to scrutinize her. Polaris offered a sincere smile. I understand your concerns. I shall not lend the books outside the library. I will only read them here. The meticulous witch lowered her head, examining every letter on the note with care. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. It is indeed Professor Snape's handwriting without a doubt. In the dimly lit restricted section, the scent of parchment mingled with the damp, musty air. Titles like Curses of the Dark Arts, Cursed Dark Magical Artifacts, and Origins of Dark Magic emanated an aura of danger. Polaris envisioned herself as a blank notebook, absorbing all this knowledge into her mind. She merely skimmed through the pages, memorizing mechanically, daring not to ponder. She knew that items associated with dark magic could influence the user's mind, just as that notebook had done to Ginny Weasley. Therefore, while perusing these tomes, she could not allow herself to think or feel. She could only memorize in a mechanical manner. Revealing the secrets of advanced magic piqued Polaris's curiosity. Though not related to dark magic, its presence in the restricted section suggested formidable enchantments. Stop. This book is tempting her. Polaris set it aside, closed her eyes, and waited for a moment before resuming her memorization. By the time Polaris exited the restricted section, it was nearly 11 o'clock, and Mrs. Pance was the sole figure still steadfast at her post. The witch fixed her hawk-like gaze upon her. 3 hours, Mississippi. These books can affect those of wavering will, particularly young witches and wizards. Oh, I am quite well. Thank you for your concern, Polaris replied with a shake of her head, turning to leave. Suddenly, Mrs. Pance stood up. Wait, your note. Polaris steadied herself and retrieved the paper she should have handed to Mrs. Pance long ago from her pocket. I shall confirm this approval with Professor Snape, Mrs. Pance stated. After all, you have been in there for quite some time. How unfortunate. Polaris sighed inwardly, realizing her prepared explanation would now be put to use. It was certainly preferable to explaining to Lockhart why she had forged his signature to access the restricted section. Was it not? At least Professor Snape did not oppose her studies in dark magic. When Polaris arrived at the Quidditch pitch, the match had already concluded, with red flags waving across the field. The atmosphere among the Slytherins was somber, as if the very air had thickened. Where have you been? Millicent whispered. We searched everywhere for you. I was in the library, lost track of time. Polaris gasped. Where's Pansy? Millicent sighed. Potter caught the golden snitch, right before Draco. He must be furious. Pansy said she would go find him in the changing room. When Millicent and Polaris reached the Slytherin changing room, chaos erupted within. What should the Seekers be doing? Catch the ball. The golden snitch was right in front of you, and you acted as if you were blind, seeing nothing. Marcus, towering like a mountain before Malfoy, resembled a volcano ready to erupt when angered, and no one dared intervene. You think I didn't see it? Malfoy retorted defiantly. Surely Potter must have used some underhanded trick. Stop making excuses. Marcus bellowed. We all fought for Slytherin's victory. The other teams have been consistently ahead. The Bludgers were going wild attacking Potter. What a splendid opportunity. And what were you doing? Malfoy, initially somewhat guilty, now held his neck high, declaring, Do you think I wanted to lose? Do you think I wished to waste the effort of these past months? Everyone makes mistakes. Is this Slytherin's first defeat? Last year when you lost, did anyone blame you? Marcus fell silent, wiped his face, and leaned against the wall in despondency. As for Potter, I will make him pay. Malfoy vowed. Pansy approached with a handkerchief, attempting to wipe the raindrops from Malfoy's face, only to be roughly pushed away. His expression was dark, and without looking back, he stormed out, inadvertently bumping into Polaris at the doorway. Polaris sighed. Don't think too much. The rain is heavy. It's only natural not to see. But Potter saw. Marcus shouted, unable to contain himself. Miles grasped the captain's arm, repeatedly insisting, "Let it go, let it go. No need for your comfort." Malfoy turned and left. Slytherin was in dire straits. This year's Quidditch match had been a failure, and Malfoy was not pleased. Malfoy's displeasure led to Pansy, Crabbe, and Goyle's discontent. Pansy's unhappiness resulted in Daphne's dissatisfaction. In the dormitory, both were discontented, which in turn affected Millicent. With Millicent feeling low, Polaris too succumbed to a sense of gloom. She had even more pressing matters to prepare for, as she would soon face Professor Snape's scrutiny. Within the potions office, the flickering candlelight cast shadows of intricate instruments. Snape sat at the workbench, caressing a note bearing his own handwriting. Indeed, it was unmistakable. Yesterday afternoon, Mrs. Pants had approached him, advising against allowing students to delve into advanced dark magic at such an early stage. "I believe you have your own considerations, but this may not be prudent. Younger students might struggle to resist the allure of dark magic." Clearly, that note had been left behind by her. Composing the note was his test for Polaris. He sought to gauge her capabilities, her ambitions, and her audacity. Indeed, it required considerable courage to act under his very nose. Yet she was too greedy, desiring everything and unable to maintain balance. Reckless as Hill, she undertakes her endeavors without regard for the consequences, perpetually convinced that someone will come to her aid, thus emboldening her audacity. Snape diverted his gaze to the tome, A Midsummer Night's Dream, perched upon the shelf. Indeed, he was venting his ire, but what of it? He awaited her attempts at justification. A gentle knock resonated at the office door. "Come in." Snape's voice remained as composed and frigid as ever. "Professor." Polaris managed to maintain her composure. "Farley mentioned you were seeking me." Farley, too, understood the peculiarity of the situation. Professor Snape would never require a third party to summon Polaris. He merely needed to await her presence in his office. Snape did not respond to her inquiry immediately. Instead, he rose to his feet. His black robes swept past Polaris like a dark cloud, proceeding to the hearth. A note entered her line of sight, cast into the flames, and within seconds was reduced to ash. "Miss Polaris, do you have naught to say?" He stood with his back to her, hands clasped behind him. Polaris recognized that all deceit would lay bare before Snape, yet she also understood that certain truths must remain unspoken. She straightened, taking 2 steps forward, her tone unwavering. "I believe you tacitly approved of this when you placed the note within the book. Returning a book does not necessitate a note, does it? Only borrowing does." Snape turned to face her, his brows slightly arching. "So it appears your old professor is at fault? Because he is aged and feeble. Mistaking the issuance of a note, you feel justified in exploiting it without hesitation?" "I apologize," Polaris replied, lowering her gaze. "Next time I shall seek your counsel." "Next time? You lingered in there for 3 hours." Snape's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. "What do you think you are, Dumbledore? I believe I mistakenly entrusted you with those 3 books. I further suspect that your 2 defense against the dark arts instructors have imparted nothing of substance. What do you consider dark arts? Mere tricks that make feathers float? I know your kind, who believe knowledge possesses no moral dichotomy, only dependent upon the wielder's intent. You presume that your willpower can resist temptation. Were you 17? I might commend your audacity, but let us not forget you are still a student, not yet of age." Polaris bowed her head deeper, silenced by his reproach. Snape turned and approached his desk, settling into his chair, scrutinizing her intently. "Should you wish to access the restricted section, come directly to me. Do not let me catch you again using my notes without permission." Polaris looked up in astonishment, meeting the depth of his obsidian gaze. "Of course. It shall not exceed half an hour." Snape's lips barely moved. "I shall inscribe this on every note." Polaris nodded earnestly. "I will." With the reprimand concluded and the lesson imparted, Polaris finally exited the office. Apart from their conversation at the end of last year, she had never felt time within the office drag so interminably. As she rounded the corner, she retrieved Gilderoy Lockhart's flamboyant signature from her satchel, a spark of fire. Chapter 32, Chaos in Potions Class. A spark ignited at the tip of her wand, setting the parchment alight, which slowly crumbled to ash. She no longer required the note she had fortuitously acquired. Polaris reclined on the sofa in the common room, the crackling flames of the hearth failing to capture her attention. She closed her eyes, her mind conjuring the image of the restricted section within the Hogwarts library, the tomes she had perused, each intricate pattern and inscription vividly etched in her memory. The depths she had yet to explore remained shrouded in a gray mist beyond her reach. Within cursed dark arts artifacts, it was inscribed, certain dark magical items can forge a psychic bond with their bearer. The mental connection engendered by such artifacts may influence their possessor, tempting their psyche and distorting their intellect. Due to their immature minds, this influence is notably pronounced in adolescent wizards. The longer one is in contact with dark magical items, the deeper the psychological infiltration. necessitating a more extended period to completely extricate oneself from their influence. Clearly, this was why Madame Pants had summoned Professor Snape to deliver a stern reprimand. Polaris continued her perusal, yet the tome instructed its readers on the creation of dark artifacts capable of affecting the minds of others. No wonder this book was relegated to the restricted section. Skimming past these tutorials, Polaris sought further clues. Evidently, most nefarious dark artifacts could only influence a person's mind. However, some more potent artifacts could even control a person's will, thereby manipulating their actions in reality. We can identify those under manipulation by the following characteristics: significant memory gaps, behaviors inconsistent with their character, and a gradually weakening physique. The first two need no elaboration, yet the last characteristic warrants emphasis. Death-related magic is the most malevolent, and dark artifacts associated with soul magic possess heightened activity and individual consciousness. According to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, we understand that the transmission of magical power is fair and does not arise out of nothing. Dark artifacts tied to soul magic have their powers limited during creation and continuously diminish throughout their existence. Thus, some such magical items may insidiously absorb the strength of their bearers to sustain their prolonged existence. Polaris leaned back on the sofa, tilting her head, blinking. Her expression grew solemn, her brow furrowed. The matter concerning Ginny Weasley became glaringly apparent. The young girl had obtained a dark magical notebook linked to the soul, which tempted her and perhaps even manipulated her into committing malevolent acts. Simultaneously, the notebook siphoned her vitality, jeopardizing her safety. As for the heir, Polaris recalled her experiences on the eve of Halloween. The notebook's creator was one of the heirs or a witness to the chamber incident. Yet, she quickly dismissed the latter. If a witness could unlock the chamber, it would no longer be deemed the exclusive domain of the heir. Once more, matters reached an impasse. What actions had the notebook compelled Ginny to undertake? What creature had attacked Mrs. Norris, and what connection did it have with the puddle outside the lavatory? Should she intervene in the notebook's persecution of Ginny Weasley? What a jest! She was a Slytherin. Polaris, have you forgotten how that Weasley spoke so arrogantly to you? Have you forgotten how he assaulted your companion? Have you forgotten how those Gryffindors mocked Professor Snape with nicknames? She deliberately ignored the provocations from Draco Malfoy and the biases of Professor Snape. Polaris, are you not going to dine? Millicent waved her hand before her. You wouldn't be considering skipping another meal, would you? When have I? Polaris blurted out, only to abruptly halt her words. Oh, you wouldn't mean to say when have you not eaten? The previous Saturday morning, generously bestowing buttered bread upon Malfoy, and the following Saturday afternoon, unable to find Miss Prince? Millicent poked her stomach. Are you made of iron? Fortunately, Polaris was not ticklish. Otherwise, she would have curled up in a ball. Polaris was led by Millicent to the dining table, where tonight's dinner consisted of braised lamb shanks and Scotch eggs. The preparation of Scotch eggs is rather simple. First, soft-boiled eggs are enveloped in a layer of minced meat, then coated with breadcrumbs before being deep-fried to achieve a delightful contrast of a crispy exterior and a tender interior. In stark contrast to the ravenous Polaris, the sullen Malfoy sat silently, his gaze fixated on the void, while his fork repeatedly prodded at the lamb. Polaris would wager that he was envisioning the poor lamb as Potter's head. Pansy frantically gestured towards Polaris, but she averted her gaze, declining her invitation. Coughing discreetly, Pansy prompted Polaris, who then offered, "Would you care for some apple juice?" "I shall not drink it." Pansy snapped through gritted teeth. Polaris turned her hand, which held the apple juice, towards Malfoy. "Then you shall." Malfoy, still in a stupor, instinctively took a sip of the juice, nearly spitting it out as he erupted into a fit of coughs. "Cough, cough, you. Is it sour?" "Indeed, it is," Polaris replied in a nonchalant tone. "Remember, this is akin to your current state of mind. Maintain this tangy clarity and let it remind you not to zone out in your next match, where you might forget what you are even consuming." "What do you know?" "Ah, indeed, I know nothing," Polaris retorted with a smile sharp as a dagger. "For I have never tasted the bitterness of defeat. Unlike some, who, after a single loss, cannot even bear to eat, wallowing here like a specter." Raising an eyebrow, Polaris added, "If you truly care, then rouse yourself. Do you think lamenting will make matters better? It will not. But if you stand tall and move forward, you shall have another chance." With that, Polaris dismissed him and turned to Millicent, asking, "I would like half a butter tart. Would you care for the other half?" Millicent, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Oh, of course." At the other end of the table, the expressions of the older Slytherins were complex. How terrifying, truly fitting of the professor's assistant. Miles remarked, "Marcus, you must have it quite tough." "Eh?" Marcus, misinterpreting Miles's comment as a reference to his time as Polaris's student the previous year, nodded emphatically. Indeed. It was challenging, yet she was mostly quite kind and gentle. Marcus endeavored to uphold the non-existent tenderness of his conjugate professor. As previously noted, Slytherin classes were concentrated on Wednesdays, with only herbology in the afternoon on Mondays. Consequently, Polaris spent the entire morning grappling with her ingested knowledge of the dark arts, striving to avoid indigestion. She also had to remember to take breaks every half hour, adhering to her promise to Professor Snape. Although she did not venture into the forbidden section, she recognized that her actions mirrored a visit there, with only the location differing. By the time she regained her composure, the news of Creevy's attack had spread throughout the school. Who is Creevy? Millicent voiced the collective curiosity of most Slytherins. Polaris took a sip of her red tea and casually replied, "A devotee of Potter, the one with the camera, the boy seeking autographs." The Slytherins surrounding her immediately comprehended, recalling Malfoy's teasing of Potter. This incident had significant repercussions. Non-purebloods from the other three houses were particularly anxious, fearing they might be the next targets. Only the Slytherins seemed unaffected, strutting around, threatening to have the air clean house. Polaris had no interest in such trivial pursuits. But Creevy's misfortune indicated that the notebook's influence on Ginny Weasley was growing. She found herself pondering whether she was genuinely concerned about the young girl's resilience or whether she feared becoming the next target. Days later, when Polaris had the opportunity to deliver potions for Professor Snape, she caught sight of Creevy. Through the drawn curtains, she saw Colin Creevy lying stiffly, his camera still hanging around his neck, his entire being frozen in the state of his demise, his eyes wide with terror. "It bears resemblance to a petrification curse," Polaris murmured. Madame Pomfrey shook her head. "If only it were a petrification curse. Please convey my gratitude to Professor Snape." Madame Pomfrey appeared somewhat haggard. "Do not linger. I cannot fathom how many have come to see him. Poor child, he surely would not wish to be gawked at like this." With that, Madame Pomfrey drew the curtain shut. Polaris lowered her gaze. "I apologize, I did not mean to intrude. I hope he recovers." "We all share that hope," Madame Pomfrey replied. The image of Creevy lingered in Polaris's mind, prompting her to recall the Gorgon Medusa from the Greek myths she had encountered in her youth. Muggles have tales of King Arthur and Merlin, while wizards have their own legends of the great sorcerer Merlin. Is it conceivable that there might exist in the wizarding world creatures akin to Medusa, whose gaze turns one to stone? As Polaris exited, she fortuitously encountered two Gryffindors, who pointed at her from a distance, whispering, "There goes a Slytherin. What brings her here? Surely, she means no good." This was precisely the reason she had refrained from intervening with Ginny Weasley. Who could she confide in? The Gryffindors? Polaris could almost envision Ron Weasley's suspicious and wary expression, surely believing she harbored ill intentions towards his little sister, perhaps even suspecting that the notebook was her doing. A Slytherin suddenly expressing concern for his sister. Was that not worthy of skepticism? And the professors? Professor Snape's attitude towards her had been consistent since her first year. If you lack the skill, mind your own business, read more, and refrain from causing trouble. Polaris anxiously bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for what to do. "What troubles you, Polaris?" Millicent inquired. "Are you planning to stay for Christmas? I noticed Professor Snape has been compiling the list of students remaining." "I shall stay? Protego totalum." Suddenly, without warning, Goyle's cauldron erupted, spewing swelling potion everywhere. Polaris's first instinct was to cast Protego, but that would merely reflect the potion back. She hastily switched her incantation to Protego totalum. The casting of Protego totalum required time. Despite her extraordinary effort, she could only shield a few girls nearby. Nevertheless, Daphne's hand swelled, while both Millicent and Pansy remained unscathed. As for the Slytherin boys, none escaped unscathed. Malfoy, standing closest to Goyle, had even swollen to the size of a pig's head. Polaris swiftly maneuvered through the crowd clamoring for the professor's decongestion potion, reaching his side to assist in distributing the antidote. Well, why should she concern herself with Ginny Weasley? She had no time to ponder such matters now. She could already envision her Christmas holiday, likely spent in the office alongside the professor, tirelessly concocting decongestion potions to replenish their dwindling supply. At long last, every victim had received the antidote, and Polaris collected the empty potion vials and tubes from her classmates. Professor Snape swept past her like a gust of wind, to Goyle's cauldron, fishing out the remnants of the explosive potion. His expression was as dark as night, and the classroom felt as though it had been muted. It was evident that someone had played a prank that had backfired, and she, the unfortunate sprite, had been caught in the crossfire. The bell rang, and Polaris shook her head at Millicent, indicating that she could not leave with her. With the aid of her spell, Polaris lifted a large box of potion vials, following closely behind Professor Snape. Upon entering the office, she instinctively began to search for the Zhaojing grass and the shrub mugwort, while Professor Snape sat in his chair, eyes closed. Having followed the professor for over a year, Polaris was acutely aware that he was suppressing an inner fury. In the midst of the silence, she could not help but speak, Sensing that something was amiss, Snape suddenly opened his eyes, his piercing gaze slicing through her like a dagger. Polaris understood that in such moments, it was prudent to have a matter at hand. Otherwise, no one would wish to witness the professor's wrath. She pointed towards the adjacent room, the professor's private storeroom. When you locked the door, the lock was facing the right side. Each time Professor Snape entered or exited the storeroom, he held something in his right hand. Thus he habitually used his left hand to lock the door. When locking with the left hand, the lock's mouth generally faces right. Otherwise, the palm obstructs the view, making it inconvenient to see and risking pinching one's hand. Given that the lock was somewhat rusty, if one lacked sufficient strength to secure it, like Polaris, she would place her belongings down and lock it with both hands, exerting force primarily with her right hand while using her left only for support, resulting in the lock facing left. Chapter 33, Parseltongue. Polaris had not entered the storeroom recently. Thus the lock's mouth could not possibly be facing left. Snape's expression darkened, and after a moment, he rose and strode purposefully towards the storeroom. Polaris followed him, aware that she would be unable to discern anything from the materials. The last person to utilize the storeroom was the professor himself. Only he knew what the thief had tampered with. Yet, who said that the observations within the storeroom were limited to these materials? Polaris always managed to glean the answers she sought. Snape's gaze lingered for several seconds on the horn of the bicorn and the skin of the African tree snake. The professor's face remained inscrutable, though his lips twitched slightly. I presume you still have numerous potions to brew, do you not, Miss Polaris? Polaris looked up in surprise. It was uncharacteristic of Professor Snape to refrain from probing further after his territory had been violated. He was typically merciless regarding violations of the school rules, particularly those outside of Slytherin, especially after having been provoked today. At times, the professor could be overly patient. For instance, he tolerated that insufferable Gilderoy Lockhart last year. However, in reality, his temper was notoriously foul, and if one were to endure a year-round workload while managing unruly students and an ever-increasing number of troublesome colleagues, one would find their patience wearing thinner than his. Yet, at present, he chose to overlook the matter and urged Polaris to continue her work. This matter ends here, Professor Snape declared. If you find yourself with ample time, I wouldn't mind assigning you additional tasks to prevent you from expending your surplus energy on pondering my thoughts. As you wish, Professor. With that, Polaris exited the storeroom and returned to her cauldron, only to discover something intriguing. Beneath the professor's calm exterior lay a thread of unmistakable disdain and an ineffable complexity of emotion. Her investigations were interrupted by cauldron after cauldron of swelling potions. Perhaps it was due to her previous affront, or perhaps to quell her curiosity. The professor had indeed provided her with a reading list of books on dark arts and defense, which could be found in the non-restricted section of the library, requiring her to finish them before Christmas. It appeared that he had mastered the art of subduing an overly energetic child. Undoubtedly, this involved assigning her task after task, leaving her no time to ponder the affairs of Ginny Weasley. Polaris wished she could split herself in two, one half to complete her assignments and the other to brew potions. In the Slytherin common room, you plan to join the dueling club? Pansy inquired incredulously. Myrtle, the heir wouldn't choose you. After all, you are a pure blood, are you not? Polaris hurriedly entered, grabbing a small bread roll from the table and stuffing it into her mouth. What club? Sounds familiar. Oh darling, haven't you eaten again? Myrtle laughed. Your walking speed rivals that of the professor. It's posted at the entrance of the Great Hall. They're starting a dueling club. I'm thinking of joining the fun. Polaris poured herself a cup of red tea and gulped it down like a cow chewing peonies. Now I remember, the professor will likely be present. So Professor Snape is instructing us in dueling? Does he even have the time? Pansy remarked. Draco is going too, she added. Polaris shook her head. No time. You'll see when you arrive. At 8 in the evening, the dining tables had vanished, replaced by a grand stage, with a throng of students gathered below. So this is what you meant by knowing later? Myrtle's mouth twitched as she watched the reckless Lockhart on stage. How dare he have Professor Snape as his assistant? After all, Snape had been a Death Eater over a decade ago, and had likely faced Aurors in combat. Observing the professor's expression, they knew he would undoubtedly give Lockhart a taste of his own medicine. If Lockhart retained any semblance of dignity afterwards, it would be due to Snape's mercy towards a colleague. Sure enough, with a disarming charm, not only did Lockhart's wand fly away, but he was also sent sprawling to the ground. Picking up his shattered pride, Lockhart insisted that he refrained from retaliating in order to teach the students. Polaris swore she could see murderous intent in the professor's eyes. Those Gryffindors probably didn't inform him. Myrtle chuckled, clutching her stomach in laughter. With that look from the professor, it's best to skedaddle. Polaris felt a laugh bubbling within her as well. He might believe that the professor only brewed potions, but one should never underestimate an administrative officer. As for you, Miss Granger, I presume you are not afraid to duel Polaris. What? Pansy quickly nudged her. Hurry and follow Draco. The professor wants you to pair up with Granger." Flustered, Polaris hurried after Malfoy. This was a treatment she had never experienced before, being scrutinized by 90% of the student body. A far cry from her usual routine of rarely answering questions in class or provoking Gryffindors, confined to the library, the office, and the Slytherin common room. "Don't embarrass Slytherin," Malfoy whispered. Polaris retorted under her breath, "Mind your own business." Lockhart instructed several students to face their opponents and bow. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. Hermione acted without hesitation, recalling Lockhart's directive, merely disarming. Polaris anticipated her move, deftly dodging the red light without a second thought. Leglocker curse. Hermione looked somewhat astonished, seemingly incredulous that Polaris had not used Expelliarmus. Please, the adjacent duel had already escalated. They were indeed in a duel. However, Hermione was evidently well-versed in countering the Leglocker curse and nimbly rolled away to evade the subsequent barrage of spells, freeing her legs. Lockhart dashed into the crowd, shouting, "I said, just disarm." Hermione raised her wand, Petrificus Totalis. Polaris swiftly defended, Protego. Hermione avoided the rebound from the shield charm, but could not evade Polaris's next spell, Expelliarmus. Polaris believed she was on the verge of success until a rolling Longbottom inadvertently absorbed the disarming spell meant for Hermione. Hermione quickly recovered, Expelliarmus. Caught off guard by Longbottom's unexpected actions, Polaris found herself momentarily stunned as her wand was sent flying. Hermione displayed a triumphant smile. Yet Polaris showed no signs of relinquishing her resolve. Accio wand. But how could she perform the summoning charm without her wand? Astonishingly, her wand actually soared back into her grasp, as if time had reverted to before the skirmish commenced. Both Hermione and Polaris were taken aback. Although she had read about wandless magic, she had never succeeded in casting it. The last time she attempted such magic was during a time when she struggled to control her spells, specifically, when plates were careening through the monastery. The sudden appearance of Longbottom and the extraordinary manifestation of wandless magic felt like a contrived twist from a second-rate screenplay, absurd yet undeniably real. They had intended to continue their duel, but Professor Lockhart could no longer tolerate the chaos and intervened to halt the students' fray. Polaris offered a resigned smile. "That was truly impressive, Granger. You are indeed a worthy adversary." Hermione, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I should have lost if it weren't for Neville. Such is the nature of battle. We can never predict what will unfold in the next moment." Polaris interjected, "If we must speak frankly, I was the one who caught you off guard with a rule-breaking move. Victory and defeat are distinct. Ties are simply ties." Polaris dismissed the notion of what-ifs, believing that as long as something does not occur, it is tantamount to winning. At least that was her current mindset. After speaking, Polaris turned to assist Malfoy, who lay sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, Professor Snape had cast a spell to freeze Potter, ceasing his forced dance. As Polaris descended from the stage, the Slytherins encircled her and Malfoy, exclaiming, "It's all Longbottom's fault. Otherwise, you would have won already." However, Millicent showed little interest in the matter. She grasped Polaris's shoulder, spinning her around. "Are you all right? Any injuries?" Polaris shook her head. "I'm perfectly fine. Where's Malfoy headed?" She spotted Draco Malfoy returning to the stage. Lockhart sought to pair students for one-on-one duels, and the professor had chosen Draco. Pansy sneered. "Now let's see what kind of mess Potter will make. Draco will surely wipe the floor with him." Millicent muttered softly. Thank goodness the professor didn't let Polaris compete. Polaris frowned as she observed the professor whispering to Malfoy. Currently, Polaris was stronger and possessed a wider array of spells, yet Malfoy was more ruthless. Despite her mind brimming with dark magic, she had no intention of employing such spells against an innocent Potter. By selecting Malfoy to compete, the professor likely aimed to teach Potter a lesson. He understood that with Polaris's current talents and skills, in front of so many witnesses, she would confidently choose to defeat him using honorable spells like Disarming Charm. Wait a moment, teach him a lesson? Polaris's mind flickered to the lock on the door leading to the storeroom filled with the remains of fireworks from the cauldron. At that time, she had been more concerned with the professor's demeanor. Now, it seemed that the chaos during class had resulted in lost items by the end of it. Such a clumsy scheme. These two incidents were orchestrated by the same group. One person created a diversion while another pilfered. A slight smirk appeared on Polaris's lips. What a pity. They had no evidence, but a lesson could still be imparted. A blunder emerged. A long, black serpent was unleashed by Malfoy, causing nearby students to scream and retreat. Polaris nearly collided with those backing away, but Millicent managed to pull her back. On stage, Harry Potter appeared startled, frozen in place. The professor, seemingly in a better mood, slowly announced, "Don't move, Potter, I'll handle this." Polaris looked at the professor with a perplexed expression, expecting something grand. Yet he resorted to mere theatrics to frighten the creature. Lockhart's voice interrupted Polaris's thoughts as he shouted, "Let me handle it." and cast an ambiguous spell at the black serpent. Rather than vanishing, the serpent became enraged and hissed as it slithered toward a Hufflepuff. What transpired next left everyone in shock. Potter spoke to the serpent in a manner reminiscent of a snake's hiss. Before they could comprehend the situation, Professor Snape stepped forward and dispelled the spell. "He's a Parselmouth," Millicent exclaimed incredulously. "Harry Potter is a Parselmouth." Polaris rummaged through her memories before finally responding. "But isn't that a skill exclusive to Slytherins? I mean, Salazar Slytherin. So Potter is a descendant of Slytherin? Potter is the heir." Millicent gasped in astonishment. "Oh dear." Polaris slapped her forehead. She had been so busy lately that she hadn't been able to address the issue of the heir. Initially, she believed the original owner of the notebook to be the heir who manipulated Ginny Weasley. Now, Potter's ability to speak Parseltongue added further layers of enigma to the heir incident. Undoubtedly, Parseltongue was a unique trait of Slytherin. If someone possessed this ability, it was highly probable that they were the heir. But what about the notebook? Polaris began to scour the library for creatures capable of petrification. Her mind always sharp during such times. No breeding of animals for experimentation, she recalled. The basilisk, a creature known to speak Parseltongue. Was a Greek dark wizard named Herpo who consumed spiders? Suddenly, Polaris remembered the spiders she had seen crawling on the walls in the corridor. Direct eye contact with a basilisk would lead to death, while indirect contact would result in petrification. A puddle of water reflecting the basilisk's eyes. Did that count as indirect? A camera lens from Creevy. Was that indirect? Polaris sighed. Very well, very well. Now everything was a jumbled mess. First, there was Ginny Weasley, who possessed a dark magic notebook, possibly manipulated by the notebook to harm others. Secondly, there was a creature suspected to be a basilisk, where indirect eye contact resulted in petrification, only controllable by a Parselmouth. Lastly, there was Potter, the Parselmouth, potentially a descendant of Slytherin with the ability to control snakes. If all three assertions held true, could it be that the notebook manipulated Ginny to have Potter use Parseltongue to control the basilisk, indirectly petrifying Moaning Myrtle and Colin? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Even a third-rate writer could not concoct such a convoluted plot. Potter was raised in a Muggle household and dared to expose his ability to speak Parseltongue in front of a crowd, especially in the current atmosphere rife with suspicion. He likely had no awareness of the uniqueness of Parseltongue. He was merely eager to save that Hufflepuff. Nevertheless, she now had a reason to compel the Gryffindors, referring specifically to Harry Potter, to pay closer attention to Ginny Weasley. If he wished to clear his name, he could not help but question whether her words held any truth. As long as doubt lingered, Ginny Weasley's peculiarities could not remain concealed. Chapter 34, Ambitious. Draco. You should be feeling elated. Potter could always influence Malfoy's mood. One might think he possessed a switch to control Malfoy's emotions. Now, Malfoy was once again troubled by the prospect of Potter possibly being the heir of Slytherin. This situation was not entirely incomprehensible. Polaris believed that if it were true, the horror would be akin to a cultist discovering that the son of the witch destined for execution was the next chosen pope. The future appeared utterly bleak. Thus, Pansy had to find some excuse to comfort him. At least now, students from the other three houses are afraid of Potter. Malfoy let out a disgruntled grunt. Is it such a terrible thing to instill fear? Only the weak find solace in it. I can only imagine how delighted Potter must feel. After all, he has managed to steal the spotlight in front of the entire school. Pansy once again cast a desperate glance towards Polaris. Surely, she does not think of me as Potter's second, does she? Polaris could not help but muse that while Potter had the task of driving Malfoy to madness, her responsibility was to rouse him from his stupor. Shaking her head, she resolutely dismissed the thought, focusing instead on her studies. Speaking of Potter, she yearned for an opportunity to meet him and his companions privately, yet such moments were rare. As Malfoy had stated, Potter was currently the center of attention, with all eyes trained upon him. Even more alarming for the students was the emergence of the next victims, none other than Justin Finch-Fletchley from Hufflepuff, whom Potter had rescued, and the ghost of Gryffindor, nearly headless Nick. Strangely enough, as the number of attacked individuals increased, Polaris found herself less anxious. After all, there was a common thread among those afflicted, which seemed to relate to their connections with known and Muggle families. Polaris had never divulged details about her own family. Viewed through this lens, she appeared rather cold-hearted. However, she simply lacked any agency. Who would believe that a Slytherin possessed a heart for saving others? Amidst this tense atmosphere, Christmas arrived. This year's Christmas feast was, as usual, bountiful. Polaris abstained from indulging in the Christmas pudding, finding it overly rich. Instead, she opted for an old-fashioned three-tiered cake known as a dwarf cake, which featured layers of fruit, offering a fresher taste. By the time she finished and rose from her seat, Crabbe and Goyle were still devouring their meals with ravenous abandon, as though every ounce of flesh they possessed had not been earned through effort. You two can continue eating, Malfoy declared, rising as well. I have no intention of waiting for you. I cannot fathom how much longer you plan to feast. As Polaris intended to make her way to Moaning Myrtle's restroom, a voice called from behind. Hey, have you been stealing drinks? The common room is this way. I'm not going back, Polaris replied. I have other matters to attend to. Malfoy took long strides to catch up with her. I must say, you are rather dedicated, aren't you? Working for free in the office on Christmas? Has he promised you some kind of reward? Polaris walked a couple of steps ahead, exclaiming, since when did your curiosity shift to me? I thought you were only envious of Gryffindor's savior. Envious of him? Malfoy's voice sharpened, only to soften moments later. Who would envy that orphaned saint, Potter, relying on others? Polaris chuckled softly. Ah, yes, you're not envious, as long as you're content. Malfoy's mouth opened and closed, appearing to be quite busy, yet he ultimately had no retort. Say what you will. I came to offer you a friendly warning. Rumors are circulating among the upperclassmen, claiming you and Marcus are involved in some flirtation while trying to curry favor with Professor Snape, which is quite ambitious, Malfoy fumed. Polaris was taken aback, contemplating retracting her previous remarks. Since their first year, she and Draco had never had a conversation without trading barbs. Most often, he would speak carelessly, and she would deliver a sharp retort that left him speechless. Today, as soon as Draco opened his mouth, she instinctively fired back, never expecting he would reveal his moldy goodwill to the light of day. I have no relationship with Marcus. If you must know, we merely helped each other with studies. Had Stella's romance been stable last year, she might have been the one teaching me. Polaris felt compelled to clarify, as she had initially dismissed Moaning Myrtle's comments as absurd. She was astonished that such rumors had gained traction. As you said, it is the ability to instill fear that commands respect. Ambition itself is not inherently negative. As for the professor, if washing vials could lead to the tutelage of a master potion maker with time to spare, I suspect many would be tempted, provided they are not afraid to confront him. Polaris smiled faintly and turned to leave. Snow blanketed the rooftops of Hogwarts, transforming the distant mountains and forests into a pristine white expanse. Standing in the corridor, Polaris gazed at the vast snowy landscape, recalling the Christmases of her childhood. Back then, she resided in a convent, where the church windows were adorned with stained glass, obscuring the view of the falling snow. The nuns would stoke the fireplace, yet she felt no warmth. Amidst a crowd, clad in heavy nun's garb, she sang carols alongside other orphans, receiving blessings. Polaris, Sister Mayne said in a tone laden with significance, your present is a gift from the Lord. He has granted you a place to dwell. Oh, a gift, how lofty that sounds. She spoke of the Lord's love for mankind, yet why bestow upon her the fate of abandonment? Polaris did not perceive being sheltered as a blessing, nor did she view her abandonment as such. She despised the notion of accepting gifts, whether good or bad, and would much rather strive to obtain, demand, or seize what she desired. When doubts arose that Millicent would forsake their friendship, Polaris unexpectedly chose to cling to it. She had believed she loathed abandonment, yet here she was, reaching out to grasp this fragile bond. This is the friendship I have chosen, Polaris thought. I will not allow others to leave before me. At 5 years old, she had no choice, but at the moment she decided to leave the convent, she resolved to adhere to her own choices rather than be dictated by fate. The content of ambition was mere rumor, yet ambition itself was not a fabrication. Polaris exhaled onto the glass window, tracing an inverted cross with her finger. To become a witch was her rebellion against the destiny she had been gifted. Now, it was time to visit Moaning Myrtle. She was not the only lonely soul in this school. On the eve of Christmas, Hogwarts was enveloped in a profound silence, with only the flickering shadows cast by candlelight in the corridors. Polaris halted before the restroom. It was peculiar, was it not? The weeping emanating from within sounded unfamiliar, lacking the haunting sobs of Moaning Myrtle. Myrtle, it's me. The crying ceased abruptly. Are you all right? I could fetch you a sprig of mistletoe. I thought you might like to decorate your toilet with it. If you need it. Myrtle floated out from her stall, looking more cheerful than ever. Oh, thank you. Polaris, you are always so thoughtful. Polaris hesitated. Just now, I thought I heard crying. Was that not you? Of course not. It was that Gryffindor girl. Myrtle exclaimed. How dreadful. Dreadful? Polaris approached the closed door, whispering, Are you all right? Do you need my help? You might not believe me, but I can speak to the professors on your behalf. Polaris considered herself not particularly altruistic, yet the sound of the Gryffindor girl weeping inevitably reminded her of Ginny. Before her hand could touch the door handle, a familiar voice called out, No, I don't need anything. Polaris's hand froze mid-air, her right eyebrow arching. Granger? Her remarkable memory kicked in, effortlessly matching the voice to Hermione Granger. I suppose Granger did not anticipate that Polaris would guess it so quickly. My potion experiment went awry, and now I cannot bear to show my face. Would you like me to ask the professor for assistance? I mean, Professor Snape. How could you possibly think of experimenting on yourself? Hermione had actually experimented on herself. Such an astonishing spirit of inquiry left Polaris feeling inferior. Clearly, her own dedication to potion-making was insufficient. She ought to learn from Hermione. Of course, excluding the act of rendering oneself inconspicuous. Thank you, but I wish to remain unseen. Granger sobbed. I will seek out Madame Pomfrey myself. Very well, Polaris replied. What is your opinion of me? Granger seemed taken aback by the question. What? I don't believe I have ever provoked any Gryffindor. Perhaps my previous assistance during the incident with Nicole might count, Polaris remarked. That is indeed the case. Polaris nodded, therefore. A heartfelt piece of advice. Weasley ought to show more concern for his younger sister. Her complexion is far from healthy. What does that mean? Is Ginny all right? Polaris noted the rustle of Granger's clothing, seemingly as she stood up. I imagine you wouldn't trust a Slytherin S-word. If something has truly occurred, it would be more prudent for you to investigate yourselves, Polaris said, keen to avoid trouble. Given your skills, that should not be difficult. The challenge lies in uncovering the first clue, and I have already pointed you in the right direction. That sounds rather complicated, Myrtle interjected. Polaris smiled gently at her. It is not complicated at all, it merely requires some time. With Granger present, Polaris wished to avoid causing her distress. So she bid farewell to Myrtle and returned to the common room. What use are you all if you can be easily impersonated? Draco's voice was laced with suppressed fury. Impersonated? Polaris inquired softly. What do you mean? Draco retorted angrily. Someone used a potion to impersonate them and entered the common room. Slytherin doesn't need intruders. How could anyone not of Slytherin gain entry? Polaris cut to the chase, so furious. Did you let them in? Draco's face reddened, as if he were a chicken caught by the throat. Polaris shook her head and approached Crabbe. Let me see. Did you merely consume something bad? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Does a headache count? Goyle asked. Polaris glanced over and nearly laughed. That is from when you fell. It's no doubt the back of your head hitting the ground, right? You are reveling in this, Draco accused. Polaris retorted skillfully. I did not let anyone in. Must I shed a tear for you to be satisfied? After which, she added, you are perfectly fine, aside from perhaps having overeaten at dinner. A few steps should alleviate it. Turning back, she noticed Draco's displeased expression and took a couple of steps towards him. You saw them and did not raise any suspicions? They look exactly like Crabbe and Goyle. Draco exclaimed in indignation. Would you suspect me of being an imposter? Polaris leaned in close, startling him and causing him to fall back onto the sofa. She wore a mischievous expression. It seems it is indeed true. Whether teasing Draco or scaring him, the reactions are utterly delightful. You, Draco stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Polaris leisurely seated herself on the sofa. Already aware of who had impersonated Crabbe and Goyle, Potter and Weasley. Any rational individual could deduce this, provided they had witnessed Granger in the lavatory. If that were the case, then the troublesome potion must be the polyjuice potion, right? The horn of a bicorn, the skin of an African snake. Am I wrong? Everything connects. One of Potter's trio causing disruption in class, leading his companion to steal ingredients, and the professor retaliating against Potter in the club. With the trio's aim being to brew the polyjuice potion to infiltrate Slytherin and trap Draco into conversation. Why? Do they believe the heir is Draco? What have they entangled you in? Polaris asked. Malfoy wore a foolish expression, as if to say, how did you know I was manipulated? They inquired about the Chamber of Secrets. What of it? Who does not know it was opened 50 years ago, resulting in the death of a Muggleborn? Any Slytherin is aware of that. But they are not Slytherin. Malfoy turned away, falling silent. It seemed he realized he could not outwit Polaris. Anything else? Polaris pressed. Malfoy opened his mouth, then closed it again, as if grappling with words he could not utter. Polaris did not presume to know everything. If it is something you wish to keep hidden from outsiders, you should know how to proceed. Yes? Do not naively believe that more people will not discover it. Others are not obligated to keep your secrets. Meanwhile, Hermione and Ron had begun to argue. Prince is absolutely not that kind of person. Hermione exclaimed angrily. Ron retorted, oh, do you know her well? A Slytherin? She is different. When I told her I did not want to see anyone, she respected my wishes. She even cares about Myrtle. Hermione insisted, she is not like the other Slytherins. Ron spoke rapidly, but she is still a Slytherin. Most Death Eaters hail from Slytherin. It is entirely possible her parents are Voldemort's minions. Ginny is not your sister. Of course, you wouldn't worry. It's not that she has done anything. How would she know Ginny has been unwell lately? Harry glanced between Ron and Hermione, momentarily unsure of how to intervene. He finally managed to interject amidst their verbal crossfire. How about we let Hermione take a breather? I mean her face. Hermione had managed to snag a hair from Prince's sleeve during their duel, believing it to be hers. They all deemed using Prince's hair to be quite risky, considering she had left it behind at Christmas. However, they had no better options, as they were unable to procure hair from any other Slytherins. Unfortunately, the hair from Prince's sleeve was not her own, but rather a cat hair. Thus, Hermione ended up with a fuzzy face, which Prince discovered in the lavatory. Polaris was unaware that she was the one responsible for Hermione's hairy predicament. As she was busy feeding Nina, Millicent had repeatedly urged her to take good care of Nina before departing school. And thus, Christmas passed, leaving Polaris occasionally contemplating peculiar thoughts. As if something always transpired at Hogwarts during Halloween and Christmas. What about last year as Christmas? Was there any commotion she was unaware of? Yet, it would be more accurate to say that each year at Hogwarts featured a significant event, such as last year's Philosopher's Stone or this year's Heir of the Chamber of Secrets. Who knows what new excitement awaits next year? A week or two later, Polaris noticed Ginny's notebook was missing, but her complexion had improved somewhat. Since she had distanced herself from Ginny's troubles, Polaris felt a significant weight lifted from her shoulders. Although her curiosity about the truth remained, she no longer felt burdened. Carrying the weight of another's life is indeed a substantial burden. Besides Ginny's situation, Polaris had uncovered new clues. Draco had mentioned that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened 50 years prior, resulting in the death of a Muggle-born wizard. 50 years, a remarkably familiar number. Myrtle had died nearly 50 years ago. The deceased had a close connection to that lavatory. How could a basilisk traverse Hogwarts unnoticed? Why did Myrtle die in the lavatory, while Mrs. Norris also encountered trouble nearby? Polaris gazed out at the giant squid gliding through the water, her thoughts flashing back to the puddle in the corridor. Water? The pipes. This has become reasonable. The serpent creature navigates through the water pipes. Hence the presence of a puddle near Lady Loris, while the Myrtle was tragically encountered in the lavatory. It stands to reason that the entrance to the hidden chamber must be located at some juncture connected to the plumbing, perhaps at a drain or within a lavatory. However, it seems the matter has already been resolved, does it not? Polaris recalls that there have been no victims for some time now. It appears Granger must have handed over the notebook to a professor long ago. Polaris contemplated revealing the truth herself, perhaps to gain points for her house akin to what they achieved last year. Yet, she was reminded of Professor Snape's stance, and thus she refrained. Chapter 36, A Valentine's Surprise. Just when one believes the world has returned to tranquility, reality delivers a stark reminder of its unpredictability. February has arrived, and Polaris has experienced a rare period of relative stability, reading, brewing potions, tending to her flora, and researching her spells. Upon realizing that her life was no longer under threat, her interest in the study of dark magic has significantly waned. Truth be told, while dark magic is indeed powerful, it is also far more likely to lead one to corruption, awakening latent malevolence and desires within the soul, causing one to lose their sense of self. Polaris once heard a saying, "Human desires are akin to boulders rolling down a mountain. Once set in motion, they cannot be halted." When the acquisition of power is so effortless, who would willingly endure hardship? When one discovers the ability to easily control the lives of others, who would still choose to be bound by moral constraints? In the forest, two paths diverge, one overgrown with weeds, the other well-trodden. Yet to Polaris, the more frequented path does not necessarily signify ease. The path of dark magic is like a shortcut through the thickets, where all rewards hinge on sufficient malevolence, ultimately leading to the soul's ruin through murder. Once embarked upon, this process becomes exceedingly difficult to halt. In contrast, she would much prefer to endure some trials in her quest to create spells suited to her own needs. Miss Winnie, after graduating from Ravenclaw, initially worked in the Ministry of Magic's Experimental Charms Committee, elucidating the meanings and spellings of incantations. In this role, she developed a profound understanding of spells, becoming quite the expert. However, she did not confine herself to mere comprehension and explanation. Building upon that foundation, she devised some of her own new magic. This may sound impressive, yet it also marked the reason she caught the eye of the Dark Lord and was tempted to join the Death Eaters. Winnie is an exceptional teacher. She has imparted to Polaris the knowledge of how to create her own unique incantations. The creation of a new spell fundamentally relies on necessity and inspiration. The invention of the fire lily flame stemmed from inspiration, while Winnie's household magic arose more from necessity. The most rudimentary spell creation is based on the refinement of existing spells, such as the evolution from Open the Door to Alohomora. In a letter, Miss Winnie advised, novices should not attempt to invent entirely new magic without any foundation, as it is not only unsafe, but can also severely undermine one's confidence. In the 18th century, there was a gifted wizard who found the study of existing spells to be exceedingly dull and resolved to create his own. Lacking experience, he concocted an exceptionally powerful incantation. He believed that once a spell was invented, it could simply be used, neglecting to undergo systematic testing and evaluation. The unstable spell caused his wand to malfunction during use, ending his young life prematurely. This incident is one of the historical origins of the Experimental Charms Committee. New spells are typically required to be submitted for review by the committee. Polaris' first modified spell was based on Winnie's water washing charm, evolving into a water tornado. Initially, her intention was to enhance the speed of the washing charm to achieve a tornado-like effect. However, she later discovered that the washing charm could contain clothing much like a washing machine. This too is akin to the effect of a tornado, which, during its swirling, can ensnare surrounding objects. Therefore, her direction of improvement leaned towards achieving the effect of ensnarement while simultaneously accelerating the spell. You've been rather elusive of late, Millicent complained. Polaris, feeling she had neglected Millicent, affectionately leaned against her to cheer her up. Sometimes, Millicent felt that Polaris resembled a cat. One could not expect Nina to always remain by one's side, for even kittens harbor their own little secrets. Millicent whispered, "Tomorrow is February 14th. And what of it?" Millicent, in a gossipy tone, inquired, "Do you think Pansy will take the opportunity to do something? Do you both think I am deaf?" Pansy exclaimed, abruptly pushing Millicent's head into Polaris' embrace. "Pansy," Polaris exclaimed, pulling Millicent's head back, "how are things between you and Draco?" Pansy raised her head, gazing out at the fish swimming by. "I don't know. It seems he has no conception of love. He cares for Potter even more than any other Slytherin. In his eyes, there are only those he dislikes, not those he likes. Sometimes I wonder what I was like before I liked him. I've almost entirely forgotten. I fear you will laugh, but I truly do not harbor any dislike for Gryffindor. I like them because Draco likes them and dislike them because Draco dislikes them. I feel I have lost myself in this relationship." Polaris, unable to comprehend, asked, "Then why don't you try to let go of this affection? Spend some time being yourself." "I have grown accustomed to this life of always keeping my eyes on him. I cannot imagine what it would be like not to pay him any attention," Pansy lamented. "I believe love should not be a habit," Polaris responded. "Of course I know that," Pansy retorted. "Sometimes I find myself feeling quite pathetic, yet at other moments, I am moved by my own pitifulness. It feels as though pursuing something hopeless is a grand endeavor." Millicent remarked, "That sounds a bit twisted. It seems you do not truly love him. Rather, you are torturing yourself by blindly submitting to his love, repeatedly savoring the flavor of this martyrdom of love." Polaris suddenly realized. Pansy paused. "No, I still like him." "Then what do you like about him?" Polaris pressed. "After a year, have you figured it out?" Pansy stammered. I like how he likes." "You like how he likes being liked," Polaris interjected. "Thus, it does not matter what he is like, what he does, whether he understands love, or if he loves you. It is inconsequential. You feel lost in this one-sided affection, yet that is your own choice." Pansy became rigid. "Your family relations are rather strained. Are they not?" Polaris remarked with empathy. This time, Millicent also froze. Pansy stiffly turned her head until she locked eyes with Polaris. "Polaris, I truly despise your cleverness." "I am truly sorry," Polaris acknowledged, realizing she had again failed to gauge the appropriate boundaries. Not everyone is willing to confront their own inner selves, just as she too harbors unspeakable secrets. "Pansy, regardless, I sincerely hope that before you love another, you first learn to love yourself. Otherwise, love will merely be a consuming poison for you." Polaris mused that Pansy's greatest fortune is that Draco does not reciprocate her feelings. Had Draco shown even a modicum of affection, Pansy would have truly embarked upon an irreversible path. Perhaps this is Pansy's way of protecting herself in this mad pursuit of love, by choosing to love someone who does not love her back. The following morning, Polaris paused at the entrance of the auditorium, taking a couple of steps back to ensure she hadn't lost her way. Merlin's socks. Wasn't he different last year? Millicent's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. The walls were adorned with large, vibrant pink flowers, and heart-shaped confetti fluttered chaotically around. Daphne, with an expression of disdain, plucked the confetti from her hair, exclaiming, "Don't let me find out who is responsible for this." "Is that an exclamatory sentence? Then, it can only be Gilderoy Lockhart," Polaris remarked. Daphne grumbled as she entered the auditorium. "If I find confetti in my breakfast, I'll hurl it all at his head." Pansy also stepped into the hall, instinctively searching for Draco's location. Upon spotting him, she turned to Polaris as if recalling something. Polaris, unaware of Pansy's actions, was busy extracting confetti from her orange juice. "This is utterly unhygienic. I want to be having breakfast today." Draco overheard her and let out a cold snicker. "With your physique, let us hope you don't faint in class." "No need for your concern," Polaris replied, refilling her glass with milk and drinking it swiftly before the confetti could invade it. Suddenly, Lockhart stood up, loudly proclaiming that the confetti and flowers were a surprise he had prepared for everyone. "Only surprise, no joy," Zabini remarked dryly. Just as Zabini finished speaking, the audacious Lockhart began suggesting that everyone learn charm spells from Professor Flitwick and love potions from Professor Snape. A few Slytherins choked or sputtered in response. Polaris leaned toward Pansy and whispered, "This should not be learned haphazardly. Do you take me for a fool?" Pansy retorted incredulously. I am perfectly lucid. So, Prince, can you brew love potions? A curious younger Slytherin inquired. Polaris eyed him warily. It's not difficult, Mr. Harper, but the potion of hatred I brew works quite effectively. Harper sulked. Really? Lockhart's mischief didn't tee in there. He had somehow procured a group of diminutive messenger goblins. All day long, they flitted between classrooms, vexing the teachers to no end. Miss Prince, one goblin exclaimed theatrically, here is a Valentine's card to be delivered personally to Miss Prince. The classroom fell into an instant hush, with all eyes fixed upon Polaris. Her mind buzzed. Why would anyone send her a card? This was undoubtedly a prank. Oh, our Miss Prince is quite popular. If this weren't my class, I would certainly celebrate for you, Lockhart said. Professor Snape's expression darkened. Miss Prince, it seems your allure has disrupted our class. A piece of well-meaning advice. Brew yourself a forgetfulness potion after class to help you forget this embarrassing moment. Unable to endure any longer, Polaris abruptly stood, raising her wand. In a mere second, she transformed the little goblin clad in pink into a rosy toad. Thank you for your suggestion, but I believe it's better to remember, so that such incidents do not recur, Polaris said, gritting her teeth. After class, she maintained her stoic demeanor, and no one dared to provoke her. As they walked, the procession ahead slowed considerably. Ordinarily, Gryffindor ascended while Slytherin descended. So a blockage was unexpected. Is that a goblin? Hugging Potter's leg? Millicent said, tugging her forward to join the commotion. Polaris snapped irritably. I do not wish to see any more goblins. This one is even more impressive than yours. Millicent gaped. Soon, Polaris understood what impressive meant. The goblin she had encountered at least recited poetry, while this one could even sing. Lockhart was truly outrageous. Polaris had no desire to witness others' moments of embarrassment. It appeared that Potter needed the forgetfulness potion more than she did. Draco, standing before her, suddenly bent down to pick something off the floor. Polaris halted in her tracks, her eyes widening at the notebook in Draco's hands. Care to know what Potter has written? Draco boasted. Percy Weasley scolded him to return the notebook to Harry. But Draco insisted, just let me have a glance. Put it down, Polaris coldly commanded, pressing her hand on his shoulder from behind. Draco turned in surprise, not expecting Polaris to stand beside Harry Potter. You're armed. Harry drew his wand and, in the moment Draco turned back, sent the diary flying from his grasp. The notebook fell to the ground, where Ron seized it. Malfoy, incensed, shouted as Ginny passed by. See, Potter doesn't tea like your Valentine's gift. Ginny froze, instinctively covering her face as she dashed into the classroom. Her brother Ron drew his wand to avenge her. A complete chaos ensued. How can you possibly stand with Potter? Draco let Crabbe and the others go ahead, trailing behind Polaris alone. Was your Valentine's card sent by Potter? Polaris abruptly halted, nearly causing Draco to collide with her back. What madness are you spouting? Polaris frowned. That's not anything good. Draco sneered. Oh, what harm could a diary from Potter do to me? Does he think his little sentiments can kill me with laughter? Polaris had assumed Potter would hand the diary to a professor, yet he instead carried it around in his bag. Had he forgotten what Ginny Weasley had endured? Or was he also seduced by the diary's allure? But if she were to reveal this to Draco, he would undoubtedly question why she would relinquish credit to Gryffindor. He wasn't Polaris, not burdened with the struggles of survival before the professors. Chapter 37, Granger attacked. Polaris knew that the more amiably she spoke, the more suspicion Draco would harbor. From the moment she revealed the truth to Granger, as long as this matter remained unresolved, she could be questioned at any moment about her loyalty. Who prompted her to soften her heart and attempt to save Ginny Weasley? Who caused her to worry about that heartless individual's safety? This was her retribution. Thus, she regarded him with a gaze of disdain, icy and unyielding, saying, if your eyes are useless, then pluck them out and use them as decor. Can't you see that the notebook is enchanted? Draco's expression shifted awkwardly at her words. Who do you think you are? Do I need your concern for my safety? Do I care for you? It's not even evening yet. Polaris scoffed. I merely fear you'll cause trouble for the professors. Draco's previously softened expression soured again. The only one who trouble Professor Snape is you, receiving love letters in potions class. Draco's ill-timed remark rekindled Polaris's embarrassment, nearly causing her to forget the incident. What? No one has declared their affection for you, and you feel discontent. Polaris scrutinized him. It's no surprise that no one likes you. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Huh, who said I'm unlikable? Draco seemed as if he had trodden upon a tender spot, shouting from behind, come back. I shall inform my father. I will have Professor Snape replace you. Polaris had no time to engage in such fruitless arguments. Instead, she dispatched a letter via owl to Granger, inviting her to rendezvous at the astronomy tower. If Granger had believed Polaris' words from their previous encounter in the washroom, she would undoubtedly appear at the tower. It was the same terrace, and Polaris could vividly recall the scene from her first year when she had debated with Granger. Of course, given her remarkable memory, such moments were indelible. After last semester's conclusion, Granger must have realized that it was not Professor Snape's doing, but rather Quirrell's machinations. "You sought me?" Granger inquired softly. "Oh, we ought to thank you." Ginny was rather troubled during that time, and Ron was quite concerned for her, but she recovered swiftly. "Are you unaware?" Polaris' brow furrowed. "Do you think her mood was merely a transient ailment? Wasn't it?" Granger appeared thoroughly perplexed. Polaris shook her head. "A young girl influenced by dark magical artifacts can easily err. If others were to discover this, I shudder to think how she would cope. Since no one is in imminent danger, let us feign ignorance regarding her plight. Never mind, that is of little consequence. As long as she is well, it suffices. However, Harry Potter must hand over that notebook to the professors, for it is indeed a dark magical object." "How do you know?" Granger queried, her tone laced with skepticism. Polaris replied, unrelenting in her self-deprecation, "I am a Slytherin. I can procure a note from a professor to access the restricted section at any time." "Is it truly so challenging to discern that it is a dark artifact?" "Oh, I am exceedingly grateful," Granger responded. "He informed us that Hagrid had released the creature. Yet we were all skeptical." "He, Hagrid?" Polaris' expression darkened. "You conversed with that dark artifact." "It was Harry. Tom showed him events from 50 years ago," Granger elucidated. Polaris shook her head. "The thief cries thief. That notebook is the true culprit. In any case, do not heed a single word spoken by the notebook. Simply return it to the professors." "But how did it achieve such feats?" Granger exhibited an insatiable curiosity. "I would dearly love to enlighten you, but it is quite late." Polaris glanced at the sky, sensing the curfew approaching, and succinctly remarked, "Consider this. Did the petrifying incidents cease once Potter acquired the notebook? It is as simple as that." "That seems a tad far-fetched. You must know more that you have not disclosed to me," she observed keenly. "You are right, regardless. Handing the notebook to Professor McGonagall is never a misstep." The two astute girls reached a mutual understanding, yet reality often thwarted their plans unexpectedly. The following day, Polaris received a letter from Granger, stating, "I thought the hardest part would be persuading the two of them, especially Ron, who always suspects you of ill intent. I scarcely dared to reveal that you were the one who informed me. However, an unforeseen event occurred. Upon returning to the common room, Harry mentioned that his dormitory had been ransacked, and only the notebook was missing. I believe only Gryffindor could accomplish such a feat. For only they could access Harry's dormitory, correct? You mentioned Ginny earlier. Is it related to her? Could she have been ensnared by the notebook? Furthermore, I have made some progress regarding that creature. I believe I no longer require your hints. I plan to investigate the library for more information. Trust me, I feel I am on the verge of uncovering the truth." This was the most dreadful scenario, Polaris mused. Granger was a formidable adversary, possessing intelligence, independence, and a fierce spirit. The tenacity she exhibited mirrored Polaris' own reflection. However, Polaris was acutely aware of their stark differences. Her childhood had perished entirely the moment she was abandoned. Granger enjoyed the solace of a loving family, a source of her kindness and fortitude. Were Granger to pursue this mystery, it would not be out of self-preservation, but rather for the lives of many others. Had Granger uncovered the truth, she would have shared it with all, rather than conceal it as Polaris did, merely because she was a Slytherin. Oh no. It could be said that she would not harbor such reservations, for she was not a Slytherin by nature. Slytherin was Polaris' redemption, pulling her from the mire. Yet it was also an inescapable shackle that compelled her to dance through strife. Now, Polaris recognized that as an astute Gryffindor sought the truth, Granger could very well be ensnared by her own brilliance. Regardless of whether Ginny Weasley had pilfered the notebook or if it was another Gryffindor, the tom within that notebook would undoubtedly prevent Granger from continuing her investigation. A Slytherin's word was untrustworthy, yet the evidence Granger unearthed would undoubtedly hold merit. What is the optimal solution to address this predicament? To eliminate the source of the problem, Polaris gazed at the neatly inscribed letters on the parchment. Hermione Granger. She truly detested trouble. Shaking her head, she retrieved a pristine sheet of parchment and began to compose a letter. Granger, do not pursue this any further. And certainly do not let anyone know you are nearing the truth. If you seek information, meet me at the astronomy tower, and I shall divulge everything. Completely. That, however, is an impossibility. After receiving Granger's news regarding Tom, Polaris had embarked on further investigations. This morning, she confirmed Tom's identity, which was not particularly challenging. She had already acquired the keywords, Tom and Hagrid, limiting the time frame to Hagrid's school years. There was indeed one student named Tom who had been awarded for reporting Hagrid's dangerous creature keeping, just as he had claimed Hagrid was the culprit before Harry Potter. What sent shivers down Polaris' spine was that this Tom Riddle had assembled a group akin to Sylvia's Muggle Studies Society, known as the Knights of Walpurgis. Familiar, isn't it? Indeed. No Slytherin was unaware of this. The Knights of Walpurgis were the precursor to the Death Eaters. Polaris trembled as she perused the documents. Uncovering this information was not arduous for her, as she had previously conducted similar investigations into her mother, following clues without pressure. The notebook's owner was named Tom, and according to Polaris' findings, he had manipulated Ginny Weasley to control the basilisk. Thus, connecting the dots, Tom Riddle was the heir of Slytherin. The one who opened the Chamber of Secrets, persecuted Moaning Myrtle, framed Hagrid, left behind the dark magical notebook, which Ginny obtained, allowing her to reopen the chamber once more. As Polaris closed the tome detailing Hogwarts gatherings and societies, her complexion turned as pale as parchment. Not only Granger, but she herself could not pursue this any further, and she must swallow all knowledge she possessed regarding the Dark Lord. With a somber expression, Polaris returned to the common room, where nearly every Slytherin present had a relative who had once been a Death Eater. This included the very Professor, Snape, who had always guided her. Rescue Granger. And that will suffice, she reassured herself. Do you think you are Harry Potter? Do you believe you are the savior? No, you are not. You are nothing more than a Slytherin with a brain and little else. You are merely a half-blood orphan. Your audacity will cost you everything you currently possess. What are you doing standing here? Are you vying for a position against the stone statue? Draco's mocking voice echoed behind her. He leisurely circled around Polaris, declaring, I have good news, news that benefits us both. Do share. Polaris replied absently. The match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff has been cancelled, Draco informed her. Polaris responded dully. This is news you should share with Marcus and Stella. Draco leaned closer, sneering. Because that mudblood Granger has been petrified, you need not worry about anyone surpassing you now. Polaris clenched her fists, striving to conceal any suspicious expression. Oh really? Do you think I, like you, am so inept that I require the elimination of my rivals to secure my standing? No, I do not need that at all. Even if she were not petrified, she would not stand as my opponent. Draco was about to retort when a deep voice resonated behind them. Indeed, my students should possess such spirit. However, I trust one have not been unduly harsh on Slytherin students. The sofas in the common room are ample for your seating, so there is no need to obstruct the passage here. Both Polaris and Draco swiftly turned and took a few steps back. It was Professor Snape. The recent spate of attacks had heightened vigilance throughout the school, leading the headmaster to announce that students were prohibited from leaving the common room after 6 o'clock. And escorts were required for attending classes, with all matches postponed. Once the professor departed, the Slytherins appeared remarkably indifferent. Is no one afraid? Polaris murmured. Millicent looked puzzled. Why should we be afraid? There are half-bloods among us too, aren't there? Polaris clarified. Not referring to herself, but acknowledging other half-blood Slytherins who were not aligned with the pure-blood ideologies of Draco and Daphne. Millicent nodded. That is true. But how could the heir of Slytherin target Slytherin students? I mean, none of the victims were Slytherins, right? This reinforced Polaris's earlier speculation. How could the Dark Lord's cursed artifacts attack Slytherins, his own base of talent? Knowing that as long as she refrained from further investigation, her life would not be in peril, Polaris felt she ought to relax. Yet, she found it utterly impossible. The letter had been sent, but no one had received it. And there was no need for her to return to the Astronomy Tower's terrace. Had she not seen Granger, chin held high as she pushed open the compartment door? Had she not been frequently mentioned alongside Granger by professors? Had she not sparred with Granger? Surely, she could have turned a blind eye. Yet, she had seen it all. Why did a Slytherin possess such a compassionate heart? Why did she suffer for the lives and safety of others? Why? She had thought her heart had hardened during those 5 or 6 years in the orphanage, yet she found herself incapable of indifference. Even the professors had once followed the Dark Lord, had they not? If anyone around her were to discover her intention to thwart the Dark Lord, could she continue to remain here? Polaris found herself at an impasse, as the struggle between survival and her remaining morals waged war within her soul. It was not until a few days later, during a tea gathering, that her heart truly hardened. With recent outings curtailed and matches suspended, the Slytherins had little to occupy themselves and thus gathered in the common room to sip tea and converse. Polaris had been increasingly distracted, often clutching a random book, staring blankly at its pages. Care for a butter biscuit? Millicent offered, holding the biscuit to her lips. Polaris took a bite. Too sweet. A spot of black tea would suffice, Millicent suggested. In the center of the Slytherin common room stood a circle of large sofas. Yet Polaris and Millicent were not seated there. They occupied a set of tables and chairs near the trophy case. Chapter 38, Resolution. The matches were halted, and Gryffindor could not claim the championship. Was this not a good thing? Polaris overheard several Slytherins chatting nearby. One Slytherin remarked wistfully, forget the matches, at this rate. Hogwarts might close for good. That sounded appealing. There would be no final exams. Polaris curled up in her armchair, her book remaining unopened for an interminable time. It seemed unbelievable, yet it was indeed a possibility. Parents would not allow their children to continually fall into danger. The Board of Governors would likely decide to suspend Hogwarts until the threat was entirely eradicated. Malfoy scoffed. Perhaps they'll appoint a new headmaster. If Dumbledore fails us, I wouldn't mind Snape taking over. Zabini chimed in. A new headmaster would be fine. A temporary closure wouldn't be so bad either. I say we could go home. Unlike some. I can't wait to see what happens to Potter. He'll have to scurry back to his Muggle aunt's house, unable to use magic ever again. Malfoy laughed heartily. Polaris stared vacantly at the flickering flames in the fireplace, her fingers tightly gripping the pages of her book, her complexion pale. Yes. How could she have forgotten? If not for Professor Snape's guarantee, she could never remain in Diagon Alley over the summer. Yet, if matters escalated to the point of closure, this orphan without a guardian would surely be sent back to the orphanage. Polaris felt her stomach churn, and even while seated by the fireplace, her hands and feet felt as cold as if in snow. She faintly heard the chimes of the church bells, the priest's calm recitation of prayers. She seemed to see sunlight streaming through the stained glass, bright, yet devoid of warmth. She felt the frostbites that had not resurfaced in 2 years flare up again, pain shooting through her finger joints. She had to take action, discreetly, without the other Slytherins noticing. This was not for Granger, but for her own benefit. To ensure Hogwarts did not close, so she would not be sent back to the orphanage. Harry and Ron had endured a grand adventure the previous night, nearly becoming a meal for Aragog, the giant spider Hagrid had once kept. No, it was Aragog's offspring, or perhaps grandchildren. That was inconsequential. What mattered was that they had deduced Hagrid was not the heir of the Chamber of Secrets. In addition, they faced an unresolved issue, a letter addressed to Hermione. This letter had arrived on the day Hermione was petrified, written on parchment, devoid of any markings or seals, not even a signature. The content of the letter read, Granger, do not pursue this any further, and do not let anyone know you have come close to the answer. If you wish to know more, meet me at the Astronomy Tower, and I shall reveal everything to you. I believe this is written by the heir, Ron exclaimed, suggesting that Hermione had uncovered the truth, leading to her petrification, thus hindering their investigation. Harry disagreed. Hermione is not our brains. It's not as though we cannot continue without her. Well, okay, Hermione is our brains. Sigh, that is not what I meant. I mean, Hermione is clever, but without her, we can still press on. Most importantly, how could we intrude upon Hermione's letter? Harry remarked. Ron waved his hand dismissively. Is this what we want to pry open? At mealtime, Hermione's owl circled above Gryffindor, unable to locate its mistress. Ron, eager to assist Hermione, sought to discreetly tuck the letter into her unfinished book, ensuring she would see it at a glance when she returned. However, in an unfortunate mishap, Ron's hand slipped, and the letter fell into a drink, its contents now tainted with the flavor of carrot juice. We must dry it out, Harry exclaimed in desperation, fearing Hermione's wrath. Ron, in his misguided creativity, suggested using the fireplace to roast it dry. Yet, the flames ignited the envelope, prompting a frantic rescue effort as the paper slipped free. That evening, they lingered near the terrace, but no one appeared. It's to be expected, everyone knows Hermione has been petrified. Who would come to meet her? Ron lamented, clearly regretting his earlier bravado about catching the culprit. This morning, Harry discovered a letter resting atop his bedside table. At this hour, who would send you a letter? Ron and Harry exchanged glances, carefully inspecting the envelope for any signs of dark magic before preparing to unveil its secrets. In truth, their certainty was far from absolute. Yet it seemed inconsequential. As Harry opened the envelope, he was greeted by a familiar half-sheet of parchment. I wager it matches Hermione's half, Ron remarked. The letter read, I know you have taken the letter I sent to Granger, correct? Ron gasped in disbelief. The message continued, I cannot reveal my identity, but I implore you to believe what I am about to say. Hagrid is certainly not the master of the Chamber of Secrets. You have been misled by the notebook. We already knew that, Ron retorted. Well, better late than never, right? The letter went on. The true master of the chamber, the heir of Slytherin, is Tom from the notebook. You must locate the notebook swiftly. Do not think I am being alarmist. It is imperative you find it immediately. According to Granger's deductions, the thief is still within Gryffindor. Seek out the person nearest to you who appears mentally unstable and pale. Resolve the matter of the notebook, and you will resolve the petrification incidents. Harry was taken aback. How can that be? I mean, Tom was the one who solved the chamber's issues. He even received a special commendation, did he not? Oh, the type of person he describes is certainly not to be found in Gryffindor. In Slytherin, however, they are plentiful. Ron scoffed. Pale complexion? That can only be Malfoy. Due to certain circumstances, I cannot provide you with tangible assistance. If you truly cannot ascertain the identity of this individual, your last resort should be to consult Moaning Myrtle. She is the victim from 50 years ago. Don't tell me you cannot enter the girl's lavatory. As far as I know, you have done so more than once. Hermione has confided everything to him. Ron complained indignantly. He probably even knows what Hermione had for breakfast. At the letter's conclusion, a signature was revealed. Spoon. Spoon. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered looks, pondering the significance of this name. In any case, this enigmatic wizard or witch named Spoon had provided what they deemed rather inconsequential assistance. Not entirely useless. At least we know we can consult Moaning Myrtle, Harry noted. Just as they resolved to sneak into the girls' lavatory, Professor McGonagall caught them. Harry quickly fabricated an excuse about seeking Hermione, claiming he had uncovered clues regarding the basilisk and the pipes from her palm. The pipes. I understand now. The basilisk resides within the plumbing. Spoon mentioned finding Myrtle. She likely knows where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets lies, perhaps even within her lavatory. Spoon's clues seemed more inclined towards locating the notebook than the chamber itself. After all, without the notebook, the one controlling the basilisk would be rendered powerless, and the chamber was treated with a light touch, avoiding further discourse. Hermione was more focused on discovering the chamber and the creature within. The threads of both their inquiries propelled Harry and Ron's investigation forward with remarkable speed. Of course, unbeknownst to them, Polaris was far more invested in resolving the enigma of the mysterious notebook than the chamber itself. From the onset, her focus had been clear. As a Slytherin, she had no desire for students from other houses to trespass into Slytherin's domain, especially considering the basilisk's dangers were beyond the capabilities of 2 second-year boys. Sending them to confront the basilisk was akin to throwing eggs against a stone wall. Her preference was for them to locate the notebook quickly, ensuring the dark magical artifact was secured. Polaris clasped her hands before her chest, eyes closed. This gesture was a remnant of her time in the convent, though she was not engaged in prayer at that moment. When she found herself unable to act and reliant on patience, her body instinctively adopted this posture. She had never believed that prayer held any efficacy. Even in the wizarding world, she refrained from uttering pleas to Merlin or similar invocations. She placed her trust solely in human strength. Polaris had laid a path to resolve the issue before them, detailing the characteristics of the notebook's possessor. If they acted swiftly, they could arrive before the notebook ensnared another victim. All students promptly returned to their respective dormitories, and all professors reconvened in the staff lounge. Immediate action is required. Polaris opened her eyes and slowly lifted her gaze. Suddenly, Marcus burst in. Listen, everyone check if your roommates are present. Farley, I implore you. The Slytherin common room descended into chaos. Entry was permitted, but no one could exit as everyone searched for their friends. As Millicent rushed through the entrance, her voice quivering with tears, she called out, Polaris, I am here. Polaris raised her hand in response. Millicent sniffled. I thought you were gone like last year. I won't be so unfortunate this time, Millie, Polaris replied, a hint of resignation in her tone. Yet, indeed, fortune had not favored her. Polaris received alarming news from her upperclassman Farley. Ginny Weasley had gone missing. This was a far worse predicament than anticipated. The worst outcome she had envisioned had materialized. Without further contemplation, it was evident that Ginny had once again been chosen by the notebook. Her will and vitality had been nearly depleted during her previous encounter, leaving her utterly defenseless against the encroachment of dark magic. Now, she was being controlled, carrying the notebook to a location even the professors could not locate. Where might this place be? An absurd question, as it was glaringly obvious, the Chamber of Secrets. Polaris found herself confronting a dilemma she wished to avoid. If she did not make a decision soon, she would be forced back to the convent today, tomorrow, or the day after. All right, Polaris, tell me, where do you think the Chamber of Secrets could be? The foundational layout of Hogwarts began to form in Polaris's mind, countless pipes interconnected with various lavatories. The information regarding Slytherin and the chamber deconstructed and reassembled in her thoughts. It had to be Moaning Myrtle's lavatory. The mysterious figure had struck twice in proximity to that very lavatory over the past 50 years. 50 years ago, the Dark Wizard had slain Moaning Myrtle and chosen to frame Hagrid for the crime. Polaris could find no justification to convince herself that the Dark Wizard had murdered Myrtle merely to implicate Hagrid. Hagrid posed no competition at that time. He was already the male president of the Student Council. To slay Moaning Myrtle would only tarnish his impeccable facade at that time. He resembled the industriously ambitious Percy Weasley more than ever. Framing Hagrid was a desperate and regrettable measure, which suggests that Myrtle's demise was, for him, an unforeseen incident rather than a meticulously orchestrated outcome. Had it been planned, he would have devised a more effective strategy or at least reaped subsequent benefits. This also elucidates why Polaris believed the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was situated in Myrtle's lavatory. It was precisely because the entrance lay there that Myrtle encountered the basilisk and met her untimely end. It was this very location that, after 50 long years, once again allowed a cursed magical object to control the serpent, inadvertently petrifying Mrs. Norris instead of commencing with their intended target, the Muggle-born wizard. So, what is the method to unlock the chamber? Parseltongue. This conclusion was drawn from Polaris' perspective as a Slytherin. He harbored a deep disdain for betrayal and only trusted that pure-blood wizards would not turn against their own. Under such circumstances, how could one ensure that only allies would open the chamber? Based on his belief in bloodlines, he would only trust those who bore his own blood. Yet, even his progeny, no matter how staunchly they married within pure blood lines, would ultimately possess blood that diverged, rendering it insufficient for controlling the chamber's entrance. If one were to consider a family heirloom, it too could easily be stolen. Only Parseltongue, only those who shared Slytherin's blood could speak it, and thus it would remain untouchable. Polaris strode purposefully toward the dormitory, withdrawing a piece of parchment, poised to write, only to pause and switch the quill to her left hand. She inscribed her deductions on a blank, unmarked sheet, hoping her narrative would guide the professors to the chamber and lead them to Ginny Weasley. Surely, this could not be overly difficult, could it? They merely needed to bring Potter, a speaker of Parseltongue, to unlock the door. Then Dumbledore would resolve the remaining issues. What? You say Dumbledore is not at the school? Then there is Professor Snape. In any case, Polaris, panting heavily, raised the letter. In conclusion, everything would turn out well. She would not be expelled from Hogwarts. The Weasley girl would survive, and Granger would awaken. Polaris dried the letter and summoned her owl. Good girl, I know you are clever. Place this letter at the entrance of the staff lounge, ensuring no one sees it, will you? Chapter 39, The Grey Wolf and the King. The sensation of passivity is far from pleasant, yet Polaris understood well that this was a conflict in which she could not engage. Slytherin's collective sense of honor was formidable. Marcus kept a vigilant watch over the students, leaving her no opportunity to venture out. Even if she dared to assist Gryffindor in opening the chamber, she would find it impossible to return to her former life, regardless of whether Hogwarts remained open. Anxiety rendered Polaris restless. She needed to take action to alleviate her discomfort. She rifled through her mental library, seeking a solution. Prince, Draco seated himself opposite her, crossing his legs. You look rather unhappy. Are you frightened now? Worried that my father will have Professor Snape replace you? Polaris could not be bothered to glance at him. Is it because Gryffindor is no longer giving you a hard time that you have turned to me? You are always so insensible. Draco's mood was volatile. He strode over with an air of arrogance and departed in a huff. Polaris rubbed her temples. Not in the mood for an argument, contemplating ways to occupy him. Ah, how to soothe the child. How did those elder nuns manage it? Ah yes, Draco. Polaris suddenly said, you mentioned the 12 keys of the alchemist Valentine last time. Oh, indeed. It's from on the great stone of antiquity, when discussing his favorite topic. Draco became more amiable. Last year, during the Nicodemus incident, Polaris had remarked that Draco enjoyed collecting books on alchemy, and it was no idle boast. You didn't explain last time. Why was the king devoured by the Grey Wolf? Polaris inquired. Draco arrogantly raised his chin, casting his gaze downward at her. See? There are things you do not know. The king was not passively consumed by the Grey Wolf. The king's soul was tainted. He sought to purify his heart through flames. Yet he was not a wizard and could not endure the fire. Thus, he lured the Grey Wolf, allowing it to consume him. When the wolf crossed the flames, it was burned to death, yet the king within its belly survived, and thus he was reborn in the fire, emerging as a soul free of sin. Polaris regarded him earnestly. But does this not create new sins? His rebirth comes at the cost of others' lives. Draco shifted uncomfortably. Polaris' intense gaze made him feel uneasy. Of course not. This is the price of the wolf's greed. It sought to satiate its hunger by consuming the king. Thus the outcome of death was only fitting. It is an equitable transaction. The wolf desired the king's life and devoured him, obtaining it, while the king's life was purified in the flames and transferred to him. Polaris suddenly understood. This was how cursed magical items siphon life force from their bearers. If Ginny were the Grey Wolf and the Dark Lord the King, he might tempt Ginny's spirit, perhaps even promising her what she desired, or deceiving her with sweet words. The Dark Lord, unable to exist in reality for long, needed to strengthen his own soul. Thus he must acquire Ginny's soul power. Consequently, the Grey Wolf, Ginny, was deceived by the king, opening her belly, soul, to allow him to manipulate her into wrongdoing. As this temptation deepened, the Grey Wolf, Ginny, would ultimately cross the fiery threshold, transferring her life to the Dark Lord, enabling his rebirth. Polaris hesitated at this thought. Perhaps it was not rebirth, but merely a fortification? Resurrection was certainly no simple feat, and this was merely a creation of the Dark Lord's dark magic. This also signified dire consequences for Ginny. Her disappearance indicated that the Dark Lord no longer needed to lurk within her soul. They could imminently breach the boundary of the soul's flames, heading toward an irrevocable future. Polaris marveled. I never imagined you possessed such knowledge of alchemy. Draco, brimming with pride, replied. You do occasionally exhibit discernment. Yet what Polaris did not know was that Harry was performing admirably, far beyond her expectations. Though he had not found the second bearer of the notebook, he had discovered the chamber through Myrtle, drawn the sword of Gryffindor, rescued Ginny, and saved himself. Meanwhile, as the professors stood breathlessly before the lavatory, Harry, supported by Ron, emerged from the chamber's entrance, covered in mud and slime, with the sword propping him up. Ginny, Mrs. Weasley charged out like a cannonball, arms wide to embrace her two children. Professor McGonagall released a heavy sigh of relief. You cannot imagine how I felt upon seeing that letter. We searched everywhere for you. Harry, we knew you must have come here. Well done, Professor McGonagall said, smiling warmly. That must have been written by the spoon, Ron remarked. He only knows how to write letters. Harry quickly interjected. Don't say that, Ron. We should thank him. He informed us that Myrtle was a victim from 50 years ago. With that, Harry recounted all that had transpired during this time to Dumbledore and the professors. Ginny also confessed that it was she who engaged in conversation with the mysterious figure within the diary. Just as Draco's words lingered in the air, Marcus strode in. Oh, I wonder if this is a good thing. It's all over. In any case, everyone is free to move about. Draco sprang to his feet, demanding, Marcus, what do you mean by that? Polaris exhaled in relief, her previously rigid posture now leaning against the chair's back. I don't know the details. Marcus explained as he walked. The professors mean that the matter is resolved, no one else will be harmed, and perhaps there will even be a feast. Well, you want tea like what comes next? Gryffindor has gained 400 points. Do you really need to know all this? The Slytherin common room erupted into a cacophony, and amidst the noise stood Polaris, her emotions in turmoil. She knew that if she revealed herself as the letter's author, she might secure an additional 200 points. Yet this would not alter the final outcome. On the contrary, she had to remain by Hermione's side to prevent her from disclosing her identity. Moments later, Polaris found herself in the hospital wing, having deceived Madame Pomfrey into believing she had a stomachache. I think I must have eaten something bad. I took some biscuits from the Slytherin cupboard, and Pansy said they were from 2 years ago. After consuming a potion for diarrhea, which, in fact, she had cleverly poured into a potted plant, Polaris naturally began assisting Madame Pomfrey, as she had done for Professor Sprout, personally administering the mandrake potion to Granger. As Hermione's eyes began to flutter open, the first figure she beheld was her rival and temporary pen pal, Slytherin's Polaris. You, she uttered. Polaris shushed her softly, saying, The matter is resolved. You did splendidly. Promise me you won't tell anyone who your pen pal is, all right? Hermione, her lower body still recovering, managed to respond fluidly. Our victory is not without you. It's unfair to you. Without me, you would have done just fine. Potter discovered the chamber on his own. I helped you for my own benefit. It is not worthy of celebration. Your success is the best reward I could receive. I shan't aid you again. Do not forget, I am a Slytherin. Polaris straightened up. I must assist Madame Pomfrey now. When Polaris heard that Gryffindor had scored 400 points, she deduced that Potter and Weasley must have discovered the chamber before the professors. If it were a matter resolved by the professors, they would not have included Weasley. Hermione opened her hand, noticing the vanished note, and realized that it was Harry and his friends who had unraveled the mystery. She joyfully covered her face with her hands, reveling in her companion's ingenuity. The ensuing days proved unfriendly to Slytherin, as they donned grim expressions while attending Harry Potter's celebratory feast. I don't think we ought to be here, Zabini exclaimed through clenched teeth. Yet Polaris felt indifferent. She had not been sent back to the convent. And though her current life was far from idyllic, she found contentment in simplicity. Did she care about those 200 points? Initially, she had opposed the system of the House Cup, believing it to be a zero-sum game that sowed discord among the four houses. However, she later chose to assist in earning points, wishing for her professors and peers to find joy, and she took pleasure in the happiness of those around her. Now, she could again comfort herself with the notion of a zero-sum game. Who would willingly participate in such a foolish system? Deep down, she understood that Potter deserved those points for vanquishing the basilisk, though she would never admit it. The spoon? Him? Hermione hesitated. Ah, yes, it is he. And then what? Ron speculated wildly. I suspect he has ulterior motives. Think about it. Who else would know the truth so easily besides the one involved in this matter? Perhaps he is the one who took the notebook. No, Ron, that was Lucius Malfoy's doing, Harry interjected quickly. But Hermione, who is that person? Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron's comment. In your view, no one has good intentions. I could identify the basilisk. Does that make me a culprit too? That was my pen pal, and I want to reveal who he is, so stop asking. With that, Hermione turned and walked away. You've upset her, Harry remarked. Ron ruefully rubbed his nose. Didn't we agree not to converse casually with those whose backgrounds we don't know? Ron was referring to Ginny's situation, and he now regarded the concept of a pen pal as a perilous entity, calling for the eradication of all pen pals. That may be so, but if you say a few more words, she'll stop talking to you altogether, Harry replied. Ron shouted, she already isn't talking to me. Hermione documented this occurrence in a letter, venting her frustrations regarding Ron's wariness of Polaris and expressing her dismay over the cancellation of exams. I was determined to triumph over you in this exam, Hermione wrote. Polaris responded, that's called stimulus generalization. He was frightened by his sister's situation. Upon seeing the term pen pal again, he cannot remain calm and suggests exposure therapy. You might consider making a few safe pen pals, allowing him to recognize that it's not a big deal. Additionally, I look forward to your challenge, but given that you've been petrified for so many days, such a competition is unfair. You said it yourself, in battle, we cannot predict what will happen next. Life is no different. Being petrified is not an excuse to avoid exams. I would much prefer to compete with you. Also, the pseudonym Spoon is rather unglamorous. Hermione easily deduced the meaning behind Polaris' pen name. Polaris is Polaris. The shape of the Big Dipper resembles a spoon, and the connection between the stars can determine the position of the North Star. Polaris believed this to be discreet, as it would be quite challenging for the uninformed to associate Spoon with Polaris. However, it became evident that there were other astute individuals beyond just her and Hermione. Or rather, aside from those in the know, there was a man who understood Polaris exceedingly well. Within the potions office, the dim firelight elongated Snape's shadow, casting it against the walls and ceiling. Polaris's letter lay upon Snape's desk. Before leaving, he had made an excuse to request the letter that had been placed at the office door, and now his mind replayed Potter and Weasley's words. Tap, tap, tap. Snape rubbed the paper with his left hand while his other hand rhythmically tapped on the desk. Foolish, he muttered under his breath, his tone laced with suppressed anger. A quintessential Gryffindor behavior. The child must be up to no good. He should be angry. There was no way he could refrain from being angry. Does Gryffindor's disposition run in the blood? He rose and forcefully tossed the letter into the fireplace, the sudden blaze illuminating his darkened face. This was the second time he had to clean up after this insufferable child. Could she not apply her clever mind to controlling her absurd behavior? Snape sighed heavily, pinching the bridge of his nose. He felt utterly fatigued, believing only Potter would bring him trouble, yet it seemed Polaris had also entered a rebellious phase. But then, he regarded the remnants in the fireplace with a complex expression that defied analysis. She truly is intelligent, is she not? Her reasoning is swifter and more precise than that of Gryffindor. To compose this letter without being physically present and without assistance from others, ensuring that even if Potter failed, the professors could arrive in time to save Weasley. Of course, if she were to apply such intelligence to other matters. Better not to dwell on it. Looking on the bright side, her not being assigned to Gryffindor is already a blessing from the heavens. What more could he expect? A professor? Am I not already inside? Came Polaris' voice from outside the door. Severus Snape's deep voice emerged from behind the door. Miss Polaris, do I need to formally invite you in? Who had angered him? Chapter 40. The Return of Summer. Polaris was thrust out of the office, clutching a stack of books and several rolls of parchment. This was her exclusive summer assignment, even more burdensome than last year's. It was unclear how many pounds of gunpowder Severus had ingested, as his words were laced with barbs. Polaris almost suspected that this man intended to revoke her privilege of not returning to the convent for the summer. Fortunately, he did not, and Polaris arrived at her beloved Diagon Alley. Ply, I am so delighted to see you at this moment, old Tom said sadly from behind the counter. When I heard about the happenings at Hogwarts, oh, I could scarcely imagine what you would do. Though I detest death, Tom, when the Grim Reaper arrives, none of us can refuse. Alas, I stand here, resilient as a cockroach, Polaris replied with a smile. Therefore, you must treat me to a drink to celebrate my survival before you. Heidi mercilessly interjected, don't listen to her, Tom. This child is trying to swindle a drink. Polaris whirled around to face Diagon Alley's foremost literature enthusiast. Heidi, you should practice some virtue, otherwise, the serialized author you chase may suddenly discover the conscience locked away in a wooden box. Well, Tom, you see, I cannot refuse this. I'll treat little Ply to a cider, Heidi said, feigning shock as she turned to Tom. Cider, a quintessential British apple beverage, contains no more than 8 alcohol. When parents find themselves at a loss with their children insisting on adulthood, they often resort to this drink. A significant portion of Diagon Alley's clientele consists of young witches and wizards, accompanied by their guardians, prompting Tom to brew a sweeter cider to suit both women and children. Thus, Polaris savored a glass with great satisfaction. She planned to write about this in a letter to Millicent and Pansy, urging them to try it when the term commenced. Before long, Miss Winnie also arrived. Upon hearing of Heidi's predicament, Miss Winnie mocked her mercilessly. Heidi, how dare you provoke her? When Ply desires something, there's no stopping her. If you don't let Tom treat you, then you'll have to treat yourself. Heidi, defiantly seeking to reclaim her dignity, exclaimed, "What do you know? I'm accumulating virtue." After a while, Winnie and Polaris found a table to converse privately. Winnie twirled her golden curls with her fingers. Malfoy is attempting to oust Dumbledore from the board. When Ginny Weasley encountered her troubles, the board invited Dumbledore back. Polaris was momentarily taken aback, but quickly deemed this quite normal. Draco had been advocating for Professor Snape's appointment as headmaster among the Slytherins recently. She had to admit that her self-preservation tactics and pitiful mercy had, to some extent, compromised Slytherin's interests. She sighed. Power without the means to support it is hollow. Slytherin's glorious era has long passed. After all, the previous generation of Slytherin leaders had vanished, and the Slytherin elite languished in Azkaban, leaving only Lucius Malfoy and Professor Snape as allies. Although Malfoy's influence in the Ministry surpassed that of Dumbledore's faction, represented by the Weasleys, it was challenging for Professor Snape to contend with the world's most powerful light wizard. Professor Snape was already exceptional among his peers, yet he remained too young in comparison to Dumbledore. Winnie nodded. Unless Dumbledore is no more, Slytherin will find it difficult to gain a genuine upper hand. And what of Potter? Polaris added. His performance during the Chamber of Secrets incident was remarkable. He displayed great talent, courage, and wisdom. Although he still falls short in magical prowess, it is said he drew the sword of Gryffindor. Winnie chuckled. Yet you are Slytherin, praising Gryffindor here? You, the Ravenclaw who despises Malfoy, are attempting to devise a way out for Slytherin? Polaris retorted sharply, unable to contain herself. Winnie burst into laughter. We ought to discuss politics less. Let us find a place to test your improved spell. Let the foremost evaluator from the Experimental Spell Committee review your new incantation. Winnie, you are truly impressive, Polaris said, trailing behind her. Indeed. Winnie's proud voice drifted in the breeze. As twilight approached, Winnie boldly pushed open Miss Prim's door, declaring with conviction, Prim, I'm parched, hurry up. She then seized a cup from the table and poured its contents into her mouth. Polaris' keen eyes caught sight of the cartoonish caricature of Miss Prim on the cup, gesturing apologetically to the lady. Miss Prim clearly noticed as well, shaking her head with a look of exasperation. My dear, why have you returned so late? It seemed the habits of the first evaluator of freedom had entirely undermined Miss Prim's principles. I truly wish to teach at Hogwarts, Winnie exclaimed, sprawling on the sofa, kicking off her boots. The feeling of teaching Ply is simply splendid. Polaris blinked and tilted her head. No, you do not. Hogwarts is home not only to clever students like Polaris Granger, but also to those like Marcus Lomberton, who is more than a little dull. Miss Prim approached the door, flipping the status sign that Winnie had just knocked askew, returning it to closed. Dear little Ply, you are correct. Look, Hogwarts has been tumultuous for the past 2 years. It leaves me with an ominous feeling. Winnie stretched languidly on the sofa. I was merely speaking. Hogwarts teachers are all single or divorced. I have no intention of going there. After saying this, she propped herself up with her arms, raising an eyebrow and smiling. Isn't that the Hogwarts curse? Once you become a professor, you have no spouse. Polaris couldn't help but laugh. Teachers cannot abide such talk. My dear, when will you commence your duties? Miss Prim redirected the conversation to serious matters. Polaris replied, I can start tomorrow. No working this Sunday. Winnie interjected, sitting up. Little Ply, do you wish to visit London this weekend? I want to take you to my home. We can stroll through Muggle shopping streets, and I wish to buy new jewelry. The London she referred to was the Muggle district of the city. What does London offer? Tulip Street. Polaris smiled and nodded. But you just said no working this weekend, didn't you? I suppose I'll have to carry your bags then. She must step out of the snowy nights at the convent, journey to distant places, and embrace the fresh spring and the fervent, radiant summer. As Miss Prim organized her various bottles and jars, she bent down and pulled out a small bag from the counter, bustlingly filling it with items. With a swish, the bag landed on the table before Polaris. In that case, I must hire you, dear little Ply, to be Winnie's attendant. Otherwise, I truly fear she will be overwhelmed by her purchases. That I cannot do. I implore you. Miss Prim said softly, take good care of Winnie. Winnie exclaimed loudly, please. I'm going home, not. All right, Lord Prim, you must take care of me. She relented under Miss Prim's gentle gaze. In Diagon Alley, there exists no moment of unhappiness. During the weekdays, Madame Primrose opens her shop only in the evening. Polaris has an entire day to study, write letters, and indulge in snacks. Dashing from one end of Diagon Alley to the other, reclining with a book, watching time slip away from the potted plants at the refreshment stand to the eaves above. Mr. Florin adores children, and at Polaris' request, he freezes milk into ice cubes, scraping out a generous bowl of slush for her to enjoy with a large spoon. While children relish their summer vacations, Miss Winnie, a freelance writer, also grants herself a break. On her days off, Madame Primrose keeps her shop open all day. Polaris spends her time in the store, concocting potions, reading, and exchanging playful banter with Miss Winnie. Though Winnie is a remarkably gifted witch, she is undeniably immature. She possesses an enormous skull-shaped mug, exceptionally heavy, which Polaris believes resembles more of a cauldron than a cup. Hence, this lazy child often opts to drink from the counter's mugs rather than her own. Madame Primrose has prepared a smaller cup for Winnie. Yet she frequently forgets which one belongs to her, prompting Madame Primrose to add an extra step of washing the cups before and after drinking. Upon learning that Mr. Florin had prepared a bowl of slush for Polaris, this childish spirit marched over to beg for treats. Mr. Florin, with gentle reproach, remarked, "If you had come to me for food 15 or 20 years ago, I wouldn't have minded your daily visits, but now I must go shout for Purnell." His tone was akin to saying, "You little rascal, I'm going to tell your parents." The next day, Winnie sat on the threshold of the refreshment stand. A large bowl of ice-cold watermelon nestled in her skull mug, munching loudly. Both Mr. Florin and Madame Primrose, who had purchased the watermelon for her, sighed in exasperation, covering their faces. The evenings in Diagon Alley are far from quiet, bustling with foot traffic. Occasionally, Polaris would stretch her arms wide in the street, feeling the summer breeze caress her comfortably, billowing her wizarding robes. Sometimes she would ascend to the rooftop terrace of the leaky cauldron, reclining in a lounge chair, gazing at the stars, employing the knowledge imparted by Professor Sinistra in her astronomy class to identify constellations. She spotted Scorpio and Sagittarius, and the brightest star in the northern sky, her namesake, Polaris. Polaris couldn't help but wonder if, 13 years ago, Sylvia Prince had gazed at the sky in a similar manner, deciding to name her daughter after the brightest star in the north. Did she harbor special hopes for her child, wishing for her to shine as brightly as the North Star? Regardless of how people and circumstances may change, Polaris remains steadfastly luminous in solitude. 13 years later, Polaris Prince, this lonely child, gazes upon the same sky as her long-lost mother beneath the eternal starlight. On a Sunday morning, Polaris sat in the leaky cauldron, enjoying her breakfast. Tom had prepared her oatmeal, and though it was merely a bowl of porridge, he had added 2 eggs, resulting in an excess of nutrition. After all, Polaris was growing taller and, contrary to expectations of gaining a bit of weight, had become as slender as a reed. Winnie sprinkled flue powder into the fire, reciting her address in London, and vanished into the flames. Polaris had never used flue powder before, but having read about it and witnessed Winnie's demonstration, she mused that as long as she spoke clearly, with a defined destination, she would be fine. Soon enough, she blinked her eyes and found herself in an unfamiliar room. Winnie's home was quite spacious. She gave Polaris a tour, showcasing the kitchen, bathroom, balcony, and a bedroom, a dressing room, a storage space, and a living room. "When I was little, I wanted to live alone in 2 rooms, one for my treasures and one for myself. Now I have 3 rooms, exceeding my expectations," Winnie exclaimed joyfully. "May I take a look?" Polaris inquired. "Of course," Winnie replied, opening the storage room and retrieving an object from the shelf. It was a sunflower, its head devoid of seeds, save for a photograph of a 20-year-old Winnie. When Winnie tapped the sunflower, it began to sway back and forth, emitting peculiar sounds. "Winnie Brown is working. Winnie Brown is working." Winnie laughed heartily, taking a moment to say, "This was made by a colleague of mine at the Ministry of Magic. Fun, I senti it. Back then, I worked at the ministry, and my review speed was extraordinarily quick, leaving me with plenty of free time to tinker around. Sometimes, when a task arose, I would hardly notice. So, they created this for me. But I think it's no big deal. I can complete tasks faster than they can anyway. To me, slacking off is where the real profit lies. Earning wages for work is merely what I deserve." By the way, Winnie tiptoed, rummaging around until she produced 2 palm-sized stones, which, upon closer inspection, resembled 2 buttocks. "I use these to prop my wand. Like this. The 2 buttocks are placed on either side, and the indentation in between aligns perfectly so that the wand rests securely in place." Polaris watched as this former head of the spell review committee extracted increasingly abstract items from her treasure trove. She began to wonder if Lucius Malfoy's disdain for Winnie stemmed from her eccentricity rather than her supposed moral decline. Even if Winnie were still employed at the ministry, even as the foremost spell review officer, Lucius Malfoy might still find it challenging to accept such an unconventional witch in his presence. Winnie had accumulated an abundance of trinkets, and her eagerness to showcase them to Polaris resulted in a chaotic mess in her home. By the time they settled on the sofa, it was already noon. Chapter 41, A Willing Surrender. "We'll go out for lunch, and then we'll visit Liberty's," Winnie declared, eager to exhibit all her fascinating possessions to Polaris. Resulting in delightful disarray, she raised an eyebrow at Polaris, saying, "Look, this is when tidying up magic comes in handy. Everything back in its place." Polaris looked up as the disordered items began to whirl in the air before neatly returning to their rightful spots. This was Winnie Brown, an exemplary graduate of Ravenclaw, former examiner of the Experimental Charms Committee, and a covert observer sent by Dumbledore. This was a gentle trap that Polaris willingly walked into, a cunning ploy devised by Dumbledore. Polaris was intrigued by magic, but can you imagine an extraordinary witch in a pub willingly sharing her creative process with a first-year Hogwarts student? She considered herself unremarkable on the surface, lacking any distinguishing features like a lightning-shaped scar on her forehead. While fortune does not fall from the sky, Winnie had chosen her at the Leaky Cauldron. Madame Primrose was unaware of this. But Polaris' decision to work at the beauty shop proved to be a fortuitous coincidence for Winnie. Winnie need not search for daily excuses to encounter a little girl in the Leaky Cauldron or elsewhere. She only needed to linger in her good friend Madame Primrose's shop, for Primrose would never turn her away. In other words, Primrose had a soft spot for all women. In her chance encounter with the elder Malfoy, Polaris dismissed any association with the Slytherin faction. During their conversation on the first day of vacation, Polaris confirmed her allegiance to Dumbledore. In truth, she had anticipated this, only lacking a solid proof. This is rather straightforward. Those aware of the board's affairs include, firstly, the illustrious Malfoy, secondly, the fickle board members, and thirdly, Dumbledore. However, Mrs. Pruitt is indeed correct. Living alongside women is a source of happiness. Polaris, nourished by a singular meal, has never truly experienced familial affection, yet the beauty salon subtly imbues her with warmth. What is a home like? The convent organizes children to engage in crafts, where one child, lacking in intellect, struggles to succeed. Her parents, exhibiting not a hint of impatience, accompany her as she dismantles and reconstructs her efforts. It is only at the very last moment of the activity that they achieve success. This transpired when Polaris was but 7 years old. 3 years later, at the age of 10, as she prepared for high school, she still recalls that little nun who awaited their completion, though she was not truly a nun. This little figure confides in Polaris that she has kept the small craft, even after it had been misplaced by the nanny, and they had dug through the garbage together to recover it. Love is the steadfast companion that remains by your side, even in your clumsiness. Mrs. Pruitt embraces her bickering friends and colleagues, allowing them to frolic and create chaos, permitting her associates to loaf in the apothecary while completing their homework, preparing them afternoon tea, and even sponsoring their shopping excursions to London. In her demeanor, she resembles a mentor or even a mother to them rather than merely an employer. Polaris revels in this warmth, even though she is aware that Winnie's arrival is orchestrated by Dumbledore. Compared to Polaris, Dumbledore's attention is more heavily invested in Potter. Presumably, there is someone monitoring Potter as well, likely not his muggle aunt and uncle, but perhaps a neighbor. In a sense, she enjoys a modicum of the privileges akin to a savior, yet in contrast to Potter's oblivion, she seems willingly submerged in her circumstances. She is not incapable of rejecting Winnie. Rather, she willingly drowns in Mrs. Pruitt's tender affection. Winnie draws her before the wardrobe, leaning against the door with a finger biscuit dangling from her lips. Little Polaris, you ought to don some muggle attire. We cannot venture out in wizard robes. With that, she opens the wardrobe, revealing a dazzling array of garments. Miss Winnie, does one earn enough as a freelance writer? This question had long lingered in Polaris' mind. For Winnie's lavish lifestyle seemed disproportionate to her profession. She must have alternative sources of income to sustain such extravagance. Winnie pauses for a moment, then bursts into laughter. Being a freelance writer for wizards yields modest returns, but writing novels for muggles is quite lucrative. The limitations of muggle bodies and society confine their imaginations to a mere patch of land. Consequently, adult muggles often lose the rich imagination they possessed in their youth. However, we wizards are different. Having glimpsed diverse worlds, even a slight alteration to our lives can inspire them to feel as though their imaginations are taking flight. Polaris, astonished, interjects. I thought of the statute of secrecy. Without concern, Winnie replies, as long as you do not inscribe the truth, the ministry will turn a blind eye. For instance, Hogwarts is in the Highlands of Scotland, but you could claim it to be in the Mourne Mountains of Northern Ireland. She pats Polaris on the shoulder. Now, choose an outfit that pleases you. Without hesitation, Polaris grabs a black long-sleeve dress, only for Winnie to restrain her hand. Oh, we are going out shopping. I thought you were headed to church. Observing Winnie rummaging through the wardrobe, Polaris cannot help but ask, Miss Winnie, does it truly matter what we wear? We are merely going shopping, not strutting down a runway. Of course, Winnie's voice emanates from within the wardrobe. How many summers do you think you will have during your school years? Merely 7. Winnie clutches the clothes, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. As a child, those summers seemed interminably long, sometimes even dull, devoid of entertainment. Yet, after a certain summer, the atmosphere in school shifted. It was as though everyone harbored a fire within, eager to shatter every tranquil moment of happiness. In that instant, I understood. It would be challenging to encounter such peaceful and beautiful summers in the future. Regardless, dear Polaris, do not squander your youth. Cherish every activity that brings you joy as if it were the last opportunity you might possess, and experience it fully. Years hence, when you look back, you will not regret realizing that your youth concluded during a seemingly mundane summer. Polaris takes the attire from Winnie's hands, softly stating, I imagine you would select something vibrant for me. Then you would certainly refuse to wear it. Little Polaris, do I appear foolish? Winnie retorts, as if it were self-evident. Miss Winnie Brown is quite a unique individual, sometimes delightfully childish, at other times bearing the gravitas of a politician. Indeed, she once served as an employee of the Ministry of Magic, occasionally revealing the weight of her past inadvertently. The garments Winnie chooses for Polaris are relatively modest, yet stylish. Featuring a V-neck half-length balloon-sleeved white blouse paired with ankle-length plaid trousers in gray-brown hues, leaning towards a more androgynous style. Winnie, being taller, finds the half-length sleeves and cropped trousers fitting, while they are just right for Polaris. I had anticipated that individuals like you would suit such garments. Winnie leans against the doorframe, arms crossed. Curiously, Polaris inquires, what sort of person am I? One who navigates life with intellect, Winnie articulates. Polaris places the hat upon her head, smiling as she replies, I rather like that description. Winnie takes her to Liberty, stating, I prefer Liberty to Harrods. The latter is too small and crowded, making it difficult to navigate. Liberty, located on Regent Street, offers an array of jewelry, perfumes, women's clothing, and fabrics. Some of the jewelry is grander than even Dumbledore himself, with one shopkeeper introducing a necklace to Polaris. Child, this necklace is 200 years old. His tone suggests the necklace is a person in its own right. Winnie, unyielding in her enthusiasm for shopping, peruses each floor with seemingly boundless energy. She does not purchase much, but each item is distinctive. Though Muggles may lack imagination, their designs are exquisite, Winnie remarks. Upon exiting the store, Winnie produces a large box of chocolates from her bag. Here, dear child, indulge in something sweet. This confectionery is a souvenir from the first floor, where Winnie lingered for quite some time, prompting Polaris to suspect her of being tempted. I am merely here to accompany you on your shopping excursion, Polaris asserts. Winnie beams brightly. A little bribe. Do not inform Mrs. Pruitt that I have acquired yet another collection of trinkets. Would you care for Italian cuisine? Just as Polaris is about to respond, a familiar voice calls out, Polaris. Are you Polaris? She turns to see a round-faced girl in a long sundress. After a moment, she recognizes Sophia Joseph. Polaris, you look completely different. Sophia exclaims in astonishment. I thought you had gone to school. Sister Mayne mentioned you had been taken in by that dark teacher. You are correct in your assumptions. You, too, have changed significantly, Polaris states openly. Knowing Dumbledore is well aware of her origins, and thus has no reservations in front of Winnie. A benefactor has offered me a job, Sophia boasts. I can read. And she has invited me to be a secretary at her company. But you are only 14, Polaris interjects. You are still a minor. Sophia shrugs nonchalantly. Regardless, I appear sufficiently adult. One can marry at 16. Do you think I wish to remain in the convent? I have no desire to become a nun. Do you not wish to attend school? Inquired Polaris. She recalled how Sister Mayne had frequently advocated for Sophia and Fiona's right to an education. Come on. Not everyone is as fortunate as you, Sophia remarked. Is that your teacher? Winnie, standing behind Polaris, waved at Sophia. Indeed, I am her instructor. I teach art, she replied. Sister Mayne would be quite pleased to see you this way, Sophia commented, her tone markedly different from when she was at the convent. Polaris chuckled. Are you referring to yourself and Fiona? You misjudge her. Any child would be happy as long as we can thrive. Sophia quickly interjected. Polaris chose not to engage in a debate, nor did she mention the things Sister Mayne had said in her presence. After bidding farewell to Sophia, Winnie remarked while perusing the menu, I never imagined you grew up in the Muggle world. It must not be easy for you in Slytherin. Polaris shook her head. Actually, it's not too bad. Aside from you and a few teachers, no one knows about my family. You will keep that a secret, won't you? There are some half-bloods in Slytherin, and we generally only exchange banter. There's never been any exclusion. Polaris was somewhat surprised that Winnie was genuinely unaware of her lineage. Had Dumbledore not disclosed anything to her? I understand. Winnie stifled a laugh. They all bully Gryffindor. It seems you were similar back then, Polaris observed. Winnie shook her head. We were more at odds. Gryffindor back then was far less obedient than you all are now. I recall a time, perhaps in my first or second year, when I heard a Gryffindor had hung a Slytherin student upside down from a tree. Polaris was taken aback. That is quite uncalled for. Today's Slytherin would only exchange words. Indeed, it was excessive. Even my Gryffindor friends at the time could not condone it. Winnie lamented, but let us not dwell on this. Realizing that Winnie's Gryffindor friends likely had their share of troubling pasts, Polaris chose to move on. Before nightfall, they returned to Diagon Alley. Polaris had anticipated encountering old acquaintances, yet was taken aback to find herself utterly untroubled. Those regrettable memories of the convent floated away like dandelions in the wind. The days that followed were as monotonous, tedious, and protracted as Winnie had described. She promptly completed her assignments, including those extra tasks set by Professor Snape. Millicent replied to her letter, stating she had quarreled with her mother again, but she would no longer cease to love her. For the first time, Polaris felt a lack of understanding of English. Pansy also wrote to her, having requested Polaris' mailing address from Millicent. Pansy declared she no longer loved Draco. She had accompanied her family on a trip and had fallen for a Norwegian wizard, reportedly a student from Durmstrang. His eyes were as gray as London's dreary weather, and his hair shone like the sun. His smile was reminiscent of the rare sunny days in London. Gray eyes and golden hair. Polaris bit her lip in embarrassment. Was Pansy consuming a substitute meal? What should she do if a friend was dining on another's behalf? You have awakened me. This is how my feelings are. I simply need to like and savor the process of liking. As for what boys think, that is of little consequence. Polaris momentarily considered that her concerns for Pansy's feelings were perhaps unwarranted, as she had swiftly transitioned from an innocent romantic to a wholly different extreme. Daphne remarked that her sister would be starting school this year, named Astoria. To be honest, I do not like her, Daphne confessed. She is Mother's little angel, perpetually appearing sweet and demure. Yet I know she is more rebellious than anyone. She was born into our family, but somehow finds muggle-born wizards acceptable. Chapter 42, The Ravenclaw Cycle. Polaris reclined, pondering that if Daphne felt this way, she ought to take a liking to little Astoria. Draco also wrote to her. She had anticipated a reprimand, but instead, he sought to discuss his reflections on alchemical texts. He seemed to assume that her inquiry about alchemy during the finals stemmed from a fondness for the subject, though this was not the case. The connection between alchemy and magic was indeed profound. Thus, Polaris welcomed his correspondence, crafting a lengthy reply to address his academic invitation. Another who was scrutinizing her studies was Granger, the young witch who appeared to have relished the experience of studying alongside the human library. She sent a letter every few days, nearly exhausting her owl. Granger had recently developed an interest in ancient Egyptian wizards, and Polaris found the answers in the Daily Prophet. The Weasley family had won a trip to Egypt, which was a stroke of good fortune, allowing Ginny, the little sister, to refresh her spirits after a tumultuous year. Then came a letter from the school, informing third-year students that they could visit Hogsmeade on weekends, pending parental or guardian consent. Polaris scoffed and incinerated the piece of paper, rendered utterly useless to her. Did they expect her to seek a signature from Father Dorian? Or perhaps from her mother, who languished in prison? Or her father, who had been deceased for 8 centuries? Lastly, there was the book list for the upcoming semester, which included elective courses, requiring Polaris to pay for the textbooks. She was once again grateful to the benevolent Miss Pre for providing her with a job. After a while, Polaris ceased her night shifts, as Miss Pre adamantly refused to allow it. A murderer had escaped from Azkaban, as she learned from the Daily Prophet. The fugitive was named Sirius Black. Oh, this is indeed. Polaris recalled the expression on Winnie's face upon hearing this news. Prim, he will surely seek that child. Who? Polaris interjected. Winnie remained silent. But Polaris was certain she would uncover the truth simply by lingering a while longer in the leaky cauldron. Perhaps it took just one evening. But Polaris learned that Sirius Black was a henchman of the Dark Lord, having betrayed one of his closest friends, killed another, and casually taken the lives of several muggles. One of his close friends was James Potter, the father of Harry Potter. Winnie was aligned with Dumbledore. She likely feared that Black intended to avenge his master by attempting to kill Harry Potter. However, Polaris did not share this sentiment. The Dark Lord's subordinates were seldom captured willingly, yet Black had surrendered himself, willingly entering Azkaban. Under these circumstances, Black's escape seemed illogical. If he intended to flee, why would he have voluntarily imprisoned himself in the first place? What had altered his mindset? Polaris contemplated whether the mark of the Death Eaters had been reignited by the Dark Lord, but Winnie's reaction refuted this conjecture. Polaris shook her head, taking a bite of the pie Tom had prepared. Though she was curious, she saw no necessity to wade through such murky waters. There have been fewer patrons in the evenings lately, Tom murmured. The market is not favorable. Tom, a portly man in a striped cloak, rushed in. Has Harry Potter been here? Not that I know of, Tom replied, somewhat perplexed. Turning to her, Polaris, have you seen him? My old eyes are failing me. Polaris shook her head. Since this evening began, only 3 children under 15 have entered the leaky cauldron, 2 of them girls, and 1 no older than 10. All accompanied by parents. This man, exuding an air of authority, was likely Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Miss Winnie described him as looking like a ball. A timid old fool. Indeed, the author possesses a remarkable talent for vivid and expressive language, as exemplified by Winnie. Oh, my dear girl, thank you, Fudge exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. This situation could prove troublesome. Where could he have gone? Polaris observed his retreating figure, blinked, and took a bite of her pie. It appeared that Harry Potter had run away from home without notifying anyone. He was not the type to intentionally cause trouble. Any extraordinary behavior was subjected to his own moral judgment or a matter of necessity. Perhaps his muggle aunt and uncle had committed some intolerable act. Polaris' contemplative expression while chewing her pie caught old Tom's attention. "Would you like to wait for your friend?" he inquired. "He is not my friend," Polaris instinctively replied. "Then would you like to wait for your classmate?" Tom continued leisurely. Polaris chuckled, a hint of resignation in her smile. "I think I would prefer to keep you company a little longer." Before long, just as Polaris had finished her glass of orange juice, Fudge ushered Harry Potter into the pub. Harry's complexion was ashen, indicating he had committed some grave error, far beyond merely running away from home. Tom, carrying a lantern, approached to attend to the two guests. Halfway there, he turned back and called out, "Little Polaris, it's time for bed." Harry's gaze met Polaris Springs, who leaned against the counter with an empty glass in hand, her eyes as dark as the night, reminiscent of the moment he first stood before the Hogwarts Express. "Sweet dreams." Polaris raised her glass to Harry and, without another word, ascended the stairs. Harry pondered why Polaris was present at the leaky cauldron, suspecting that her well wishes might not come to fruition. The first time he laid eyes on her was as he boarded the Hogwarts Express, and now, having inflated his aunt's reputation, she might very well be the last which he encountered in the magical world before being expelled from Hogwarts. Polaris sat in front of the fireplace, engrossed in a book sent by Pansy, a tome on Norse wizarding legends. She had previously attempted to learn about her London-born boy, the Sunny Boy, and purchased a plethora of books on Norse wizards, only to discover that her boy hailed from Germany. Pansy was utterly flabbergasted. Her books were all for naught. Consequently, these redundant volumes were gifted to Polaris as bedtime stories. As she drifted to sleep, Polaris vaguely heard the sound of a door slamming next door. There was no need to guess. It was Harry Potter, her new neighbor. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Polaris extended her hand from beneath the covers to silence her alarm clock, gifted by Winnie. It was a small chick alarm that would run around the room clucking if she did not rise. With great difficulty, she crawled out of bed. Her toothbrush dipped itself in toothpaste and flew into her mouth, brushing diligently, while her towel soaked itself under the tap and wrung itself dry. A comb automatically straightened her hair. With her eyes still closed, she sat before the mirror, manually styling her hair. 5 minutes later, Polaris, still dazed, made her way downstairs, groggily grabbing the breakfast Tom had placed on the counter, and took a hefty gulp of red tea. Harry watched as Polaris sleepily passed by him, only to suddenly awaken after sipping her tea. "You put sugar in this, Tom?" she exclaimed. "Oh." Tom smacked his forehead. "I prepared it incorrectly. That was for Harry." Polaris shook her head, holding her bread as she stood up. "It's quite all right. I understand. You're getting old." Tom nodded in agreement. "That is indeed the case. Would you like to exchange it for another cup?" "Oh no, I must be off. See you tonight, Tom." "See you tonight, little Polaris." Harry's gaze followed her as she darted away, and after a while, he asked, "Tom, does she live here all the time?" Tom chuckled softly, evading Harry's question. "Little Polaris is a dear friend of ours." In the days that followed, Harry spent a rather delightful time in Diagon Alley, discovering a side of his classmate that was previously unknown to him. No one in Diagon Alley was unfamiliar with Polaris, though nobody could pinpoint when she had arrived. She simply appeared one day. She would spend her summer at the Leaky Cauldron, and most proprietors assumed she was the child of Pimpernel's beauty salon owner. Perhaps she was an apprentice of Purnell. Isn't Polaris the child of Purnell? Surely she must be a relative of Purnell-S. Isn't she a child of Brown-S? Polaris remained as enigmatic as she was at school, and contrary to that evening, she seemed disinterested in engaging with him. Harry speculated that this might be due to her being a Slytherin, or perhaps stemming from the concealment in front of the library during their first year. Or maybe because she had warned Hermione about Ginny last semester, and he and Ron had chosen not to believe her, despite feeling a twinge of discomfort. Harry found himself somewhat fond of this sensation. He wished to convey that she did not regard him as a significant individual, did she? She certainly did not look down on him or target him. Since entering the wizarding world, all wizards had a penchant for gaping at him in astonishment. Although Harry had grown accustomed to this attention, being perceived as an ordinary passerby felt refreshingly nostalgic. Polaris encountered Heidi at the bookstore, where the young lady hesitated outside the Leaky Cauldron. "What's the matter?" Polaris inquired from behind, curious about her apprehension. "Is Fawkes being updated?" Heidi squeaked. "If Fawkes is updated, I would brave any dangers to enter." After a brief pause, Heidi murmured, "I have no idea what's gotten into Blanlin. He has stocked a pile of monstrous beasts books, and I'm terrified of being bitten. I dare not go in." "That's the textbook for Hogwarts Care of Magical Creatures class this year," Polaris remarked. Heidi paused after all these years. Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn has become even more wild than before. Sylvanus Kettleburn was the instructor for Hogwarts Care of Magical Creatures course. Polaris had once bartered a collection of poems for a feather from a bird snake as an apology to Harry Potter. It's not Professor Kettleburn-esque doing, Polaris replied, hands tucked into her pockets. He has only one arm and cannot manage the beast books. Moreover, he is nearing retirement. So it appears to be the new Professor-esque requirement. I don't care about that, Polaris. I want to read the new novel. You must know how to handle them. Polaris found her exasperating. Heidi was at least twice her age. I can't possibly manage that, Polaris retorted indignantly. Do you think I'm omniscient? Aren't you omniscient? Heidi gasped. Professor Flitwick said your knowledge surpasses that of your peers. You are extraordinary. Polaris choked slightly. Thank you for the compliment, Professor Flitwick, but I truly cannot. Are you a Ravenclaw? Does it not show? Heidi puffed her chest with pride. It does, exceedingly so. Polaris took a silent step back. Indeed, you Ravenclaws are just like that, pursuing knowledge to the point of coveting Dumbledore's Philosopher's Stone. Using all your cunning to appropriate others' experiences, and even Gilderoy Lockhart, the former charms examiner at the ministry, turning household spells into fantasy novels for muggles to profit. And let us not forget Winnie, whose intellect is spent solely on reading novels and bullying children. And you, Heidi. Polaris waved her hand. Heidi, I shall recommend a set of muggle novels to you. They are quite delightful. Winnie's novels would suit you perfectly, allowing your Ravenclaw self to thrive. Heidi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed off, presumably to seek out a muggle bookstore. Breaking news. The Ravenclaw production and sales chain has formed a closed loop. Prollies had also come to procure books, enrolling in all the elective courses available to her. Thankfully, unlike Granger, who faced scheduling conflicts, she encountered none in her Slytherin electives and managed to register for all. Unfortunately, her book purchases had drained a significant portion of her funds. Prollies felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, Lockhart, fraud, refund. Fortunately, the generous Christmas gift from the Half-Blood Prince remained an excellent value in galleons. Coupled with the tips from professors, Ms. Pruitt's salary allowed her to acquire all necessary books while still retaining some galleons. Prollies couldn't help but reflect on how she had been nourished by the kindness of many. Regardless, during the summer, she felt it stretched endlessly. Yet as the holiday drew to a close, it seemed to have vanished all too swiftly, leaving her with a lingering taste of nostalgia. Prollies pondered whether the sensations of happiness and happiness itself were always misaligned. On the first day of term, Prollies rose early, encountering Harry Potter and the Weasley family as they prepared to leave. Their expressions were neutral upon seeing her until they noticed the green collar of her robes. Tom, however, was quite pleased, beaming as he greeted her. Child, happy new term. Don't forget my sandwich. Oh, of course, I won't forget, she replied. Meanwhile, the Weasleys whispered among themselves, evidently unaware of Prollies, quietly asking Harry if he knew her and whether they should invite her along. She's in Slytherin, Ron remarked. Harry whispered back. But she's never bullied anyone. I never said she did, Ron countered. Who said that? George chimed in. Fred added. She can put Malfoy in his place. That's so cool, George said. Unbeknownst to them, Prolly stood at the entrance of the leaky cauldron, rapping on Winnie's car window. Hey, gorgeous, riding solo? Winnie rolled down the window, grinning. My mum's not home. Hop in. How exhilarating. I'm on my way. Prollies went around to the trunk, stowing her luggage before returning to the passenger seat. Winnie, a veritable speed demon behind the wheel, drove with an exhilarating ferocity, relishing the thrill of overtaking, refusing to let others pass. Throughout the journey, her sharp observations flowed rhythmically, almost poetic in nature. Upon disembarking, Prollies glanced at the clock at King's Cross, realizing they had arrived nearly half an hour earlier than Tom. What a thrill, she mused, leaning against the car door, nearly retching. Is cursing really your way of accelerating? Pretty much, Winnie grinned. I rev my engine with my words. Prolly shook her head, hoisting her suitcase. Miss Winnie, I truly marvel at how Miss Pruitt has managed to survive thus far. Winnie chuckled. It's simple. She never lets me drive when I'm with her. A lesson to be learned, indeed, it seemed Miss Pruitt possessed not only exceptional judgment, but also a remarkable survival instinct, whereas Prollies felt she fell short in comparison. Bidding farewell to her unreliable friend Winnie, Prollies traversed Platform 9 and boarded the Hogwarts Express. Prince, a familiar voice called from behind her. Prollies turned, her immediate thought being, who are you? Have you overused your brain? Draco incredulously replied, you don't even recognize me? In truth, Prollies had already identified him, but all three had undergone significant transformations, particularly Draco, who seemed to have matured in an instant. She shook her head. I fail to recognize you. Perhaps you're some philosophical alchemist now. This fellow had been a theoretical master, prattling for 2 months without a hint of practical application. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances, realizing they must intervene to prevent further discourse between the two. Draco would undoubtedly become agitated. They were neither equipped to win an argument nor provide assistance, and angering Draco was not an option. "Prince, have you found a seat?" Crabbe inquired. "We still have one available," Goyle added. Crabbe shot a glare at Goyle. "You want them both in the same compartment? We may be foolish, but we're not daft." Prollies declined Goyle's kind offer. "Thank you, but I need to find Millicent and Pansy. See you at school." Without a backward glance, Prollies departed, while Draco shot a glare at Goyle. "Who wants to share a compartment with her?" Goyle shrank back awkwardly. It was his initiative to greet her, to engage in banter. Yet it was he who suggested sharing a cabin. Millicent, Pansy, and Daphne were already chatting within the compartment, with Daphne beside a timid girl who bore a striking resemblance to her, shyly clutching the seat in the corner. Millicent ruthlessly shoved Pansy out. "You go sit across. I want to be with Prollies. Growing up is hard. Prollies doesn't want you." Pansy shrieked. Daphne held up a mirror, scrutinizing herself, sharply retorting, "Pansy, what is the difference between you and Millicent?" "Oh, Millicent, I don't want your unwanted things." "Who are you calling thing?" Pansy screeched. "Daphne Greengrass, you're done for." Pansy lunged at Daphne, who dodged in alarm, while the girl in the corner, Astoria, curled up in a panic. Prollies leaned against the compartment door, her expression stern as she slowly remarked, "Ladies, could you lower your voices? The soundproofing here is quite poor." After a prolonged ruckus, the girls finally regained their composure, shifting from physical altercations to verbal sparring. "Look at you. Can't you learn from Prollies and set a good example for the little sister?" Millicent scolded pointedly at Pansy and Daphne. Astoria bashfully lowered her head, nibbling on the snacks Prollies had given her, pub fare of onion rings and crunchy peanuts. Daphne stifled a laugh. "Millicent, you talk just like my mother." "Oh, Daphne, look at your sister. You're going to lead Leo astray." Afterward, Daphne turned to Pansy. "Pansy, do you have a picture of that handsome guy?" "Let me see." Pansy exclaimed incredulously. "What are you thinking? How long have we known each other? If he sends me a picture this quickly, I'd dump him before he could blink." Pansy asserted emphatically. "Men should not be too forward. A little reserve is charming." "Oh, is that so?" "True reserve. Yet you'd still discard him for not being enthusiastic enough," Daphne replied, her expression one of understanding. Millicent looked exasperated. "Who will drive these two out?" "Astoria, don't listen to a word they say." Prollies, engrossed in her book, couldn't suppress a smile. "Ah, yes." She was reading tales of Nordic wizards. Little Astoria timidly inquired, "Prollies, will I be sorted into Slytherin?" Prollies glanced at Millicent, their eyes meeting. Millicent cleared her throat. "Ahem. To be sorted into Slytherin is no easy feat, Miss Greengrass. You must undergo rigorous trials." Astoria dropped a peanut onto the table. Her face tense as she asked, "What kind of trials?" "Too many questions. You'll find out in due time." Daphne interrupted Millicent's faux lecture without a hint of remorse. Prollies chuckled inwardly. Growing up is a process of reliving the follies of those before us, and we have finally evolved into adults with a taste for mischief. At 3:34 in the afternoon, the rain began to fall, drumming against the windows in a hypnotic rhythm, lulling the girls into a drowsy stupor. Daphne, who claimed to detest her sister, removed her cloak and draped it over the slumbering Astoria. Even Polaris, who typically refrained from napping, propped her head up on her arm as she gradually succumbed to drowsiness. The rhythmic sound of clattering echoed through the train, and Polaris, unable to resist the allure of the corridor's light, turned her head away. The train's interior had inexplicably illuminated, while the outside world remained enveloped in darkness, obscuring their surroundings. "Are we nearly there?" Astoria murmured softly from within her sister's cloak, having awakened at some point, her words prompted by the train's gradual deceleration. "Not yet," Polaris replied, extracting her wand from her robes. "It isn't time." No sooner had she spoken than a commotion erupted in the train's corridor, as others sensed something amiss and grew curious about the train's unexpected halt. The sound of something tumbling from the luggage rack was followed by a sudden blackout, as if someone had cast the extinguishing spell. It reminded Polaris of the opening scene of a horror film, she thought. "Polaris?" Millicent called her name through the darkness. Polaris raised her wand towards the compartment door, saying, "It's fine, lock the door." Although there was no actual lock, the door was secured by her magic, unless someone more powerful than her employed an unlocking charm. No one could breach it for the time being. They were trapped on the enchanted train, unable to venture anywhere, and oblivious to the unfolding events. Rather than recklessly rushing out and risking an encounter with unknown dangers, it was far wiser to remain stationary and observe the situation. "Hush, Millie, let me listen," Polaris whispered, pressing her ear against the door. Initially, there were the faint sounds of students' footsteps. The weight distribution of young students upon landing differed from that of adults, making it easily discernible. After a considerable time, even the footsteps faded, leaving an eerie silence, with only distant murmurs emanating from the far end of the carriage. Moments later, the sound of adult footsteps echoed past their compartment, heading towards the front of the train. Shortly after, the adult footsteps vanished. The lights in the carriage flickered back to life, as if nothing had transpired. Polaris straightened, squinting in contemplation, before raising her wand to dispel the locking charm. Polaris, what is going on? Daphne inquired, releasing her hold on Astoria, who clutched at her sister's sleeve. Polaris shook her head. A minor issue has arisen. A teacher is handling it. Stay calm. The train has resumed its journey, and we shall arrive at school shortly. The train came to a halt at the platform, where the chilly mountain air mingled with the rain, prompting Polaris to rub her arms for warmth. She then raised her wand to cast the umbrella charm. Observing as Daphne gently nudged her sister towards the keeper of the grounds, Hagrid, they expected Astoria to be frightened. Yet the little girl merely glanced back at them before hastily dashing into the crowd amidst the rain. Is she not afraid at all? Millicent asked, trailing behind with Nina's cat carrier in hand. Daphne scoffed. I told you, that's just how she is. Always wearing a pitiful expression to deceive, yet she's remarkably bold. They assisted each other into the invisible carriage drawn by the Thestrals. Is this magic? Does the carriage move on its own? Millicent inquired curiously, lifting the curtain. Polaris shook her head. I've seen this in the magical creatures directory at the ministry. These invisible horses are called Thestrals. How can you tell they are horses if they are invisible? Millicent asked. Polaris explained, some individuals can see them, those who have witnessed death and have come to accept it. Millicent gasped, then it's best if I remain unable to see them. Look, quick look. Pansy suddenly tapped Polaris's thigh, pointing outside. Draco must know about this. Polaris pushed Pansy aside, her gaze fixated on the hooded figures lurking near the iron gate. It seems this is the reason for the train's unscheduled stop. Polaris narrowed her eyes, realizing that the elusive black was causing Minister Fudge great anxiety. Fearing the exposure of their own incompetence, they had resorted to surrounding Hogwarts with Dementors. What would they do if they couldn't capture the fugitive? Simply treat the students as prisoners. How could that not be considered a form of prisoner conservation? In fact, it seemed to add more to the count. Pansy, Daphne, and Millicent erupted into mocking laughter. Upon entering the Great Hall, Polaris noticed the absence of Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, as well as Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. Draco leaned closer to Polaris. Stop looking. Potter's been knocked out by the Dementors. He.S. probably curled up in his head of House S embrace, seeking comfort. Polaris pushed him away. Who is the new head boy? You're always so concerned about Marcus. Thanks to you, he might actually graduate smoothly, Draco replied sarcastically. Polaris chose to ignore this insufferable fellow, turning to Pansy. Who is the new head boy? Terrence Higgs and Catherine Selwyn. Oh, it's our little Leah's turn now, Pansy answered. Truth be told, Polaris was not particularly keen on this new head boy. Marcus and Miss Farley had formed a rather effective partnership. Terrence Higgs, the seeker from Slytherin before Draco, played the game quite by the book, seeking victory within the confines of the rules. She could only hope Selwyn would be a sufficiently strong head girl. The Sorting Hat hesitated for a considerable time upon Astoria's head, causing Daphne's expression to darken. Pansy reassured her, perhaps it's just having a little chat with Astoria, just like it did with Polaris back in the day. Finally, the Sorting Hat proclaimed, Slytherin. A collective sigh of relief washed over the room. Little Astoria scampered to the end of the table, blissfully unaware of her sister's near outburst. Spotting her four sisters gazing at her, she cheerfully waved. Millicent clutched her chest. What should we do, Polaris? She's truly adorable. I'm starting to feel guilty. How could I deceive her? So, does this mean you one-TTs the little ones next year? Polaris regarded her with a penetrating gaze. Millicent rubbed her nose. Well, it's not that I one-TTs them. If the opportunity arises, I might still do so. How utterly predictable. Before long, the sorting ceremony concluded, and Dumbledore commenced his speech. He began discussing the Dementors, and as he paused on the term invisibility cloak, Polaris cast a glance at Potter. It was indeed the invisibility cloak mentioned in the tales of Beetle the Bard. Polaris blinked. She had long suspected this, and it seemed to explain why they could roam freely at night without being detected. But why hadn't they used the cloak when sending off the dragon? That way, she wouldn't have felt inexplicably guilty and traded away the only possession she had at the time. As for that book of tales, despite its incongruity with Polaris's character, its ragged state, and its muggle origins, it remained the first sincere gift she had ever received, given out of affection for her, the frail, impoverished, ignorant, and resentful soul she once was. Yet that was something she had relinquished. Polaris reminded herself, what am I thinking? This is your choice. It's all in the past now. Subsequently, Dumbledore announced the addition of Professor Remus Lupin, who would be the new defense against the dark arts teacher. This professor appeared to be quite down on his luck. Not only was he impoverished, but he also seemed to harbor little optimism towards life. Chapter 44, Third Year. Polaris had encountered many impoverished souls. She dared to assert that no one present could claim to have encountered as many impoverished souls as she had. even if one of them were a wizard born into destitution. The monastery frequently organized charitable events to aid the needy. Among those receiving aid were the bankrupt, the homeless, the incapacitated, and widows burdened with several children, among others. Yet, even amongst the similarly unfortunate, distinctions existed. Some individuals, despite their poverty, managed to maintain a semblance of cleanliness and dignity, striving to present themselves with a touch of vitality and an indomitable spirit. One widow, even when clad in patched garments, adorned her attire with embroidered flowers to conceal her plight from the eyes of others. Such individuals often found themselves liberated from the need to return to the monastery for sustenance within a few years. However, Professor Lupin was a different case altogether. Even at his first meeting with students, he appeared in tattered clothing. He seemed frail and unwell, despite his youthful visage, and strands of white hair crowned his head. It was evident to Polaris that his struggles extended far beyond mere financial hardship. It was easy for her to conclude that he bore the weight of spiritual torment as well. He had faced certain events, perhaps numerous tribulations, that gradually eroded his hopes for a brighter future. Lupin was akin to a fava bean, the flower of which symbolizes bitterness. These thoughts flitted through Polaris's mind in an instant. Her gaze drifted across her fellow educators and unexpectedly landed on the unrestrained hatred etched upon the face of the headmistress. Professor Snape was a man of restraint, particularly in the presence of Dumbledore and Polaris. He seemed acutely aware of her unique situation and preferred not to reveal too much of his thoughts in her presence. Yet, at that moment, he appeared to have completely forgotten this, fixating instead on the newly appointed professor, his malice unmistakable. Polaris found herself intrigued by this development, even though she suspected she would have little time to observe these two teachers throughout the semester. Then, Dumbledore announced that Hagrid would become the new professor of care of magical creatures. The Gryffindors erupted in applause, while the Slytherins exchanged bewildered glances. "I regret choosing care of magical creatures," Pansy said, her displeasure evident. "It seems anyone can become a teacher now," Draco scoffed. "Isn't that so?" Polaris replied. "Gilderoy Lockhart was our teacher once." Several Slytherins nearly choked on their own saliva. Lockhart's true nature had been revealed at the end of the previous semester, but he had been struck by his own memory charm, forgetting his past deeds and losing both his position and the false accolades he had garnered. Falsehoods remain false. No matter how many lies are woven to disguise them, they cannot be transformed into truth, regardless of how the students viewed their new instructors. The feast celebrating the commencement of the new term arrived as scheduled. Marcus clapped Terence on the shoulder, and the young man with brown hair nodded in acknowledgement, rising to join the first-year students seated at the far end of the table to share some words with them. Terence had previously been a member of Marcus's team and was now his successor. The following morning, as was customary, Polaris made her way to the Great Hall, her satchel bulging with a collection of assignments and textbooks. Draco exaggeratedly recounted how Potter had been fainted by a Dementor, gesturing wildly as if he had witnessed the scene himself. Pansy, still compliant, had moved on but retained her role as the comic relief. "Really? Is his courage the size of a mouse?" Pansy giggled. Draco retorted, "I doubt it. Perhaps the size of a mouse's droppings. Look, here comes the cowardly Potter. Would you like to see how he faints?" With that, Draco immediately feigned a fainting spell. Laughter erupted among the Slytherins. Polaris found little humor in the situation. Draco's performance was utterly unconvincing. He showed no signs of perspiration, nausea, or even dilated pupils. His breathing hardly altered. Potter wore a pained expression, nearly ready to charge at them. But Granger intervened, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Don't do that. Just ignore him. It's not worth it." Granger's gaze collided with Polaris's, who met her stare with unwavering calm, her expression unchanged. Suddenly, Pansy rushed forward, pulling Polaris behind her. "Hey, what are you looking at?" "Potter. The Dementor's coming." "Ha ha ha." Granger led Potter away, yet Pansy continued to grasp Polaris's hand. "What's wrong?" Millie asked anxiously. Polaris shook her head. "Millie, nothing's amiss." Granger had not done anything. "Pansy, you can let go now. You think I'm helping you?" Pansy huffed. "Without you, I'd still mock Potter." "I know," Polaris replied. Pansy, however, was displeased, dragging a chair out with a loud scrape before sitting heavily. Polaris was fully aware that Pansy would mock Potter even without her assistance. Pansy was a person who readily conformed to the prevailing winds, her tendencies hard to alter, and she remained in such a group as Slytherin. She had once aligned with Draco when she fancied him, and even now, her choices mirrored his. She emulated Draco's actions, just as she followed the Slytherins. Her lack of security compelled her to tread a path deemed relatively safe, following the crowd. And she continued down that road until someone would tap her shoulder and inform her she had strayed. Draco, for once, noticed Pansy's discontent and remarked, "Don't look so sulky. How about I perform a skit of Potter fainting?" Initially, Pansy intended to sulk until Polaris took notice, but Draco's antics succeeded in eliciting her laughter, and she angrily tossed her bag at him. Fool. Well, I can't think of anything funnier, Draco shrugged. What do you say, Polaris? This is your doing. You ought to deal with it. Polaris mused, but dragging her behind was not Pansy's nature. Is it not? Polaris swallowed a piece of sausage and locked eyes with Pansy. Of course, Pansy. Thank you. I mean, it feels wonderful to stand behind you. Pansy's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, Who's angry? You too, stop messing about. Hurry up and eat. Today's classes are nearly full. Indeed, Polaris's schedule was fully booked for the day, and she would be darting between classrooms for a considerable time to come. For this reason, Professor Snape had summoned her to his office last semester. What are you doing? He had asked with a sardonic smile. Should I assume you wish to become a mere copy of Granger? You are still lacking in voluminous hair and an overly pedagogical disposition. Polaris had kept her head bowed, methodically responding, Professor, I do not aspire to compare myself to anyone. I merely possess such abilities and do not wish to miss out on acquiring new knowledge. My timetable does not conflict, and my capabilities are sufficient to support it. Oh. Acquiring new knowledge, Snape raised an eyebrow, much like attaining full marks in Lockhart's exam. Such insipid knowledge? Your timetable resembles a form of self-harm, and you will discover that after expending a considerable amount of time, the knowledge you gain is as laughable as learning Lockhart's favorite color. Polaris's lips twitched involuntarily. Had Draco uttered such a statement, he would have boasted a rainbow-hued head by now. Yet standing before her was one of her most esteemed professors. Polaris took a deep breath. Professor, you are not incorrect. However, you are aware that many teachers in this school possess genuine talent, including the 4 headmasters, yourself included. Perhaps certain courses are not entirely suited to me, or perhaps some instructors possess rather unique teaching styles. However, it is only after I have experienced them that I can ascertain whether or not to abandon them. If your concern lies in the absence of an assistant. Oh, how amusing, Severus Snape interjected without hesitation. If I am not mistaken, my work of over a decade will descend into chaos next semester due to the lack of a third-year student. Or do you presume yourself to be of such significance? No, Professor, I would never entertain such a thought, Polaris fervently insisted, clarifying that she merely wished to offer her assistance on weekends. That truly brings me joy, he remarked, though his expression remained unchanged. Your professor wishes you to abandon this plan before he must visit Madame Pomfrey regarding his overburdened students. However, I anticipate seeing your proposal to withdraw from 2 courses in my office before Halloween. Well, under the circumstances, and with Polaris's resolute arguments, Professor Snape reluctantly accepted her plan. Even though it was unlikely to last until Halloween, Madame Sprout consoled her, saying, I know you are a bright child. Yet you ought to consider that this course load is indeed overwhelming. Some subjects could be completed through self-study, allowing you to still participate in the corresponding owls. Severus is not accustomed to expressing himself, but he does care for you all. Thus, from the very first day of the new term, Polaris found herself bustling with activity. Her earliest elective was Ancient Runic Studies, taught by Professor Babbling. They utilized a reference book titled Runic Dictionary. Runic script is a form of writing long abandoned by muggles. Yet wizards inscribe runes upon their tools, sprinkled with blood, to activate magic. The runic symbols are quite abstract and share remarkable similarities. For instance, both the symbols for the numbers 5 and 8 resemble spiders, though one has 5 legs while the other has 2. The symbol for 1 resembles a unicorn, while 6 appears akin to a lizard. Of course, the meanings of these characters are far richer than their surface representations. For example, the lizard, representing the number 6, is a creature that can survive only 6 hours away from flame, thus symbolizing the number 6. Draco also enrolled in this course, harboring a keen interest in the magical manuscripts of ancient runes. More specifically, he wished to peruse some ancient runic texts himself. However, Professor Babbling's lectures were incessantly verbose, as if she would never tire of speaking. Perhaps some might consider her prolific nature commendable, but that would be rather naive. Her thoughts meandered, often straying miles off course. Furthermore, her speech resembled that of someone with something lodged in their mouth, necessitating one to sift through her indistinct voice and mountains of drivel to unearth the genuine knowledge worth learning. This proved to be quite the challenge for Polaris, as she endeavored to expel the nonsense from her mind. Draco rested his head on one hand. I wish I could tell her that eating in class is prohibited. Polaris shot him a glare. Her words are already dense enough. Do you really need to add more? Draco crossed his arms in front of him, indicating he would mute himself. He was cheeky and enjoyed provoking others, yet he was aware that there were certain matters that would genuinely irritate Polaris, particularly disturbing her while she was studying and contemplating. Another intriguing course was arithmancy, taught by Professor Vector. The foundation of arithmancy lies in numerology. Vector believed that numbers possess their own spirits, and arithmancy serves as a rigorous discipline through which to predict the future via numbers. Wizards hold the belief that names carry magical power, and the most fundamental form of divination is conducted through names, followed by more complex methods. Polaris had never subscribed to such mystical notions, as evidenced by her conversation with the Sorting Hat upon her arrival. Nevertheless, she found herself unable to resist casting a reading for herself after class, yielding the number 274. This indicated that her personality was communicative, imaginative, and creative. Yet it also revealed her contradictory nature, as the number 2 represents contradiction. Polaris nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, she was a logical thinker. As for contradictions, they were invisible. In terms of her soul number, she was intelligent and perceptive, yet it also suggested a pessimistic and sarcastic disposition, lacking in security. Polaris paused momentarily, stubbornly disregarding the latter part of the reading. Yes, she was indeed a clever child. Lastly, her social number indicated that she appeared industrious outwardly, yet also displayed considerable stubbornness. Rising to her feet, Polaris disdainfully regarded her arithmancy textbook. Indeed, divination was wildly inaccurate. The interpretations of these numbers were exceedingly broad. Surely, another individual could fit into the same categories. She could learn how to utilize them, yet she would not place her faith in them. Between these two classes was transfiguration, particularly advanced this time, with Professor McGonagall transforming herself into a tabby cat. She referred to this as a animagus. A wizard capable of transforming into an animal is an animagus. Frankly, this was exceedingly difficult, not due to technical or intellectual challenges, but because the process could not be interrupted. Once interrupted, one had to start anew, and any disruption would revert progress to the previous step. After enduring 3 classes in the morning, Polaris was finally able to partake in some sustenance. The kitchen had prepared Irish stew for today, with the lamb exceptionally tender. Consuming it during winter would be sheer bliss. Of course, it was equally delightful on this rainy day. Chapter 45, The Hippogriff. Regrettably, no one paid heed to the delicious stew. Everyone was engrossed in the daily activities of Hogwarts, the spectacle surrounding Potter. Is this some sort of Slytherin delicacy, to be savored alongside the news about Potter? Polaris couldn't help but exclaim. Draco raised an eyebrow. Potter ought to thank us for his newfound fame. You cannot imagine my disappointment upon learning that Potter was prophesied to die. What would we talk about during meals? Then you need not be disappointed. Marcus interjected. Trelawney predicts several students' deaths each year, and thus far, none have come to pass. Draco scoffed. Then I am even more disappointed. Polaris extracted her schedule from her bag. It appears you have even greater disappointments. You enrolled in care of magical creatures, did you not? Don't speak of this during meals. Draco retorted angrily. That book is like a rabid dog. Who would use it as a textbook? It is as if he had previously raised dangerous creatures at school, insisting that several must die before it could be deemed worthwhile. In the afternoon, the rain that had been steadily falling since yesterday abated, although the sky remained dreary, and walking across the grassy slope felt like trudging through thick mud. The air was rather humid, prompting Polaris to remove her robe and stow it in her bag. Millicent and Daphne followed suit, shedding their robes and depositing them in Polaris's bag as well. Pansy looked at the 3 of them with disdain. I certainly won tea. Who knows what that half-giant intends to do? What if he soils my shirt? They gathered in front of Hagrid's hut. But it was evident that Hagrid had no intention of holding class there. He instructed the students to follow him. Today, I wish to share something delightful with you, and I believe you will all enjoy it. Hagrid proclaimed mysteriously. Draco turned to Polaris and said, Care to bet? This is certainly not something good. Polaris cast a sidelong glance at him. What utter nonsense are you spouting? Before that, you must first open your textbooks, Hagrid called out loudly. Draco, with his head held high, languidly drawled. How do we open it? Hagrid appeared not to grasp his meaning, emitting a sound of confusion. Surprisingly, Draco did not exhibit impatience, but instead reiterated his inquiry. Upon comprehending Draco's question, Hagrid's face was etched with disbelief, as though they were expected to instinctively know how to open the book. He used Hermione's textbook as an example, explaining that simply caressing the spines of these books would safely unlock their secrets. Suddenly, Draco nudged her, theatrically declaring, Look at you, Polaris, you ought to be stroking it. How could you possibly not know how to open this book? Despite having perused the majority of the library's tomes, you remain oblivious to this fundamental knowledge. How lamentable for you. Polaris, disinterested, did not bother to lift her gaze, her fingers brushing over the spine of the textbook. He was clearly casting aspersions, overtly criticizing Polaris while covertly disparaging Hagrid. I thought this book might be rather enjoyable, Hagrid said, his face filled with trepidation. Draco unleashed his full sarcasm. Oh, you are absolutely right, it's a riot. If they weren't intent on treating our hands as afternoon tea, I might find them even more amusing. Harry could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, exclaiming, Shut your mouth. He had always shared a close bond with Hagrid, having assisted him in dispatching a dragon during their first year. Hagrid, momentarily interrupted, looked somewhat bewildered before recalling that he was supposed to introduce the magical creatures. He just left like that? Pansy exclaimed incredulously. Leaving students at the edge of the Forbidden Forest? I would rather he left and never returned. That way, we could have a teacher with a modicum of sense, Draco declared loudly. Hogwarts is doomed. Now anyone can lead students. I thought Hogwarts was a school, not some haphazard shelter. Shut your filthy mouth. Harry Potter intervened for the second time to defend Hagrid. Draco, unwilling to back down, mockingly warned, "Watch your back, Potter. A Dementor is watching you." As his words faded, a blonde Gryffindor girl suddenly screamed, pointing towards the Forbidden Forest, causing everyone to turn their attention. A group of enormous creatures came rushing towards them, possessing the upper bodies of eagles and the lower bodies of horses. The winged beasts that had appeared in the Ministry of Magic's catalog. Polaris sensed that as Hagrid attempted to coax them closer to these creatures, her three friends clung to her, hiding behind her. Polaris couldn't help but think, I feel like a mother hen protecting her chicks. This is the XXX-type magical creature. Polaris articulated clearly, designated in the Ministry of Magic's catalog as manageable only by capable wizards. They are not entirely harmless. However, they are not exceedingly dangerous. The XXXX type belongs to the realm of perilous magical creatures. I recall there are wizards specifically devoted to raising winged horses. While Polaris was educating her three friends, Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle were whispering among themselves. Draco, what are you up to? Polaris inquired warily, casting a glance at him. Skilled magical zoologists can discern an animal's intentions from the slightest twitch of its tail. Polaris felt Draco was about to stir up trouble. If you wish to do something good, choose a suitable place. Winged horses are not to be trifled with. Polaris couldn't resist frowning as she warned him. Hey, Prince. Do you fancy Draco? Zabini suddenly interjected. I can't tell. You seem quite concerned for him. Polaris incredulously pointed to herself, laughing in disbelief. Me? Like him? You possess quite the talent for repulsing others. Is randomly jabbing people with verbal arrows your hobby? If it weren't for the fear of you causing trouble for Professor Snape, I wouldn't care if you all perished. Polaris scoffed derisively, turning back to converse with her little companions. Draco trembled, pointing at Polaris's retreating figure. What did she say? Crabbe and Goyle held Draco back. Forget it, forget it. That's just how her mouth is, not enjoying the spectacle. Chuckled. She said it's disgusting to be associated with you, and that she wouldn't care if you died. Harry Potter circled back, eliciting cheers from many, while only Draco, his two companions, and Polaris wore grim expressions. Draco was not just perturbed by Harry's attention. He was equally troubled by Polaris's recent remarks. As for Polaris, she was simply irate. She detested others speculating about her feelings. Regardless of the truth, Hagrid released the winged horses, jovially proclaiming, "Who else wants to give it a try? It's not difficult." Harry succeeded. Mirren, summoning her courage, selected a smaller winged horse and beckoned her friends over. Polaris, you must keep an eye on it. If it gets out of hand, you must save me. Mirren maintained the tone of a youthful girl, though her muscles were inching towards Marcus. As she hid behind Polaris, it was unclear who was protecting whom. Polaris nodded, resting her hand on the wand at her waist. Ah, Polaris. Habitually glancing at what Draco was doing, Pansy suddenly shrieked. Polaris swiftly turned around, only to see the very winged horse that Harry had ridden stretching its neck to bite Draco, who lay on the ground. She hurriedly raised her wand, casting a spell that struck the winged horse. The creature's defenses were far superior to those of a wizard. The spell, which could have sent a wizard flying, merely caused it to take a step back. Seeing this, Hagrid quickly produced a neck strap, tightly binding the creature. To give credit where it is due, Hagrid had indeed saved it. Had he not swiftly controlled the winged horse, Polaris's next incantation would have been one of the dark arts she had learned. Draco curled up on the grass, writhing in pain and screaming. Polaris rushed over, frantically rummaging through her bag. With trembling hands, she extracted a vial of white essence, liberally sprinkling it over him, some landing on Draco, while others spilled onto the grass due to her shaking. This was made from the white essence gifted by Professor Sprout, which she had been permitted to complete under Snape's watchful eye at the end of her first year. What are you waiting for? Polaris shouted. Millie, Hagrid, anyone. Carry him to the infirmary. Do you expect him to walk there by himself? Hagrid's sluggish brain finally rebooted. He swiftly scooped Draco up and dashed towards the castle. Pansy, frozen in place, finally reacted, leaping to embrace Polaris, choking back tears as she exclaimed, Polaris, are you hurt? He won't be harmed, will he? That cursed half-giant. Why hasn't he Hogwarts expelled him? A Gryffindor retorted, shouldn't that be blamed on him? Are you suggesting that knowing it is a XXX level creature, allowing first-year students to confront them is the right course of action? Pansy seemed to have wholly absorbed Polaris's earlier lesson. Even McGonagall wouldn't permit students to attempt transfiguration on themselves in the first lesson, would she? Crabbe and Goyle glared at the Gryffindor, flexing their muscles in intimidation. The Gryffindor's gaze flitted away, grudgingly closing his mouth. Polaris had not witnessed what Draco had done to provoke the winged horse's wrath. In truth, she could surmise it was merely his arrogant demeanor. Yet, Pansy's words were not without merit. Draco undoubtedly engaged in actions that were ill-advised, reminiscent of Longbottom's mishap with the cauldron in their first year, and Harry's group causing an explosion in Slytherin's potions class during their second year. However, compared to students whose cognitive development lacks self-protective awareness, Hagrid, as their teacher, should bear the brunt of the responsibility. He failed to properly assess which creatures were suitable for beginners to encounter, and evidently did not prepare adequately for predicting or managing dangers, unlike Professor Snape, who could readily produce healing potions to assist students in distress. Polaris gently patted Pansy's hand and whispered, "Do not worry, he will be fine. He has consumed 2/3 of my white fresh potion. I despise you, yet I am concerned for your potion. Come with me to see Draco." Upon their arrival at the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey's expression was somewhat exasperated. This child has performed admirably in regards to first aid. With more than half a bottle of white fresh administered, even if his stomach were punctured, he would still be able to staunch the bleeding. Yet, he continues to wail incessantly. I have never encountered a boy so fearful of pain. When Polaris entered, Madame Pomfrey did not need to guess where all that white fresh on Draco had come from. "Madame Pomfrey," Pansy sobbed, "is Draco all right?" With an impassive countenance. Madame Pomfrey replied, "I have done my utmost, yet he still perceives considerable pain." "Oh, Draco," Pansy fretted anxiously, while Polaris leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. Coldly observing Draco lying in bed, Madame Pomfrey cast a resigned glance at Polaris, who nodded in understanding. Once Madame Pomfrey departed, Draco's cries abruptly ceased, startling Pansy. "Draco, does it no longer hurt? Try being scratched." Draco began to wail again. "Of course it hurts. Who do you think you are, looking at me like that?" Polaris sauntered over to his bedside, leaning in leisurely to ask, "Who exactly are you referring to? I assure you, if that creature bites you again, I will guarantee to weep the loudest at your gravesite, so you will have the utmost dignity. Even in death, I wouldn't care if you cried loudly." Draco retorted angrily. Polaris nodded affirmatively, looking down at him. "Indeed. Look at you, alive and well, with no missing limbs or broken neck. Thus there is nothing more to concern yourself with." Pansy glanced between them, ultimately turning towards Polaris. "He is the patient. Please give him some space." Polaris shrugged. "Very well." She did not linger in the infirmary for long. Although this class was lost, another awaited her. There were 2 consecutive potions classes in the afternoon, followed by astronomy after dinner. She completed Professor McGonagall's transfiguration assignment prior to potions class, and then headed to the classroom. It is well known that Gryffindor and Slytherin shared potions class, and tensions were palpable, as if a brawl could erupt at any moment. Had it not been for Professor Snape's presence, this group would likely have lost control. Polaris paid little heed to the situation. It was not her battle to fight. She had shown sufficient compassion towards her classmate Draco and refrained from taking advantage of Hagrid's missteps, thus demonstrating enough mercy, was it not? However, Hermione evidently disagreed. As she wrote to Polaris inquiring about Draco's injuries, subtly trying to ascertain how Draco would handle Buckbeak, the hippogriff. Upon receiving the letter while engaged in her arithmancy homework, Polaris nearly laughed aloud. Chapter 46. Miss Granger, how do you define our relationship? Polaris penned. I had thought we were, at best, pen pals engaged in mutual learning, and I have merely offered you some heartfelt advice. Yet that was due to the Chamber of Secrets disrupting my tranquil academic pursuits. I would prefer its disappearance so I might continue my studies. This largely serves my own interests, with perhaps a smidgen of concern for the innocent little girl. It does not signify that I am particularly benevolent, nor does it imply I would betray my friends. Should you envision me as a modern-day St. Mary, I would be nauseated to the point of losing my appetite for breakfast. You must have heard the adage, the only lesson humanity learns from history is that humanity learns nothing from history. Your friend Hagrid is no exception. Since Aragog has not perished, he feels it is permissible to keep unpredictable, dangerous creatures nearby and present them to students as if it were inconsequential. After all, Dumbledore will always clean up after him, will he not? One incident leads to another. If Buckbeak encounters peril, trust me, Draco Malfoy will merely serve as a catalyst. The root of the issue lies with Hagrid introducing them to an environment unsuitable for their nature, forcing them to confront vulnerable students and cruel humans without understanding the potential dangers they face. You may perceive my words as mere sophistry, and you would be correct. I do not deny that I am articulating everything from my own perspective. Were I a Gryffindor, you would see me striving to assist Hagrid. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Whatever you seek from me, I shall only tell you that you will receive nothing. A teacher, regardless of how commendable their aspirations, must first ensure the safety of their students. If they cannot maintain control over everything, they ought not to proceed. Polaris stuffed the lengthy letter into an envelope, scoffing lightly. She had thought Hermione a bit more astute than the others, at least a talent worth cultivating, yet in truth, Hermione's impulsiveness was no different from that of her fellow Gryffindors, even naive to the point of being laughable. On Thursday morning, after feigning illness for several days, Draco finally decided to swagger into potions class midway through. He would excuse himself regarding his arm to have Weasley fetch him some daisy roots, then do the same with Potter to peel figs, all while wearing a beaming smile. Polaris mused that had Madame Pomfrey been able to, she would have long since expelled this fellow from the infirmary. Yet, she did not impede Draco's whims. This was a matter between him and the others, unrelated to her. She quickly finished concocting the shrinking solution, then turned her attention to Millie and the others to prevent any operational mishaps. Look at Longbottom, Millie remarked. He's about to cry. The professor intends to feed his dreadful potion to his toad. It's a toad, Polaris corrected. What is he afraid of? The professor wouldn't truly allow his toad to die. This might just unlock his potential. When Marcus had me diving headlong in the air, I thought I would crash into the castle walls, and that's when I learned to turn smoothly. Millie could relate to that sentiment somewhat. If I had to feed Nina, even if she wouldn't die, I would surely cry first. Polaris nodded. Your point is valid. Had I been a first-year tasked with giving you the completed potion, I too would have inspected it multiple times. Just a few extra checks? What else would you suggest? Even if the potion were flawed, Professor Snape and Madame Pomfrey would certainly revive you. The professor seems to despise him. Polaris interjected, not only him, but also Potter and his friends. By the time class ended, the professor indeed fed the potion concocted by Longbottom to the toad, which successfully transformed into a tadpole. Millie nudged her in astonishment. Merlin, this truly does unleash potential. Why do I need to know this? I fear that when it comes time for finals, I might unintentionally harm Nina. Polaris shook her head, simply stating, you cannot fail. Nina is your lifeline. Behold, just as I have mentioned, Professor Snape was already well prepared. Professor Snape retrieved a small vial from his pocket and poured its contents over Neville, who promptly transformed back into a toad. With an impassive expression, he stated, 5 points deducted from Gryffindor, citing Hermione's generous assistance to her friend as the reason for the penalty. How could that be discerned? Young Millicent inquired, her face a portrait of confusion. Polaris chuckled softly, responding, well, it's rather simple. If you witnessed Crabbe producing a paper of the same caliber as Draco's, you too would be astonished. What do you mean? Millicent pressed. Polaris elaborated. His potion was fairly accurate, with merely a few minor errors. If he could consistently perform at this level in class, his grandmother would surely be pleased. Millicent questioned, I don't understand why he cannot achieve this during regular lessons, yet can comply with Hermione's requirements now. Is Hermione's instruction superior to Professor Snape's? Marcus managed to graduate successfully under my guidance, yet that does not imply that Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, or even Snape are inferior to me. I can tailor my tutoring specifically for Marcus. Do you think Professor Snape would teach solely to Longbottom? It is unlikely. Additionally, Professor Snape assigned me numerous essays last semester, but he would never impose that burden on others. Classroom instruction is generally designed for the majority of students, while Longbottom and I lie outside that majority, albeit for different reasons. Furthermore, it is undeniable that Longbottom harbors a fear of the professors. What Polaris did not mention was that her instruction to Marcus never delved into deeper principles. She merely directed him on what to do. While this may not foster a sustainable learning habit, it would suffice for Marcus to graduate, and Hermione's assistance operates on the same principle. Millicent suddenly grasped the situation. So, you actually have no class next period? Indeed, but I do have Muggle Studies, Defense Against the Dark Arts, and Herbology this afternoon. Polaris tapped her satchel, the solid sound hinting at her inclination to shift it to her shoulder. Millicent resolved to gift Polaris a more spacious backpack for Christmas. The instructor for Muggle Studies was Professor Burbage, who had a fondness for Muggles, albeit with a limited understanding of them. As someone who had lived in the Muggle world for at least 6 years, Polaris could attest to this. For instance, although Professor Burbage adored Muggles, she believed that Muggle football pales in comparison to Quidditch. The reason being that wizards can fly while playing, a feat unattainable by Muggles. Chapter 47, The Moon. Polaris disagreed with this viewpoint, asserting Muggle sports also prioritize spectator enjoyment, allowing viewers to see all the competitors from the ground. When I watch a Quidditch match, forgive me, but I often find myself peering through binoculars for ages, struggling to locate certain players in the sky. While this may be an exaggerated claim, it is true that many spectators struggle to find the players. However, she could certainly see where they were, albeit with binoculars that made her look rather foolish as she swayed her head about. After completing her first Muggle Studies lesson, she unhesitatingly added this course to her list for Professor Snape. As for passing the corresponding OWLs, this was a purely theoretical class, and she believed her memory alone would suffice to retain the wizard's perspectives. Although she would not continue attending the class, she had established some academic rapport with Professor Burbage, and they both hoped to further explore the similarities and differences between the Muggle and Wizarding worlds in the future. Polaris even envisioned a live broadcast of Hogwarts Quidditch matches, with specialized wizards highlighting the key moments. Hastening down the stairs, she rushed to her defense against the dark arts class, silently praying that the beleaguered Professor Remus Lupin possessed some commendable skills. At least a minute ago, this was her thought, although these notions quickly evaporated, giving way to frustration. She walked slower and slower, gradually coming to a halt, casting a dark glare at the Gryffindors descending the staircase. No one could withstand such a gaze. Her eyes were deep, and when she fixed her stare upon someone, it evoked thoughts of the dark, lightless depths of the Black Lake. The Gryffindor students circled around Polaris, and she merely cast her gaze away, her countenance clouded. As previously mentioned, Polaris sometimes passively absorbed information, even when merely passing by without intent to listen or observe. The Gryffindors were chortling about the events of the last class. The new professor had shown some competence, managing to conduct a proper practical lesson, challenging students to confront a boggart in the cabinet, urging them to conquer their fears with joy. This sounded promising, if not for the fact that some individuals' boggarts took the form of Professor Snape, with the comical twist being the professor clad in his grandmother's attire. Oh, it's quite understandable, isn't it? Polaris mused. Professor Snape had recently admonished Longbottom and had used his pet toad as a subject for experimentation, leaving him with no choice but to dread Professor Snape. Moreover, there was the matter of his grandmother. Polaris was aware of their close bond since the memories from first year, and of course, Longbottom was a Gryffindor. Slytherin, or rather Draco, had offended Hagrid during care of magical creatures, and thus the Gryffindors now sought to insult Professor Snape. This was undoubtedly reasonable. Everything made sense. Yet Polaris could not suppress the anger boiling within her. She harbored sincere respect for any professor, even the bothersome Gilderoy Lockhart, to whom she could feign politeness, or the eccentric Hagrid, whom she could easily overlook. However, Professor Snape was different from all the others to her. He had bestowed upon her various forms of benevolence, be it through guidance, selfless teaching, or the generous allowance for her to spend her summer in Diagon Alley. Perhaps his tongue was a tad sharp, but no one could deny his erudition or erase the substantial knowledge and power he imparted to his students. It should be noted that many students learned their counter curses in the dueling club under Professor Snape's tutelage. What remained undeniable was his profound influence on Polaris. As she stood in the classroom, her sleeves rolled up, she crossed her arms over her chest, her gaze following the new professor. "What is there to admire about this pauper?" Draco remarked, placing a hand on her shoulder and tilting his head to follow hers. Polaris shrugged off his languid grip, saying, "Stop fooling around, I'm busy." She would not retaliate against Longbottom. His fears were beyond his control. However, Polaris believed Lupin should at least show respect for his colleagues and not guide Longbottom into disrespecting a professor. If he could not extend respect to others, then he would not earn Polaris's respect in return. This was the first time Polaris fully engaged her mind, piecing together the fragmented memories she had concerning Remus Lupin and meticulously analyzing the details of the man standing before her. While speaking to the students, Lupin appeared somewhat cold, rubbing his arms for warmth. Polaris revealed a malicious smile for the first time, her expression both icy and triumphant. No one in this world is an island. All exist in a state of interconnectedness. Remus Lupin's physique was frail, yet he carried an abundance of chocolate with him, afflicted by some ailment, or perhaps perpetually ensnared in a state of illness. The dining ware provided to the professors within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts consisted of silver and copper plates. He chose to place the silver one beneath and utilize the copper. Most individuals, even if they did not employ the extra plate, would not opt to place it underneath but rather set it aside, for doing so would cause the plates to slide, rendering the use of cutlery inconvenient. Silverware and silvery circular platters, indeed. The decorations adorning the Great Hall at the commencement of the term featured stars and moons, and he frequently averted his gaze after briefly meeting the sight of the moon, even if it was merely a crescent. Upon submitting assignments at the start of the term, the professor's desk and shelves bore additional research materials concerning werewolves and the wolfsbane potion. Do not doubt, no one comprehends the layout of the potion's classroom better than Polaris. She could even detect changes in the professor's door lock. Most matters were not secrets before her eyes. The distinction lay solely in her level of interest and willingness to contemplate them. The professor's glance toward Remus Lupin. At that moment, Polaris had not scrutinized it closely. But in retrospect, it conveyed not only animosity, but also a barely perceptible pity. Werewolves, XXXXX grade magical creatures, are exceedingly perilous. The wolfsbane potion, crafted by Damocles, is exorbitantly priced. Sufficiently so to leave this instructor teetering on the brink of destitution, aligning with his dire circumstances. His identity as a werewolf further barred him from lucrative employment opportunities. Ostracized by the society of ordinary wizards. While a werewolf cannot control its actions during transformation, upon awakening, it possesses a clear recollection of what transpired. This is the torment that besets the professor's soul. Such a dangerous being within the school, if left unchecked, could yield profoundly negative repercussions. Thus, the professor commenced his own research into the wolfsbane potion to ensure that the werewolf would not succumb to madness on the night of the full moon. So forgive her. She is merely a petty girl harboring grudges. Lupin led the students to the far end of the room, where a dilapidated wardrobe stood, as they approached. A thumping sound emanated from within. He introduced the Slytherin students to the boggart and posed a question regarding its nature, elucidating the incantation to vanquish it. Ultimately, he instructed the students to form a line, one by one, to confront their innermost fears. Polaris jabbed Draco. I want to go last, is that alright? Typically, persuading Draco equated to persuading the majority of Slytherin. It was evident as Draco elongated his words. You also experience fear. I am genuinely curious about what you dread. Polaris playfully smacked him. Just say yes or no. Draco touched the spot where she had struck him, his expression one of displeasure. Do I have room to refuse? Stay away from Berthold. Your strength is increasing. With that, as students meandered about, he seized Polaris, positioning her at the very end of the line, beside a low cupboard. A Slytherin girl in front of her appeared equally anxious, wishing to find a crevice to hide within to avoid participating in the lesson. Yet, upon noticing Draco Malfoy approaching, she swallowed her words. The first to demonstrate was Daphne, and the boggart transformed into a shaggy yeti from Tibet. Polaris observed Daphne turn the yeti into a festive, immobile, and harmless snowman. Bewildered, she just said there were no snowmen in Scotland. Daphne's demonstration was commendable, and the line advanced. Polaris ceased to regard others' boggarts, closing her eyes to commence her own imaginings. Many failed to comprehend their own minds. Polaris believed her understanding to be limited, yet it remained her most loyal and trustworthy companion. She discarded all other thoughts, choosing only to envision her fears, the full moon. This was a challenge, but Polaris could achieve it. Her mind was a reliable confidant. Thus, when she stood before the boggart, it morphed into a pocked silver orb. Professor Lupin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He glanced at the orb and then at Polaris, as if witnessing something inconceivable. Polaris, with an air of pride, raised her wand and languidly declared, "Silly, silly." The moon plummeted, shattering into a cascade of white granulated sugar. In her heart, Polaris hummed, "What of granulated sugar? It is delightful. Enjoying sweets at the Abbey is a true joy." "What is that?" Mirison, the ever-curious one, inquired. Polaris wrapped her arm around Mirison, gleefully pivoting to return. "No, dear, it's a secret." Her objective accomplished, she had indeed startled that man. She began to understand Draco's sentiments toward Potter. Witnessing Professor Lupin's unmasked astonishment brought her a sense of satisfaction. Upon returning to the line, Draco, parting the crowd with one hand, approached her. "I am certain you did something 39 marvelous, yet you haven't even told me." Ordinarily, Polaris would have queried in confusion, "Why should I tell you?" But in light of his assistance, she offered a rare, radiant smile. "Oh, thank you for your help, Draco. I am truly delighted." Draco paused, his gaze darting about, unable to settle on a single point, before grumbling. "Is this not a form of human communication?" "What?" Polaris had already turned back to whisper something to Mirison when she caught Draco's voice and inquired. "I said it is time for herbology. Why shout so loudly? Do you believe I have a hearing impairment?" That night, Polaris perused her timetable in the Slytherin common room. She had divination, herbology, history of magic, and charms classes scheduled for Friday. Indeed, classes such as herbology, potions, charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts typically occurred more than once a week. Speaking of which, she had attended a divination class, and she found herself rather intrigued by the mystical arts. Humanity seems perpetually enamored with such ethereal subjects, yearning to unearth certainty within uncertainty. Divination encompasses crystal balls, tea leaves, palmistry, tarot, astrology, and much more, forming an immensely rich and expansive system. Besides the contemporary methods of divination, Trelawney also elaborated on their antecedents. For instance, tea leaf reading originated from wax divination, wherein wizards would drip melted wax into water and interpret fate based on the shapes formed by the solidified wax. Oh, by the way, Trelawney is their divination professor. When Polaris first beheld her, she thought she resembled a firefly. The combination of a divination professor and a firefly is indeed fitting. A seer illuminates the path forward amidst darkness, does it not? The study of mystical arts is fascinating, Yet Trelawney, during the inaugural class, lamented, "I am saddened, my dear. I perceive your spirit. How cruel it is. It has not opened a door to the mysterious." The Slytherins present were astonished, for they had never witnessed a teacher so resolutely assert that Polaris would falter in some regard. Polaris speculated that Trelawney meant perhaps that while her mind was capable of understanding and employing the mysterious, her spirit could not embrace it. The mystical arts emphasize spirituality, which is elusive and cannot be sought after. However, within the divination system of the wizards, merely possessing spiritual insight is far from sufficient. The allure of the arcane is a mutual selection. The mysteries may extend an invitation to you, yet you are equally entitled to decline. Polaris had submitted an assignment, diligently adhering to the guidance found within the tomes and the teachings of the classroom. Upon receiving her work, Trelawney, with an air of mysticism, uttered a cascade of lamentations. She had anticipated a mere from Polaris, yet to her astonishment, this eccentric which bestowed upon her an "Oh, I am most regretful, dear, that you squandered your talent. You do not believe in the words you penned, yet you still inscribe them. How cruel you are to those very words." Chapter 48, Tender Affection. Despite the torment her existence posed to Trelawney, Polaris had no intention of relinquishing her divination lessons. Instead, she relegated the care of magical creatures class to the second course she would drop. Her interest in divination was substantial, while Hagrid had veered into an entirely different realm, making students tend to flobberworms, a remarkably tedious creature. Goodness, if memory serves, isn't there an XX between X and XXX? Boggett, do you have something to say? Prince. Good evening. Are you working on your assignment? Do you have time afterwards? It was Terence Higgs, the new head boy. This fellow was remarkably rule-abiding, always greeting before seeking someone out. Faced with such a person, Polaris felt a tinge of embarrassment in remaining seated and promptly stood. "Higgs, is there something you require of me?" "It is Professor Snape. He awaits you in his office," Higgs replied with a polite smile. Polaris could not help but recall Marcus's words. "I cannot fathom it. How could Professor Snape choose Terence as head boy?" At present, she too found herself in a state of confusion. After all, this was the head boy of Slytherin. Ordinarily, Professor Snape would not send someone to fetch her, aside from that initial conversation in her first year. However, this year was different. Since the term began, she had only once submitted summer homework and had not ventured to the office otherwise. Could it be because of Remus Lupin? Yet, he did not appear fearful at the time, merely a touch startled. Was this merely a case of tattling? That seemed inappropriate. Polaris navigated the familiar path to the potions office and knocked on the oak door. Upon entering, she found Professor Snape just as he was inserting a lid into a potion bottle. He placed the bottle on the shelf with deliberate slowness and said, "Miss Polaris, I have a minor inquiry. I trust you will not decline to satisfy my curiosity." "It is my honor, Professor," Polaris responded without hesitation. Professor Snape's pace quickened suddenly. "I have heard some rumors regarding Boggett's. Of course, I do not refer to my own. You know what I wish to inquire, do you not?" Polaris, unsure, sincerely shook her head. "What is your Boggett? Tell me, miss." Professor Snape's tone was frigid. Polaris faltered momentarily, taken aback by the revelation that Remus Lupin had indeed reported her. She parted her lips and sighed. "I apologize, Professor. I acknowledge my fault." "Acknowledge your fault?" Professor Snape's stern expression faltered for a brief second. Polaris declared with conviction, "Oh, indeed, I admit my mistake. You see, I did not wish to deceive you with falsehoods. I should not have frightened Professor Lupin, yet he was excessively disrespectful to you. I believe he deserved it. Should you choose to punish me, do as you will." Professor Snape fell into a sudden silence, his expression complex. After a considerable pause, he remarked, "So, miss, your Boggett is not the moon, is it?" "Certainly not." "Well, I mean, it shouldn't be, I suppose. But I have never encountered my Boggett," Polaris replied. Professor Snape regained his composure and inquired, "How did you discover this?" "Wolf's Bane potion, Professor. By the way, may I learn this?" Polaris's expression bore no trace of fear, only an insatiable thirst for knowledge. She was acutely aware that the professor would not penalize her. When Polaris was once again ushered out of the office, she clutched a plethora of materials concerning the Damocles' Wolf's Bane potion. Polaris felt that this year's professor was particularly irritable, since the end of the previous term. This marked the second time she had been expelled from his office. "Miss, you cannot perpetually rely on me to instruct you on what to do and what not to do. Do you believe I shall be your mentor for all eternity? Enough of that. You cannot forever tread in my footsteps. Sooner or later, you must cultivate your own thoughts, independent of anyone." He then pulled out the materials from his desk and tossed them at her, urging her to depart promptly. Polaris hastily glanced through them, feeling an itch in her head, as if she were about to gain new insights. One could only surmise why the Wolf's Bane potion commanded such a high price. Indeed, you get what you pay for. Professor Snape's dismissal of the materials was unmistakable. He neither wished to teach nor had the time to guide students. Thus, he cast the materials at her, encouraging her to decipher them on her own. At this juncture, it was highly improbable that Polaris would be able to independently concoct the Wolf's Bane potion. Nonetheless, in every sense, these materials served as excellent learning tools, aiding her in comprehending how a master of potions, namely Snape himself, selected resources and interpreted the research methodologies of another potion master, Damocles, and so forth. Oh, and they also served another purpose: to assist Professor Snape in dispatching his unfortunate student, ensuring she did not linger before him, creating further chaos amidst an already tumultuous situation. Meanwhile, Lupin inquired with concern, "That child?" Snape scoffed, "Quite well, Lupin. She is my student. Do you suppose she would encounter trouble beneath my very nose?" Here's a suggestion: take care of your own matters before indulging in misplaced sympathy. Snape could scarcely recall the moment when Lupin confided in him that Polaris's boggart was the moon. Lupin had appeared somewhat anxious then, a rare occurrence. Initially, he was taken aback, fearing she had uncovered his secret. If she were to disclose it, it would cause trouble for Dumbledore. None of us desired such an outcome. Eventually, he realized that a boggart is but a mirror, reflecting one's innermost fears. He harbored concern for that child. "Perhaps unbeknownst to you, my boggart is the moon. And that is because, as you are aware, Lupin is a werewolf, tormented by transformation during the full moon." He initially loathed Polaris, deeming her very existence a mistake, a consequence of her mother's delusions. His suspicions were confirmed. That woman's naivety had brought ruin upon herself and her child. Ironically, she had succeeded in her revenge, landing herself in prison. And then what? Abandoning a witch's child to a convent. When Snape learned of this, he nearly laughed aloud. Abandoning a witch's child to a convent. What was she thinking? Was her brain filled with water? If shaken, would it produce a sound? In medieval times, she would have effectively cast her child into literal flames. Yet sometimes, events spiral beyond his control. One day, as if under the influence of the Patronus charm, he found himself walking to that convent, where he beheld a gaunt little nun in a black habit distributing provisions. The elderly nun referred to her as Prince. "She is not your responsibility," Snape had once cautioned himself. Those bearing the surname Prince are all afflicted in the mind. Severus Snape had once warned himself thus. Yet, despite his admonitions, he found himself penning the first letter, signed as the Half-Blood Prince, on that fateful Christmas. What compelled him to write that letter? Snape pondered this question earnestly and reached a conclusion. Perhaps it was the madness that runs in the veins of those with Prince blood. He bore many burdens upon his shoulders, countless unspoken thoughts. Now, he realized, he had inadvertently placed another life upon that weighty load. Numerous Death Eaters were watching him, viewing him as a potential traitor, poised to take his life in retribution for Voldemort. He could not approach her without cause, lest he plunge her into peril. He could only observe her from a distance, witnessing her struggle to survive, much like himself in Spinner's End. Children are always drawn to those who cannot bear to look away. Snape had unknowingly become both a practitioner and victim of this adage. He watched her grow, guiding her into Hogwarts, only to see her evolve into a Slytherin much like himself. Today, he heard whispers that she might become a werewolf, the very creature that had once nearly slain him. Snape's thoughts drifted back to her first year, when she had pleaded not to return to the convent. He had shaped her into a reflection of himself, and worse still, he knew she could not possibly turn into a werewolf. He kept a watchful eye during the school year, and over the summer, Dumbledore had instructed Brown to keep an eye on her, a flawless arrangement. Yet still, he found himself repeatedly contemplating the possibility that the madwoman had laid the groundwork long before Polaris's birth. It is not uncommon for children born from the union of werewolves and humans, even if such marriages are rare. But who could fathom the reasons behind her husband's demise? It was entirely possible that he had been bitten by a werewolf. Ultimately, Snape chose to summon her. After hearing Polaris's words, he regretted having called her. Regret was a familiar companion to him, a constant throughout his life. And this instance was merely another trivial addition to that cycle. Before leaving, Polaris submitted her intention to drop 2 courses, Care of Magical Creatures and Muggle Studies. Though she had reduced her course load, she did not find herself significantly relieved, as she still carried one additional elective compared to her peers. And she had not relinquished her desire to continue studying the dropped subjects. Polaris stretched and stuffed her books into her satchel. Thanks to Stella's gift, a Portuguese cork bag that could expand, it accommodated all of Polaris's textbooks. Of course, she wished it were a backpack, as she feared she might develop a shoulder imbalance. As Polaris yawned and exited the library, she nearly collided with someone. She gasped and then recognized the familiar face. "Oh, Granger, it's you. Be careful, Prince. Sorry, I'm rushing to class." With that, Granger dashed away like the wind. Polaris nodded thoughtfully. Professor Snape's advice held some merit. Dropping a few courses was indeed necessary. Otherwise, she would be as busy as Granger now. Polaris swayed slightly as she turned to continue on her way. After taking a few steps, she realized she had been interrupted by Granger, having taken a wrong turn, and thus retraced her steps. To her astonishment, she saw Granger ascending the stairs again. What? Because of Polaris's extra steps, Granger failed to notice her this time and hurriedly rushed upstairs. Polaris rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She held her head in one hand and gasped. She recalled Draco's words at the start of the term. Have you overused your brain to the point of malfunction? The staircases at Hogwarts moved in a predictable manner. If her mind were intact, Granger could not possibly ascend from that staircase and then descend from the same position within a minute. Were an ordinary person standing there, they would likely question their own sanity or suspect they had misperceived. But standing there was Polaris Prince, a witch who had always relied on her intellect. Accepting that her mind had faltered would be akin to Daphne accepting her own silence. Therefore, it was impossible for Polaris to be at fault. It had to be Granger who was the anomaly. She quickly convinced herself, believing this might indeed explain how Granger managed to conflict her course selections. She had heard that Japanese wizards possessed a duplication spell, but Polaris reasoned that while a person might be able to duplicate themselves, a duplicate could not replicate a wand. Based on that characteristic, she concluded that the first Granger must indeed be the second Granger. Undoubtedly, they were one and the same. What method could allow a singular individual to appear in two places at once? Polaris had entertained suspicions regarding the fugitive Sirius Black. Was it not possible that his escape from the Dementor-guarded Azkaban prison was due to his ability to transform into another person and slip away? This notion intrigued her. Yet the Dementors did not possess eyes. They monitored prisoners through the perception of emotions and mental states. Even if Sirius could transform into a ministry official, after so many years in Azkaban, he could not disguise a healthy body and mind, unless he had an accomplice who shared a similar physical condition to facilitate his escape. Furthermore, each wand is unique, which swiftly ruled out that possibility. In this world, all things exist within the intricate tapestry of time and space. As long as she confirmed that the two Grangers were indeed the same individual, the appearance of one before her could only be explained by variations in time and space. Either she had apparat, causing a spatial shift, or she had manipulated the timeline, allowing her present self to intrude upon a past occurrence. Polaris blinked and turned back toward the library. This consumed much of her time as she immersed herself in books and research, indulging her insatiable curiosity. She knew she ought to rest or attend to some other pressing matters. Although she had completed all her assignments, she still had the ongoing research on Wolfbane Potion and the ever-fascinating fantastic beasts and where to find them. Chapter 49, A Tinge of Disappointment. Speaking of this matter, Polaris had long been puzzled by one question. They only began studying care of magical creatures in their third year, yet they had purchased the book in their first year. What was the reasoning behind this? Moreover, during their third year, they would not even utilize this particular book. Nevertheless, compared to the Monster Book of Monsters, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them offered more substantial content and greater safety. It was within this book that Polaris first encountered the Bowtruckle, a wondrous creature. Though it was only after viewing the Ministry's safety classification that she realized its status was XX. Sometimes, having an overly agile mind is not necessarily advantageous. Polaris often found herself unintentionally diverting a portion of her focus to consider another issue while pondering a primary question. Even as she absorbed vast amounts of knowledge, her thoughts would frequently begin with speaking of this matter. There is actually another. If the issue lay within the realm of space, the only thing Polaris could suspect was apparition. The house elf Barney could apparate, a natural talent of house elves, requiring no wand whatsoever. However, this brings to light another matter. There exist certain places in the world where apparition is rendered impossible, including notorious locations such as Azkaban, Nurmengard, and Hogwarts. When Polaris contemplated this, she blinked in confusion, unable to fathom why her alma mater would be mentioned alongside two of Europe's most infamous prisons. It seemed to imply that the school was akin to a jail, and the students were merely inmates. Yet, the comparison held some truth. For instance, their school was even equipped with Dementor guards. Another reason that precluded her from using apparition was the requirement of being at least 17 years of age, a condition Hermione evidently did not meet. Thus, all possibilities hinged upon time. Consequently, she sought out a magical object, the Time Turner, a time travel device strictly regulated by the Ministry of Magic. Upon discovering this artifact, Polaris could not suppress her curiosity. If a wizard were to use a time turner to kill his mother before he was born, he would cease to exist. But if he no longer existed, who would traverse time to commit such an act? How then would his mother meet her demise? Once again, an overactive mind is not always a boon. Fortunately, the time turner does not pose such dilemmas. It can only allow a wizard to travel back in time for a maximum of 5 hours without inflicting harm on either the traveler or the timeline. This implies that if a wizard intended to journey back in time to kill his mother before his birth, he would most likely be too weakened upon arrival to carry out the act. Thus, the paradox collapses. Nonetheless, the time turner remained shrouded in complexities that perplexed Polaris. Much like love, it defies explanation yet undeniably exists, often yielding unforeseen consequences. Dumbledore shared similar sentiments. Hagrid's predicament had caused him some minor vexation. While it paled in comparison to the myriad challenges he had faced, it nonetheless created some disturbances. However, the world is not solely comprised of shadows. We invariably encounter glimmers of good news, do we not? Dumbledore received a gift from the retired care of magical creatures professor, Sylvanus Kettleburn. Upon learning about Buckbeak's situation, Kettleburn was both irate and concerned for Hagrid. Thus, he sent a present to Dumbledore, hoping it could be conveyed to Hagrid as a comfort for his wounded spirit. The gift ultimately found its way back to Dumbledore, as Hagrid felt sorrow and guilt for causing Dumbledore further inconvenience. Admittedly, the primary reason was that he could not comprehend the book at all, rendering it useless to him. Dumbledore beamed at the book, which was both pristine and ancient. The title on the cover obscured by time. The pages brimmed with warm and benevolent prose, filled with a devout love for the world. Kettleburn's letter revealed that the book had been given to him 2 years prior by a Slytherin girl who claimed it was her only treasured possession, and she wished to trade it for a feather from a thestral. What use do I have for a book? He mused. I must confess, I can hardly read any book. Yet, she expressed her desire to craft a gift of apology for a classmate using the feather, a dream catcher that would inspire beautiful dreams. Merlin, I believe a thestral's feather is perfect for such a purpose. What a delightful child she is. Unfortunately, he could not recall her name. You can bet I would remember the names of magical creatures, but human names elude me. However, he recollected that the ink on the second page bore her initials, Pages. This was, thus far, the only source of joy he had encountered this term. The young girl from the Snape household, besides her remarkable talent, possessed a tender love for the world. Among the 4 houses, Dumbledore harbored the greatest concern for Slytherin. The rise of Voldemort had left Slytherin fractured, bequeathing a plethora of historical issues. That night, Polaris and Hermione resumed their correspondence, with Hermione once again taking the initiative to write. When this clever young lady recognized that they could not reach a consensus on the issues concerning the houses, she chose to gracefully sidestep the topic. Stella was right. True friendship often thrives not on complete agreement, but on the acceptance of differences. Polaris inquired about the time turner, reminding her, you must understand, though you have used the time turner, time does not stand still for you. It continues to flow. Of course, at your youthful age, this may not concern you. Hermione's handwriting initially appeared somewhat frantic. Oh, I was aware. As long as events unfold in the light of day, there is no escaping them for you. But I promised Professor McGonagall I wouldn't tell anyone. Of course, I only use it for classes. I hope you won't share this with anyone else. Polaris acquiesced, and the two shared their recent reading lists. Breakfast at Hogwarts that day consisted of omelets, soft, fluffy, and sweet, served in generous portions. Polaris seriously suspected the house elves had extravagantly used 7 or 8 eggs for each omelet. As she delighted in her meal, Millicent could not help but ask, Polaris, didn't TU drop 2 classes? Why do I feel like I see even less of you than before? Draco interjected with a sardonic tone. You are rather naive, Millicent. Quite the opposite. If she attended classes, you would at least have the opportunity to see her there. When she is not in class, immersed in her own affairs. That is when you truly cannot find her. True enough, Draco. Too bad I'm not a professor. Otherwise, I could give Slytherin extra points. Polaris replied with a playful shrug. According to her previous remarks, such shrugs often occurred in the context of deceit. Indeed, Polaris felt no regret. She was merely relishing the opportunity to tease Draco in the manner of their teachers. Draco, displeased, decided to steer the conversation in a different direction. His current obsessions included disparaging Professor Lupin, mockingly labeling him a pauper, and discussing their upcoming trip to Hogsmeade. Polaris had little interest in either topic. She had already avenged herself against Lupin in her own way, and she certainly could not venture to Hogsmeade. Frankly, how could he unknowingly dance upon Polaris' sensitive points? Daphne chimed in, Draco's right. We can visit Hogsmeade the night before Halloween. I plan to buy some new robes from the elegant wizarding attire shop. I've heard their woolen socks are quite nice. Polaris, let us go to Honeyduke's. I want to have coconut ice cream. Millicent immediately exclaimed with delight. Polaris shook her head. I probably won't be going to Hogsmeade. Why not? Pansy and Millicent asked in unison. Polaris replied honestly, I can't get a signature. So I can't go to Hogsmeade. You know, professors never give exceptions for such matters. The girls fell silent. While Draco began to suggest a dubious idea. What about forging a signature? After all, The professors would never know whether your parents signed it or not. I'd be glad to act as your parent. Polaris shot him a glare. Act as my parent? Dream on. Forget it. There's no way to forge it. The professors certainly know my situation. Polaris was brought into the wizarding world by Professor Snape. He was acutely aware that she had not returned to the convent during the summer and could not possibly have sent a letter to Father Dorian by owl, thus lacking his permission. Even Father Dorian remains oblivious to her transformation into a witch, and thus cannot possibly fathom the nature of Hogsmeade. Polaris, resting her chin on one hand, languidly remarked, "It matters not. I am quite content to remain at Hogwarts. You all enjoy yourselves. And if you bring me back some local delicacies, I shall be most pleased." Miriasin gazed at her with a heart full of sympathy, lost in some reverie, and exclaimed, "Florrie, I shall bring you snacks. I intend to pack a larger bag for all the sweets and confections." "Miriasin, are you planning to stock up?" Pansy teased. Miriasin proudly patted her chest and declared, "Just wait, Florrie. I shall make it so that whether you go to Hogsmeade or not, it matters not." Hold on. Polaris interjected, possibly unaware of how gentle her expression appeared. "Bring me one of each of your favorites to taste." Draco observed her tender demeanor, feeling somewhat flustered, and deftly diverted the conversation. "Ah yes, Halloween is fast approaching. Surely there will be a plethora of new candies to delight us. Speaking of Halloween, how about a wager? I believe something significant will transpire this year." "What makes you think something momentous will occur, Draco?" Pansy inquired, playing along. Miriasin chirped, "What else could it be? Our dear Polaris has already identified a pattern. A troll in the first year, the Chamber of Secrets in the second. And surely there will be something novel in the third. It hardly seems worth betting. It's all rather predictable. But what could possibly happen this year?" Pansy mused. "Unable to imagine. We are surrounded by dementors. Nothing can enter." Goyle burst into laughter. "Perhaps Potter will venture to Hogsmeade and be faint-heartedly frightened by the dementors along the way." Draco, ever the entertainer, began to mimic Potter feigning unconsciousness, eliciting peals of laughter from Pansy. Polaris frowned. This individual was excessively juvenile. How long had the school year begun, and he still had not tired of his antics. On the eve of Halloween, Remus Lupin stood at the door, awaiting Severus Snape's arrival. Indeed, the full moon was drawing near once again. Returning to Hogwarts was a blessing for him, a sanctuary that harbored some of his rarest moments of joy, despite the shadows that lingered within. Perhaps it could be said that his life had been perpetually overcast since the moment he became a werewolf. The Slytherin girl, whose surname was Prince, was easy for him to remember, bearing the same last name as a former Gryffindor classmate of Lupin's. She had astonished him during their first lesson. Perhaps there was a hidden anticipation within him. When the boggart morphed into the moon, Lupin initially thought it was mistaken, wanting to dismiss it with a wave. However, it was transformed by Prince into a pile of crushed sugar. This was not his boggart, it belonged to Prince. As a werewolf, no one understood better than Lupin the significance of the moon. How could a normal child fear the moon? Yet this girl, though appearing somewhat frail and pale, had a flush of color on her cheeks and lips. When she bickered with her classmate Malfoy, her voice was full-bodied, showing no signs of weakness. Could it be possible? A werewolf, untroubled by transformation, living a healthy life as a student. Lupin knew it was not the time for such thoughts. His concern should rest solely on the safety of that young student, and he conveyed this sentiment to Snape. Only Lupin himself was aware of the secret yearning within him for a normal life. Upon hearing of this matter, Snape's first reaction was a cold snicker, as if he had heard a ludicrous joke and subsequently dismissed him. Lupin found it amusing as well. Perhaps the little girl simply feared the moon, much like muggles who conjure absurd tales of moonbats. Yet whether out of concern for the student or some selfish notion, he resolved to approach Snape once more. At the very least, he needed to ascertain the safety of that student, did he not? He told himself so. By chance, he encountered the girl emerging from Snape's potions office, clutching a large stack of parchment. After her departure, Lupin entered Snape's office, receiving both scornful jibes and the assurance that the girl was not a werewolf. This was indeed a good thing, undeniably a good thing. He merely felt a twinge of disappointment, akin to the sentiments of the past 2 or 3 decades. Chapter 50, The Quill. Lupin shook off his disordered thoughts and wondered why Snape had yet to arrive. He approached the door, finding not Snape, but Harry, solitary and forlorn in the corridor. "Don't dwell on it, Lupin. Pull yourself together. Harry seems to need you. Let us redirect our focus to Slytherin, where the girls returned earlier than Polaris had anticipated." "I thought you would linger a while longer," Polaris remarked in surprise as she turned from her seat on the sofa. Miriasin cradled a large backpack, eagerly rummaging through it. "Filch checked my bag several times. He suspected I was concealing something unsavory. In truth, it contained only snacks, which infuriated the surly caretaker." Daphne interjected, her tone dripping with disdain. "How pathetic." Polaris chuckled lightly. "He merely wishes to maintain order at Hogwarts. the students can be quite unruly. Polaris had witnessed Filch complain to Snape about the students' mischief on numerous occasions. In his eyes, every student was a potential miscreant. Yet curiously, he would praise Polaris and Draco in front of Professor Snape, much like an adult socially complimenting another's child. Even if Polaris and Draco were not quite the paragon he portrayed. Polaris's political teacher, Stella, remarked, "Do you truly believe he is praising you?" "No. He is lauding Professor Snape's adept guidance." Such was the nature of Slytherin students. While the boys might still possess a degree of immaturity, the girls in their 5th and 6th years had matured significantly. Whether it was Stella or Miss Farley, they seemed to have received a unique education in their home lives, lessons that school teachers would not impart. Stella commented, "In a sense, life is akin to a book. We are well read, but not merely in the narrow sense of literature. Some say you are more like a Ravenclaw. I have been told the same. Yet we all recognize our differences from Ravenclaw. They thirst for knowledge, believing the intelligent to be superior. But we are not like that. Knowledge is merely my weapon. We are never confined by it. We pursue knowledge to protect ourselves, to achieve greater goals, to attain a better life, to gain more honor, and to secure endless victories." "My dear, I heard you admonish Malfoy. It was quite magnificent. Do not concern yourself with how others define you. I never regret admiring you." Stella Stewart referred to Polaris's remark to Draco after his defeat in a Quidditch match last semester. "I can hardly comprehend the feeling of losing to someone else. For I have never lost. How arrogant, yet no one found it amiss. Hogwarts is a school, yet the definition of a teacher is not confined to those who instruct." Miriasin had brought an abundance of snacks. Polaris estimated that even by next year, she would likely not finish them all. "What is Hogsmeade like?" Polaris inquired with curiosity. "Which shops did you visit?" Although Polaris had already gleaned the nature of Hogsmeade's establishments from her classmates' chatter, she was still eager to hear her friends' accounts. Millicent clenched her fist, expressing her excitement. "I visited the Duke of Honey's candy shop and purchased these delightful items. I also strolled through the clothing store with Daphne, and look, these socks are for you. Must I really wear them?" Polaris frowned as she examined the vibrant five-toed woolen socks, each adorned with the likeness of a whimsical creature on every toe. She grimaced at the sight of them. "Don't you find them adorable?" Millicent teased, winking. Polaris reluctantly conceded. "They are indeed charming, though they would be even more so if I were not obliged to wear them." The trio of Slytherin girls erupted into laughter, playfully shoving each other. It was Pansy's ridiculous choice, and Millicent paid for them. Daphne declared she wanted to surprise you. Polaris managed a stiff smile, insisting that there was no need for quarrels. Each of them should have a share. Finally, Millicent beamed as she pulled out another package of socks, exclaiming, "Just kidding. These are truly for you." Polaris grasped the gaudy five-toed socks, declaring, "I shall keep this pair, come Christmas. I intend to hang it by my bed to see if it can coax some gifts from Santa." "How outrageous. You think to lure us with socks we purchased," she added with a smirk. Moments later, the three girls chattered animatedly as they made their way back to the dormitory, eager to change out of their soiled garments in preparation for the Halloween feast. Polaris busied herself, neatly folding the parchment, stuffing snacks into her bag, when a long rectangular wooden box tied with a ribbon was placed before her. She looked up. "What is this?" "A gift for you. Take it if you wish," Draco replied, leaning casually against the armrest of a chair, one hand propped up while the other covered his mouth as he spoke in hushed tones, like a thief. He averted his gaze from Polaris, his eyes darting toward the door, though no one seemed to be entering, leaving her to wonder what had captured his attention. Is he gazing at the air? "Oh, what a fine air it is." Polaris raised an eyebrow and reached for the ribbon, unveiling the box's contents. Inside lay a luxurious quill set, featuring a splendid green feather and a brass-embellished pen holder, complete with a box of 10 nibs, an ink pot, and a quill holder. Without knowing the price, Polaris could summarize the gift's essence with a phrase. Its artistic value slightly surpasses its practical utility. "What transgression have you committed?" Polaris inquired, observing him with an air of leisure. "Are you attempting to bribe me?" At her words, Draco erupted into a fit of coughing, his ears reddening with embarrassment. "What wrong could I have done? It's not just you." After a moment of contemplation, Draco struggled to articulate his thoughts under Polaris's scrutinizing gaze, his eyes blinking rapidly with tension. With a deep breath, he blurted out, "Well, my father said that courtesy is a two-way street. You saved me, so I must express my gratitude. Don't overthink it. I have no need to bribe you. You ought to replace that worn-out quill of yours. I suspect Mr. Malfoy has never uttered such words," Polaris remarked, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Nonetheless, I accept. I genuinely require a quill." Draco scoffed. "That was my father's doing, not yours. Do you think you know my father better than I do?" Polaris stifled a laugh, replying, "Very well. Please extend my thanks to your father. It was indeed my gift." "Oh, fine, and thank you too. You truly are a dim-witted fellow." At that moment, Millicent's voice echoed through the corridor. "Pansy, Hurry up. Aren't we wearing wizard robes? Why are you two taking so long? Millicent, you uncouth brute. Pansy retorted. The sound of their footsteps echoed down the hall. Polaris tucked the gift box into her bag and rose. Let us go. It is time for the feast. The banquet offerings were utterly delectable, and Polaris boldly asserted that Barney and the others must have exerted considerable effort to whet the students' appetites. Even she, usually averse to excess, felt quite sated, having eaten to the point of discomfort. No more, no more. Polaris waved her hand. I refuse to suffer from indigestion. Millicent teased her. At times like this, I feel for you. You miss out on all the delectable treats. You should scurry over to the boys' side and team up with Crab and Goyle. Pansy dismissed, rolling her eyes. We shall call you the round-bellied duo. Polaris turned her head, loosening her shoulders, and caught sight of the staff table. She noticed the professors frequently glancing at Professor Lupin, reminding her that the full moon was approaching. Only at such times did she recall the professor's words from their first lesson. Potions is a wondrous discipline. It elevates one's stature, brews honor, and can, in certain respects, even stave off death. Perhaps Lupin despised being a professor, hence his reluctance to prevent students from tarnishing the faculty's image. Yet, in moments like these, he was compelled to rely on the professor. Otherwise, he would struggle to remain at the school. Polaris was drawn to the professor's words, captivated by the world of potions, and now permitted to independently research Wolfsbane. Though neither she nor Professor Snape anticipated success in this study, she cherished the opportunity and had no intention of relinquishing it. Draco, for reasons unknown, was in high spirits that day, playfully teasing and engaging with others. He did not eat properly during the meal, and as the girls prepared to leave the hall, he called out to Potter from across the room, taunting him with the Dementor's name. Pansy remarked gloomily. He seems to be on a high. If only Jacob could be this cheerful. He always misses me, sending letters every 2 or 3 days, practically counting down to the summer vacation. Jacob was the dashing blonde fellow from Durmstrang, 3 years Pansy's senior. According to her, he was a bore when they were together, appearing rather composed and mature. Yet, he obediently followed her every whim. However, once they parted ways for school, he transformed, penning melancholic love letters each night, adorning the envelopes with rose petals, fretting that Pansy might find someone else at school and cease to love him. Polaris remarked, I don't comprehend it, but I am quite astonished. Haven't you two just begun dating? To prevent Pansy from losing interest, Jacob had even sent his photograph, which Polaris scrutinized and found quite handsome. Pansy chuckled. He must have spent hours perfecting that. Their fashion sense is best left unmentioned. Pansy continued. Their upper garments are black, their hats are black, their scarves are black, their trousers are black, their socks are black, and their shoes are black. One might think Grindelwald had returned. She laughed heartily. Polaris was taken aback, recalling the ghastly novels Heidi had read, where it seemed Grindelwald's followers indeed donned black. Yet, I've heard his attire was rather stylish, Polaris countered. However, this opinion was based solely on Heidi's assertions, who firmly believed that characters in novels must be strikingly handsome, regardless of the author's descriptions. Otherwise, how could they justify my book purchases? Heidi would assert with righteous fervor. Pansy dismissively remarked, who cares what Grindelwald wore? In any case, Jacob's fashion sense is abysmal. Marcus. Terence hastened towards Marcus Flint, who had already reached the entrance of the common room. He leaned down to exchange a few words with Marcus, who, with a pained expression, retorted, you are the prefect, and I am the prefect? This is of no consequence. Let us be forthright. Pritchard and the others paused to observe the unfolding scene. Terence cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, everyone, return to the great hall at once. Marcus covered his face and exclaimed, the amplifying charm. You are a wizard. Inform them. Headmaster's orders. All Slytherins must return to the great hall, and everyone should verify that their roommates are present. Do not venture out alone. Terence nodded earnestly, adhering to Marcus's instructions. Repeated inside the common room, Marcus added. Terence hurried into the common room. Noticing Pritchard's gaze upon him, Marcus shook his head in resignation. Pritchard remarked, it's his inaugural time as a prefect. But not his first encounter with a prefect, Marcus replied. Did Miss Selwyn summon him? Pritchard inquired with a smile. Marcus raised an eyebrow, as if dawning upon a realization. Terence was uncertain about what to do. Had it been the headmaster or the house head summoning him, he would have certainly inquired what to convey. However, he had not done so, and instead, he had approached Marcus immediately. Both Selwyn and Terence had been assigned this task. Yet Selwyn chose to remain in the great hall to await the others. Perhaps the dialogue at that moment was Selwyn instructing Terence to relay the message while she took attendance. Terence expressed his uncertainty about what to say, to which Selwyn would respond, Marcus has returned to the common room. You can simply ask him upon your arrival. Marcus's voice was deep and gravelly. That indicates Selwyn is sufficiently astute. Pritchard gradually comprehended Professor Snape's second choice. They were among the more distinguished students in their year. Terence was responsible, yet not particularly cunning, while Selwyn was exceedingly clever, but not overly attached. Selwyn appeared the better choice, yet in any position, there are responsibilities one cannot evade, obligations that must be addressed. They both needed to learn from one another throughout their tenure as prefects, especially Terence. Upon reaching the Great Hall, all students were engulfed in confusion, uncertain as to why the headmaster had summoned everyone so abruptly. Dumbledore instructed Professors McGonagall and Flitwick to wave their wands and close all the doors of the Great Hall, announcing that a comprehensive search of the castle would be conducted. Consequently, the students would have to spend the night in the Great Hall.